A Complete Guide to Heraldry. By Arthur Charles Fox-Davies. Introduction. Too frequently it is the custom to regard the study of the science of armory as that of a subject which has passed beyond the limits of practical politics. Heraldry has been termed the shorthand of history, but nevertheless the study of that shorthand has been approached too often as if it were but the study of a dead language. The result has been that too much faith has been placed in the works of older writers, whose dicta have been accepted as both unquestionably correct at the date they wrote, and, as a consequence, equally binding at the present day. Since the Book of St. Albans was written, into the heraldic portion of which the author managed to compress an unconscionable amount of rubbish, books and treatises on the subject of armory have issued from the press in a constant succession. A few of them stand a head and shoulders above the remainder. The said remainder have already sunk into oblivion. Such a book as XVIII must of necessity rank in the forefront of any armorial bibliography. But anyone seeking to judge the armory of the present day by the standards and ethics adopted by that writer, would find himself making mistake after mistake, and led hopelessly astray. There can be very little doubt that the display of heraldry is an accurate representation of the laws of armory which governed the use of arms at the date the book was written. And it correctly puts forward the opinions which were then accepted concerning the past history of the science. There are 2 points, however, which must be borne in mind. The first is that the critical desire for accuracy, which fortunately seems to have been the keynote of research during the 19th century, has produced students of armory whose investigations into facts have swept away the fables, the myths, and the falsehood which had collected around the ancient science, and which in their preposterous assertions had earned for armory a ridicule, a contempt, and a disbelief which the science itself, and moreover the active practice of the science, had never at any time warranted or deserved. The desire to gratify the vanity of illustrious patrons rendered the mythical traditions attached to armory more difficult to explode than in the cases of those other sciences in which no one has a personal interest in upholding the wrong. But a study of the scientific works of bygone days, and the comparison, for example, of a 16th or 17th century medical book with a similar work of the present day, will show that all scientific knowledge during past centuries was a curious conglomeration of unquestionable fact, interwoven with and partly obscured by a vast amount of false information, which now can either be dismissed as utter rubbish or controverted and disproved on the score of being plausible untruth. Consequently, armory, no less than medicine, theology, or jurisprudence, should not be lightly esteemed because our predecessors knew less about the subject than is known at the present day, or because they believed implicitly dogma and tradition which we ourselves know to be and accept as exploded. Research and investigation constantly goes on, and every day adds to our knowledge. The second point, which perhaps is the most important, is the patent fact that heraldry and armory are not a dead science, but are an actual living reality. Armory may be a quaint survival of a time with different manners and customs, and different ideas from our own, but the word finus has not yet been written to the science, which is still slowly developing and altering and changing as it is suited to the altered manners and customs of the present day. I doubt not that this view will be a startling one to many who look upon armory as indissolubly associated with parchments and writings already musty with age. But so long as the sovereign has the power to create a new order of knighthood, and attach thereto heraldic insignia, so long as the crown has the power to create a new coronet, or to order a new ceremonial, so long as new coats of arms are being called into being, for so long is it idle to treat armory and heraldry as a science incapable of further development, or as a science which in recent periods has not altered in its laws. The many mistaken ideas upon armory, however, are not all due to the 2 considerations which have been put forward. Many are due to the fact that the handbooks of armory professing to detail the laws of the science have not always been written by those having complete knowledge of their subject. Some statement appears in a textbook of armory, it is copied into book after book, and accepted by those who study armory as being correct, whilst all the time it is absolutely wrong, and has never been accepted or acted upon by the officers of arms. One instance will illustrate my meaning. There is scarcely a textbook of armory which does not lay down the rule, that when a crest issues from a coronet it must not be placed upon a wreath. Now there is no rule whatever upon the subject. And instances are frequent, both in ancient and in modern grants, in which coronets have been granted to be borne upon wreaths, and the wreath should, 11, be inserted or omitted according to the original grant of the crest. Consequently, the so-called rule must be expunged. Another fruitful source of error is the effort which has frequently been made to assimilate the laws of armory prevailing in the three different kingdoms into one single series of rules and regulations. Some writers have even gone so far as to attempt to assimilate with our own the rules and regulations which hold upon the continent. As a matter of fact, many of the laws of arms in England and Scotland are radically different. And care needs to be taken to point out these differences. The truest way to ascertain the laws of armory is by deduction from known facts. Nevertheless, such a practice may lead one astray, for the number of exceptions to any given rule in armory is always great, and it is sometimes difficult to tell what is the rule, and which are the exceptions. Moreover, the sovereign, as the fountain of honor, can override any rule or law of arms. And many exceptional cases which have been governed by specific grants have been accepted in times past as demonstrating the laws of armory, when they have been no more than instances of exceptional favor on the part of the crown. In England no one is compelled to bear arms unless he wishes, but, should he desire to do so, the inland revenue requires a payment of 1 or 2 guineas, according to the method of use. From this voluntary taxation the yearly revenue exceeds £70,000. This affords pretty clear evidence that armory is still decidedly popular, and that its use and display are extensive. But at the same time it would be foolish to suppose that the estimation in which armory is held, is equal to, or approaches, the romantic value which in former days was attached to the inheritance of arms. The result of this has been, and it is not to be wondered at, that ancient examples are accepted and extolled beyond what should be the case. It should be borne in mind that the very ancient examples of armory which have come down to us, may be examples of the handicraft of ignorant individuals. And it is not safe to accept unquestioningly laws of arms which are deduced from heraldic handicraft of other days. Most of them are correct, because as a rule such handicraft was done under supervision. But there is always the risk that it has not been, and this risk should be borne in mind when estimating the value of any particular example of armory as proof or contradiction of any particular armorial law. There were heraldic stationers before the present day. A somewhat similar consideration must govern the estimate of the heraldic art of a former day. To every action we are told there is a reaction. And the reaction of the present day, admirable and commendable as it undoubtedly is, which has taken the art of armory back to the style in vogue in past centuries, needs to be kept within intelligent, 12, bounds. That the freedom of design and draftsmanship of the old artists should be copied is desirable. But at the same time there is not the slightest necessity to copy, and to deliberately copy, the crudeness of execution which undoubtedly exists in much of the older work. The revulsion from what has been aptly styled the die-sinker school of heraldry, has caused some artists to produce heraldic drawings which, though doubtless modelled upon ancient examples, are grotesque to the last degree. And can be described in no other way. In conclusion, I have to repeat my grateful acknowledgments to the many individuals who assisted me in the preparation of my Art of Heraldry, upon which this present volume is founded, and whose work I have again made use of. The very copious index herein is entirely the work of my professional clerk, Mr. H. Kenward, for which I offer him my thanks. Only those who have had actual experience know the tedious weariness of compiling such an index. A. C. Fox-Davies. 23 Old Buildings. Lincoln's Inn, W. C. A Complete Guide to Heraldry. Chapter 1. The Origin of Armory. Armory is that science of which the rules and the laws govern the use, display, meaning, and knowledge of the pictured signs and emblems appertaining to shield, helmet, or banner. Heraldry has a wider meaning, for it comprises everything within the duties of a herald. And whilst armory undoubtedly is heraldry, the regulation of ceremonials and matters of pedigree, which are really also within the scope of heraldry, most decidedly are not armory. Armory relates only to the emblems and devices. Armory relates to the weapons themselves as weapons of warfare, or to the place used for the storing of the weapons. But these distinctions of spelling are modern. The word arms, like many other words in the English language, has several meanings, and at the present day is used in several senses. It may mean the weapons themselves, it may mean the limbs upon the human body. Even from the heraldic point of view it may mean the entire achievement, but usually it is employed in reference to the device upon the shield only. Of the exact origin of arms and armory nothing whatever is definitely known, and it becomes difficult to point to any particular period as the period covering the origin of armory. For the very simple reason that it is much more difficult to decide what is or is not to be admitted as armorial. Until comparatively recently heraldic books referred armory indifferently to the tribes of Israel, to the Greeks, to the Romans, to the Assyrians and the Saxons, and we are equally familiar with the Lion of Judah and the Eagle of the Caesars. In other directions we find the same sort of thing, for it has ever been the practice of semi-civilized nations to bestow or to assume the virtues and the names of animals and of deities as symbols of honor. We scarcely need refer to the totems of the North American Indians for proof of such a practice. They have reduced the subject almost to an exact science. And there cannot be the shadow of a doubt that it is to this semi-savage practice that armory is to be traced if its origin is to be followed out to its logical and most remote beginning. Equally is it certain that many recognized heraldic figures, and more particularly those mythical creatures of which the armorial menagerie alone has now cognizance, are due to the art of civilizations older than our own. And the legends of those civilizations which have called these mythical creatures into being. The widest definition of armory would have it that any pictorial badge which is used by an individual or a family with the meaning that it is a badge indicative of that person or family, and adopted and repeatedly used in that sense, is heraldic. If such be your definition, you may ransack the scriptures for the arms of the tribes of Israel, the writings of the Greek and Roman poets for the decorations of the armor and the persons of their heroes, mythical and actual. And you may annex numberless heraldic instances from the art of Nineveh, of Babylon, and of Egypt. Your heraldry is of the beginning and from the beginning. It is fact, but is it heraldry? The statement in the Book of XVIII. Albans, that Christ was a gentleman of coat armor is a fable, and due distinction must be had between the fact and the fiction in this as in all other similar cases. Mr. G. W. Eve, in his Decorative Heraldry, alludes to and illustrates many striking examples of figures of an embryonic type of heraldry, of which the best are one from a Chaldean bas-relief 4000 B.C. The earliest known device that can in any way be called heraldic, and another, a device from a Byzantine silk of the 10th century. Mr. Eve certainly seems inclined to follow the older heraldic writers in giving as wide an interpretation as possible to the word heraldic, but it is significant that none of these early instances which he gives appear to have any relation to a shield. So that, even if it be conceded that the figures are heraldic, they certainly cannot be said to be armorial. But doubtless the inclusion of such instances is due to an attempt, conscious or unconscious, on the part of the writers who have taken their stand on the side of great antiquity to so frame the definition of armory that it shall include everything heraldic. And due perhaps somewhat to the half-unconscious reasoning that these mythical animals, and more especially the peculiarly heraldic positions they are depicted in, which nowadays we only know as part of armory, and which exist nowhere else within our knowledge save within the charmed circle of heraldry, must be evidence of the great antiquity of that science or art, call it which you will. But it is a false deduction, due to a confusion of premise and conclusion. We find certain figures at the present day purely heraldic, we find those figures 50 centuries ago. It certainly seems a correct conclusion that, therefore, heraldry must be of that age. But is not the real conclusion, that, our heraldic figures being so old, it is evident that the figures originated long before heraldry was ever thought of? And that instead of these mythical figures having been originated by the necessities of heraldry, and being part, or even the rudimentary origin of heraldry, They had existed for other reasons and purposes, and that when the science of heraldry sprang into being, it found the whole range of its forms and charges already existing, and that none of these figures owe their being to heraldry. The griffin is supposed to have originated, as is the double-headed eagle, from the dimidiation of two coats of arms resulting from impalement by reason of marriage. Both these figures were known ages earlier. Thus departs yet another of the little fictions which past writers on armory have fostered and perpetuated. Whether the ancient Egyptians and Assyrians knew they were depicting mythical animals, and did it, intending them to be symbolical of attributes of their deities, something beyond what they were familiar with in their ordinary life, we do not know. Nor indeed have we any certain knowledge that there have never been animals of which their figures are but imperfect and crude representations. But it does not necessarily follow that because an Egyptian artist drew a certain figure, which figure is now appropriated to the peculiar use of armory, that he knew anything whatever of the laws of armory. Further, where is this argument to end? There is nothing peculiarly heraldic about the lion passant, stapant, dormant, couchant, or salient, and though heraldic artists may for the sake of artistic appearance distort the brute away from his natural figure, the rampant is alone the position which exists not in nature. And if the argument is to be applied to the bitter end, heraldry must be taken back to the very earliest instance which exists of any representation of a lion. The proposition is absurd. The ancient artists drew their lions how they liked, regardless of armory and its laws, which did not then exist, and, from decorative reasons, they evolved a certain number of methods of depicting the positions of e.g. the lion and the eagle to suit their decorative purposes. When heraldry came into existence, it came in as an adjunct of decoration, and it necessarily followed that the whole of the positions in which the craftsman found the eagle or the lion depicted were appropriated with the animals for heraldry. That this appropriation for the exclusive purposes of armory has been silently acquiesced in by the decorative artists of later days is simply proof of the intense power and authority which accrued later to armory, and which was in fact attached to anything relating to privilege and prerogative. To put it baldly, the dominating authority of heraldry and its dogmatic protection by the powers that were, appropriated certain figures to its use, and then defied any one to use them for more humble decorative purposes not allied with armory. And it is the trail of this autocratic appropriation, and from the decorative point of view this arrogant appropriation, which can be traced in the present idea that a griffin or a spread eagle, for example, must be heraldic. Consequently, the argument as to the antiquity of heraldry, which is founded upon the discovery of the heraldic creature in the remote ages, goes by the board. One practical instance may perhaps more fully demonstrate my meaning. There is one figure, probably the most beautiful of all of those which we owe to Egypt, which is now rapidly being absorbed into heraldry. I refer to the Sphinx. This, whilst strangely in keeping with the remaining mythical heraldic figures, for some reason or other escaped the exclusive appropriation of armorial use until within modern times. One of the earliest instances of its use in recognized armory occurs in the grant to Sir John Moore, K.B., the hero of Corunna, and another will be found in the augmentation granted to Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane, K.B. Since then it has been used on some number of occasions. It certainly remained, however, for the late Garter King of Arms to evolve from the depths of his imagination a position which no Egyptian sphinx ever occupied, when he granted two of them as supporters to the late Sir Edward Mallet, G.C.B. The Sphinx has also been adopted as the badge of one of His Majesty's regiments. And I have very little doubt that now Egypt has come under our control the Sphinx will figure in some number of the grants of the future to commemorate fortunes made in that country, or lifetime spent in the Egyptian services. If this be so, the dominating influence of armory will doubtless in the course of another century have given to the Sphinx, as it has to many other objects, a distinctly heraldic nature and character in the mind of the man in the street, to which we nowadays so often refer the arbitrament between conflicting opinions. Perhaps in the even yet more remote future, when the world in general accepts as a fact that armory did not exist at the time of the Norman conquest, we shall have some interesting and enterprising individual writing a book to demonstrate that because the Sphinx existed in Egypt long before the days of Cleopatra, heraldry must of necessity be equally antique. I have no wish, however, to dismiss thus lightly the subject of the antiquity of heraldry, because there is one side of the question which I have not yet touched upon, and that is, the symbolism of these ancient and so-called heraldic examples. There is no doubt whatever that symbolism forms an integral part of armory. In fact, there is no doubt that armory itself as a whole is nothing more or less than a kind of symbolism. I have no sympathy whatever with many of the ideas concerning this symbolism, which will be found in nearly all heraldic books before the day of the late J.R. Planch, Somerset Herald, who fired the train which exploded then and forever the absurd ideas of former writers. That an argent field meant purity, that a field of gules meant royal or even martial ancestors, that a salter meant the capture of a city, or a lion rampant noble and enviable qualities, I utterly deny. But that nearly every coat of arms for any one of the name of Fletcher bears upon it in some form or another an arrow or an arrowhead, because the origin of the name comes from the occupation of the Fletcher, who was an arrowmaker, is true enough. Symbolism of that kind will be found constantly in armory, as in the case of the foxes and foxes' heads in the various coats of fox, the lions in the coats of arms of lions, the horse in the arms of trotter, and the acorns in the arms of oaks. In fact, by far the larger proportion of the older coats of arms, where they can be traced to their real origin, exhibit some such derivation. There is another kind of symbolism which formerly, and still, favors the introduction of swords and spears and bombshells into grants of arms to military men, that gives bezants to bankers and those connected with money. And that assigns woolpacks and cotton plants to the shields of textile merchants. But that is a sane and reasonable symbolism, which the reputed symbolism of the earlier heraldry books was not. It has yet to be demonstrated, however, though the belief is very generally credited, that all these very ancient Egyptian and Assyrian figures of a heraldic character had anything of symbolism about them. But even granting the whole symbolism which is claimed for them, we get but little further. There is no doubt that the eagle from untold ages has had an imperial symbolism which it still possesses. But that symbolism is not necessarily heraldic, and it is much more probable that heraldry appropriated both the eagle and its symbolism ready-made, and together, consequently, if, as we have shown, the existence of the eagle is not proof of the coeval existence of heraldry, no more is the existence of the symbolical imperial eagle. For if we are to regard all symbolism as heraldic, where are we either to begin or to end? Church vestments and ecclesiastical emblems are symbolism run riot. In fact, they are little else, but by no stretch of imagination can these be considered heraldic with the exception of the few, for example the crozier, the mitre, and the pallium, which heraldry has appropriated ready-made. Therefore, though heraldry appropriated ready-made from other decorative art, and from nature and handicraft, the whole of its charges, and though it is evident heraldry also appropriated ready-made a great deal of its symbolism, neither the earlier existence of the forms which it appropriated, nor the earlier existence of their symbolism, can be said to weigh at all as determining factors in the consideration of the age of heraldry. Sloane Evans in his Grammar of Heraldry, page 9, gives the following instances as evidence of the greater antiquity, and they are worthy at any rate of attention if the matter is to be impartially considered. The antiquity of ensigns and symbols may be proved by reference to Holy Writ. 1. Take ye the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel, after their families, by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward. And the children of Israel shall pitch their tents, every man by his own camp, and every man by his own standard, throughout their hosts. Numbers I, 2, 18, 52. 2. Every man of the children of Israel shall pitch by his own standard, with the ensign of their father's house. Numbers 2. 2. 3. And the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses, so they pitched by their standards, and so they set forward, every one after their families, according to the house of their fathers. Numbers 2. 34. The Latin and Greek poets and historians afford numerous instances of the use of symbolic ornaments and devices. It will be sufficient in this work to quote from Aeschylus and Virgil, as poets, Herodotus and Tacitus, as historians. Aeschylus. Septem contra Theba. The poet here introduces a dialogue between Eteocles, king of Thebes, the women who compose the chorus, and a herald, Kapaetero Upsilon, which latter is pointing out the 7 captains or chiefs of the army of Adrastus against Thebes, distinguishing one from another by the emblematical devices upon their shields. 1. Titius. Tau omicron iota upsilon nu tau nu, ni upsilon kappa tau phi theta alpha lambda mu pyro pi epsilon iota, lines 380 to 386. Frowning he speaks, and shakes the dark crest streaming o'er his shaded helm, in triple wave, whilst dreadful ring around the brazen bosses of his shield, impressed with his proud argument, a sable sky, burning with stars, and in the midst full orbed a silver moon, the eye of night o'er all, awful in beauty, forms her peerless light. 2. Capaneus. Chi epsilon iota delta sigma mu alpha, pyro eta sigma omega pi omicron lambda iota nu. Lines 428 to 430. On his proud shield portrayed, a naked man waves in his hand a blazing torch, beneath, in golden letters, I will fire the city. 3. Eteocles. Sigma chi eta mu tau iota sigma tau alpha iota, pi upsilon rho gamma omega mu tau omega nu. Lines 461 to 465. No mean device is sculptured on his shield, a man in arms, his ladder fixed against the enemy's walls, mounts, resolute, to rend their rampires down, and cries aloud, the letters plainly marked, not Mars himself shall beat me from the Taurus. 4. Hippomedon. Sigma eta mu alpha tau omicron upsilon rho gamma, phi beta omicron nu beta lambda pi omega nu, lines 487 to 494. On its orb, no vulgar artist expressed this image, a Typhoeus huge, disgorging from his foul and foundered jaws, in fierce effusion wreaths of dusky smoke, signal of kindling flames, its bending verge, with folds of twisted serpents bordered round. With shouts the giant chief provokes the war, and in the ravings of outrageous valor, glares terror from his eyes. 5. Parthenopaeus. Nu mu nu kappa mu pi alpha sigma tau omicron, alpha pi tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota beta lambda eta, lines 534 to 540. Upon his clashing shield, whose orb sustains the storm of war, he bears the foul disgrace of Thebes, Aravnus sphnx. Fixed to the plates, the burnished monster round pours a portentous gleam, beneath her lies a Theban mangled by her cruel fangs. Gainst this let each brave arm direct the spear. 6. Amphiorose. Tau omicron iota alpha theta mu nu tau iota, beta lambda alpha sigma tau nu epsilon iota beta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon mu alpha tau alpha. Lines 587 to 591. So spoke the prophet, and with awful port advanced his massy shield, the shining orb, bearing no impress, for his generous soul wishes to be, not to appear, the best, and from the culture of his modest worth bears the rich fruit of great and glorious deeds. 7. Polynices. Chi epsilon iota delta, tau xi epsilon upsilon rho eta mu alpha tau alpha. Lines 639 to 646. His well-orbed shield he holds, new wrought, and with a double impress charged. A warrior, blazing all in golden arms, a female form of modest aspect leads, expressing justice, as th inscription speaks. Yet once more to his country, and once more to his paternal throne I will restore him. Such their devices. Virgil. The Aeneid. 1. Ac hic exultans, insignia decorum. Lib 2. Lines 386 to 392. Charybdis, with youthful hopes beguiled. Swollen with success, and of a daring mind. This new invention fatally designed. My friends, said he, since fortune shows the way, 'tis fit we should the auspicious guide obey. For what has she these Grecian arms bestowed? But their destruction, and the Trojans' good? Then change we shields, and their devices bear. Let fraud supply the want of force in war. They find us arms. This said, himself he dressed in dead Androgeos' spoils, his upper vest, his painted buckler, and his plumy crest. 2. Post hos in sinem, serpentibus hydram. Lib 7. Lines 655 to 658. Next Aventinus drives his chariot round the Latian plains, with palms and laurels crowned. Proud of his steeds, he smokes along the field. His father's hydra fills his ample shield. 100 serpents hiss about the brims. The son of Hercules he justly seems, by his broad shoulders and gigantic limbs. 3. Sequitur pulcherimus aster, insignia paterni. Lib X, lines 180 to 188. Fair Aster follows in the Wattry field, proud of his manegged horse, and painted shield. Thou Muse, the name of Cinyras renew. And brave Cupavo followed but by few, whose helm confessed the lineage of the man, and bore, with wings displayed, a silver swan. Love was the fault of his famed ancestry, whose forms and fortunes in his ensigns fly. Herodotus. 1. Silo, section 171. Kappa alpha sigma phi iota tau rho iota xi xi upsilon rho mu alpha tau alpha gamma nu epsilon tau omicron, tau sigma eta mu alpha pi omicron iota epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. And to them is allowed the invention of 3 things, which have come into use among the Greeks, for the Carians seem to be the first who put crests upon their helmets and sculptured devices upon their shields. 2. Calliope, section 74. Delta tau epsilon rho omicron tau nu lambda gamma omega nu, pi omicron eta mu omicron nu gamma kappa upsilon rho alpha nu. Those who deny this statement assert that he, Sop Haines, bear on his shield, as a device, an anchor. Tacitus. The Annals. Lib 1. 1. Tum redire politim, inseds referunt. Cap 28. They relinquished the guard of the gates, and the eagles and other ensigns, which in the beginning of the tumult they had thrown together, were now restored each to its distinct station. Potter in his Antiquities of Greece, Dunbar's edition, Edinburgh, 1824, Volume 2. Page 79, thus speaks of the ensigns or flags, sigma eta mu epsilon alpha, used by the Grecians in their military affairs. Of these there were different sorts, several of which were adorned with images of animals, or other things bearing peculiar relations to the cities they belonged to. The Athenians, for instance, bore an owl in their ensigns, Plutarchus Lysandro, as being sacred to Minerva, the protectress of their city. The Thebans a Sphnx, Edom Pelopidas, Cornelius Nepos, Epaminondas, in memory of the famous monster overcome by Oedipus. The Persians paid divine honors to the sun, and therefore represented him in their ensigns, Curtius, Lib 3. Again, in page 150, speaking of the ornaments and devices on their ships, he says, some other things there are in the prow and stern that deserve our notice, as those ornaments wherewith the extremities of the ship were beautified. Commonly called kappa rho omicron nu epsilon alpha, or nu epsilon nu kappa omicron rho omega nu delta epsilon, in Latin, corymbi. The form of them sometimes represented helmets, sometimes living creatures, but most frequently was winded into a round compass, whence they are so commonly named corymbi and coroni. To the kappa rho omicron sigma tau lambda iota alpha in the prow, answered the phi gamma alpha sigma tau alpha in the stern, which were often of an orbicular figure, or fashioned like wings, to which a little shield called sigma pi iota delta epsilon omicron nu, or sigma pi iota delta sigma kappa eta, was frequently affixed. Sometimes a piece of wood was erected, whereon ribbons of diverse colors were hung, and served instead of a flag to distinguish the ship. Chi Eta Nu Sigma Kappa Omicron was so called from Chi Nu, a goose, whose figure it resembled, because geese were looked on as fortunate omens to mariners, for that they swim on the top of the waters and sink not. Pi Alpha Rho Sigma Eta Mu Omicron Nu was the flag whereby ships were distinguished from one another. It was placed in the prow, just below the Sigma Tau Lambda Omicron, being sometimes carved, and frequently painted, whence it is in Latin termed pictura, representing the form of a mountain, a tree, a flower, or any other thing. Wherein it was distinguished from what was called tutela, or the safeguard of the ship, which always represented some one of the gods, to whose care and protection the ship was recommended. For which reason it was held sacred. Now and then we find the tutela taken for the Pi Alpha Rho Sigma Eta Mu Omicron Nu, and perhaps sometimes the images of gods might be represented on the flags. By some it is placed also in the prow, but by most authors of credit assigned to the stern. Thus Ovid in his epistle to Paris. Accipit e depictos puppis adunca deos. The stern with painted deities richly shines. The ship wherein Europa was conveyed from Phoenicia into Crete had a bull for its flag, and Jupiter for its tutelary deity. The Boeotian ships had for their tutelar god Cadmus, represented with a dragon in his hand, because he was the founder of Thebes, the principal city of Boeotia. The name of the ship was usually taken from the flag, as appears in the following passage of Ovid, where he tells us his ship received its name from the helmet painted upon it. Est mihi, sitque, precer, flavi tutela Minervae. Navis edi a picta caside nomen habet. Minerva is the goddess I adore. And may she grant the blessings I implore. The ship its name a painted helmet gives. Hence comes the frequent mention of ships called Pegasi, Scilli, bulls, rams, tigers, and which the poets took liberty to represent as living creatures that transported their riders from one country to another. Nor was there, according to some, any other ground for those known fictions of Pegasus, the winged Bellerophon, or the ram which is reported to have carried Phrixus to Colchos. To quote another very learned author, the system of hieroglyphics, or symbols, was adopted into every mysterious institution, for the purpose of concealing the most sublime secrets of religion from the prying curiosity of the vulgar, to whom nothing was exposed but the beauties of their morality. See Ramses' Travels of Cyrus, Lib 3. The old Asiatic style, so highly figurative, seems, by what we find of its remains in the prophetic language of the sacred writers, to have been evidently fashioned to the mode of the ancient hieroglyphics. For as in hieroglyphic writing the sun, moon, and stars were used to represent states and empires, kings, queens, and nobility, their eclipse and extinction, temporary disasters, or entire overthrow, fire and flood, desolation by war and famine. Plants or animals, the qualities of particular persons, and, so, in like manner, the holy prophets call kings and empires by the names of the heavenly luminaries, their misfortunes and overthrow are represented by eclipses and extinction. Stars falling from the firmament are employed to denote the destruction of the nobility, thunder and tempestuous winds, hostile invasions, lions, bears, leopards, goats or high trees, leaders of armies, conquerors, and founders of empires. Royal dignity is described by purple, or a crown, iniquity by spotted garments, a warrior by a sword or bow, a powerful man, by a gigantic stature. A judge by balance, weights, and measures. In a word, the prophetic style seems to be a speaking hieroglyphic. It seems to me, however, that the whole of these are no more than symbolism, though they are undoubtedly symbolism of a high and methodical order, little removed from our own armory. Personally I do not consider them to be armory, but if the word is to be stretched to the utmost latitude to permit of their inclusion, one certain conclusion follows. That if the heraldry of that day had an orderly existence, it most certainly came absolutely to an end and disappeared. Armory as we know it, the armory of today, which as a system is traced back to the period of the Crusades, is no mere continuation by adoption. It is a distinct development and a redevelopment ab initio. Undoubtedly there is a period in the early development of European civilization which is destitute alike of armory, or of anything of that nature. The civilization of Europe is not the civilization of Egypt, of Greece, or of Rome, nor a continuation thereof, but a new development. And though each of these in its turn attained a high degree of civilization and may have separately developed a heraldic symbolism much akin to armory, as a natural consequence of its own development. As the armory we know is a development of its own consequent upon the rise of our own civilization, nevertheless it is unjustifiable to attempt to establish continuity between the ordered symbolism of earlier but distinct civilizations and our own present system of armory. The one and only civilization which has preserved its continuity is that of the Jewish race. In spite of persecution, the Jews have preserved unchanged the minutest details of ritual law and ceremony, the causes of their suffering. Had heraldry, which is and has always been a matter of pride, formed a part of their distinctive life, we should find it still existing. Yet the fact remains that no trace of Jewish heraldry can be found until modern times. Consequently, I accept unquestioningly the conclusions of the late J.R. Planch, Somerset Herald, who unhesitatingly asserted that armory did not exist at the time of the conquest, basing his conclusions principally upon the entire absence of armory from the seals of that period, and the Bayeux Tapestry. Figure 1. Kikunan Hanuman. State Mon of Japan. Figure 2. Kiri Mon. Mon of the Mikado. Figure 3. Awoi Mon. Mon of the House of Minamoto Tokugawa. Figure 4. Mon of the House of Minamoto Ashikaya. Figure 5. Tomoe. Mon of the House of Arena. The family tokens, Mon, of the Japanese, however, fulfill very nearly all of the essentials of armory, although considered heraldically they may appear somewhat peculiar to European eyes. Though perhaps never forming the entire decoration of a shield, they do appear upon weapons and armor, and are used most lavishly in the decoration of clothing, rooms, furniture, and in fact almost every conceivable object. Being employed for decorative purposes in precisely the same manners and methods that armorial devices are decoratively made use of in this country. A Japanese of the upper classes always has his mon in 3 places upon his kimono, usually at the back just below the collar and on either sleeve. The Japanese servants also wear their service badge in much the same manner that in olden days the badge was worn by the servants of a nobleman. The design of the service badge occupies the whole available surface of the back, and is reproduced in a miniature form on each lapel of the kimono. Unfortunately, like armorial bearings in Europe, but to a far greater extent, the Japanese mon has been greatly pirated and abused. Fig. 1. Kikunan Hanuman, formed from the conventionalized bloom, hana, of the chrysanthemum, is the mon of the state. It is formed of 16 petals arranged in a circle, and connected on the outer edge by small curves. Fig. 2. Kirimon, is the personal mon of the Mikado, formed of the leaves and flower of the Polona imperialis, conventionally treated. Figure 3. Awoimon, is the mon of the House of Minamoto Tokugawa, and is composed of 3 sea leaves, asarum. The Tokugawa reigned over the country as shogun from 1603 until the last revolution in 1867, before which time the emperor, the Mikado, was only nominally the ruler. Fig. 4 shows the mon of the House of Minamoto Ashikaya, which from 1336 until 1573 enjoyed the shogunate. Figure 5 shows the second mon of the House of Arena, Toimote, which is used, however, throughout Japan as a sign of luck. Figure 6. Double eagle on a coin, drachma, under the orthogide of Kaifa Nakr-Eden Mahmud, 1217. Figure 7. Device of the Mamluk Emir Toka Timur, governor of Rahaba, 1350. Figure 8. Lily on the Bab al-Hadid gate at Damascus. Figure 9. Device of the Emir Archite, a band between 2 keys. Figure 10. Device of the Mamluk Emir Sheku. Figure 11. Device of Abu Abdullah, Muhammad ibn Nakr, king of Granada, said to be the builder of the Alhambra, 1231 to 1272. The Saracens and the Moors, to whom we owe the origin of so many of our recognized heraldic charges and the derivation of some of our terms, e.g. gules, from the Persian gul, and azure, from the Persian lazard, had evidently on their part something more than the rudiments of armory, as figures 6 to 11 will indicate. One of the best definitions of a coat of arms that I know, though this is not perfect, requires the twofold qualification that the design must be hereditary and must be connected with armor. And there can be no doubt that the theory of armory as we now know it is governed by those two ideas. The shields and the crests, if any decoration of a helmet is to be called a crest, of the Greeks and the Romans undoubtedly come within the one requirement. Also were they indicative of and perhaps intended to be symbolical of the owner. They lacked, however, heredity, and we have no proof that the badges we read of, or the decorations of shield and helmet, were continuous even during a single lifetime. Certainly as we now understand the term there must be both continuity of use, if the arms be impersonal, or heredity if the arms be personal. Likewise must there be their use as decorations of the implements of warfare. If we exact these qualifications as essential, armory as a fact and as a science is a product of later days. And is the evolution from the idea of tribal badges and tribal means and methods of honor applied to the decoration of implements of warfare. It is the conjunction and association of these two distinct ideas to which is added the no less important idea of heredity. The civilization of England before the conquest has left us no trace of any sort or kind that the Saxons, the Danes, or the Celts either knew or practiced armory. So that if armory as we know it is to be traced to the period of the Norman conquest, we must look for it as an adjunct of the altered civilization and the altered law which Duke William brought into this country. Such evidence as exists is to the contrary, and there is nothing that can be truly termed armorial in that marvelous piece of contemporaneous workmanship known as the Bayeux Tapestry. Concerning the Bayeux Tapestry and the evidence it affords, Woodward and Burnet's Treatise on Heraldry, apparently following Planche's conclusions, remarks, the evidence afforded by the famous tapestry preserved in the public library of Bayeux. A series of views in sewed work representing the invasion and conquest of England by William the Norman, has been appealed to on both sides of this controversy, and has certainly an important bearing on the question of the antiquity of coat armor. This panorama of 72 scenes is on probable grounds believed to have been the work of the conqueror's Queen Matilda and her maidens, though the French historian Thierry and others ascribe it to the Empress Maud, daughter of Henry III. The latest authorities suggest the likelihood of its having been wrought as a decoration for the Cathedral of Bayeux, when rebuilt by William's uterine brother Odo, bishop of that see, in 1077. The exact correspondence which has been discovered between the length of the tapestry and the inner circumference of the nave of the cathedral greatly favors this supposition. This remarkable work of art, as carefully drawn in color in 1818 by Mr. C. Stothard, is reproduced in the 6th volume of the Vetusta Monumenta, and more recently an excellent copy of it from autotype plates has been published by the Arundel Society. Each of its scenes is accompanied by a Latin description, the whole uniting into a graphic history of the event commemorated. We see Harold taking leave of Edward the Confessor, riding to Bochum with his hawk and hounds, embarking for France. Landing there and being captured by the Count of Ponthieu, redeemed by William of Normandy, and in the midst of his court aiding him against Conan, Count of Bretagne. Swearing on the sacred relics to recognize William's claim of succession to the English throne, and then re-embarking for England. On his return, we have him recounting the incidents of his journey to Edward the Confessor, to whose funeral obsequies we are next introduced. Then we have Harold receiving the crown from the English people, and ascending the throne. And William, apprised of what had taken place, consulting with his half-brother Odo about invading England. The war preparations of the Normans, their embarkation, their landing, their march to Hastings, and formation of a camp there, form the subjects of successive scenes. And finally we have the Battle of Hastings, with the death of Harold and the flight of the English. In this remarkable piece of work we have figures of more than 600 persons, and 700 animals, besides 37 buildings, and 41 ships or boats. There are of course also numerous shields of warriors, of which some are round, others kite-shaped, and on some of the latter are rude figures, of dragons or other imaginary animals, as well as crosses of different forms, and spots. On one hand it requires little imagination to find the cross petit and the cross botany of heraldry prefigured on two of these shields. But there are several fatal objections to regarding these figures as incipient armory, namely that while the most prominent persons of the time are depicted, most of them repeatedly, none of these is ever represented twice as bearing the same device, nor is there one instance of any resemblance in the rude designs described to the bearings actually used by the descendants of the persons in question. If a personage so important and so often depicted as the conqueror had borne arms, they could not fail to have had a place in a nearly contemporary work, and more especially if it proceeded from the needle of his wife. Lower, in his Curiosities of Heraldry, clinches the argument when he writes, "Nothing but disappointment awaits the curious armorist who seeks in this venerable memorial the pale, the bend, and other early elements of arms." As these would have been much more easily imitated with the needle than the grotesque figures before alluded to, we may safely conclude that personal arms had not yet been introduced. The treatise on heraldry proceeds, "The Second Crusade took place in 1147, and in Montfaucon's plates of the no longer extant windows of the Abbey of St. Denis, representing that historical episode, there is not a trace of an armorial ensign on any of the shields. That window was probably executed at a date when the memory of that event was fresh. But in Montfaucon's time, the beginning of the 18th century, the science héroïque was matter of such moment in France that it is not to be believed that the armorial figures on the shields, had there been any, would have been left out. Surely, if anywhere, we might have expected to have found evidence of armory, if it had then existed, in the Bayeux tapestry. Neither do the seals nor the coins of the period produce a shield of arms. Nor amongst the host of records and documents which have been preserved to us do we find any reference to armorial bearings. The intense value and estimation attached to arms in the 14th and 15th centuries, which has steadily though slowly declined since that period, would lead one to suppose that had arms existed as we know them at an earlier period, we should have found some definite record of them in the older chronicles. There are no such references, and no coat of arms in use at a later date can be relegated to the Conquest or any anterior period. Of arms, as we know them, there are isolated examples in the early part of the 12th century, perhaps also at the end of the 11th. At the period of the Third Crusade, 1189, they were in actual existence as hereditary decorations of weapons of warfare. Luckily, for the purposes of deductive reasoning, human nature remains much the same throughout the ages, and, dislike it as we may, vanity now and vanity in olden days was a great lever in the determination of human actions. A noticeable result of civilization is the effort to suppress any sign of natural emotion. And if the human race at the present day is not unmoved by a desire to render its appearance attractive, we may rest very certainly assured that in the 12th and 13th centuries this motive was even more pronounced. And still yet more pronounced at a more remote distance of time. Given an opportunity of ornament, there you will find ornament and decoration. The ancient Britons, like the Maoris of today, found their opportunities restricted to their skins. The Maoris tattoo themselves in intricate patterns, the ancient Britons used woad, though history is silent as to whether they were content with flat color or gave their preference to patterns. It is unnecessary to trace the art of decoration through embroidery upon clothes, but there is no doubt that as soon as shields came into use they were painted and decorated. Though I hesitate to follow practically the whole of heraldic writers in the statement that it was the necessity for distinction in battle which accounted for the decoration of shields. Shields were painted and decorated, and helmets were adorned with all sorts of ornament, long before the closed helmet made it impossible to recognize a man by his facial peculiarities and distinctions. We have then this underlying principle of vanity, with its concomitant result of personal decoration and adornment. We have the relics of savagery which caused a man to be nicknamed from some animal. The conjunction of the two produces the effort to apply the opportunity for decoration and the vanity of the animal nickname to each other. We are fast approaching armory. In those days every man fought, and his weapons were the most cherished of his personal possessions. The sword his father fought with, the shield his father carried, the banner his father followed would naturally be amongst the articles a son would be most eager to possess. Herein are the rudiments of the idea of heredity in armory. And the science of armory as we know it begins to slowly evolve itself from that point, for the son would naturally take a pride in upholding the fame which had clustered round the pictured signs and emblems under which his father had warred. Another element then appeared which exercised a vast influence upon armory. Europe rang from end to end with the call to the Crusades. We may or we may not understand the fanaticism which gripped the whole of the Christian world and sent it forth to fight the Saracens. That has little to do with it. The result was the collection together in a comparatively restricted space of all that was best and noblest amongst the human race at that time. And the spirit of emulation caused nation to vie with nation, and individual with individual in the performance of illustrious feats of honor. War was elevated to the dignity of a sacred duty, and the implements of warfare rose in estimation. It is easy to understand the glory therefore that attached to arms, and the slow evolution which I have been endeavoring to indicate became a concrete fact. And it is due to the Crusades that the origin of armory as we now know it was practically coeval throughout Europe, and also that a large proportion of the charges and terms and rules of heraldry are identical in all European countries. The next dominating influence was the introduction, in the early part of the 13th century, of the closed helmet. This hid the face of the wearer from his followers and necessitated some means by which the latter could identify the man under whom they served. What more natural than that they should identify him by the decoration of his shield and the ornaments of his helmet, and by the coat or surcoat which he wore over his coat of mail. This surcoat had afforded another opportunity of decoration, and it had been decorated with the same signs that the wearer had painted on his shield, hence the term, coat of arms. This textile coat was in itself a product of the Crusades. The Crusaders went in their metal armor from the cooler atmospheres of Europe to the intolerable heat of the East. The surcoat and the lambrequin alike protected the metal armor and the metal helmet from the rays of the sun and the resulting discomfort to the wearer, and were also found very effective as a preventative of the rust resulting from rain and damp upon the metal. By the time that the closed helmet had developed the necessity of distinction and the identification of a man with the pictured signs he wore or carried, the evolution of armory into the science we know was practically complete. Chapter 2. The status and the meaning of a coat of arms in Great Britain. It would be foolish and misleading to assert that the possession of a coat of arms at the present date has anything approaching the dignity which attached to it in the days of long ago. But one must trace this through the centuries which have passed in order to form a true estimate of it, and also to properly appreciate a coat of arms at the present time. It is necessary to go back to the Norman conquest and the broad dividing lines of social life in order to obtain a correct knowledge. The Saxons had no armory, though they had a very perfect civilization. This civilization William the Conqueror upset, introducing in its place the system of feudal tenure with which he had been familiar on the continent. Briefly, this feudal system may be described as the partition of the land amongst the barons, earls, and others, in return for which, according to the land they held, they accepted a liability of military service for themselves and so many followers. These barons and earls in their turn sublet the land on terms advantageous to themselves, but nevertheless requiring from those to whom they sublet the same military service which the king had exacted from themselves proportionate with the extent of the sublet lands. Other subdivisions took place, but always with the same liability of military service, until we come to those actually holding and using the lands, enjoying them subject to the liability of military service attached to those particular lands. Every man who held land under these conditions, and it was impossible to hold land without them, was of the upper class. He was nobilis or known, and of a rank distinct, apart, and absolutely separate from the remainder of the population, who were at one time actually serfs, and for long enough afterwards of no higher social position than they had enjoyed in their period of servitude. This wide distinction between the upper and lower classes, which existed from one end of Europe to the other, was the very root and foundation of armory. It cannot be too greatly insisted upon. There were two qualitative terms, gentle and simple, which were applied to the upper and lower classes respectively. Though now becoming archaic and obsolete, the terms gentle and simple are still occasionally to be met with used in that original sense. And the two adjectives gentle and simple, in the everyday meanings of the words, are derived from, and are a later growth from the original usage with the meaning of the upper and lower classes. Because the quality of being gentle was supposed to exist in that class of life referred to as gentle, whilst the quality of simplicity was supposed to be an attribute of the lower class. The word gentle is derived from the Latin word gens, gentiles, meaning a man, because those were men who were not serfs. Serfs and slaves were nothing accounted of. The word gentleman is a derivative of the word gentle, and a gentleman was a member of the gentle or upper class, and gentle qualities were so termed because they were the qualities supposed to belong to the gentle class. A man was not a gentleman, even in those days, because he happened to possess personal qualities usually associated with the gentle class. A man was a gentleman if he belonged to the gentle or upper class and not otherwise, so that gentleman was an identical term for one to whom the word nobilis was applied, both being names for members of the upper class. To all intents and purposes at that date there was no middle class at all. The kingdom was the land, and the trading community who dwelt in the towns were of little account save as milch kine for the purposes of taxation. The social position conceded to them by the upper class was little, if any, more than was conceded to the lower classes, whose life and liberties were held very cheaply. Briefly to sum up, therefore, there were but the two classes in existence, of which the upper class were those who held the land, who had military obligations, and who were noble, or in other words gentle. Therefore all who held land were gentlemen. Because they held land they had to lead their servants and followers into battle, and they themselves were personally responsible for the appearance of so many followers, when the king summoned them to war. Now we have seen in the previous chapter that arms became necessary to the leader that his followers might distinguish him in battle. Consequently all who held land having, because of that land, to be responsible for followers in battle, found it necessary to use arms. The corollary is therefore evident, that all who held lands of the king were gentlemen or noble, and used arms. And as a consequence all who possessed arms were gentlemen, for they would not need or use arms, nor was there armor of a character upon which they could display arms, unless they were leaders. The leaders, we have seen, were the landowning or upper class, therefore every one who had arms was a gentleman, and every gentleman had arms. But the status of gentleman existed before there were coats of arms, and the later inseparable connection between the two was an evolution. The preposterous prostitution of the word gentleman in these latter days is due to the almost universal attribute of human nature which declines to admit itself as of other than gentle rank. And in the eager desire to write itself gentleman, it has deliberately accepted and ordained a meaning to the word which it did not formerly possess. And has attributed to it and allowed it only such a definition as would enable almost anybody to be included within its ranks. The word gentleman nowadays has become meaningless as a word in an ordinary vocabulary, and to use the word with its original and true meaning, it is necessary to now consider it as purely a technical term. We are so accustomed to employ the word nowadays in its unrestricted usage that we are apt to overlook the fact that such a usage is comparatively modern. The following extract from The Right to Bear Arms will prove that its real meaning was understood and was decided by law so late as the 17th century to be a man entitled to bear arms. The following case in the Earl Marshal's court, which hung upon the definition of the word, conclusively proves my contention. November 21, 1637. W. Baker, Gent, humbly sheweth that having some occasion of conference with Adam Spencer of Broughton under the Bleen, Company Cant. On or about July 28 last, the said Adam did in most base and opprobrious terms abuse your petitioner, calling him a base, lying fellow, and the defendant pleaded that Baker is no gentleman, and so not capable of redress in this court. Le Neve, Clarenceuse, is directed to examine the point raised, and having done so, declared as touching the gentry of William Baker, that Robert Cook, Clarenceuse King of Arms, did make a declaration May 10, 1573, under his hand and seal of office. That George Baker of London, son of J. Baker of the same place, son of Simon Baker of Feversham, Company Cant, was a bearer of tokens of honour, and did allow and confirm to the said George Baker and to his posterity, and to the posterity of Christopher Baker, these arms, and further, Lineage has received proof that the petitioner, William Baker, is the son of William Baker of Kingsdown, Company Cant, who was the brother of George Baker, and son of Christopher aforesaid. The judgment is not stated. The original confirmation of arms by Cook, May 10, 1573, may now be seen in the British Museum. Genealogist for 1889, page 242. It has been shown that originally practically all who held land bore arms. It has also been shown that armory was an evolution, and as a consequence it did not start, in this country at any rate, as a ready-made science with all its rules and laws completely known or promulgated. There is not the slightest doubt that, in the earliest infancy of the science, arms were assumed and chosen without the control of the crown. And one would not be far wrong in assuming that, so long as the rights accruing from prior appropriation of other people were respected, a landowner finding the necessity of arms in battle, was originally at liberty to assume what arms he liked. That period, however, was of but brief duration, for we find as early as 1390, from the celebrated Scrope and Grosvenor case, 1, that a man could have obtained at that time a definite right to his arms. 2, that this right could be enforced against another, and we find, what is more important, 3, that the crown and the sovereign had supreme control and jurisdiction over arms, and, 4, that the sovereign could and did grant arms. From that date down to the present time the crown, both by its own direct action and by the action of the kings of arms to whom it delegates powers for the purpose, in letters patent under the Great Seal, specifically issued to each separate king of arms upon his appointment, has continued to grant armorial bearings. Some number of early grants of arms direct from the crown have been printed in the Genealogical Magazine, and some of the earliest distinctly recite that the recipients are made noble and created gentlemen, and that the arms are given them as the sign of their nobility. The class of persons to whom grants of arms were made in the earliest days of such instruments is much the same as the class which obtain grants of arms at the present day, and the successful trader or merchant is now at liberty, as he was in the reign of Henry VIII. And earlier, to raise himself to the rank of a gentleman by obtaining a grant of arms. A family must make its start at some time or other, let this start be made honestly, and not by the appropriation of the arms of some other man. The illegal assumption of arms began at an early date, and in spite of the efforts of the crown, which have been more or less continuous and repeated, it has been found that the use of other people's arms has continued. In the reign of Henry V, a very stringent proclamation was issued on the subject. And in the reigns of Queen Elizabeth and her successors, the kings of arms were commanded to make perambulations throughout the country for the purpose of pulling down and defacing improper arms, of recording arms properly borne by authority, and of compelling those who used arms without authority to obtain authority for them or discontinue their use. These perambulations were termed visitations. The subject of visitations, and in fact the whole subject of the right to bear arms, is dealt with at length in the book to which reference has been already made, namely, the right to bear arms. The glory of a descent from a long line of armigerous ancestors, the glory and the pride of race inseparably interwoven with the inheritance of a name which has been famous in history. The fact that some arms have been designed to commemorate heroic achievements, the fact that the display of a particular coat of arms has been the method, which society has countenanced, of advertising to the world that one is of the upper class or a descendant of some ancestor who performed some glorious deed to which the arms have reference. The fact that arms themselves are the very sign of a particular descent or of a particular rank, have all tended to cause a false and fictitious value to be placed upon all these pictured emblems which as a whole they have never possessed, and which I believe they were never intended to possess. It is because they were the prerogative and the sign of aristocracy that they have been coveted so greatly, and consequently so often assumed improperly. Now aristocracy and social position are largely a matter of personal assertion. A man assumes and asserts for himself a certain position, which position is gradually and imperceptibly but continuously increased and elevated as its assertion is reiterated. There is no particular moment in a man's life at the present time, the era of the great middle class, at which he visibly steps from a plebeian to a patrician standing. And when he has fought and talked the world into conceding him a recognized position in the upper classes, he naturally tries to obliterate the fact that he or his people were ever of any other social position. And he hesitates to perpetually date his elevation to the rank of gentility by obtaining a grant of arms and thereby admitting that before that date he and his people were plebeian. Consequently he waits until some circumstance compels an application for a grant. And the consequence is that he thereby postdates his actual technical gentility to a period long subsequent to the recognition by society of his position in the upper classes. Arms are the sign of the technical rank of gentility. The possession of arms is a matter of hereditary privilege, which privilege the crown is willing should be obtained upon certain terms by any who care to possess it, who live according to the style and custom which is usual amongst gentle people. And so long as the possession of arms is a matter of privilege, even though this privilege is no greater than is consequent upon payment of certain fees to the crown and its officers. For so long will that privilege possess a certain prestige and value, though this may not be very great. Arms have never possessed any greater value than attaches to a matter of privilege. And, with singularly few exceptions, in every case, be it of a peer or baronet, of knight or of simple gentleman, this privilege has been obtained or has been regularized by the payment at some time or other of fees to the crown and its officers. And the only difference between arms granted and paid for yesterday and arms granted and paid for 500 years ago is the simple moral difference which attaches to the dates at which the payments were made. Gentility is merely hereditary rank, emanating, with all other rank, from the crown, the sole fountain of honor. It is idle to make the word carry a host of meanings it was never intended to. Arms being the sign of the technical rank of gentility, the use of arms is the advertisement of one's claim to that gentility. Arms mean nothing more. By coronet, supporters, and helmet can be indicated one's place in the scale of precedence. By adding arms for your wife you assert that she also is of gentle rank, your quarterings show the other gentle families you represent, difference marks will show your position in your own family, not a very important matter. Augmentations indicate the deeds of your ancestors which the sovereign thought worthy of being held in especial remembrance. By the use of a certain coat of arms, you assert your descent from the person to whom those arms were granted, confirmed, or allowed. That is the beginning and end of armory. Why seek to make it mean more? However heraldry is looked upon, it must be admitted that from its earliest infancy armory possessed two essential qualities. It was the definite sign of hereditary nobility and rank, and it was practically an integral part of warfare. But also from its earliest infancy it formed a means of decoration. It would be a rash statement to assert that armory has lost its actual military character even now, but it certainly possessed it undiminished so long as tournaments took place. For the armory of the tournament was of a much higher standard than the armory of the battlefield. Armory as an actual part of warfare existed as a means of decoration for the implements of warfare, and as such it certainly continues in some slight degree to the present day. Armory in that bygone age, although it existed as the symbol of the lowest hereditary rank, was worn and used in warfare, for purposes of pageantry, for the indication of ownership, for decorative purposes, for the needs of authenticity in seals, and for the purposes of memorials in records, pedigrees, and monuments. All those uses and purposes of armory can be traced back to a period coeval with that to which our certain knowledge of the existence of armory runs. Of all those usages and purposes, one only, that of the use of armorial bearings in actual battle, can be said to have come to an end, and even that not entirely so, the rest are still with us in actual and extensive existence. I am not versed in the minutiae of army matters or army history, but I think I am correct in saying that there was no such thing as a regular standing army or a national army until the reign of Henry VIII. Prior to that time the methods of the feudal system supplied the wants of the country. The actual troops were in the employment, not of the crown, but of the individual leaders. The sovereign called upon, and had the right to call upon, those leaders to provide troops, but as those troops were not in the direct employment of the crown, they wore the liveries and heraldic devices of their leaders. The leaders wore their own devices, originally for decorative reasons, and later that they might be distinguished by their particular followers, hence the actual use in battle in former days of private armorial bearings. And even yet the practice is not wholly extinguished, for the tartans of the Gordon and Cameron Highlanders are a relic of the usages of these former days. With the formation of a standing army, and the direct service of the troops to the crown, the liveries and badges of those who had formerly been responsible for the troops gave way to the liveries and badges of the crown. The uniform of the beefeaters is a good example of the method in which in the old days a servant wore the badge and livery of his lord. The beefeaters wear the scarlet livery of the sovereign, and wear the badge of the sovereign still. Many people will tell you, by the way, that the uniform of a beefeater is identical now with what it was in the days of Henry VIII. It isn't. In accordance with the strictest laws of armory, the badge, embroidered on the front and back of the tunic, has changed, and is now the triple badge, the rose, the thistle, and the shamrock, of the triple kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Every soldier who wears a scarlet coat, the livery of his sovereign, every regiment that carries its colors, every saddle-cloth with a royal emblem thereupon, is evidence that the use of armory in battle still exists in a small degree to the present day. But circumstances have altered. The troops no longer attack to the cry of "A Warwick! A Warwick!" They serve His Majesty the King and wear his livery and devices. They no longer carry the banner of their officer, whose servants and tenants they would formerly have been. The regiment cherishes instead the banner of the armorial bearings of His Majesty. Within the last few years, probably within the lifetime of all my readers, there has been striking evidence of the manner in which circumstances alter everything. The Zulu War put an end to the practice of taking the colors of a regiment into battle. The South African War saw khaki substituted universally for the scarlet livery of His Majesty. And to have found upon a South African battlefield the last remnant of the armorial practices of the days of chivalry, one would have needed, I am afraid, to examine the buttons of the troopers. Still the scarlet coat exists in the army on parade, the Life Guards wear the Royal Cross of St. George and the Star of the Garter, the Scots Greys have the Royal Salter of St. Andrew, and the Gordon Highlanders have the Gordon crest of the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, and there are many other similar instances. There is yet another point. The band of a regiment is maintained by the officers of the regiment, and at the present day in the Scottish regiments the pipers have attached to their pipes banners bearing the various personal armorial bearings of the officers of the regiment. So that perhaps one is justified in saying that the use of armorial bearings in warfare has not yet come to an end. The other ancient usages of armory exist now as they existed in the earliest times. So that it is foolish to contend that armory has ceased to exist, save as an interesting survival of the past. It is a living reality, more widely in use at the present day than ever before. Certainly the military side of armory has sunk in importance till it is now utterly overshadowed by the decorative, but the fact that armory still exists as the sign and adjunct of hereditary rank utterly forbids one to assert that armory is dead. And though this side of armory is also now partly overshadowed by its decorative use, armory must be admitted to be still alive whilst its laws can still be altered. When, if ever, rank is finally swept away, and when the crown ceases to grant arms, and people cease to use them, then armory will be dead, and can be treated as the study of a dead science. Chapter 3. The Heralds and Officers of Arms. The crown is the fountain of honor, having supreme control of coat armor. This control in all civilized countries is one of the appannages of sovereignty, but from an early period much of the actual control has been delegated to the heralds and kings of arms. The word herald is derived from the Anglo-Saxon, here, an army, and wald, strength or sway, though it has probably come to us from the German word herald. In the last years of the 12th century there appeared at festal gatherings persons mostly habited in richly colored clothing, who delivered invitations to the guests, and, side by side with the stewards, superintended the festivities. Many of them were minstrels, who, after tournaments or battle, extolled the deeds of the victors. These individuals were known in Germany as Garzonen. Originally every powerful leader had his own herald, and the dual character of minstrel and messenger led the herald to recount the deeds of his master, and, as a natural consequence, of his master's ancestors. In token of their office they wore the coats of arms of the leaders they served, and the original status of a herald was that of a non-combatant messenger. When tournaments came into vogue it was natural that someone should examine the arms of those taking part, and from this the duties of the herald came to include a knowledge of coat armor. As the sovereign assumed or arrogated the control of arms, the right to grant arms, and the right of judgment in disputes concerning arms. It was but the natural result that the personal heralds of the sovereign should be required to have a knowledge of the arms of his principal subjects, and should obtain something in the nature of a cognizance or control and jurisdiction over those arms. For doubtless the actions of the sovereign would often depend upon the knowledge of his heralds. The process of development in this country will be more easily understood when it is remembered that the Marshal or Earl Marshal was in former times, with the Lord High Constable, the first in military rank under the King, who usually led his army in person, and to the Marshal was deputed the ordering and arrangement of the various bodies of troops, regiments, bands of retainers, and which ordering was at first facilitated and at length entirely determined by the use of various pictorial ensigns, such as standards, banners, crests, cognizances, and badges. The due arrangement and knowledge of these various ensigns became first the necessary study and then the ordinary duty of these officers of the Marshal, and their possession of such knowledge, which soon in due course had to be written down and tabulated, secured to them an important part in medieval life. The result was that at an early period we find them employed in semi-diplomatic missions, such as carrying on negotiations between contending armies on the field, bearing declarations of war, challenges from one sovereign to another. Besides arranging the ceremonial not only of battles and tournaments, but also of coronations, royal baptisms, marriages, and funerals. From the fact that neither King of Arms nor Herald is mentioned as officiating in the celebrated Scrope and Grosvenor case, of which very full particulars have come down to us, it is evident that the control of arms had not passed either in fact or in theory from the Crown to the officers of arms at that date. Conrad Grunenberg, in his Wapenkodex, Roll of Arms, the date of which is 1483, gives a representation of a Helmschow, literally helmet show, here reproduced, Figure 12, which includes the figure of a herald. Long before that date, however, the position of a herald in England was well defined, for we find that on January 5, 1420, the king appointed William Bruges to be Garter King of Arms. It is usually considered in England that it would be found that in Germany armory reached its highest point of evolution. Certainly German heraldic art is in advance of our own. And it is curious to read in the latest and one of the best of German heraldic books that from the very earliest times heraldry was carried to a higher degree of perfection and thoroughness in England than elsewhere, and that it has maintained itself at the same level until the present day. In other countries, for the most part, heralds no longer have any existence but in name. The initial figure which appears at the commencement of Chapter 1 represents John Smirt, Garter King of Arms, and is taken from the grant of arms issued by him to the Tallow Chandlers' Company of London, which is dated September 24, 1456. Long before there was any College of Arms, the Marshal, afterwards the Earl Marshal, had been appointed. The Earl Marshal is now head of the College of Arms, and to him has been delegated the whole of the control both of armory and of the college, with the exception of that part which the Crown has retained in its own hands. After the Earl Marshal come the Kings of Arms, the Heralds of Arms, and the Pursuivants of Arms. Figure 12. Helmschow or Helmet Show. From Conrad Grunenberg's Wapenkodex zu München. End of 15th century. The title of King of Arms, or, as it was more anciently written, King of Heralds, was no doubt originally given to the chief or principal officer, who presided over the heralds of a kingdom, or some principal province, which heraldic writers formerly termed marches. Or else the title was conferred upon the officer of arms attendant upon some particular order of knighthood. Garter King of Arms, who is immediately attached to that illustrious order, is likewise Principal King of Arms, and these, although separate and distinct offices, are and have been always united in one person. Upon the revival and new modelling of the Order of the Bath, in the reign of George I, a King of Arms was created and attached to it, by the title of Bath King of Arms, and King George III. Upon the institution of the Hanoverian Guelphic Order of Knighthood, annexed to that order a King of Arms, by the appellation of Hanover. At the time of the creation of his office, Bath King of Arms was given Wales as his province, the intention being that he should rank with the others, granting arms in his own province, but he was not, nor was Hanover. Nor is the King of Arms of the Order of St. Michael and St. George, a member, as such, of the Corporation of the College of Arms. The members of that corporation considered that the gift of the province of Wales, the jurisdiction over which they had previously possessed, to Bath King was an infringement of their chartered privileges. The dispute was referred to the law officers of the Crown, whose opinion was in favour of the corporate body. Barry in his Encyclopaedia Heraldica further remarks, the Kings of Arms of the provincial territories have the titles of Clarenceaux and Norroy, the jurisdiction of the former extending over the south, east, and west parts of England, from the river Trent southwards, and that of the latter, the remaining part of the kingdom northward of that river. Kings of Arms have been likewise assigned other provinces over different kingdoms and dominions, and besides Ulster King of Arms for Ireland, and Lion King of Arms for Scotland, others were nominated for particular provinces abroad. When united to the Crown of England, such as Aquitaine, Anjou, and Guyenne, who were perhaps at their first creation intended only for the services of the places whose titles they bore. When the same should be entirely subdued to allegiance to the Crown of England, and who, till that time, might have had other provinces allotted to them either provisionally or temporarily, within the realm of England. There were also other Kings of Arms, denominated from the dukedoms or earldoms which our princes enjoyed before they came to the throne, as Lancaster, Gloucester, Richmond, and Leicester, the three first having marches, or provinces, and the latter a similar jurisdiction. Windsor, likewise, was a local title, but it is doubtful whether that officer was ever a King of Arms. Marquet also assumed that appellation, from his provincial jurisdiction over a territory so called. But although anciently there were at different periods several Kings of Arms in England, only two provincial Kings of Arms have, for some ages, been continued in office, viz. Clarenceaux and Norroy, whose provinces or marches are, as before observed, separated by the river Trent, the ancient limits of the escheators, when there are only two in the kingdom, and the jurisdiction of the wardens of the forests. Norroy is considered the most ancient title, being the only one in England taken from the local situation of his province, unless Marquet should be derived from the same cause. The title of Norroy was anciently written Norreis and Norreis, King of Arms of the people residing in the north. Garter being styled Roi de Anglois, of the people, and not d'Angleterre, of the kingdom, the inhabitants of the north being called Norreis, as we are informed by ancient historians. It appears that there was a King of Arms for the parts or people on the north of Trent as early as the reign of Edward I. From which, as Sir Henry Spelman observes, it may be inferred that the southern, eastern, and western parts had principal heralds, or Kings of Arms, although their titles at that early age cannot now be ascertained. Norroy had not the title of king till after the reign of Edward II. It was appropriated to a King of Heralds, expressly called Rex Norroy, Roi d'Armes del North, Rex Armorum del North, Rex de North, and Rex Norroy du North. And the term Roi Norreis likewise occurs in the Pell Rolls of the 22nd Edward III, but from that time till the 9th of Richard II. No farther mention is made of any such officer, from which it is probable a different person enjoyed the office by some other title during that interval, particularly as the office was actually executed by other Kings of Arms. Immediately after that period, John Utherlake, Marquet King of Arms, executed it in the 9th of Richard II, Richard del Brugh, Lancaster King of Arms, first Henry IV, and Ashwell, Boys, and Tyndall, successively Lancaster Kings of Arms, until the end of that monarch's reign. Edward IV. replaced this province under a king of arms, and revived the dormant title of Norroy. But in the Statute of Resumptions, made first Henry VII, a clause was inserted that the same should not extend to John More, otherwise Norroy, chief herald king of arms of the north parts of this realm of England, so appointed by King Edward IV. By his letters patent, bearing date July 9, in the 18th year of his reign. It has since continued without interruption. Falcon King of Arms seems the next who had the title of king conferred upon him, and was so named from one of the royal badges of King Edward III. And it was afterwards given to a herald and pursuivant, under princes who bore the falcon as a badge or cognizance, and it is difficult to ascertain whether this officer was considered a king, herald, or pursuivant. Froissart in 1395 calls Falcon only a herald, and in 1364 mentions this officer as a king of arms belonging to the King of England, but it is certain that in the 18th Richard II. There was a king of arms by that appellation, and so continued until the reign of Richard III, if not later, but at what particular period of time the officer was discontinued cannot be correctly ascertained. Windsor has been considered by some writers to have been the title of a king of arms, from an abbreviation in some old records, which might be otherwise translated. There is, however, amongst the protections in the Tower of London, one granted in the 49th Edward III. To Stephen de Windsor, Heraldo Armorum Rege Dicto, which seems to favour the conjecture, and other records might be quoted for and against this supposition, which might have arisen through mistake in the entries, as they contradict one another. Marquet seems the next in point of antiquity of creation, but although Sir Henry Spelman says that King Edward IV, descended from the Earls of Marquet, promoted Marquet Herald to be a king of arms, giving him, perhaps, the marches for his province, it is pretty clearly ascertained that it was of a more early date. From the express mention of March Rex Heraldorum and March Rex Heraldus in records of the time of Richard II. Though it may be possible that it was then only a nominal title, and did not become a real one till the reign of Edward IV, as mentioned by Spelman. Lancaster King of Arms was, as the same author informs us, so created by Henry IV. In relation to his own descent from the Lancastrian family, and the county of Lancaster assigned to him as his province. But Edmondson contends, that that monarch superadded the title of Lancaster to that of Norroy, or King of the North, having, as it may be reasonably conjectured, given this province north of Trent, within which district Lancaster was situated. To him who had been formerly his officer of arms, by the title of that dukedom, and who might, according to custom, in some instances of former ages, retain his former title and surname of heraldship. Styling himself Lancaster Roy d'Armes del North. Leicester King of Arms was a title similar to that of Lancaster, and likewise a creation to the same sovereign, Henry IV, who was also Earl of Leicester before he assumed the crown, and was given to a person who was before that time a herald. It appears that Henry Green was Leicester Herald, 9th King Richard II, and in the 13th of the same reign is called a herald of the Duke of Guyenne and Lancaster, but prior to the coronation of Henry IV. He was certainly a king of heralds, and so styled in a privy seal dated antecedent to that ceremony. A similar instrument of the 10th year of that monarch's reign also mentions Henry Green, otherwise Leicester King of Arms. As it is evident that, during the reign of Henry IV, Lancaster King of Arms has under that title the province of the North, Mr. Edmondson, with good reason, supposes that the southern province, or part of that which is now under Clarenceaux, might at that time be under this Leicester, especially as the title of Clarenceaux was not in being till after the 3rd of Henry V. When, or soon after, the title of Leicester might have become extinct by the death of that officer, for although Leicester King of Arms went over into France with Henry V. in the 3rd year of his reign, yet he is not mentioned in the constitutions made by the heralds at Rhone in the year 1419-20. Clarenceaux, the next king of arms in point of creation, is a title generally supposed to have been taken from Clare, in Suffolk, the castle at that place being the principal residence of the ancient Earls of Hereford, who were, from thence, though very improperly, called Earls of Clare, in the same manner as the Earls of Pembroke were often named Earls of Striguil and Chepstow. The Earl of Hampshire, Earl of Winchester, the Earl of Derby, Earl of Tutbury, the Earl of Sussex, Earl of Chichester, and King Edward III. Created his third son Lionel Duke of Clarence, instead of the monosyllable Clare, from his marriage with the granddaughter of the late Earl, but Lionel dying without issue male, Henry IV. Created his younger son Thomas Duke of Clarence, who being slain without issue 9th of Henry V, the honour remained in the crown, until King Edward IV conferred it upon his own brother. Mr. Sandford tells us that Clarence is the country about the town, castle, and honour of Clare, from which duchy the name of Clarence's King of Arms is derived. Spellman, however, contends that it is a mistake in attributing the institution of Clarence's to King Edward IV. After the honour of Clarence devolved as an escheat to the crown upon the untimely death of his brother George, as he found William Horsley called by this title in the reign of Henry V, and also Roger Lygh under King Henry VI. And it is conjectured that the office of Clarence's King of Arms is not more ancient than the reign of Edward III. Gloucester Herald, frequently mentioned by historians, was originally the herald of the great Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, of whom mention is made upon record in the 10th of Henry VI, and Richard, brother to Edward IV, who was created Duke of Gloucester, is said to have had a herald by that title during the reign of his brother, and who was attendant as such at the funeral of that monarch. In a manuscript in the Ashmolean collection, it is stated that Richard Champney attended as Gloucester King of Arms at the coronation of Richard III. Upon the July 7 following his usurpation of the crown. But it appears by more authentic record that this Richard Champney was, by the style and title of Herald of Arms, on the September 18, in the first year of his usurpation, by patent created a King of Arms and principal herald of the parts of Wales, by the style and title of Gloucester, giving him license and authority to execute all and singular that by law or custom in former times belonged to the office of King of Arms. It is supposed that the office ceased upon his death, which in all probability took place before that of the usurper. Richmond King of Arms. A herald called Richmond is frequently mentioned, as well belonging to the crown as of the nobility. But the records of the reign of King Henry VII, who had before his elevation to the throne been Earl of Richmond, contain many entries of Richmond King of Arms. But although somewhat vague in the description, sufficiently bear out the conjecture that Henry VII, previous to his coronation, created a new King of Arms by the title of Richmond, although no regular patent of creation has ever been found. Sir Henry Spellman informs us that, in addition to the two Kings of Arms for the two heraldic provinces bounded north and south by the river Trent, there were also two provincial kings for the dominions of our sovereign in France, styled Guienne and Agincourt, omitting Aquitaine and Anjou, which were certainly in being at the same time, and another for Ireland by that name, altered by King Edward VI. into Ulster. Ireland King of Arms first occurs upon record 6th Richard II, anno 1482, mentioned by Froissart, where he is called Chandos le Roi d'Ireland. A regular succession of officers, by the title of Ireland King of Arms, continued from that time till the reign of King Edward IV, but from the death of that monarch till the creation of Ulster by Edward VI. It is uncertain whether the title existed, or what became of the office. Edward VI. altered the title of Ireland King of Arms into that of Ulster, or rather considered it as a new institution, from the words of his journal, February 2. There was a King of Arms made for Ireland, whose name was Ulster, and his province was all Ireland, and he was the fourth King of Arms, and the first herald of Ireland. The patent passed under the Great Seal of England. Guienne, a part of Aquitaine, in France, a province belonging to the British Crown, gave title not only to a King of Arms, but to a herald likewise, and Sir Henry Spellman dates its creation in the time of Edward I. Although it is somewhat doubtful, and thought to be in the reign of Edward III. Guienne herald appears upon record during the reign of Henry VI. And though Kings of Arms were frequently styled heralds in old records, it is more than probable both offices were in existence at the same time. From the time of Edward IV. No such officers belonging to the Crown of England seem to have been continued, and it is doubtful whether they ever held in constant succession from their first creation. Aquitaine, which included what were afterwards called Guyenne, Xantoine, Gascogne, and some islands, gave title to a king of heralds as early as the reign of Edward III. And it is conjectured to have been an officer belonging to the Black Prince, who had the principality of Aquitaine given to him by his father, but although this officer is mentioned in the reign of Richard II. and III of Henry V. No record occurs after the latter period. Agincourt was also a title conferred upon a herald, in memory of that signal victory, and lands were granted to him for life, 6th Henry V, as mentioned by Sir Henry Spelman. But whether the office was continued, or any particular province assigned to this officer, cannot be ascertained. Anjou King of Arms was likewise an officer of King Henry VI. An attendant upon John, Duke of Bedford, when Regent of France, who assumed the title of Duke of Anjou. But upon the death of the Duke of Bedford, this officer was promoted to Lancaster King of Arms. And in all probability the title of Anjou, as a King of Heralds, was discontinued. Volant also occurs upon record in the 28th Edward III, and Valiant, Le Roy Valiant Herod, and Le Roy Vailland, are likewise mentioned in 1395. Henry V. instituted the office of Garter King of Arms, but at what particular period is rather uncertain, although Mr. Anstis has clearly proved that it must have taken place after the May 22, and before the September 3, in the year 1417. Stephen Martin Leake, Esq., who filled the office, sums up its duties in the following words: Garter was instituted by King Henry V, A.D. 1417, for the service of the most noble order of the Garter, which was made sovereign within the office of arms over all other officers, subject to the Crown of England, by the name of Garter King of Arms of England. In this patent he is styled Principal King of English Arms, and Principal Officer of Arms of the most noble order of the Garter, and has power to execute the said office by himself or deputy, being an herald. By the constitution of his office, he must be a native of England, and a gentleman bearing arms. To him belongs the correction of arms, and all ensigns of honor, usurped or borne unjustly, and also to grant arms to deserving persons, and supporters to the nobility and knights of the Bath. To go next before the sword in solemn proceeding, none interposing, except the constable and marshal, to administer the oath to all the officers of arms, to have a habit like the registrar of the order, baron's service in the court. Lodgings in Windsor Castle, to bear his white rod with a banner of the ensigns of the order thereon before the sovereign, also when any lord shall enter the Parliament chamber, to assign him his place, according to his dignity and degree. To carry the ensign of the order to foreign princes, and to do, or procure to be done, what the sovereign shall enjoin, relating to the order. With other duties incident to his office of Principal King of Arms, for the execution whereof he hath a salary of £100 a year, payable at the Exchequer, and £100 more out of the revenue of the order, besides fees. Bath King of Arms was created 11th George I. In conformity with the statutes established by His Majesty for the government of the Order of the Bath, and in obedience to those statutes was nominated and created by the Great Master of the Order denominated Bath, and in Latin. Rex Armorum Honoratissimi Ordinis Militaris de Balneo. These statutes direct that this officer shall, in all the ceremonies of the order, be habited in a white mantle lined with red, having on the right shoulder the badge of the order, and under it a surcoat of white silk, lined and edged with red. That he shall wear on his breast, hanging to a golden chain about his neck, an escutcheon of gold, enamelled with the arms of the order, impaling the arms of the sovereign, crowned with the imperial crown. That at all coronations he shall precede the companions of the order, and shall carry and wear his crown as other kings of arms are obliged to do. That the chain, escutcheon, rod, and crown, shall be of the like materials, value, and weight, with those borne and used by Garter Principal King of Arms, and of the like fashion. The before specified variations only excepted, and that besides the duties required of him in the several other articles of the statutes, he shall diligently perform whatever the sovereign or great master shall further command. On the January 14, 1725, His Majesty was further pleased by his royal sign manual, to erect, make, constitute, and ordain the then Bath King of Arms, Gloucester King of Arms, and principal herald of the parts of Wales. And to direct letters patent to be made out and passed the Great Seal, empowering him to grant arms and crests to persons residing within the dominions of Wales, either jointly with Garter, or singly by himself. With the consent and at the pleasure of the Earl Marshal, or his deputy for the time being, and for the future that the office of Gloucester should be inseparably annexed, united, and perpetually consolidated with the office of Bath King of Arms. Of the most honourable military order of the Bath, and Gloucester King of Arms, and principal herald of the parts of Wales. And also that he, for the dignity of the order, should in all assemblies and at all times have and take place and precedency above and before all other provincial kings of arms whatsoever. This armorial jurisdiction, however, was subsequently, as has been previously explained, annulled. Concerning the herald's Barry remarks, in former ages, when honor and chivalry were at their height, these officers were held in great estimation, as appears by the ceremonies which attended their creations. Which was by the sovereign himself or by special commission from him, and, according to Gerard Lee, was after the following manner: the king asked the person to be so created whether he were a gentleman of blood or of second coat armor. If he was not, the king gave him lands and fees, and assigned him and his heirs proper arms. Then, as the messenger was brought in by the herald of the province, so the pursuivant was brought in by the eldest herald, who, at the prince's command, performed all the ceremonies, as turning the coat of arms, setting the manacles thereof on the arms of the pursuivant, and putting about his neck the collar of SS, and when he was named, the prince himself took the cup from the herald, which was gilt, and poured the water and wine upon the head of the pursuivant, creating him by the name of our herald, and the king, when the oath was administered, gave the same cup to the new herald. Upton sums up the business of a herald thus: that it was their office to create under officers, to number the people, to commence treaties of matrimony and of peace between princes, to visit kingdoms and regions, and to be present at martial exploits, and they were to wear a coat of their master's arms, wearing the same in conflicts and tournaments, in riding through foreign countries, and at all great entertainments, coronations of kings and queens, and the solemnities of princes, dukes, and other great lords. In the time of King Richard II, there belonged to the King of Arms and heralds the following fees, viz., at the coronation of the king, a bounty of £100, when the king first displayed his banners, 100 marks. When the king's son was made a knight, 40 marks, when the prince and a duke first display their banners, £20, if it be a marquis, 20 marks, if an earl, £10, if a baron, 5 marks of silver crowns, of 15 nobles. And if a knight bachelor, newly made a banneret, 3 marks or 10 nobles, when the king is married, the said kings of arms and heralds to have £50. When the queen has a child christened, a largess at the queen's pleasure, or of the lords of the council, which was sometimes £100, and at others 100 marks, more or less, and when she is churched, such another largess. When princesses, duchesses, marchionesses, countesses, and baronesses have a child christened, and when they are churched, a largess suitable to their quality in pleasure. As often as the king wears his crown, or holds royal state, especially at the 4 great festivals of Christmas, Easter, Whitsuntide, and All Saints, to every one of the 3 kings of arms present when the king goes to the chapel to mass. A largess at the king's pleasure. When a maiden princess, or daughter of a duke, marquis, earl, or baron is married, there belongs to the said kings of arms, if present, the upper garment she is married in. If there be a combat within lists, there belong to the kings of arms, if present, and if not to the other heralds present, their pavilions. And if one of the combatants is vanquished, the kings of arms and heralds who are present shall have all the accoutrements of the person so vanquished, and all other armor that falls to the ground. When subjects rebel, and fortify any camp or place, and afterwards quit the same, and fly, without a battle, there appertain to the said kings of arms and heralds who are present all the carts, carriages, and tools left behind. And, at New Year's tide, all the noblemen and knights of the court used to give the heralds New Year's gifts. Besides the king's heralds, in former times, divers noblemen had heralds and pursuivants, who went with their lords, with the king's heralds, when attending the king. The fees of the king's heralds and pursuivants of arms have since varied, and, besides fees upon creations of peers, baronets, and knights, they have still donations for attendance at court upon the festivals of Christmas, Easter, Whitsuntide, All Saints, and St. George's Day, fees upon installation of Knights of the Garter and Bath, royal marriages, funerals, public solemnities, and, with small salaries paid from the exchequer. But their ancient fees from the nobility, upon certain occasions, have been long discontinued, and their principal emolument arises from grants of arms, the tracing of genealogies, and recording the same in the registers of the College of Arms. The present heralds are 6 in number, viz. Windsor Herald, which title was instituted 38th of Edward III, when that monarch was in France. Chester Herald, instituted in the same reign. Richmond Herald, instituted by King Edward IV. Somerset Herald, instituted by King Henry VIII. About the time when that monarch created his son Henry Fitzroy Duke of Somerset. York Herald, instituted by King Edward III. In honor of his son, whom he created Duke of York. Lancaster Herald, also instituted by Edward III. When he created his son Duke of Lancaster. The heralds were first incorporated as a college by Richard III. They were styled the Corporation of Kings, Heralds, and Pursuivants of Arms. Concerning pursuivants of arms, Barry remarks that these officers, who are the lowest in degree amongst officers of arms, were, as the name implies, followers, marshals, or messengers attendant upon the heralds. Pursuivants were formerly created by the nobility, who had, likewise, heralds of arms, with great ceremony in the following manner. One of the heralds, wearing his master's coat, leading the person to be created pursuivant by the left hand, and holding a cup full of wine and water in his right, came into the presence of the lord and master of him who was to be created. And of whom the herald asked by what name he would have his pursuivant called, which the lord having mentioned, the herald then poured part of the wine and water upon his head, calling him by the name so assigned to him. The herald then took the coat of his lord, and put it over his head athwart, so that part of the coat made for the arms before and behind, and the longer part of it on both sides of the arms of the person created. And in which way the pursuivant was always to wear it. This done, an oath of fidelity was administered to the new-made pursuivant, and the ceremony concluded. This curious method of the wearing of the tabard by a pursuivant has long since been discontinued, if indeed it was ever generally adopted, a point on which I have by no means been able to satisfy myself. The appointment of heralds and pursuivants of arms by the nobility has long been discontinued, and there are now only 4 pursuivants belonging to the College of Arms, viz. Rouge Croix, the first in point of antiquity of creation, is so styled from the Red Cross of St. George, the patron saint of England. Blue Mantle, so called by King Edward III, in honor of the French coat which he assumed, being blue. Rouge Dragon, so styled from the Red Dragon, one of the supporters of the royal arms of King Henry VII. Who created this pursuivant, and also the Badge of Wales, and Portcullis, also instituted by Henry VII. And so named from that badge or cognizance, used by him. The duties of a pursuivant are similar to those of a herald. He assists in all public processions, or ceremonies, such as royal marriages, funerals, installations, and has certain fees for attendance upon such occasions. Pursuivants likewise receive fees upon creations of peers, baronets, and knights, and also donations for attending court upon the principal festivals of Christmas, Easter, Whitsunday, All Saints, and St. George's Day, and a small salary payable out of the exchequer. They wear a tabard of damask silk, embroidered with the royal arms, like the heralds, but no collar of SS. Figure 13. Officers of arms as represented in the famous tournament roll of Henry VIII, now preserved in the College of Arms. Of the heraldic executive in Scotland, Lion King of Arms, Sir James Balfour Paul, in his book Heraldry in Relation to Scottish History and Art, writes, at one period the lion was solemnly crowned at his inauguration, and vested with his tabard and baton of office. The ceremony was a very elaborate one, and is fully described by Sir James Balfour in a MS, now in the Advocate's Library. There is also an account of the coronation of Sir Alexander Durham, when Laurie, the minister of the Tron Kirk, preached from the text, "What shall be done to the man whom the king delighteth to honour?" The crown was of gold, and exactly similar to the imperial crown of Scotland, save that it had no jewels. Now the lion's crown is the same as the English king of arms. The crown is only worn at royal coronations. At that of Charles I. At Edinburgh in 1633, the lion carried the vessel containing the sacred oil. In addition to his strictly armorial appointment, the lion is also a king of arms of the most ancient and most noble order of the Thistle. Heralds and pursuivants formed an important part from very early times not only of the royal household, but also of those of the higher nobility, many of whom had private heralds. Of these officers there is a very full list given by Dr. Dixon in the preface to the Lord Treasurer's accounts. Of heralds who were or ultimately became part of the king's household we meet with Rothesay, Marchmont, Snowdon, Albany, Ross, and Islay. Ireland, Orkney, and Carrick are also mentioned as heralds, but it is doubtful whether the first and last were ever more than pursuivants. Of the latter class of officers the following were in the royal establishment: Carrick, Bute, Dingwall, Kintyre, Ormond, Unicorn. But we also find Alyssai or Alyshai, Dragons, Diligence, Montrose, Falkland, Ireland, Darnaway, Geary, Ettrick, Hales, Lindsay, Endure, Douglas, and Angus. Of the latter Geary was created by James IV. For his brother John, Earl of Mar. Hailes in 1488, when Lord Hailes was made Earl of Bothwell, while Lindsay and Endure were both evidently attached to the Lindsay family, as were Douglas and Angus to the noblemen whose titles they bore. In 1403 Henry IV. of England granted a pursuivant under the title of Shrewsbury to George, Earl of March, for services rendered at the battle of that name, but we do not find that the office was continued. In Scotland heralds appear at an early date, though none are mentioned as attending the coronation of Alexander III. In 1249, nor is there any account of any such officers accompanying that sovereign when he did homage to Edward I. At Westminster in 1278. In the next century, however, armorial bearings were quite well known in Scotland, and there is an entry in the Exchequer Rolls on October 10, 1337 of a payment of £32 SXS. Scots for the making of 17 armorial banners, and in 1364 there is another to the heralds for services at the tournaments, while William Petalock, herald, has a grant from David II. of 3 husbandlands in Bondgeward, and Alan Fawside gets a gift of the forfeited estate of 1 Coupland, a herald, temp. Edward Balliol. The first mention of a herald, under his official designation, which I have met with in our records occurs in 1365, when there is a confirmation under the Great Seal by David II. Of a charter by Dougal Mdowell to John Trupor or Trumpor, nunc dicto Carrick Heraldo. Sir James Balfour tells us that the Lion and his heralds attended the coronation of Robert II. At Holyrood on May 23, 1371, but whether or not this is true, and I have not been able to verify it, it is certain that a lion herald existed very shortly after that date. As in the Exchequer Rolls mention is made of the payment of a certain sum to such an officer in 1377. In 1379 Froissart says that a herald was sent by Robert II to London to explain that the truce had been infringed without his will and against his knowledge, and on April 8, 1381 a warrant was issued in London for a license to Lion Herod of the King of Scots, authorizing him to take away a complete suit of armor which he had bought in that city. It is not, however, till 1388 that we find Lion accorded the royal style. In that year a payment is made Leoni Regi Heraldorum, but at the audit following the Battle of Audubon he is called Defunctus, which suggests that he had been slain on that well-fought field. The lion appears in several embassies about this period both to England and France, and one Henry Grieve, designed in the English issue rolls as King of Scottish Heralds, was at the Tower of London in 1399. either at or immediately after the coronation of Henry IV. From 1391 onwards there is frequent mention of one Douglas, herald of the king, and in 1421 he is styled Lion Herald. Of the German officers of arms they, like the English, are divided into three classes, known as Wapenkönig, Herald, and Pursuivanten. These, like our own officers, had peculiar titles. For example Suchenwart, an Austrian ducal herald, Lube den Frummen, a Liechtenstein pursuivant, Jerusalem, a herald of the Limmer Palatinate, Romreich, an imperial herald. About the middle of the 16th century, the official names of the heralds fell into disuse. They began to make use of their ancestral names with the title of Edel and Ehrenvist, noble and honorable, but this did not last long, and the heralds found themselves thrown back into the old ways, into which the knightly accoutrements had already wandered. Figure 14. The velvet tabard of Sir William Dugdale, Garter King of Arms from April 26, 1677 to February 10, 1686. Figure 15. William Bruges, the first Garter King of Arms, appointed January 5, 1420. From an illuminated MS. In the museum at Oxford. The official dress of an officer of arms as such in Great Britain is merely his tabard, figures 13 and 14, 15. This garment in style and shape has remained unchanged in this country from the earliest known period of which representations of officers of arms exist. But whilst the tabard itself has remained unaltered in its style, the arms thereupon have constantly changed, these always being the arms of the sovereign for the time being. The costume worn with the tabard has naturally been subject to many changes, but it is doubtful if any attempt to regulate such costume was ever officially made prior to the reign of Queen Victoria. The tabard of a pursuivant is of damask silk. That of a herald, of satin, and that of a king of arms, of velvet. The initial letter on page is a portrait of John Smirt, Garter King of Arms, and is taken from the grant of arms to the Tallow Chandlers' Company, dated September 24, 1456. He is there represented as wearing beneath his tabard black breeches and coat, and a golden crown. But figure 15 is actually a representation of the first Garter King of Arms, William Bruges, appointed January 5, 1420. He is represented as carrying a white staff, a practice which has been recently revived, white wands being carried by all the heralds at the public funeral of the Right Honourable W.E. Gladstone. In Germany the wands of the heralds were later painted with the colours of the escutcheons of the sovereign to whom they were attached. There was until recently no official hat for an officer of arms in England. And confirmation of this is to be found in the fact that Dalloway mentions a special license to Wriothesley Garter giving him permission to wear a cap on account of his great age. Obviously, however, a tabard requires other clothing to be worn with it. The heralds in Scotland, until quite recently, when making public proclamations were content to appear in the ordinary elastic side boots and cloth trousers of everyday life. This gave way for a brief period, in which court dress was worn below the tabard, but now, as in England, the recognized uniform of a member of the royal household is worn. In England, owing to the less frequent ceremonial appearances of the heralds, and the more scrupulous control which has been exercised, no such anachronisms as were perpetuated in Scotland have been tolerated. And it has been customary for the officers of arms to wear their uniform as members of the sovereign's household, in which uniform they attend the levees, beneath the tabard when making proclamations at the opening of Parliament or on similar occasions. At a coronation and at some other full state ceremonies they wear knee breeches. At the late ceremony of the coronation of King Edward VII, a headdress was designed for the officers of arms. These caps are of black velvet embroidered at the side with a rose, a thistle, or a harp, respectively for the English, Scottish, and Irish officers of arms. Figure 16. A herald. Temp hen. 8. Figure 17. A state trumpeter. Temp hen. 8. A great deal of confusion has arisen between the costume and the functions of a herald and a trumpeter, though the confusion has been confined to the minds of the uninitiated and the theatrical stage. The whole subject was very amusingly dealt with in the Genealogical Magazine in an article by Mr. G. Ambrose Lee, Blue Mantle, and the illustrations which he gives of the relative dresses of the heralds and the trumpeters at different periods, see figures 16, 19, are interesting. Briefly, the matter can be summed up in the statement that there never was a trumpeter who made a proclamation, or wore a tabard, and there never was a herald who blew a trumpet. The trumpeters nearly always accompanied the heralds to proclaim their presence and call attention to their proclamation. Figure 18. A state trumpeter and a herald at the coronation of James I. In France the heralds were formed into an incorporation by Charles VI. In 1406, their head being Mountjoy, King of Arms, with 10 heralds and pursuivants under him. It will be noticed that this incorporation is earlier than that of the College of Arms in England. The Revolution played havoc with the French records, and no College of Arms now exists in France. But it is doubtful whether at any time it reached the dignity or authority which its English counterpart has enjoyed in former times. Figure 20 represents a French herald of the early part of the 15th century. It is taken from a representation of the rally of the Parisians against King Charles VI. In 1413, to be found in a MS edition of Froissart, formerly in the Royal Library at Paris. All the heralds and kings of arms, but not the pursuivants, were the curious collar of SS about which there has been so much discussion. The form has remained unchanged, save that the badge is the badge for the time being of the sovereign. The heralds have their collars of SS of silver, whilst those of a king of arms are of silver gilt, and the latter have the further distinction that a portcullis is introduced on each shoulder. The heralds and kings of arms usually place these collars round their shields in representations of their arms. Collars of SS are also worn by sergeants at arms, and by the Lord Chief Justice. Figure 19. Peace proclaimed at the Royal Exchange after the Crimean War. The English heralds have no equivalent badge to that which the Scottish heralds were suspended from their necks by a ribbon. In Ireland both heralds and pursuivants wear a badge. In addition each king of arms has his crown, the only occasion, however, upon which this is worn being at the ceremony of a coronation. The crown is of silver gilt, formed of a circle upon which is inscribed part of the first verse of the 51st Psalm, viz. Miserere me Dei secundum magna misericordiam tuum. The rim is surmounted of 16 leaves, in shape resembling the oak leaf, every alternate one being somewhat higher than the remainder. 9 of these leaves are shown in a representation of it. The cap is of crimson satin, closed at the top by a gold tassel, and turned up with ermine. Garter King of Arms has a baton or scepter of silver gilt, about 2 feet in length, the top being of gold, of 4 sides of equal height, but of unequal breadth. On the 2 larger sides are the arms of St. George impaling the sovereigns, and on the 2 lesser sides the arms of St. George surrounded by the garter and motto, the whole ensigned with an imperial crown. This scepter has sometimes been placed in bend behind the arms of Garter King. Lion King of Arms has a baton of blue enamel with gold extremities, the baton being powdered with roses, thistles, and fleurs de lis. Lion, Sir James Balfour Paul, in his Heraldry in Relation to Scottish History and Art, remarks that this is one of the few pieces of British official regalia which is still adorned with the ancient ensigns of France. But knowing how strictly all official regalia in England is required to have the armorial devices thereupon changed, as the royal arms and badges change, there can be very little doubt that the appearance of the fleur-de-lis in this case is due to an oversight. The baton happens to be that of a former Lion King of Arms, which really should long since have been discarded and a new one substituted. 2 batons are usually placed in salter behind the arms of Lion King of Arms. Figure 20. A French herald of the early part of the 15th century. Ulster King of Arms has a staff of office which, however, really belongs to his office as knight attendant on the most illustrious order of St. Patrick. The Scottish heralds each have a rod of ebony tipped with ivory, which has been sometimes stated to be a rod of office. This, however, is not the case, and the explanation of their possession of it is very simple. They are constantly called upon by virtue of their office to make from the market cross in Edinburgh the royal proclamations. Now these proclamations are read from printed copies which in size of type and paper are always of the nature of a poster. The herald would naturally find some difficulty in holding up a large piece of paper of this size on a windy day, in such a manner that it was easy to read from. Consequently he winds it round his ebony staff, slowly unwinding it all the time as he reads. Garter King of Arms, Lion King of Arms, and Ulster King of Arms all possess badges of their offices which they wear about their necks. The badge of Garter is of gold, having on both sides the arms of St. George, impaled with those of the sovereign, within the garter and motto, enamelled in their proper colours, and ensigned with the royal crown. The badge of Lion King of Arms is oval, and is worn suspended by a broad green ribbon. The badge proper consists on the obverse of the effigy of St. Andrew bearing his cross before him, with a thistle beneath, all enamelled in the proper colours on an azure ground. The reverse contains the arms of Scotland, having in the lower parts of the badge a thistle, as on the other side. The whole surmounted with the imperial crown. The badge of Ulster is of gold, containing on one side the cross of St. Patrick, or, as it is described in the statutes, the cross gules of the order upon a field argent, impaled with the arms of the realm of Ireland, and both encircled with the motto, Quis separabit, and the date of the institution of the order. XVIII. The reverse exhibits the arms of the office of Ulster, viz. Or, a cross gules, on a chief of the last a lion of England between a harp and portcullis, all of the first, placed on a ground of green enamel, surrounded by a gold border with shamrocks, surmounted by an imperial crown, and suspended by a sky-blue ribbon from the neck. The arms of the Corporation of the College of Arms are, argent, a cross gules between 4 doves, the dexter wing of each expanded and inverted azure. Crest, on a ducal coronet or, a dove rising azure. Supporters, 2 lions rampant guardant argent, ducally gorged or. The official arms of the English Kings of Arms are. Garter King of Arms. Argent, a cross gules, on a chief azure, a ducal coronet encircled with a garter, between a lion passant guardant on the dexter and a fleur-de-lis on the sinister all o'er. Clarence's King of Arms. Argent, a cross gules, on a chief of the second a lion passant guardant or, crowned of the last. Norroy King of Arms. Argent, a cross gules, on a chief of the second a lion passant guardant crowned of the first, between a fleur-de-lis on the dexter and a key on the sinister of the last. Badges have never been officially assigned to the various heralds by any specific instruments of grant or record, but from a remote period certain of the royal badges relating to their titles have been used by various heralds, viz. Lancaster. The Red Rose of Lancaster ensigned by the royal crown. York. The White Rose of York en Soleil ensigned by the royal crown. Richmond. The Red Rose of Lancaster impaled with the White Rose en Soleil of York, the whole ensigned with the royal crown. Windsor. Rays of the sun issuing from clouds. The 4 pursuivants make use of the badges from which they derive their titles. The official arms of Lion King of Arms and of Lion Office are the same, namely, argent, a lion siegent full-faced gules, holding in the dexter paw a thistle slipped vert and in the sinister a shield of the second, on a chief azure, St. Andrew's cross of the field. There are no official arms for Ulster's office, that office, unlike the College of Arms, not being a corporate body, but the official arms of Ulster King of Arms are, or, a cross gules. On a chief of the last a lion passant guardant between a harp and a portcullis all of the field. Chapter 4. Heraldic Brasses. By Reverend Walter J. Kye, Jun., B.A., F.S.A., F.S.A. Scott. Member of the Monumental Brass Society, London, Honorary Member of the Spalding Gentlemen's Society. Author of A Brief History of Gosberton, in the County of Lincoln. Monumental brasses do not merely afford a guide to the capricious changes of fashion in armor, in ecclesiastical vestments, which have altered but little, and in legal, civilian, and feminine costume. But they provide us also with a vast number of admirable specimens of heraldic art. The Vandal and the fanatic have robbed us of many of these beautiful memorials, but of those which survive to our own day the earliest on the continent of Europe marks the last resting place of Abbot Ceolwulf, 1231, at Verden, in Hanover. In England there was once a brass, which unfortunately disappeared long ago, to an Earl of Bedford, in St. Paul's Church, Bedford, of the year 1208, leaving 1277 as the date of the earliest one. Latin, fr. Liton, the material of which brasses were made, was at an early date manufactured in large quantities at Cologne, whence plates of this metal came to be known as Cullen, Coln, plates. These were largely exported to other countries, and the Flemish workmen soon attained the greatest proficiency in their engraving. Flemish brasses are usually large and rectangular, having the space between the figure and the marginal inscription filled either by diaper work or by small figures in niches. Brasses vary considerably in size. The matrix of Bishop Beaumont's brass in Durham Cathedral measures about 16 feet by 8 feet, and the memorial to Griel van Ruyskuur, in the chapel of the Lady Superior of the Beguinage at Bruges, is only about 1 foot square. Brazen effigies are more numerous in England in the eastern and southern counties, than in parts more remote from the continent of Europe. Armorial bearings are displayed in a great variety of ways on monumental brasses, some of which are exhibited in the rubbings selected for illustration. In most cases separate shields are placed above and below the figures. They occur also in the spandrels of canopies and in the shafts and finials of the same, as well as in the center and at the angles of border fillets. They naturally predominate in the memorials of warriors, where we find them emblazoned not only on shield and pennon but on the scabbard and ailets, and on the juppon, tabard, and cuirass also, while crests frequently occur on the tilting helm. In one case, the brass of Sir Peter Legge, 1527, at Winwick, Company Lancaster, they figure upon the priestly chasuble. Walter Pescod, the merchant of Boston, Lincolnshire, 1398, wears a gown adorned with peascods, a play upon his name. And many a merchant's brass bears his coat of arms and merchant's mark beside, pointing a moral to not a few at the present day. The 15th and 16th centuries witnessed the greatest profusion in heraldic decoration in brasses, when the tabard and the heraldic mantle were evolved. A good example of the former remains in the parish church of Ormskirk, Lancashire, in the brass commemorating a member of the Scasbrick family, c. 1500, figure 21. Ladies were accustomed at this time to wear their husbands' arms upon the mantle or outer garment and their own upon the kirtle. But the fashion which obtained at a subsequent period was to emblazon the husband's arms on the dexter and their own on the sinister side of the mantle, fig. 22. Figure 21. Brass in the Scasbrick Chapel of Ormskirk Church, Company Lancs, to a member of the Scasbrick family of that name. Arms, gules, 3 mullets in bend between 2 bendlets in railed argent. From a rubbing by Walter J. K. Figure 22. Brass of Margaret, daughter of Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, second wife of Henry, 1st Earl of Cumberland, in Skipton Parish Church. Arms, on the dexter side those of the Earl of Cumberland, on the sinister side those of Percy. The majority of such monuments, as we behold them now, are destitute of any indications of metals or tinctures, largely owing to the action of the varying degrees of temperature in causing contraction and expansion. Here and there, however, we may still detect traces of their pristine glory. But these matters receive due attention from the engraver. To represent he left the surface of the brass untouched, except for gilding or perhaps polishing. This universal method has solved many heraldic problems. Lead or some other white metal was inlaid to indicate argent, and the various tinctures were supplied by the excision of a portion of the plate, thereby forming a depression, which was filled up by pouring in some resinous substance of the requisite color. The various kinds of fur used in armory may be readily distinguished, with the sole exception of vair, argent and azure, which presents the appearance of a row of small upright shields alternating with a similar row reversed. Figure 23. Brass of Sir John Daubernown at Stoke Dabernon. Arms, azure, a chevron or. From a rubbing by Walter J. K. Figure 24. brass of Sir Roger de Trumpington at Trumpington. Arms, azure, crucilli and 2 trumpets palewise or. From a rubbing by Walter J. K. The earliest brass extant in England is that to Sir John Daubernown, the elder, figure 23, at Stoke Dabernon, in Surrey, which carries us back to the year 1277. The simple marginal inscription in Norman French, surrounding the figure, and each Lombardic capital of which is set in its own matrix, reads, Sire, John, Daubernown, Chevalier, Gist, Icy, Du, de, S, Alma, Ite, Mercy. In the space between the inscription and the upper portion of the figure were 2 small shields, of which the dexter one alone remains. Charged with the arms of the knight, azure, a chevron, or. Sir John Daubernown is represented in a complete panoply of chain mail, his head being protected by a coif de mails, which is joined to the hauberk or mail shirt, which extends to the hands, having apparently no divisions for the fingers, and being tightened by straps at the wrists. The legs, which are not crossed, are covered by long chausses, or stockings of mail, protected at the knees by polions or genouillers of cuir-bouilly richly ornamented by elaborate designs. A surcoat, probably of linen, depends from the shoulders to a little below the knees, and is cut away to a point above the knee. This garment is tightly confined, as the creases in the surcoat show, at the waist by a girdle, and over it is passed a gage whereto the long sword is attached. Pyck spurs are fixed to the instep, and the feet rest upon a lion, whose mouth grasps the lower portion of a lance. The lance bears a pennon charged with a chevron, as also is the small heater-shaped shield borne on the knight's left arm. The whole composition measures about 8 feet by 3. Heraldry figures more prominently in our second illustration, the brass to Sir Roger de Trumpington, 1289, figure 24. This fine effigy lies under the canopy of an altar tomb, so called, in the church of St. Michael and All Angels, Trumpington, Cambridgeshire. It portrays the knight in armor closely resembling that already described, with these exceptions: the head rests upon a huge home, or tilting helm, attached by a chain to the girdle, and the neck is here protected from side thrusts by ailets or oblong plates fastened behind the shoulders, and bearing the arms of Sir Roger. A dog here replaces the lion at the feet, the lance and pennon are absent, and the shield is rounded to the body. On this brass the arms not only occur upon the shield, but also upon the ailets, and are 4 times repeated on the scabbard. They afford a good example of canting, arms, azure, crucilli and 2 trumpets palewise or, with a label of 5 points in chief, for difference. It is interesting also to notice that the engraver had not completed his task, for the short horizontal lines across the dexter side of the shield indicate his intention of cutting away the surface of the field. Figure 25. Brass of Sir Robert de Septvans in Chartham Church. Figure 26. Brass of Sir William de Aldborough at Aldborough, Yorks. Arms, azure, a fess argent between 3 crosslets or. From a rubbing by Walter J. K. Sir Robert de Septvans, formerly Septvans, whose beautiful brass may be seen at Chartham, Kent, is habited in a surcoat whereon, together with the shield and ailets, are 7 winnowing fans, another instance of canting arms, figure 25. This one belongs to a somewhat later date, 1307. Figure 27. Brass of Elizabeth Knevet. Our next example is a mural effigy to Sir William de Aldborough, circa 1360, from the north aisle of Aldborough Church, near Boroughbridge, Yorkshire, figure 26. He is attired like the very parfait jaunty knight of Chaucer, in a bassinet or steel cap, to which is laced the camail or tippet of chain mail, and a hauberk almost concealed by a jupon, whereon are emblazoned his arms, azure. A fess indented argent, between 3 crosslets bottoni, or. The first crosslet is charged with an annulet, probably as a mark of cadency. The engraver has omitted the indenture upon the fess, which, however, appears upon the shield. The knight's arms are protected by epauliers, brassarts, cuts, and vambraces, his hands, holding a heart, by gauntlets of steel. An elaborate baldric passes round his waist, from which are suspended, on the left, a cross-hilted sword, in a slightly ornamented scabbard, on the right, a misericord, or dagger of mercy. The thighs are covered by cuisses, steel plates, here deftly concealed probably by satin or velvet secured by metal studs, the knees by genowillers, the lower leg by jambs, which reveal shows of mail at the interstices. Sollerets, or long, pointed shoes, whereto are attached rowel spurs, complete his outfit. The figure stands upon a bracket bearing the name, Wills de Albra. The parish church of Eastington, Gloucestershire, contains a brass to Elizabeth Knevet, which is illustrated and described by Mr. Cecil T. Davis at page 117 of his excellent work on the Monumental Brasses of Gloucestershire. The block, Fig. 27, which presents a good example of the heraldic mantle, has been very kindly placed at my disposal by Mr. Davis. To confine our description to the heraldic portion of the brass, we find the following arms upon the mantle. Quarterly, 1. Argent, a bend sable, within a bordering railed azure, Knevet, 2. Argent, a bend azure, and chief, gules, Cromwell, 3. Chequy or en gules, a chief ermine, Tatchall, 4. Chequy or en gules, a bend ermine, de Cayley or Clifton, 5. Polly of 6 within a boyer Byzanti. 6. Bendy of 6, a canton. A coat of arms occurs also at each corner of the slab, numbers 1 and 4 are on ordinary shields, and 2 and 3 on lozenges. Nos. 1 and 3 are charged with the same bearings as are on her mantle. Number 2, on a lozenge, quarterly, 1. Knevet, 2. Cromwell, 3. Tatchall, 4. Cayley, 5. De Woodstock, 6. Polly of 6 within a boyer, 7. Bendy of 6, a canton, 8. Or, a chevron gules, Stafford, 9. Azure, a bend codiced between 6 lioncels rampant, or, de Bohun. Number 4 similar to number 1, with the omission of 2 and 3. In later times thinner plates of metal were employed, a fact which largely contributed to preclude much of the boldness in execution hitherto displayed. A prodigality in shading, either by means of parallel lines or by cross-hatching, also tended to mar the beauty of later work of this kind. Nevertheless there are some good brasses of the Stuart period. These sometimes consist of a single quadrangular plate, with the upper portion occupied by armorial bearings and emblematical figures, the center by an inscription, and the lower portion by a representation of the deceased, as at Forsett, in the North Riding of Yorkshire. Frequently, however, as at Rotherham and Rawmarsh, in the West Riding of the same county, the inscription is surmounted by a view of the whole family, the father kneeling on a cushion at a faldstool, with his sons in a similar attitude behind him. And the mother likewise engaged with her daughters on the opposite side, while the armorial insignia find a place on separate shields above. Chapter 5. The component parts of an achievement. We now come to the science of armory and the rules governing the display of these marks of honor. The term, coat of arms, as we have seen, is derived from the textile garment or surcoat, which was worn over the armor, and which bore in embroidery a duplication of the design upon the shield. There can be very little doubt that arms themselves are older than the fact of the surcoat or the term, coat of arms. The entire heraldic or armorial decoration which any one is entitled to bear may consist of many things. It must as a minimum consist of a shield of arms, for whilst there are many coats of arms in existence, and many still rightly in use at the present day, to which no crest belongs, a crest in this country cannot lawfully exist without its complementary coat of arms. For the last 2 certainly, and probably nearly 3 centuries, no original grant of personal arms has ever been issued without it containing the grant of a crest except in the case of a grant to a woman, who of course cannot bear or transmit a crest. Or else in the case of arms born in right of women or descent from women, through whom naturally no right to a crest could have been transmitted. The grants which I refer to as exceptions are those of quarterings and impalements to be borne with other arms. Or else exemplifications following upon the assumption of name and arms which in fact and theory are regrants of previously existing arms, in which cases the regrant is of the original coat with or without a crest, as the case may be. And as the arms theretofore existed. Grants of impersonal arms also need not include a crest. As it has been impossible for the last 2 centuries to obtain a grant of arms without its necessarily accompanying grant of crest, a decided distinction attaches to the lawful possession of arms which have no crest belonging to them. For of necessity the arms must be at least 200 years old. Bearing this in mind, one cannot but wonder at the actions of some ancient families like those of Astley and Pole, who, lawfully possessing arms concerning which there is and can be no doubt or question, yet nevertheless invent and use crests which have no authority. One instance and one only do I know where a crest has had a legitimate existence without any coat of arms. This case is that of the family of Buckworth, who at the time of the visitations exhibited arms and crest. The arms infringed upon those of another family, and no sufficient proof could be produced to compel their admission as born of right. The arms were respite for further proof, while the crest was allowed, presumably tentatively, and whilst awaiting the further proof for the arms, no proof, however, was made. The arms and crest remained in this position until the year 1806, when Sir Buckworth Buckworth-Hearn, whose father had assumed the additional name of Hearn, obtained a royal license to bear the name of Soame in addition to and after those of Buckworth-Hearn, with the arms of Soame quarterly with the arms of Buckworth. It then became necessary to prove the right to these arms of Buckworth, and they were accordingly regranted with the trifling addition of an ermine spot upon the chevron. Consequently this solitary instance has now been rectified, and I cannot learn of any other instance where these exceptional circumstances have similarly occurred. And there never has been a grant of a crest alone unless arms have been in existence previously. Whilst arms may exist alone, and the decoration of a shield form the only armorial ensign of a person, such need not be the case. And it will usually be found that the armorial bearings of an ordinary commoner consist of shield, crest, and motto. To these must naturally be added the helmet and mantling, which become an essential to other than an abbreviated achievement when a crest has to be displayed. It should be remembered, however, that the helmet is not specifically granted, and apparently is a matter of inherent right. So that a person would not be in the wrong in placing a helmet and mantling above a shield even when no crest exists to surmount the helmet. The motto is usually to be found but is not a necessity, and there are many more coats of arms which have never been used with a motto than shields which exist without a crest. Sometimes a credigaire will be found instead of or in addition to a motto. The escutcheon may have supporters, or it may be displayed upon an eagle or a limphet, and for which particular additions no other generic term has yet been coined save the very inclusive one of exterior ornaments. A coronet of rank may form a part of the achievement, and the shield may be encircled by the ribbons, or the circles, or by the garter, of the various orders of knighthood, and by their collars. Below it may depend the badge of a baronet of Nova Scotia, or of an order of knighthood, and added to it may possibly be what is termed a compartment, though this is a feature almost entirely peculiar to Scottish armoury. There is also the crowning distinction of a badge, and of all armorial insignia this is the most cherished, for the existing badges are but few in number. The escutcheon may be placed in front of the croziers of a bishop, the batons of the Earl Marshal, or similar ornaments. It may be displayed upon a mantle of estate, or it may be borne beneath a pavilion. With 2 more additions the list is complete, and these are the banner and the standard. For these several features of armoury reference must be made to the various chapters in which they are treated. Suffice it here to remark that whilst the term coat of arms has through the slipshod habits of English philology come to be used to signify a representation of any heraldic bearing, the correct term for the whole emblazonment is an achievement. A term most frequently employed to signify the whole, but which can correctly be used to signify anything which a man is entitled to represent of an armorial character. Had not the recent revival of interest in armoury taken place, we should have found a firmly rooted and even yet more slipshod declension. For a few years ago the habit of the uneducated in styling anything stamped upon a sheet of note paper, a crest, was fast becoming stereotyped into current acceptance. Chapter 6. The Shield. The shield is the most important part of the achievement, for on it are depicted the signs and emblems of the house to which it appertains, the difference marks expressive of the cadency of the members within that house. The augmentations of honor which the sovereign has conferred, the quarterings inherited from families which are represented, and the impalements of marriage. And it is with the shield principally that the laws of armory are concerned, for everything else is dependent upon the shield, and falls into comparative insignificance alongside of it. Let us first consider the shield itself, without reference to the charges it carries. A shield may be depicted in any fashion and after any shape that the imagination can suggest, which shape and fashion have been accepted at any time as the shape and fashion of a shield. There is no law upon the subject. The various shapes adopted in emblazonments in past ages, and used at the present time in imitation of past usage, for luckily the present period has evolved no special shield of its own, are purely the result of artistic design, and have been determined at the periods they have been used in heraldic art by no other consideration than the particular theory of design that has happened to dominate the decoration, and the means and ends of such decoration of that period. The lozenge certainly is reserved for and indicative of the achievements of the female sex, but, save for this one exception, the matter may be carried further, and arms be depicted upon a banner, a parallelogram, a square, a circle, or an oval. And even then one would be correct, for the purposes of armory, in describing such figures as shields on all occasions on which they are made the vehicles for the emblazonment of a design which properly and originally should be borne upon a shield. Let no one think that a design ceases to be a coat of arms if it is not displayed upon a shield. Many people have thought to evade the authority of the crown as the arbiter of coat armor, and the penalties of taxation imposed by the revenue by using designs without depicting them upon a shield. This little deception has always been borne in mind, for we find in the royal warrants of Queen Elizabeth commanding the visitations that the King of Arms to whom the warrant was addressed was to correct, control and reform all man of arms, crests, cognizances and devices unlawful or unlawfully usurped, born or taken by any son or sons within the same province contrary to the due order of the laws of arms, and the same to revesi. Put down or otherwise deface at his discretion as well in coat armors, helms, standard, pennons and hatchments of tents and pavilions, as also in plate jewels, pap, parchment, windows, gravestones and monuments. Or elsewhere wheresoever they be set or placed, whether they be in shelda, scutcheon, lozenge, square, rundel or otherwise howsoever, contrary to the authentic and ancient laws, customs, rules, privileges and orders of arms. Figure 28. Taken from the tomb of Geoffrey Plantagenet, Count of Anjou. The Act 32 and 33 Victoria, Section 19, defines, for the purpose of the taxation it enforced, armorial bearings to mean and include any armorial bearing, crest, or ensign, by whatever name the same shall be called, and whether such armorial bearing, crest, or ensign shall be registered in the College of Arms or not. The shape of the shield throughout the rest of Europe has also varied between wide extremes, and at no time has any one particular shape been assigned to or peculiar to any country, rank, or condition, save possibly with one exception, namely, that the use of the cartouche or oval seems to have been very nearly universal with ecclesiastics in France, Spain, and Italy, though never reserved exclusively for their use. Probably this was an attempt on the part of the Church to get away from the military character of the shield. It is in keeping with the rule by which, even at the present day, a bishop or a cardinal bears neither helmet nor crest, using in place thereof his ecclesiastical mitre or tasselled hat, and by which the clergy, both abroad and in this country, seldom made use of a crest in depicting their arms. A clergyman in this country, however, has never been denied the right of using a crest, if he possesses one and chooses to display it, until he reaches episcopal rank. A grant of arms to a clergyman at the present day depicts his achievement with helmet, mantling, and crest in identical form with those adopted for any one else. But the laws of armory, official and amateur, have always denied the right to make use of a crest to bishop, archbishop, and cardinal. At the present day, if a grant of arms is made to a bishop of the established church, the emblazonment at the head of his patent consists of shield and mitre only. The laws of the Church of England, however, require no vow of celibacy from its ecclesiastics. And consequently the descendants of a bishop would be placed in the position of having no crest to display if the bishop and his requirements were alone considered. So that in the case of a grant to a bishop the crest is granted for his descendants in a separate clause, being depicted by itself in the body of the patent apart from the emblazonment, in the margin hereof. Which in an ordinary patent is an emblazonment of the whole achievement. A similar method is usually adopted in cases in which the actual patentee is a woman, and where, by the limitations attached to the patent being extended beyond herself, males are brought in who will bear the arms granted to the patentee as their pronominal arms. In these cases the arms of the patentee are depicted upon a lozenge at the head of the patent, the crest being depicted separately elsewhere. Whilst shields were actually used in warfare, the utilitarian article largely governed the shape of the artistic representation. But after the 15th century the latter gradually left the beaten track of utility and passed wholly into the cognizance of art and design. The earliest shape of all is the long, narrow shape, which is now but seldom seen. This was curved to protect the body, which it nearly covered, and an interesting example of this is to be found in the monumental slab of Champleve enamel, part of the tomb of Geoffrey Plantagenet, Count of Anjou, Fig. 28, the ancestor of our own royal dynasty of Plantagenet, who died in the year 1150. This tomb was formerly in the Cathedral of Le Mans, and is now in the museum there. I shall have occasion again to refer to it. The shield is blue. The lions are gold. Other forms of the same period are found with curved tops, in the shape of an inverted pear, but the form known as the heater-shaped shield is to all intents and purposes the earliest shape which was used for armorial purposes. The Church of St. Elizabeth at Marburg, in Hesse, affords examples of shields which are exceedingly interesting, inasmuch as they are original and contemporary even if only pageant shields. Those which now remain are the shields of the Landgrave Conrad, died in 1241, of Thuringia, and of Henry of Thuringia, died in 1298. The shield of the former, see figure 29, is 90 cm high and 74 wide. Conrad was Landgrave of Thuringia and Grand Master of the Teutonic Order of Knighthood. His arms show the lion of Thuringia berry of gules and argent on a field of azure, and between the hind feet a small shield, with the arms of the Teutonic Order of Knights. The only remains of the lion's mane are traces of the nails. The body of the lion is made of pressed leather, and the yellow claws have been supplied with a paintbrush. A precious stone probably represented the eye. Figure 29. Shield of the Landgrave Conrad of Thuringia, died 1241. The making and decorating of the shields lay mostly in the hands of the herald painters, known in Germany as Schilter, who, in addition to attending to the shield and crest, also had charge of all the riding paraphernalia. Because most of the articles comprised therein were heraldically decorated. Many of these shield workers' fraternities won widespread fame for themselves, and enjoyed great consideration at that time. Thus the History of a Celebrated Painters' Guild on the Lower Rhine tells us of costly shields which the shield workers of Paris had supplied, 1260, and Vienna, too, was the home of a not unimportant shield workers' guild, and the town archives of Vienna contain writings of the 15th century treating of this subject. For instance, we learn that in an order of St. Luke's parish, June 28, 1446, with regard to the masterpiece of a member of the guild. Item, a shield worker shall make 4 new pieces of work with his own hand, a jousting saddle, a leather apron, a horse's head piece, and a jousting shield. That shall he do in 8 weeks, and must be able to paint it with his own hand, as knight and man-at-arms shall direct. The shield was of wood, covered with linen or leather, the charges in relief and painted. Leather plastic was very much esteemed in the early Middle Ages. The leather was soaked in oil, and pressed or beaten into shape. Besides piecing and leather plastic, pressed linen, linen dipped in chalk and lime, was also used, and a kind of tempera painting on a chalk background. After the shield was decorated with the charges, it was frequently strengthened with metal clasps, or studs, particularly those parts which were more especially exposed to blows and pressure. These clasps and nails originally had no other object than to make the shield stronger and more durable, but later on their nature was misunderstood. They were treated and used as genuine heraldic charges, and stereotyped into hereditary designs. The long strips with which the edge was bound were called the frame, schildgestel, the clasps introduced in the middle of the shield the buckle, or umbo, see on Fig. 28, from which frequently circularly arranged metal snaps reached the edge of the shield. This latter method of strengthening the shield was called the buckleries, a figure which was afterwards frequently employed as a heraldic charge, and is known in Germany by the name of Lilienhaspel, Lily Staple, or Glavenrad, or, as we term it in England, the escarbuncle. In the second half of the 14th century, when the tournament provided the chief occasion for the shield, the jousting shield, called in Germany the Tartsche or Tartschers, came into use. And from this class of shield the most varied shapes were gradually developed. These Tartschen were decidedly smaller than the earlier Gothic shields, being only about 1/5 of a man's height. They were concave, and had on the side of the knight's right hand a circular indentation. This was the spear rest, in which to place the tilting spear. The later art of heraldic decoration symmetrically repeated the spear rest on the sinister side of the shield, and, by so doing, transformed a useful fact into a matter of mere artistic design. Doubtless it was argued that if indentations were correct at one point in the outline they were correct at another, and when once the actual fact was departed from the imagination of designers knew no limits. But if the spear rest as such is introduced into the outline of a shield it should be on the dexter side. Figure 30. Figure 31. Figure 32. Reverting to the various shapes of shield, however, the degeneration is explained by a remark of Mr. G. W. Eve in the able book which he has recently published under the title of Decorative Heraldry, in which, alluding to heraldic art in general, he says, p. 235. With the Restoration heraldry naturally became again conspicuous, with the worst form of the Renaissance character in full sway, the last vestiges of the Gothic having disappeared. Indeed, the contempt with which the superseded style was regarded amounted to fanaticism, and explains, in a measure, how so much of good could be relinquished in favor of so weak a successor. Later came the era of gilded embellishments, of flowing palms, of borders decorated with grinning heads, festoons of ribbon, and fruit and flowers in abundance. The accompanying examples are reproduced from a book, Knight and Rumley's Heraldry. The book is not particularly well known to the public, inasmuch as its circulation was entirely confined to heraldic artists, coach painters, engravers, and die sinkers. Amongst these handicraftsmen its reputation was and is great. With the school of design it adopted, little or no sympathy now exists. But a short time ago, how short many of those who are now vigorous advocates of the Gothic and medieval styles would be startled to realize were they to recognize actual facts, no other style was known or considered by the public. As examples of that style the plates of Knight and Rumley were admittedly far in advance of any other book, and as specimens of copperplate engraving they are superb. Figures 30 and 31 and 32 show typical examples of escutcheons from Knight and Rumley. And as the volume was in the hands of most of the heraldic handicraftsmen, it will be found that this type of design was constantly to be met with. The external decoration of the shield was carried to great lengths, and Fig. 31 found many admirers and users amongst the gallant sea-dogs of the kingdom. In fact, so far was the idea carried that a trophy of military weapons was actually granted by patent as part of the supporters of the Earl of Bantry. Fig. 30, from the same source, is the military equivalent. These plates are interesting as being some of the examples from which most of the heraldic handicraft of a recent period was adapted. The official shield eventually stereotyped itself into a shape akin to that shown in Fig. 32, though nowadays considerable latitude is permitted. For paintings which are not upon patents, the design of the shield rests with the individual taste of the different officers of arms. And recently some of the work for which they have been responsible has reached a high standard judged even by the strictest canons of art. In Scotland, until very recently, the actual workmanship of the emblazonments which were issued from Lion Office was so wretchedly poor that one is hardly justified in taking them into consideration as a type. With the advent into office of the present Lion King of Arms, Sir James Balfour Paul, a complete change has been made, and both the workmanship and design of the paintings upon the patents of grant and matriculation, and also in the Lion Register, have been examples of everything that could be desired. Chapter 7. The Field of a Shield and the Heraldic Tinctures. The shield itself and its importance in armory is due to its being the vehicle whereon are elaborated the pictured emblems and designs which constitute coat armor. It should be borne in mind that theoretically all shields are of equal value, saving that a shield of more ancient date is more estimable than one of recent origin. And the shield of the head of the house takes precedence of the same arms when differenced for a younger member of the family. A shield crowded with quarterings is interesting inasmuch as each quartering in the ordinary event means the representation through a female of some other family or branch thereof. But the real value of such a shield should be judged rather by the age of the single quartering, which represents the strict male descent male upon male. And a simple coat of arms without quarterings may be a great deal more ancient and illustrious than a shield crowded with coat upon coat. A fictitious and far too great estimation is placed upon the right to display a long string of quarterings. In reality, quarterings are no more than accidents, because they are only inherited when the wife happens to be an heiress in blood. It is quite conceivable that there may be families, in fact there are such families, who are able to begin their pedigrees at the time of the conquest, and who have married a long succession of noble women, all of the highest birth, but yet none of whom have happened to be heiresses. Consequently the arms, though dating from the earliest period at which arms are known, would remain in their simple form without the addition of a solitary quartering. On the other hand, I have a case in mind of a marriage which took place some years ago. The husband is the son of an alien whose original position, if report speaks truly, was that of a pauper immigrant. His wealth and other attributes have placed him in a good social position, but he has no arms, and, as far as the world is aware, no ancestry whatever. Let us now consider his wife's family. Starting soon after the conquest, its descendants obtained high position and married heiress after heiress. And before the commencement of this century had amassed a shield of quarterings which can readily be proved to be little short of 100 in number. Probably the number is really much greater. A large family followed in one generation, and one of the younger sons is the ancestor of the aforesaid wife. But the father of this lady never had any sons, and though there are many males of the name to carry on the family in the senior line and also in several younger branches, the wife, by the absence of brothers, happens to be a co-heir. And as such she transmits to her issue the right to all the quarterings she has inherited. If the husband ever obtains a grant of arms, the date of them will be subsequent to the present time. But supposing such a grant to be obtained, the children will inevitably inherit the scores of quarterings which belong to their mother. Now it would be ridiculous to suppose that such a shield is better or such a descent more enviable than the shield of a family such as I first described. Quarterings are all very well in their way, but their glorification has been carried too far. A shield which displays an augmentation is of necessity more honorable than one without. At the same time no scale of precedence has ever been laid down below the rank of esquires. And if such precedence does really exist at all, it can only be according to the date of the grant. Here in England the possession of arms carries with it no style or title, and nothing in his designation can differentiate the position of Mr. Scrope of Danby, the male descendant of one of the oldest families in this country, whose arms were upheld in the Scrope and Grosvenor controversy in 1390, or Mr. Daubeny of Coat, from a Mr. Smith, whose known history may have commenced at the Foundling Hospital 20 years ago. In this respect English usage stands apart, for whilst a German is von, and a Frenchman was de, if of noble birth, there is no such apparent distinction in England, and never has been. The result has been that the technical nobility attaching to the possession of arms is overlooked in this country. On the continent it is usual for a patent creating a title to contain a grant of the arms, because it is recognized that the two are inseparable. This is not now the case in England, where the grant of arms is one thing and the grant of the title another, and where it is possible, as in the case of Lord St. Leonard's, to possess a peerage without ever having obtained the first step in rank, which is nobility or gentility. The foregoing is an explanation of the fact that except in the matter of date all shields are equal in value. So much being understood, it is possible to put that consideration on one side, and speaking from the artistically technical point of view, the remark one often hears becomes correct, that the simpler a coat of arms the better. The remark has added truth from the fact that most ancient coats of arms were simple, and many modern coats are far from being worthy of such a description. A coat of arms must consist of at least one thing, to wit, the field. This is equivalent in ordinary words to the color of the ground of the shield. A great many writers have asserted that every coat of arms must consist of at least the field, and a charge, though most have mentioned as a solitary exception the arms of Brittany, which were simply ermine. A plain shield of ermine, Fig. 33, was borne by John of Brittany, Earl of Richmond, died in 1399, though some of his predecessors had relegated the arms of Brittany to a quarter ermine upon more elaborate escutcheons, figure 61. This idea as to arms of one tincture was, however, exploded in Woodward and Burnet's Treatise on Heraldry, where no less than 40 different examples are quoted. The above-mentioned writer continues, there is another use of a plain red shield which must not be omitted. In the full quartered coat of some high sovereign princes of Germany, Saxony, Duchies, Brandenburg, Prussia, Bavaria, Anhalt, appears a plain red quartering. This is known as the Blut Fawn or Regalian quarter, and is indicative of royal prerogatives. It usually occupies the base of the shield, and is often diapered. Figure 33. Arms of John de Montfort, otherwise de Bretagne, Duke of Brittany and Earl of Richmond. From his seal. But in spite of the lengthy list which is quoted in Woodward and Burnet, the fact remains that only one British instance is included. The family of Barrington of Chester, on the authority of Harleian manuscript No. 1535, is said to bear a plain shield of azure. Personally I doubt this coat of arms for the Barrington family of Chester, which is probably connected with the neighbouring family in Shropshire, who in later times certainly used very different arms. The plain shield of ermine is sometimes to be found as a quartering for Brittany in the achievement of those English families who have the right to quarter the royal arms. But I know of no other British case in which either as a quartering or as a pronominal coat, arms of one tincture exist. But there are many coats which have no charge, the distinctive device consisting of the partition of the shield in some recognized heraldic method into two or more divisions of different tinctures. Amongst such coats may be mentioned the arms of Waldegrave, which are simply, party per pale argent and gules, Drummond of Meganch, whose arms are simply, party per fess wavy or and gules. And the arms of Boyle, which are, per bend embattled argent and gules. The arms of Berners, which are, quarterly or and vert, are another example, as are the arms of Campbell, the first quarter in the Duke of Argyll's achievement, which are, girony or and sable. The coat bendy argent and gules, the ancient arms of Talbot, which are still borne as a quartering by the Earl of Shrewsbury, Waterford, and Talbot. And the coat chequy or an azure, a quartering for Warren, which is still borne by the House of Howard, all come within the same category. There are many other coats of this character which have no actual charge upon them. The color of the shield is termed the field when it consists of only one color, and when it consists of more than one color the two together compose the field. The field is usually of one or more of the recognized metals, colors, or furs. The metals are gold and silver, these being termed, or and argent. The colors, which are really the tinctures, if this word is to be used correctly, are gules, red, azure, blue, vert, green, purple, and, in spite of the fact that it is not really a color, black, which is known as sable. The metal gold, Otherwise, or, is often represented in emblazonments by yellow. As a matter of fact, yellow has always been used for gold in the register books of the College of Arms, and Lion Office has recently reverted to this practice. In ancient paintings and emblazonments the use of yellow was rather more frequent than the use of gold, but gold at all times had its use, and was never discarded. Gold seems to have been usually used upon ancient patents, whilst yellow was used in the registrations of them retained in the offices of arms. But I know of no instance in British armoury in which the word yellow has been used in a blazon to represent any tint distinct from gold. With regard to the other metal, silver, or, as it is always termed, argent, the same variation is found in the usage of silver and white in representing argent that we find in yellow and gold. Though we find that the use of the actual metal, silver, in emblazonment does not occur to anything like the same extent as does the use of gold. Probably this is due to the practical difficulty that no one has yet discovered a silver medium which does not lose its color. The use of aluminium was thought to have solved the difficulty, but even this loses its brilliancy, and probably its usage will never be universally adopted. This is a pity, for the use of gold in emblazonments gives a brilliancy and effect to a collection of coat armor which it is a pity cannot be extended by an equivalent usage of silver. The use of silver upon the patents at the College of Arms has been discontinued some centuries, though aluminium is still in use in Lion Office. Argent is therefore usually represented either by leaving the surface untouched, or by the use of Chinese white. I believe I am the first heraldic writer to assert the existence of the heraldic color of white in addition to the heraldic argent. Years ago I came across the statement that a white label belonged only to the royal family, and could be used by no one else. I am sorry to say that though I have searched high and low I cannot find the authority for the statement, nor can I learn from any officer of arms that the existence of such a rule is asserted. But there is this curious confirmation that in the warrants by which the various labels are assigned to the different members of the royal family, the labels are called white labels. Now the label of the Prince of Wales is of 3 points and is plain. Heraldry knows nothing of the black lines which in drawing a coat of arms usually appear for the outline of a charge. In older work such lines are absent. In any case they are only mere accidents of draftsmanship. Bearing this in mind, and bearing in mind that the sinister supporter of the Prince of Wales is a unicorn argent, how on earth is a plain label of argent to be depicted thereupon? Now it is necessary also that the label shall be placed upon the crest, which is a lion statant guardant or, crowned with the coronet of the prince, and upon the dexter supporter which is another golden lion. To place an argent label upon either is a flat violation of the rule which requires that metal shall not be placed upon metal, nor color upon color. But if the unicorn is considered argent, which it is, it would if really depicted in silver be quite possible to paint a white label upon it, for the distinction between white and silver is marked. And a white label upon a gold lion is not metal upon metal. Quite recently a still further and startling confirmation has come under my notice. In the grant of a crest to Thomas Mowbray, Earl of Nottingham, the coronet which is to encircle the neck of the leopard is distinctly blazoned argent. The label to which he is previously said to have had a just hereditary right is as distinctly blazoned white, and the whole grant is so short that inadvertence could hardly be pleaded as an explanation for the distinction in blazon. Instances of an official exemplification of coats of arms with labels are not uncommon, because the label in some number of families, for example Courtenay in Prittlebrune and Barrington, has become stereotyped into a charge. In none of these cases, however, is it either argent or white, but instances of the exemplification of a coat of arms bearing a label as a mark of cadency are, outside the members of the royal family, distinctly rare. They are necessarily so, because outside the royal family the label is merely the temporary mark of the eldest son or grandson during the lifetime of the head of the house. And the necessity for the exemplification of the arms of an eldest son can seldom occur. The one circumstance which might provide us with the opportunity is the exemplification consequent upon a change of name and arms by an eldest son during the lifetime of his father. But this very circumstance fails to provide it, because the exemplification only follows a change of arms, and the arms being changed, there no longer exists the necessity for a mark of cadency. So that instances of the official use of a label for cadency are rare, but of such as occur I can learn of none which has received official sanction which blazons the label white. There is, however, one coat which is said to have a label argent as a charge. This is the coat of XVIII, which is quoted in Papworth, upon the authority of one of the Harleian manuscripts, as follows: sable, 3 crescents. In chief a label of 2 drops and in fess another of 1 drop argent. And the same coat of arms is recorded in a funeral entry in Ulster's office. The label is not here termed white, and it is peculiar that we find it of another color in another coat of XVIII, azure, a lion rampant ermine, a label of 4-point gules. Figure 34. Armorial bearings of Henry de Lacy, Earl of Lincoln, d. 1311 or, a lion rampant purple. From his seal. Of other colors may be mentioned purple. This in English heraldry is a perfectly well recognized color, and though its use is extremely rare in comparison with the others, it will be found too frequently for it to be classed as an exception. The earliest instance of this tincture which I have met with is in the coat of de Lacy, figure 34. The roll of Kerlaveric speaks of his Bonnière au tida un sendal saffron. Un lion rampant porprin. Whilst ms cot. Calig. A. 18. Quotes the arms, or, un lion rampant de pourpre. The Burton coat of the well-known Shropshire family of Lingon Burton is, quarterly purple and azure, a crossing railed or between 4 roses argent. The Irish baronets of the name of Burton, who claimed descent from this family, bore a very similar coat, namely, per pale azure and purple, a crossing railed or between 4 roses argent. 2 other colors will be found in nearly all textbooks of English armory. These are murrey or sanguine, and orange or tenny. The exact tint of murrey is between gules and purple, and tenny is an orange-tawny color. They are both stains, and were perhaps invented by the old heralds for the perpetration of their preposterous system of abatements, which will be found set out in full in the old heraldry books, but which have yet to be found occurring in fact. The subject of abatements is one of those pleasant little insanities which have done so much to the detriment of heraldry. One, and one only, can be said to have had the slightest foundation in fact. That was the entire reversal of the escutcheon in the ceremony of degradation following upon attainder for high treason. Even this, however, was but temporary, for a man forfeited his arms entirely by attainder. They were torn down from his banner of knighthood, they were erased in the records of the College of Arms. But on that one single occasion when he was drawn upon a hurdle to the place of his execution, they are said to have been painted reversed upon paper, which paper was fastened to his breast. But the arms then came to an end, and his descendants possessed none at all. They certainly had not the right to depict their shield upside down, even if they had cared to display such a monstrosity. Unless and until the attainder was reversed, arms, like a title, were void. And the proof of this is to be found in the many regrants of arms made in cases where the attainder has remained, as in the instances of the Earl of Stafford and the ancestor of the present Lord Barnard. But that any person should have been supposed to have been willing to make use of arms carrying an abatement is preposterous, and no instance of such usage is known. Rather would a man decline to bear arms at all. And that any one should have imagined the existence of a person willing to advertise himself as a drunkard or an adulterer, with variations in the latter case according to the personality of his partner in guilt, is idiotic in the extreme. Consequently, as no example of an abatement has ever been found, one might almost discard the stains of murrey and tenny were it not that they were largely made use of for the purposes of liveries. In which usage they had no such objectionable meaning. At the present day scarlet or gules being appropriated to the royal family for livery purposes, other people possessing a shield of gules are required to make use of a different red. And though it is now termed chocolate or claret color by the utilitarian language of the day, it is in reality nothing more than the old sanguine or murrey. Of orange tawny I can learn of but one livery at the present day. I refer to the orange tawny coats used by the hunt servants of Lord Fitzhardinge, and now worn by the hunt servants of the old Berkeley country, near London. Apropos of this, it is interesting to note the curious legend that the pink of the hunting field is not due to any reasons of optical advantage, but to an entirely different reason. Formerly no man might hunt even on his own estate until he had had license of free warren from the crown. Consequently he merely hunted by the pleasure of the crown, taking part in what was exclusively a royal sport by royal permission, and for this royal sport he wore the king's livery of scarlet. This being the case, it is a curious anomaly that although the livery of the only royal pack recently in existence, the royal buckhounds, was scarlet and gold, the master wore a green coat. The legend may be a fallacy, inasmuch as scarlet did not become the royal livery until the accession of the Stuarts, but it is by no means clear to what date the scarlet hunting coat can be traced. There is, however, one undoubted instance of the use of sanguine for the field of a coat of arms, namely, the arms of Clayhills of Invergowrie, which are properly matriculated in Lion Register. To these colors German heraldry has added brown, blood red. This apparently is different from the English sanguine, as a different hatching has been invented for it: earth color, iron gray, water color, flesh color, ashen gray. Orange, here also a separate hatching from the one to represent Tenny has been invented, and the color of nature, i.e. proper. These doubtless are not intended to be added to the list of heraldic tinctures, but are noted because various hatchings have been invented in modern times to represent them. Mr. Woodward, in Woodward and Burnett's Treatise on Heraldry, alludes to various tinctures amongst continental arms which he has come across. Besides the metals, tinctures, and furs which have been already described, other tinctures are occasionally found in the heraldry of continental nations, but are comparatively of such rarity as that they may be counted among the curiosities of blazon, which would require a separate volume. That of which I have collected instances is cendrey, or ash color, which is borne by, among others, the Bavarian family of Ashua, as its arms parlantes, cendrey, a mount of 3 copeaux in base or. Brunniter, a brown color, is even more rare as a tincture of the field. The Myerozuski in Silesia bear, the Brunniter, a cross petit argent supporting a raven rising sable, and holding in its beak a horseshoe proper, its points towards the chief. Blue celeste, or blue du ciel, appears occasionally, apart from what we may term landscape coats. That it differs from, and is a much lighter color than, azure is shown by the following example. The Florentine Cinti, now Chini, bear a coat which would be numbered among the arms fosses, or a inquirer, per pale azure and blue celeste, and estoile counterchanged. Amaranth or columbine is the field of a coat, of which the blazon is too lengthy for insertion in this place, which was granted to a Bohemian knight in 1701. Carnation is the French term for the color of naked flesh, and is often employed in the blazonry of that country. Perhaps mention should here be made of the English term, proper. Anything, alive or otherwise, which is depicted in its natural colors is termed proper, and it should be depicted in its really correct tones or tints, without any attempt to assimilate these with any heraldic tincture. It will not be found in the very ancient coats of arms, and its use is not to be encouraged. When a natural animal is found existing in various colors, it is usual to so describe it, for the term proper alone would leave uncertainty. For instance, the crest of the Lane family, which was granted to commemorate the ride of King Charles II. Behind Mistress Jane Lane as her servant, in his perilous escape to the coast after the disastrous Battle of Worcester, is blazoned a strawberry roan horse, cooped at the flanks proper, bridled sable, and holding between the feet an imperial crown also proper. Lord Cooper's supporters were, on either side of the escutcheon, a light dun horse proper, with a large blaze down the face, the mane close shorn except a tuft on the withers, a black list down the back, a bob tail, and the near forefoot and both hind feet white. Another instance that might be quoted are the supporters of Lord Newlands, which are, on either side a dapple grey horse proper, gorged with a ribbon and suspended there from an escutcheon gules, charged with 3 bezants in chevron. The crest of the family of Booth, of St. Neots, Cornwall, is, on a chapeau gules, turned up ermine, a Pegasus rearing on his hind legs of a bay color, the mane and tail sable, wing d'or, and holding in the mouth a sprig of laurel proper. There are and were always many occasions in which it was desired to represent armorial bearings in black and white, or where from the nature of the handicraft it was impossible to make use of actual color. But it should always be pointedly remembered that unless the right colors of the arms could be used, the tinctures were entirely ignored in all matters of handicraft until the 17th century. Various schemes of hatchings, however, were adopted for the purpose of indicating the real heraldic colors when arms were represented and the real colors could not be employed, the earliest being that of Frankfort in Belgium, circa 1623. Woodward says this was succeeded by the systems of Butkins, 1626, Petra Sancta, 1638, Lobkowitz, 1639, Gelenius, and de Roock, 1645, but all these systems differed from each other, and were for a time the cause of confusion and not of order. Eventually, however, the system of Petra Sancta, the author of Tesserae Gentilitia, superseded all the others, and has remained in use up to the present time. Figure 35. Upon this point Herströll in his Heraldischer Atlas remarks, the system of hatching used by Marcus Volson de la Colombière, 1639, in the course of time found acceptance everywhere, and has maintained itself in use unaltered until the present day, and these are shown in Fig. 35, only that later, hatchings have been invented for brown, gray, and which, however, seems rather a superfluous enriching. None of these later creations, by the way, have ever been used in this country. For the sake of completeness, however, let them be mentioned, see Figure 36a, brown, b, blood red, c, earth color, d, iron gray, e, watercolor, f, flesh color, g, ashen gray, h, orange, and I, color of nature. In English armory, tenny is represented by a combination of horizontal, as azure, lines with diagonal lines from sinister to dexter, as purpur, and sanguine or murrey by a combination of diagonal lines from dexter to sinister, as vert, and from sinister to dexter, as purpur. Figure 36. The hatchings of the shield and its charges always accommodate themselves to the angle at which the shield is placed, those of the crest to the angle of the helmet. A curious difficulty, however, occurs when a shield, as is so often the case in this country, forms a part of the crest. Such a shield is seldom depicted quite upright upon the wreath. Are the tincture lines to follow the angle of the smaller shield in the crest or the angle of the helmet? Opinion is by no means agreed upon the point. But though this system of representing colors by hatching has been adopted and extensively made use of, it is questionable whether it has ever received official sanction, at any rate in Great Britain. It certainly has never been made use of in any official record or document in the College of Arms. Most of the records are in color. The remainder are all without exception tricked, that is, drawn in outline, the colors being added in writing in the following contracted forms: O, or, for, A, AR, or arg, for argent, G, or gu, for gules. AZ, or B, for blue, owing to the likelihood of confusion between AR and AZ, B being almost universally used in old trickings, for azure, S, or SA, for sable, VT, for vert, and perp, for purpur. It is unlikely that any change will be made in the future, for the use of tincture lines is now very rapidly being discarded by all good heraldic artists in this country. With the reversion to older and better forms and methods, these hatchings become an anachronism, and save that sable is represented by solid black, they will probably be unused and forgotten before very long. The plain, simple names of colors, such as red and green, seemed so unpoetical and unostentatious to the heralds and poets of the Middle Ages, that they substituted for gold, topaz, for silver, pearl or myrgris, for red, ruby, for blue, sapphire, for green, emerald, and for black, diamond or zobel, sable, the animal, whence the word sable. Let the following blazonment from the grant of arms to Modling bei Wien in 1458 serve as example of the same: mit Namen ein Schild gleich geteilten Fass, de Ober und Meisterteil von Ruben auch mit einer Fass von Berlin. Der Unterteil von Grund des Schilds von Schmerigeden, der Inien Pantel von Silber in Rampant, lit. namely, a shield equally divided in fess, the upper and greater part of ruby, also with a fess of pearl, the under part of the field of the shield of emerald, therein a panther of silver, rampant. That is, per fess gules and vert, in chief a fess argent, in base a panther rampant of the last. Even the planets, and, as abbreviations, their astronomical signs, are occasionally employed, thus, the sun for gold, the moon for silver, Mars for red, Jupiter for blue, Venus for green, Saturn for black, and Mercury for purple. This aberration of intellect on the part of medieval heraldic writers, for it really amounted to little more, had very little, if indeed it had any, English official recognition. No one dreams of using such blazon at the present time, and it might have been entirely disregarded were it not that Gilham sanctions its use. And he being the high priest of English armory to so many, his example has given the system a certain currency. I am not myself aware of any instance of the use of these terms in an English patent of arms. The furs known to heraldry are now many, but originally they were only two, ermine and vair. Ermine, as every one knows, is of white covered with black spots, intended to represent the tails of the animal. From ermine has been evolved the following variations, viz. Ermines, erminois, paean, and erminites. Ermines is a black field with white ermine spots, the French term for this is contrahermin, the German, gegenhermelin. A gold background with black ermine spots is styled erminois, and paean is a black ground with gold ermine spots. Planche mentions still another, as does Parker in his Glossary of Heraldry, namely, erminites, which is supposed to be white, with black ermine spots and a red hair on each side of the spot. I believe there is no instance known of any such fur in British armory. It is not mentioned in Stroll's Heraldic Atlas, nor can I find any foreign instance, so that who invented it, or for what purpose it was invented, I cannot say. And I think it should be relegated, with abatements and the Seize Cartiers of Jesus Christ, to the category of the silly inventions of former heraldic writers, not of former heralds. For I know of no official act which has recognized the existence of erminites. The German term for erminois is goldhermelin, but there are no distinctive terms either in French or German heraldry for the other varieties. Thus, erminois would be in French blazon, d'or, semadiher means de sable. Paean would be de sable, semadiher means d'or. Though ermine is always nowadays represented upon a white background, it was sometimes depicted with black ermine spots upon a field of silver, as in the case of some of the stall plates of the Knights of the Garter in St. George's Chapel at Windsor. Ermine spots are frequently to be found as charges. For instance, in the well-known Code of K, which is, argent, 3 ermine spots in bend between 2 bendlet sable, the whole between as many crescents azure. As charges 2 ermine spots figure upon the arms recently granted to Sir Francis Laking, Bart., GCVO. The ermine spot has also sometimes been used in British armory as the difference mark granted under a royal license to assume name and arms when it is necessary to indicate the absence of blood relationship. Other instances of the use of an ermine spot as a charge are: or, on 2 bars azure, as many barrelets dancet argent, a chief indented of the second charged with an ermine spot or sawbridge. Argent, a chevron between 3 crows sable, in each beak an ermine spot, Lloyd, Bishop of St. Asaph, 1680, Lichfield, 1692, and Worcester, 1700–17. Argent, a fess gules between 3 ermine spots sable, Kilvington. Argent, 2 bars sable, spotted ermine, in chief a lion passant gules, Hill, Company Wexford. The earliest form in which ermine was depicted shows a nearer approach to the reality of the black tail, inasmuch as the spots above the tail to which we are now accustomed are a modern variant. When a bend is ermine, the spots, like all other charges placed upon a bend, must be bendwise, but on a chevron, salter, and they are drawn upright. The other variety of fur is vair. This originated from the fur of a kind of squirrel, the ver or ver, differently spelt, Latin verus, which was much used for the lining of cloaks. The animal was bluey-gray upon the back and white underneath, and the whole skin was used. It will be readily seen that by sewing a number of these skins together a result is obtained of a series of cup-shaped figures, alternating bluey-gray and white, and this is well shown in Fig. 28, which shows the effigy upon the tomb of Geoffrey Plantagenet, Count of Anjou, where the lining of vair to his cloak is plainly to be seen. Figure 37. Arms of William de Ferrers, Earl of Derby, died in 1247, scutum variatum oro and gules. From M.S. Cott. Nero, D. 1. The word seems to have been used independently of heraldry for fur, and the following curious error, which is pointed out in Parker's Glossary of the Terms Used in Heraldry, may be noted in passing. The familiar fairy tale of Cinderella was brought to us from the French, and the slippers made of this costly fur, written, probably, vair for vair, were erroneously translated glass slippers. This was, of course, an impossible material, but the error has always been repeated in the nursery tale books. Figure 38. Arms of Robert de Ferrers, Earl of Derby, 1254 to 1265. From stained glass in Dorchester Church. In the oldest records vair is represented by means of straight horizontal lines alternating with horizontal wavy or nebulae lines, see Fig. 37. But the cup-shaped divisions therefrom resulting having passed through various intermediate forms, see Fig. 38, have now been stereotyped into a fixed geometrical pattern, formed of rows of ear-shaped shields of alternate colors and alternately reversed. So depicted that each reversed shield fits into the space left by those on either side which are not reversed, see Fig. 39, K. The accompanying illustration will show plainly what is intended. In some of the older designs it was similar to that shown in the arms of the Earl Ferrers, Earl of Derby, 1254-65, the sketch, Fig. 38, being taken from almost contemporary stained glass in Dorchester Church, Oxon, whilst sometimes the division lines are drawn, after the same manner, as nebulae. There does not seem to have been any fixed proportion for the number of rows of vair, as Figure 40 shows the arms of the same Earl as represented upon his seal. The palpable pun upon the name which a shield vair supplied no doubt affords the origin of the arms of Ferrers. Some families of the name at a later date adopted the horseshoes, which are to be found upon many Farrer and Ferrers shields, the popular assumption being that they are a reference to the farrier, from whom some would derive the surname. Woodward, however, states that a horseshoe being the badge of the marshals, horseshoes were assumed as arms parlantes by their descendants the Ferrers, who appear to have borne, sable, 6 horseshoes argent. As a matter of fact the only one of that family who bore the horseshoes seems to have been William de Ferrers, Earl of Derby, died in 1254, as will be seen from the arms as on his seal, Figure 41. His wife was Sibylla, daughter of William Marshal, Earl of Pembroke. His son reverted to the plain shield of vair, or, and gules. The arms of the Ferrers family at a later date are found to be, gules, 7 masses conjoined or, in which form they are still borne by Ferrers of Baddesley Clinton. But whether the masses are corruptions of the horseshoes, or whether, as seems infinitely more probable, they are merely a corrupted form of the vair, or, and gules, it is difficult to say. Personally I rather doubt whether any Ferrers ever used the arms, argent, 6 horseshoes sable. Figure 39. Figure 40. Arms of Robert de Ferrers, Earl of Derby, 1254 to 1265. From his seal. Figure 41. Arms of William de Ferrers, Earl of Derby, vair, or, and gules, a bowyer argent, charged with 8 horseshoes sable. From a drawing of his seal, M.S. Cott. Julius, C7. Plate 2. The early manner of depicting vair is still occasionally met with in foreign heraldry, where it is blazoned as vair onde or vair ancien. The family of Margans in Spain bears, vair onde, on a bend gules 3 griffins or. And Tarragon of Spain, vair onde, or en gules. German heraldry seems to distinguish between Wogenfä, cloud vair, and Wogenfä, wave vair, see Figure 39, n. The former is equivalent to vair ancient, the latter to vair en point. The verbal blazon of Ver nearly always commences with the metal, but in the arrangement of the panes there is a difference between French and English usage. In the former the white panes are generally, and one thinks more correctly, represented as forming the first, or upper, line. In British heraldry the reverse is more usually the case. It is usual to depict the white panes of ordinary Ver with white rather than silver, though the use of the latter cannot be said to be incorrect, there being precedents in favor of that form. When an ordinary is of Ver or Very, the rows of Ver may be depicted either horizontally or following the direction of the ordinary. There are accepted precedents for both methods. Ver is always blue and white, but the same subdivision of the field is frequently found in other colors, and when this is the case, it is termed Very of such and such colors. When it is Very, it is usually of a color and metal, as in the case of Ferrers, Earls of Derby, above referred to, though a fur is sometimes found to take the place of one or other, as in the arms of Gresley, which are, Ver gules and ermine. I know of no instance where Ver is found of either two metals or of two colors, nor at the same time do I know of any rule against such a combination. Probably it will be time enough to discuss the contingency when an instance comes to light. Gerard Lee mentions Ver of 3 or more tinctures, but instances are very rare. Parker, in his Glossary, refers to the code of Roger Holthouse, which he blazons, Very argent, azure, gules, and or, end point. The Ver of commerce was formerly of 3 sizes, and the distinction is continued in foreign armory. The middle or ordinary size is known as Ver, a smaller size as Menuver, whence our word miniver. The largest is Beffroi or Gros Ver, a term which is used in armory when there are less than 4 rows. The word Beffroi is evidently derived from the bell-like shape of the Ver, the word Beffroi being anciently used in the sense of the alarm bell of a town. In French armory, Beffroi should consist of 3 horizontal rows, Ver, of 4. Menuver, of 6. This rule is not strictly observed, but in French blazon if the rows are more than 4 it is usual to specify the number, thus Varroux bears, de Ver de 5 traits. Menuver is still the blazon of some families. Bonneville de Tretem bears, de Menuver de 6 tires, the Barons van Hotham bore, de Menuver, au Frank Cartier de Gaulle charge de 3 mailles d'or. In British armory the foregoing distinctions are unknown, and Ver is only of one size, that being at the discretion of the artist. When the Ver is so arranged that in 2 horizontal rows taken together, either the points or the bases of 2 panes of the same tincture are in apposition, the fur is known as counterver, contraver, see figure 39, L. Another variation, but an infrequent one, is termed Ver in pale, known in German heraldry as Pfalfe, Ver point or Ver en pau, but if of other colors than the usual ones, Ver en pau. In this all panes of the same color are arranged in vertical, or paler, rows, figure 39, m. German heraldry apparently distinguishes between this and Sturspfalf or reversed Ver in pale. Ver in bend, or in bend sinister, is occasionally met with in foreign coats, thus Mignionelli in Italy bears, Ver d'or et d'azur en band, while Ver en bar, that is, in bend sinister, d'or et de sable is the coat of Pichon of Geneva. Ver en point is a term applied by Nisbet to an arrangement by which the azure shield pointing downwards has beneath it an argent shield pointing downwards, and vice versa, by which method the resulting effect is as shown in figure 39 in N. The German term for this is Wogenfe, or wave Ver. Figure 39 in O shows a purely German variety, Wechselfe, or alternate Ver, and figure 39 in P, which is equivalent to the English Ver of 4 colors, is known in German armory as Buntfe, i.e. gay-colored or checked Ver. Ordinary Ver in German heraldry is known as Eisenhatfe, or iron hat Ver. On account of its similarity, when drawn, to the old iron hat of the 14th and 15th centuries, see Fig. 42, this skin has received the name of Eisenhutlein, little iron hat, from German heraldic students, a name which later gave rise to many incorrect interpretations. An old charter in the archives of the chapter house of Lilienfeld, in Lower Austria, under the seal, figure 43, of 1 Chimrad Pelifex, 1329, proves that at that time Ver was so styled. The name of Pelifex, in German wildworker, a worker in skins, or furrier, is expressed in a punning recanting form on the dexter side of the shield. This Conrad the Furrier was burgomaster of Vienna 1340–43. A considerable number of British and foreign families bear Ver only, such are Ferrers and Gressley, above mentioned, Verano, Dukes de Camerino, Ver and Verrières, in France, Verret, in Switzerland, Gouvies, Fresnay, Brittany, de Vera in Spain. Lohic, Brittany, Varentia, Savoy, Soldinieri, Florence. Counterver is borne by Lofredo of Naples, by Bouchage, Duplessis Angers, and Brotin, of France. Hellemus of Tournay uses, de Contrever, à lac Otis de Gaulle Brochant sur le tout. Figure 42. Figure 43. Seal of Chimrad Pelifex, 1329. Mr. Woodward, in his Treatise on Heraldry, writes, 2 curious forms of Ver occasionally met with in Italian or French coats are known as plumete and péplon. In plumete the field is apparently covered with feathers. Plumete d'argent et d'azur is the coat of Seba, note that these are the tinctures of Ver. Soldinieri of Udine, plumete au natural, but the soldinieri of Florence bore, Ver argent and sable with a borier cecchi or an azure, Tenremond of Brabant, plumete or and sable. In the arms of the Scaltanighi of Padua, the Benzoni of Milan, the Gialfini, Catanii, and Novelloni of Verona, each feather of the plumete is said to be charged with an ermine spot sable. The bearing of péplon is more frequently found. In it the field is covered with what appear to be scales, the heraldic term péplon being derived from a supposed resemblance of these scales to the wings of butterflies, for example the coat of Monty, gules, péplon argent. Donzel at Besançon bears, péplon d'or et de sable. It is worthy of note that Dons of Lorraine used, gules, 3 bars wavy or. The Franconis of Lausanne are said to bear, de gules péplon d'argent, and on a chief of the last a rose of the first, but the coat is otherwise blazoned, ver gules and or, and. The coat of Arquinvilliers, or Hargenvilliers, in Picardy, of D. Hermine péplon de gules, not being understood, this has been blazoned, Semave caltraps. So also the coat of Chemol appears in French books of blazon indifferently as, d'or péplon de gules, and d'or semé de chaustrapes de gules. Gueteville de Genenville is said to bear, d'argent semé de chaustrapes de sable, but it is more probable that this is simply d'argent péplon de sable. The Barissoni of Padua bear, or, a bend of scales, bendwise argent, on each scale an ermine spot sable, the bend bordered sable. The Alberici of Bologna bear, péplon of 7 rows, 4 of argent, 3 of or. But the Alberghi of the same city, péplon of 6 rows, 3 of argent, as many of gules. The connection with Ver is much clearer in the latter than in the former. Cambi, called Figliambucci, at Florence, carried, d'argent, péplon de gules, Monty of Florence and Sicily, and Ronquerolles of France the reverse. No one who is familiar with the license given to themselves by armorial painters and sculptors in Italy, who were often quite ignorant of the meaning of the blazons they depicted, will doubt for a moment the statement that péplon was originally a corruption from or perhaps is simply ill-drawn Ver. Potent, and its less common variant counterpotent, are usually ranked in British heraldic works as separate furs. This has arisen from the writers being ignorant that in early times Ver was frequently depicted in the form now known as potent, see figure 39, q. By many heraldic writers the ordinary potent is styled potent counterpotent. When drawn in the ordinary way, potent alone suffices. An example of Ver in the form now known as potent is afforded by the seal of Jeanne de Flandre, wife of Enguerrand IV. De Courcy. Here the well-known arms of Courcy, Berry of 6 Ver and gules, are depicted as if the bars of Ver were composed of bars of potent, Vri, genealogy de Contes de Flandre. In a roll of arms of the time of Edward I. The Ver resembles potent, counterpotent, which Dr. Perceval erroneously terms an invention of later date. The name and the differentiation may be, but not the fact. In the first nobility roll of the year 1297, the arms of No. 8, Robert de Bruys, Baron of Brecknock, are, Barry of 6, Vere ermine and gules, and azure. Here the Vere is potent, so is it also in number 19, where the coat of Ingelram de Gisnes, or Guines, is, gules, a chief Vere. The same coat is thus drawn in the second nobility roll, 1299, number 57. Potent, like its original Vere, is always of argent and azure, unless other tinctures are specified in the blazon. The name potent is the Old English word for a crutch or walking staff. Chaucer, in his description of eld, i.e. old age, writes, "So old she was, that she and he went a fote, but it were by potent." And though a potent is a heraldic charge, and a cross potent a well-known variety of that ordinary, potent, is usually intended to indicate the fur of blue and white as in figure 39 in Q. It is not of frequent usage, but it undoubtedly has an accepted place in British armory, as also has counterpotent, which, following the same rules as countervere, results in a field as figure 39 in R. The German terms for potent and counterpotent are respectively Sturzkreukampfe and Gegensturzkreukampfe. German heraldry has evolved yet another variant of potent, viz. Verschiebenes Gegensturzkreukampfe, i.e. displaced potent counterpotent, as in figure 39 in S. There is still yet another German heraldic fur which is quite unknown in British armory. This is called Kirsch, otherwise Verbellies, and is usually shown to be hairy and represented brown. Possibly this is the same as the plummet to which Mr. Woodward refers. Some heraldic writers also speak of vari as meaning the pieces of which the Vere is composed. They also use the terms vari cuppi and vari tassi for potent counterpotent, perhaps from the drawings in some instances resembling cups, that is a possible meaning of tassa. It may be said that all these variations of the ancient Vere arise from mere accident, generally bad drawing, supplemented by over-refinement on the part of the heraldic writers who have described them. This generalization may be extended in its application from Vere to many other heraldic matters. To all intents and purposes British heraldry now or hitherto has only known Vere and potent. One of the earliest rules one learns in the study of armory is that color cannot be placed upon color, nor metal upon metal. Now this is a definite rule which must practically always be rigidly observed. Many writers have gone so far as to say that the only case of an infraction of this rule will be found in the arms of Jerusalem, argent, a cross potent between 4 crosslets or. This was a favorite windmill at which the late Dr. Woodward tilted vigorously, and in the appendix to his Treatise on Heraldry, he enumerates some 26 instances of the violation of the rule. The whole of the instances he quoted, however, are taken from continental armory, in which these exceptions, for even on the continent such arms fosses are noticeable exceptions, occur much more frequently than in this country. Nevertheless such exceptions do occur in British armory, and the following instances of well-known coats which break the rule may be quoted. The arms of Lloyd of Foswy Bladedede, Company Cardigan, and Daneralt, Co. Carmarthen, are, sable, a spearhead embrued proper between 3 scaling ladders argent, on a chief gules a castle of the second. Burke, in his General Armory, says this coat of arms was granted to Cadafor ap Diffnwell, 9th in descent from Roderick the Great, Prince of Wales, by his cousin the great Lord Rhys, for taking the castle of Cardigan by escalade from the Earl of Clare and the Flemings in 1164. Another instance is a coat of Meredith recorded in Ulster's office and now inherited by the Honourable Richard Edmund Meredith, a judge of the Supreme Court of Judicature of Ireland and a judicial commissioner of the Irish Land Commission. These arms are gules on a chevron sable, between 3 goats' heads erased, as many trefoils or. An instance of comparatively recent date will be found in the grant of the arms of Thackeray. A little careful research, no doubt, would produce a large number of English instances, but one is bound to admit the possibility that the great bulk of these cases may really be instances of augmentation. Furs may be placed upon either metal or color, as may also any charge which is termed proper. German heralds describe furs and natural colors as amphibious. It is perfectly legitimate to place fur upon fur, and though not often found, numbers of examples can be quoted, probably one will suffice. The arms of Richardson are, sable, 2 hawks' bell d'or, on a chief indented ermine, a pale ermines, and 3 lions' heads counterchanged. It is also correct to place ermine upon argent. But such coats are not very frequently found, and it is usual in designing a coat to endeavor to arrange that the fur shall be treated as metal or color according to what may be its background. The reason for this is obvious. It is correct, though unusual, for a charge which is blazon proper, and yet depicted in a recognized heraldic color, to be placed upon color, and where such cases occur, care should be taken that the charges are blazon proper. A charge composed of more than one tincture, that is, of a metal and color, may be placed upon a field of either, for example the well-known coat of Stuart, which is, or, a fess chequy azure and argent. Other examples being, per pale ermine and azure, a fess wavy gules, broadbent, and, azure, a lion rampant argent, debruised by a fess per pale of the second and gules, Walsh. But in such coats it will usually be found that the first tincture of the composite charge should be in opposition to the field upon which it is superimposed. For instance, the arms of Stuart are, or, a fess chequy azure and argent, and to blazon or depict them with a fess chequy argent and azure would be incorrect. When an ordinary is charged upon both metal and color, it would be quite correct for it to be of either metal, color, or fur. And in such cases it has never been considered either exceptional or an infraction of the rule that color must not be placed upon color, nor metal upon metal. There is one point, however, which is one of these little points one has to learn from actual experience, and which I believe has never yet been quoted in any handbook of heraldry, and that is, that this rule must be thrown overboard with regard to crests and supporters. I cannot call to mind an instance of color upon color, but a gold collar around the neck of an argent crest will constantly be met with. The sinister supporter of the royal achievement is a case in point, and this rule, which forbids color upon color, and metal upon metal, only holds with regard to supporters and crests when the crest or supporter itself is treated as a field and charged with one or more objects. The royal labels, as already stated, appear to be a standing infraction of the rule if white and argent are to be heraldically treated as identical. The rule is also disregarded entirely as regards augmentations and Scottish cadency borgers. So long as the field is party, that is, divided into an equal number of pieces, for example, poly, barrelly, or bendy, or party per bend or per chevron, it may be composed of 2 metals or 2 colors, because the pieces all being equal, and of equal number, they all are parts of the field lying in the same plane, none being charges. Before leaving the subject of the field, one must not omit to mention certain exceptions which hardly fall within any of the before-mentioned categories. One of these can only be described by the word landscape. It is not uncommon in British armory, though I know of but one instance where the actual field itself needs to be so described. This is the coat of the family of Franco, the paternal ancestors of Sir Massey Lopez, Bart, and Lord Ludlow. The name was changed from Franco to Lopez by royal license dated the 4th of May, 1831. Whether this coat of arms originated in an English grant, or whether the English grant of it amounts to no more than an attempt at the registration of a previously existing or greatly similar foreign coat of arms for the name of Franco, I am unaware, but the coat certainly is blazoned, in a landscape field, a fountain, therefrom issuing a palm tree all proper. But landscape has very extensively been made use of in the augmentations which were granted at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries. In these cases the augmentation very generally consisted of a chief and thereon a representation either of some fort or ship or action, and though the field of the augmentation is officially blazoned argent in nearly every case, there is no doubt the artist was permitted, and perhaps intended, to depict clouds and other atmosphere, to add to the verisimilitude of the picture. These augmentations will be more especially considered in a later chapter, but here one may perhaps be permitted to remark, that execrable as we now consider such landscape heraldry, it ought not to be condemned in the wholesale manner in which it has been, because it was typical of the over-elaboration to be found in all art and all artistic ideas of the period in which we find it originating. Heraldry and heraldic art have always been a mirror of the artistic ideas prevalent at equivalent periods, and unless heraldry is to be wholly relegated to consideration as a dead subject, it is an anachronism to depict an action the date of which is well known, and which date it is desired to advertise and not conceal, in a method of art belonging to a different period. In family arms the case is different, as with those the idea apparently is always the concealment of the date of nobility. The landscape variety of heraldry is more common in Germany than with us, and Stroll writes, "Of very little heraldic worth are the old house and home signs as they were used by landed proprietors, tradesmen, and artisans or workmen, as indicative of their possessions, wares, or productions." These signs, originally simply outline pictures, were later introduced into heraldic soil, inasmuch as bourgeois families raised to the nobility adopted their house signs as heraldic charges upon their shields. There are also many coats of arms which run, in base, a representation of water proper, and one of the best instances of this will be found in the arms of Oxford. Though for the sake of preserving the pun the coat in this case is blazoned, argent, an ox gules passing over a ford proper. Similar instances occur in the arms of Renfrew, Queensferry, Leith, Ryde, and scores of other towns. It has always been considered permissible to represent these either by an attempt to depict natural water, or else in the ancient heraldic way of representing water, namely, berry wavy argent and azure. There are many other coats of arms which are of a similar character though specifically blazoned, berry wavy argent and azure. Now this representation of water in base can hardly be properly said to be a charge, but perhaps it might be dismissed as such were it not that one coat of arms exists in Scotland, the whole of the field of which is simply a representation of water. Unfortunately this coat of arms has never been matriculated in Lion Register or received official sanction. But there is no doubt of its ancient usage, and were it to be now matriculated in conformity with the Act of 1672, there is very little doubt that the ancient characteristic would be retained. The arms are those of the town of Inverary in Argyllshire, and the blazon of the coat, according to the form it is depicted upon the corporate seal, would be for the field, the sea proper. Therein a net suspended from the dexter chief and the sinister fess points to the base. And entangled in its meshes 5 herrings, which is about the most remarkable coat of arms I have ever come across. Occasionally a field, or portion of a field, will be found to be a representation of masonry. This may be either proper or of some metal or color. The arms of the city of Bath are, party per fess embattled azure and argent, the base masonry, in chief 2 bars wavy of the second, over all, a sword in pale gules, hilt and pommel or. The arms of Raynell are, argent, mason sable, a chief indented of the second. Semet. The use of the term semet must be considered before we leave the subject of the field. It simply means, powdered with, or strewed with, any objects, the number of the latter being unlimited, the purpose being to evenly distribute them over the shield. In depicting anything semet, care is usually taken that some of the charges, with which the field is semet, shall be partly defaced by the edges of the shield, or the ordinary upon which they are charged, or by the superior charge itself. To indicate that the field is not charged with a specific number of objects. Figure 44. Arms of John, Lord de la Warr, died in 1398. From M.S. Ascham. 804-4. Figure 45. Arms of John, Lord Beaumont, K.G., died in 1396. From his garter plate, 1 and 4, Beaumont, 2 and 3, azure, 3 garbs or, 4 coman. Figure 46. Arms of Gilbert Umfreville, Earl of Kyme, died in 1421. From Harl. Ms. 61-63. There are certain special terms which may be noted. A field or charge semet of fleurs de lis is termed semet de lis, but if semet of bezants it is bezanti, and is termed plate if semet of plates. A field semet of billets is billetti or billet, and when semet of crosslets it is termed crucilli. A field or charge semet of drops is termed gut or gutty.
Instances of coats of which the field is semé will be found in the arms of de la Warre, see figure 44, which are, gules, crucilli, and a lion rampant argent, Beaumont, see fig. 45 azure, semetalis and a lion rampant or, and Umfreville, see figure 46 gules, semé of crosses flory, and a cinquefoil or. The gut or drop occasionally figures, in a specified number, as a charge. But such cases are rare, its more frequent use being to show a field semé. British heraldry alone has evolved separate names for the different colors, all other nations simply using the term gut or gut and specifying the color. The terms we have adopted are as follows: for drops of gold, gut d'or, silver, gut d'eau, for gules, gut de sang, azure, gut de larmes, vert, gut d'huile, and sable, gut de poix. The term semé must not be confused with diapering, for whilst the objects with which a field is semé are an integral part of the arms, diapering is a purely artistic and optional matter. Diapering. The diapering of armorial emblazonments is a matter with which the science of armory has no concern. Diaper never forms any part of the blazon, and is never officially noticed, being considered, and very properly allowed to remain, a purely artistic detail. From the artistic point of view it has some importance, as in many of the earliest instances of handicraft in which armorial decoration appears, very elaborate diapering is introduced. The frequency with which diapering is met with in armorial handicraft is strangely at variance with its absence in heraldic paintings of the same periods. A point which may perhaps be urged upon the attention of some of the heraldic artists of the present day, who would rather seem to have failed to grasp the true purpose and origin and perhaps also the use of diaper. In stained glass and enamel work, where the use of diaper is most frequently met with, it was introduced for the express purpose of catching and breaking up the light. The result of which was to give an enormously increased effect of brilliance to the large and otherwise flat surfaces. These tricks of their art and craft the old handicraftsmen were past masters in the use of. But no such purpose could be served in a small painting upon vellum. For this reason early heraldic emblazonments are seldom if ever found to have been diapered. With the rise of heraldic engraving amongst the little masters of German art, the opportunity left to their hands by the absence of color naturally led to the renewed use of diaper to avoid the appearance of blanks in their work. The use of diaper at the present day needs to be the result of careful study and thought, and its haphazard employment is not recommended. If, as Woodward states, an assertion one is rather inclined to doubt, there are some cases abroad in which the constant use of diapering has been stereotyped into an integral part of the arms, these cases must be exceedingly few in number. And they certainly have no counterpart in the armory of this country. Where for artistic reasons diapering is employed, care must always be taken that the decorative form employed cannot be mistaken for a field either charged or semé. Partition lines. If there is one subject which the ordinary textbooks of armory treat in the manner of classification adapted to an essay on natural history or grammar, with its attendant rigidity of rule, it is the subject of partition lines. And yet the whole subject is more in the nature of a set of explanations which must each be learned on its own merits. The usual lines of partition are themselves well enough known. And it is hardly necessary to elaborate the different variations at any great length. They may, however, be enumerated as follows: enrailed, embattled, indented, invect or invected, wavy or undei, nebulae, denset, reguli, patenti, dovetailed, and urdi. These are the lines which are recognized by most modern heraldic textbooks and generally recapitulated. But we shall have occasion later to refer to others which are very well known, though apparently they have never been included in the classification of partition lines, figure 47. Enrailed, as everyone knows, is formed by a continuous and concurrent series of small semicircles conjoined each to each, the sharp points formed by the conjunction of the two arcs being placed outwards. This partition line may be employed for the rectilinear charges known as ordinaries or subordinaries. In the band, pale, pile, cross, chief, and fess, when these are described as enrailed, the enclosing lines of the ordinary, other than the edges of the shield, are all composed of these small semicircles with the points turned outwards.
And the word outwards must be construed as pointing away from the center of the ordinary when it is depicted. In the case of a chief the points are turned downwards, but it is rather difficult to describe the use of the term when used as a partition line of the field. The only instance I can call to mind where it is so employed is the case of Baird of Uri, the arms of this family being, per paling railed gules and or, a bore passant counterchanged. In this instance the points are turned towards the sinister side of the shield, which would seem to be correct, as, there being no ordinary, they must be outwards from the most important position affected. Which in this case undoubtedly is the dexter side of the shield. In the same way, professing railed would be presumably depicted with the points outwards from the chief line of the shield, that is, they would point downwards. And I should imagine that in per bending railed the points of the semicircles would again be placed inclined towards the dexter base of the shield, but I may be wrong in these two latter cases, for they are only supposition. This point, however, which puzzled me much in depicting the arms of Baird of Uri, I could find explained in no textbook upon the subject. Figure 47. Lines of partition. The term invected or invect is the precise opposite of enrailed. It is similarly composed of small semicircles, but the points are turned inwards instead of outwards, so that it is no more than the exact reverse of enrailed, and all the regulations concerning the one need to be observed concerning the other, with the proviso that they are reversed. The partition line embattled has certain peculiarities of its own. When dividing the field there can be no difficulty about it, inasmuch as the crenellations are equally inwards and outwards from any point, and it should be noted that the term crenelle is almost as often used as embattled. When, however, the term describes an ordinary, certain points have to be borne in mind. The fess or the bar embattled is drawn with the crenellations on the upper side only, the under edge being plain unless the ordinary is described both as embattled and counter-embattled. Similarly a chevron is only crenellated on the upper edge unless it is described as both embattled and counter-embattled, but a pale embattled is crenellated on both edges as is the cross or saltire. Strictly speaking, a bend embattled is crenellated upon the upper edge only, though with regard to this ordinary there is much laxity of practice. I have never come across a pile embattled, but it would naturally be embattled on both edges. Some writers make a distinction between embattled and breteste, giving to the former term the meaning that the embattlements on the one side are opposed to the indentations on the other, and using the term breteste to signify that embattlements are opposite embattlements and indentations opposite indentations. I am doubtful as to the accuracy of this distinction, because the French term breteste means only counter-embattled. The terms indented and dansette need to be considered together, because they differ very little, and only in the fact that whilst indented may be drawn with any number of teeth, dansette is drawn with a limited number, which is usually 3 complete teeth in the width of the field. But it should be observed that this rule is not so hard and fast that the necessity of artistic depicting may not modify it slightly. An ordinary which is indented would follow much the same rules as an ordinary which was enrailed, except that the teeth are made by small straight lines for the indentations instead of by small semicircles. And instances can doubtless be found of all the ordinaries qualified by the term indented. Dansette, however, does not lend itself so readily to general application, and is usually to be found applied to either a fess or chief, or occasionally a bend. In the case of a fess dansette the indentations on the top and bottom lines are made to fit into each other, so that instead of having a straight band with the edge merely toothed, one gets an up and down zigzag band with 3 complete teeth at the top and 3 complete teeth at the bottom. Whilst a fess, a bar, a bend, and a chief can be found dansette, I do not see how it would be possible to draw a saltire or a cross dansette. At any rate the resulting figure would be most ugly, and would appear ill-balanced. A pile and a chevron seem equally impossible, though there does not seem to be the like objection to a pale dansette. An instance of a bend dansette is found in the arms of Cuff, Lord Dessart, which are, argent, on a bend dansette sable, plain cotised azure, 3 fleurs de lis, and on each cotis as many bezants. Wavy or undei, which is supposed to have been taken from water, and nebulae, which is supposed to be derived from clouds, are of course lines which are well known. They are equally applicable to any ordinary and to any partition of the field. But in both cases it should be noticed by artists that there is no one definite or accepted method of depicting these lines, and one is quite at liberty, and might be recommended, to widen out the indentations, or to increase them in height, as the artistic requirements of the work in hand may seem to render advisable. It is only by bearing this in mind and treating these lines with freedom that really artistic work can sometimes be produced where they occur. There is no fixed rule either as to the width which these lines may occupy or as to the number of indentations as compared with the width of the shield, and it is a pity to introduce or recognize any regulations of this character where none exist. There are writers who think it not unlikely that Vere and Barry nebulae were one and the same thing. It is at any rate difficult in some old representations to draw any noticeable distinctions between the methods of depicting Barry nebulae and Vere. The line reguli has been the subject of much discussion. It, and the two which follow, viz. Patenti and dovetailed, are all comparatively modern introductions. It would be interesting if some enthusiast would go carefully through the ancient rolls of arms and find the earliest occurrences of these terms. My own impression is that they would all be found to be inventions of the medieval writers on heraldry. Reguli is the same as embattled, with the crenellations put upon the slant. Some writers say they should slant one way, others give them slanting the reverse. In a pale or a bend the teeth must point upwards. But in a fess I should hesitate to say whether it were more correct for them to point to the dexter or to the sinister, and I am inclined to consider that either is perfectly correct. At any rate, whilst they are usually drawn inclined to the dexter, in Woodward and Burnet they are to the sinister, and Gillam gives them turned to the dexter, saying, "This form of line I never yet met with in use as a partition," though frequently in composing of ordinaries referring them like to the trunks of trees with the branches lopped off, and that, as I take it, it was intended to represent. Modern heraldry supplies an instance which in the days of Mr. Gillam, of course, did not exist to refer to. This instance occurs in the arms of the late Lord Leighton, which were, quarterly per fess reguli or and gules, in the second and third quarters a wyvern of the first. It is curious that Gillam, even in the edition of 1724, does not mention any of the remaining terms. Dovetailed in modern armory is even yet but seldom made use of, though I can quote two instances of coats of arms in which it is to be found, namely, the arms of Kirk, which are, gules, a chevron dovetailed ermine, on a chief argent. 3 dragons' heads couped of the field. And Ambrose, azure, 2 lions passant in pale argent, on a chief dovetailed of the last, a fleur-de-lis between 2 annulets of the first. Other instances of dovetailed used as a line of partition will be found in the case of the arms of Farmer, which are, per chevron dovetailed gules and argent, in chief 2 lions' heads erased of the last, and in base a salamander in flames proper. And in the arms of Fenton namely, per pale argent and sable, a cross dovetailed, in the first and fourth quarters a fleur-de-lis, and in the second and third a trefoil slipped all countercharged. There are, of course, many others. The term patenti, as will be seen from a reference to figure 47, is used to indicate a line which follows the form of the division lines in the fur potent. As one of the partition lines patenti is very rare. As to the term ordi, which is given in Woodward and Burnet and also in Barry, I can only say I personally have never come across an instance of its use as a partition line. A cross or a billet ordi one knows, but ordi as a partition line I have yet to find. It is significant that it is omitted in Parker except as a term applicable to a cross, and the instances and variations given by Barry, ordi in point paleways, and, contrary ordi, I should be much more inclined to consider as variations of Vere. And, though it is always well to settle points which can be settled, I think ordi and its use as a partition line may be well left for further consideration when examples of it come to hand. There is one term, however, which is to be met with at the present time, but which I have never seen quoted in any textbook under the heading of a partition line. That is, flori counter flori, which is of course formed by a succession of fleurs de lis alternately reversed and counterchanged. They might of course be blazoned after the quotation of the field as per bend, or per chevron, as the case might be, simply as so many fleurs de lis counterchanged, and alternately reversed in a specified position. But this never appears to be the case, and consequently the fleurs de lis would appear to be essentially parts of the field and not charges. I have sometimes thought whether it would not be more correct to depict, per something, flory and counterflory without completing the fleurs de lis, simply leaving the alternate tops of the fleurs de lis to show. In the cases of the illustrations which have come under my notice, however, the whole fleur de lis is depicted, and as an instance of the use of the term may be mentioned the arms of Dumas, which are, per chevron flory and counterflory or in azure, in chief 2 lions gams erased, and in base a garb counterchanged. But when the term flory and counterflory is used in conjunction with an ordinary, e.g. a fess flory and counterflory, the half fleurs de lis, only alternately reversed, are represented on the outer edges of the ordinary. I think also that the word arched should now be included as a partition line. I confess that the only form in which I know of it is that it is frequently used by the present Garter King of Arms in designing coats of arms with chiefs arched. Recently Garter has granted a coat with a chief double-arched. But if a chief can be arched, I see no reason why a fess or a bar cannot equally be so altered, and in that case it undoubtedly becomes a recognized line of partition. Perhaps it should be stated that a chief arched is a chief with its base line one arc of a large circle. The diameter of the circle and the consequent acuteness of the arch do not appear to be fixed by any definite rule, and here again artistic requirements must be the controlling factor in any decision. Elvin in his Dictionary of Heraldic Terms gives a curious assortment of lines, the most curious of all, perhaps, being indented embowed, or hacked and hewed. Where such a term originated or in what coat of arms it is to be found I am ignorant, but the appearance is exactly what would be presented by a piece of wood hacked with an axe at regular intervals. Elvin again makes a difference between bretest and embattled counter-embattled, making the embattlement on either side of an ordinary identical in the former and alternated in the latter. He also makes a difference between reguli, which is the conventional form universally adopted, and raguled and trunked, where the ordinary takes the representation of the trunk of a tree with the branches lopped. But these and many others that he gives are refinements of idea which personally I should never expect to find in actual use, and of the instances of which I am unaware. I think, however, the term rayon, which is found in both the arms of O'Hara and the arms of Coleman, and which is formed by the addition of rays to the ordinary, should take a place amongst lines of partition. Though I admit I know of no instance in which it is employed to divide the field. Methods of partition. The field of any coat of arms is the surface color of the shield, and is supposed to include the area within the limits formed by its outline. There are, as has been already stated, but few coats of a single color minus a charge to be found in British heraldry. But there are many which consist of a field divided by partition lines only, of which some instances were given on page. A shield may be divided by partition lines running in the direction of almost any ordinary, in which case the field will be described as per bend or per chevron, and it may be per fess. Fig. 48. Per bend. 49. Per bend sinister. 50. Per pale. 51. Per chevron. 52. Per cross. 53. Though it should be noted that the more usual term employed for this is quarterly. Per salter. Fig. 54. But a field cannot be per pile or per chief, because there is no other way of representing these ordinaries. Figure 48. Per fess. Figure 49. Per bend. Figure 50. Per bend sinister. Figure 51. Per pale. Figure 52. Per chevron. Figure 53. Per cross or quarterly. A field can be composed of any number of pieces in the form of the ordinaries filling the area of the shield, in which case the field is said to be berry, figures 55 and 56, poly, figure 57, bendy, fig. 58, chevrony, figure 59, and, but the number of pieces must be specified. Figure 54. Per salter. Figure 55. Berry. Figure 56. Berry nebulae. Figure 57. Poly. Figure 58. Bendy. Figure 59. Chevrony. Another method of partition will be found in the fields Checky, or Checky, and Lozenge, but these divisions, as also the foregoing, will be treated more specifically under the different ordinaries. A field which is party need not necessarily have all its lines of partition the same. This peculiarity, however, seldom occurs except in the case of a field quarterly. The object in coats of this character being to prevent different quarters of one coat of arms being ranked as or taken to be quarterings representing different families. Chapter 8. The Rules of Blazon. The word blazon is used with some number of meanings, but practically it may be confined to the verb to blazon, which is to describe in words a given coat of arms, and the noun blazon, which is such a description. Care should be taken to differentiate between the employment of the term blazon and the verb to emblazon, which latter means to depict in color. It may here be remarked, however, that to illustrate by the use of outline with written indications of color is termed to trick, and a picture of arms of this character is termed a trick. The term trick has of late been extended, though one almost thinks improperly, to include representations of arms in which the colors are indicated by the specified tincture lines which have been already referred to. The subject of blazon has of late acquired rather more importance than has hitherto been conceded to it, owing to an unofficial attempt to introduce a new system of blazoning under the guise of a supposed reversion to earlier forms of description. This it is not, but even if it were what it claims to be, merely the revival of ancient forms and methods, its reintroduction cannot be said to be either expedient or permissible. Because the ancient practice does not permit of extension to the limits within which more modern armory has developed, and modern armory, though less ancient, is armory equally with the more ancient and simpler examples to be found in earlier times. To ignore modern armory is simply futile and absurd. The rules to be employed in blazon are simple, and comparatively few in number. The commencement of any blazon is of necessity a description of the field, the one word signifying its color being employed if it be a simple field, or, if it be composite, such terms as are necessary. Thus, a coat divided per pale or per chevron is so described, and whilst the Scottish field of this character is officially termed parted per pale or per chevron, the English equivalent is party. Though this word in English usage is more often omitted than not in the blazon which commences per pale or per chevron, as the case may be. The description of the different colors and different divisions of the field have all been detailed in earlier chapters, but it may be added that in a party-colored field, that color or tincture is mentioned first which occupies the more important part of the escutcheon. Thus, in a field per bend, per chevron, or per fess, the upper portion of the field is first referred to, in a coat per pale, the dexter side is the more important. And in a coat quarterly, the tinctures of the first and fourth quarters are given precedence of the tinctures of the second and third. The only division upon which there has seemed any uncertainty is the curious one, gyrony, but the correct method to be employed in this case can very easily be recognized by taking the first quarter of the field, and therein considering the field as if it were simply per bend. After the field has been described, anything of which the field is semé must next be alluded to, e.g. gules, semedalis or endk. The second thing to be mentioned in the blazon is the principal charge. We will consider first those cases in which it is an ordinary. Thus, one would speak of, or, a chevron gules, or, if there be other charges as well as the ordinary, azure, a bend between two horses' heads or, gules, a chevron between 3 roses argent. The color of the ordinary is not mentioned until after the charge, if it be the same as the latter, but if it be otherwise it must of course be specified, as in the coat, or, a fess gules between 3 crescent sable. If the ordinary is charged, the charges thereupon, being less important than the charges in the field, are mentioned subsequently, as in the coat, gules, on a bend argent between 2 fountains proper, a rose gules between two mullets sable. The position of the charges need not be specified when they would naturally fall into a certain position with regard to the ordinaries. Thus, a chevron between three figures of necessity has two in chief and one in base. A bend between two figures of necessity has one above and one below. A fess has two above and one below. A cross between four has one in each angle. In none of these cases is it necessary to state the position. If, however, those positions or numbers do not come within the category mentioned, care must be taken to specify what the code exactly is. If a bend is accompanied only by one charge, the position of this charge must be stated. For example, gules, a bend or, in chief a crescent argent. A chevron with four figures would be described, argent, a chevron between three escallops in chief and one in base sable, though it would be equally correct to say, argent, a chevron between four escallops, three in chief and one in base sable. In the same way we should get, vert, on a cross or, and in the first quarter a bezant, an estoile sable. Though, to avoid confusion, this coat would more probably be blazoned, vert, a cross or, charged with an estoile sable, and in the first quarter a bezant. This example will indicate the latitude which is permissible if, for the sake of avoiding confusion making a blazon more readily understandable, some deviation from the strict formulas would appear to be desirable. If there be no ordinary on a shield, the charge which occupies the chief position is mentioned first. For example, or, a lion rampant sable between three boars' heads erased gules, two in chief and one in base. Many people, however, would omit any reference to the position of the boars' heads, taking it for granted that, as there were only three, they would be two and one, which is the normal position of three charges in any coat of arms. If, however, the coat of arms had the three boars' heads all above the lion, it would then be necessary to blazon it, or, a lion rampant sable, in chief three boars' heads erased gules. When a field is semé of anything, this is taken to be a part of the field, and not a representation of a number of charges. Consequently the arms of long are blazoned, sable, semé of crosslets, a lion rampant argent. As a matter of fact the semé of crosslets is always termed crucilli, as has been already explained. When charges are placed around the shield in the position they would occupy if placed upon a bowyer, these charges are said to be, in oral, as in the arms of Hutchinson, quarterly, azure and gules, a lion rampant erminois. Within four crosslets argent, and as many bezants alternately in oral. Though it is equally permissible to term charges in such a position, an oral of, e.g. crosslets argent and bezants alternately, or so many charges, in oral, see figure 60. If an ordinary being railed, or invected, this fact is at once stated, the term occurring before the color of the ordinary. Thus, argent, on a chevron nebulae between three crescents gules, as many roses of the field. When a charge upon an ordinary is the same color as the field, the name of the color is not repeated, but those charges are said to be, of the field. It is the constant endeavor, under the recognized system, to avoid the use of the name of the same color a second time in the blazon. Thus, quarterly, gules and or, a cross counterchanged between in the first quarter a sword erect proper, pommel and hilt of the second, in the second quarter a rose of the first, barbed and seated of the third. In the third quarter a fleur-de-lis azure, and in the fourth quarter a mullet gold, the use of the term gold being alone permissible in such a case. Any animal which needs to be described, also needs its position to be specified. It may be rampant, segreant, passant, statant, or trippant, as the case may be. It may also sometimes be necessary to specify its position upon the shield, but the terms peculiarly appropriated to specific animals will be given in the chapters in which these animals are dealt with. Figure 60. Arms of Aymer de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, Baruli argent and azure, an Earl of Martlet's gules. From his seal. With the exception of the chief, the quarter, the canton, the flaunch, and the bowyer, an ordinary or subordinary is always of greater importance, and therefore should be mentioned before any other charge. But in the cases alluded to the remainder of the shield is first blazoned, before attention is paid to these figures. Thus we should get, argent, a chevron between 3 mullets gules, on a chief of the last 3 crescents of the second, or, sable, a lion rampant between 3 fleurs de lis or, on a canton argent a massel of the field. Or, gules, 2 chevronnels between 3 mullets pierced or, within a boyer enrailed argent charged with 8 roses of the field. The arms in figure 61 are an interesting example of this point. They are those of John de Bretagne, Earl of Richmond, died in 1334, and would properly be blazoned, chequy or an azure, a boyer gules, charged with lions passant gardant or, a boyer of England, over all a canton, sometimes a quarter, ermine. Figure 61. The arms of John de Bretagne, Earl of Richmond. If 2 ordinaries or subordinaries appear in the same field, certain discretion needs to be exercised, but the arms of Fitzwalter, for example, are as follows, or, a fess between 2 chevrons gules. When charges are placed in a series following the direction of any ordinary, they are said to be, in bend, in chevron, or, in pale, as the case may be, and not only must their position on the shield as regards each other be specified, but their individual direction must also be noted. A coat of arms in which 3 spears were placed side by side, but each erect, would be blazoned, gules, 3 tilting spears palewise in fess. But if the spears were placed horizontally, one above the other, they would be blazoned, 3 tilting spears fesswise in pale, because in the latter case each spear is placed fesswise. But the 3 occupy in relation to each other the position of a pale. 3 tilting spears fesswise which were not in pale would be depicted 2 and 1. When one charge surmounts another, the undermost one is mentioned first, as in the arms of Beaumont, see figure 62. Here the lion rampant is the principal charge, and the bend which debruises it is consequently mentioned afterwards. In the cases of a cross and of a salter, the charges when all are alike would simply be described as between 4 objects, though the term cantoned by 4 objects is sometimes met with. If the objects are not the same, they must be specified as being in the first, second, or third quarters, if the ordinary be a cross. If it be a salter, it will be found that in Scotland the charges are mentioned as being in chief and base, and in the flanks. In England they would be described as being in pale and in fess if the alternative charges are the same. If not, they would be described as in chief, on the dexter side, on the sinister side, and in base. Figure 62. Arms of John de Beaumont, Lord Beaumont, died in 1369, azure, Semetalis and a lion rampantor, over all a bend gobany argent in gules. From his seal. When a specified number of charges is immediately followed by the same number of charges elsewhere disposed, the number is not repeated, the words, as many, being substituted instead. Thus, argent, on a chevron between 3 roses gules, as many crescents of the field. When any charge, ordinary, or mark of cadency surmounts a single object, that object is termed debruised by that ordinary. If it surmounts everything, as, for instance, a bendlet sinister, this would be termed overall. When a coat of arms is parti-colored in its field and the charges are alternately of the same colors transposed, the term counterchanged is used. For example, parti per pale argent and sable, 3 chevronnels between as many mullets pierced all counterchanged. In that case the coat is divided down the middle, the dexter field being argent, and the sinister sable. The charges on the sable being argent, whilst the charges on the argent are sable. A mark of cadency is mentioned last, and is termed, for difference, a mark of bastardy, or a mark denoting lack of blood descent, is termed, for distinction. Certain practical hints, which, however, can hardly be termed rules, were suggested by the late Mr. J. Gough Nichols in 1863, when writing in the Herald and Genealogist, and subsequent practice has since conformed therewith, though it may be pointed out with advantage that these suggestions are practically, and to all intents and purposes, the same rules which have been observed officially over a long period. Amongst these suggestions he advises that the blazoning of every coat or quarter should begin with a capital letter, and that, save on the occurrence of proper names, no other capitals should be employed. He also suggests that punctuation marks should be avoided as much as possible, his own practice being to limit the use of the comma to its occurrence after each tincture. He suggests also that figures should be omitted in all cases except in the numbering of quarterings. When one or more quarterings occur, each is treated separately on its own merits and blazoned entirely without reference to any other quartering. Figure 63. A to B, the chief, C to D, the base, A to C, dexter side, B to D, sinister side. A, dexter chief, B, sinister chief, C, dexter base, D, sinister base. 1, 2, 3, chief, 7, 8, 9, base, 2, 5, 8, pale, 4, 5, 6, fess, 5, fess point. In blazoning a coat in which some quarterings, grand quarterings, are composed of several coats placed subquarterly, sufficient distinction is afforded for English purposes of writing or printing if Roman numerals are employed to indicate the grand quarters, and Arabic figures the subquarters. But in speaking such a method would need to be somewhat modified in accordance with the Scottish practice, which describes grand quarterings as such, and so alludes to them. The extensive use of borgers, charged and uncharged, in Scotland, which figure sometimes round the subquarters, sometimes round the grand quarters, and sometimes round the entire escutcheon, causes so much confusion that for the purposes of blazoning it is essential that the difference between quarters and grand quarters should be clearly defined. In order to simplify the blazoning of a shield, and so express the position of the charges, the field has been divided into points, of which those placed near the top, and to the dexter, are always considered the more important. In heraldry, dexter and sinister are determined, not from the point of view of the onlooker, but from that of the bearer of the shield. The diagram, figure 63, will serve to explain the plan of a shield surface. Figure 64. If a second shield be placed upon the fess point, this is called an inescutcheon, in German, the heart shield. The enriching of the shield with an inescutcheon came into lively use in Germany in the course of the latter half of the 15th century. Later on, further points of honor were added, as the honor point, A, Fig. 64, and the nombril point, B, figure 64. These extra shields laid upon the others should correspond as much as possible in shape to the chief shield. If between the inescutcheon and the chief shield still another be inserted, it is called the middle shield, from its position, but except in anglicized versions of continental arms, these distinctions are quite foreign to British armory. In conclusion, it may be stated that although the foregoing are the rules which are usually observed, and that every effort should be made to avoid unnecessary tautology, and to make the blazon as brief as possible, it is by no manner of means considered officially, or unofficially, that any one of these rules is so unchangeable that in actual practice it cannot be modified if it should seem advisable so to do. For the essential necessity of accuracy is of far greater importance than any desire to be brief, or to avoid tautology. This should be borne in mind, and also the fact that in official practice no such hidebound character is given to these rules, as one is led to believe is the case when perusing some of the ordinary textbooks of armory. They certainly are not laws, they are hardly rules, perhaps being better described as accepted methods of blazoning. Chapter 9. The so-called ordinaries and subordinaries. Arms, and the charges upon arms, have been divided into many fantastical divisions. There is a type of the precise mind much evident in the scientific writing of the last and the preceding centuries which is forever unhappy unless it can be dividing the object of its consideration into classes and divisions, into subclasses and subdivisions. Heraldry has suffered in this way. For, oblivious of the fact that the rules enunciated are impossible as rigid guides for general observance, and that they never have been complied with, and that they never will be, a tabular system has been evolved for heraldry as for most other sciences. The precise mind has applied a system obviously derived from natural history classification to the principles of armory. It has selected a certain number of charges, and has been pleased to term them ordinaries. It has selected others which it has been pleased to term subordinaries. The selection has been purely arbitrary, at the pleasure of the writer, and few writers have agreed in their classifications. One of the foremost rules which former heraldic writers have laid down is that an ordinary must contain the third part of the field. Now it is doubtful whether an ordinary has ever been drawn containing the third part of the field by rigid measurement, except in the solitary instance of the pale, when it is drawn, per fess counterchanged. For the obvious purpose of dividing the shield into 6 equal portions, a practice which has been lately pursued very extensively owing to the ease with which, by its adoption, a new coat of arms can be designed bearing a distinct resemblance to one formerly in use without infringing the rights of the latter. Certainly, if the ordinary is the solitary charge upon the shield, it will be drawn about that specified proportion. But when an attempt is made to draw the Walpole coat, which cannot be said to be a modern one, so that it shall exhibit 3 ordinaries, to wit, 1 fess and 2 chevrons, which being interpreted as 3/3 of the shield, would fill it entirely, and yet leave a goodly proportion of the field still visible, the absurdity is apparent. And a very large proportion of the classification and rules which occupy such a large proportion of the space in the majority of heraldic textbooks are equally unnecessary, confusing, and incorrect, and what is very much more important, such rules have never been recognized by the powers that have had the control of armory from the beginning of that control down to the present day. I shall not be surprised to find that many of my critics, bearing in mind how strenuously I have pleaded elsewhere for a right and proper observance of the laws of armory, may think that the foregoing has largely the nature of a recantation. It is nothing of the kind, and I advocate as strenuously as I have ever done, the compliance with and the observance of every rule which can be shown to exist. But this is no argument whatever for the idle invention of rules which never have existed, or for the recognition of rules which have no other origin than the imagination of heraldic writers. Nor is it an argument for the deduction of unnecessary regulations from cases which can be shown to have been exceptions. Too little recognition is paid to the fact that in armory there are almost as many rules of exception as original rules. There are vastly more plain exceptions to the rules which should govern them. On the subject of ordinaries, I cannot see wherein lies the difference between a bend and a lion rampant, save their difference in form, yet the one is said to be an ordinary, the other is merely a charge. Each has its special rules to be observed, and whilst a bend can be enrailed or invected, a lion can be gardant or regardant, and whilst the one can be placed between 2 objects, which objects will occupy a specified position, so can the other. Each can be charged, and each furnishes an excellent example of the futility of some of the ancient rules which have been coined concerning them. The ancient rules allow of but 1 lion and 1 bend upon a shield, requiring that 2 bends shall become bendlets, and 2 lions lioncels. Whereas the instance we have already quoted, the coat of Walpole, has never been drawn in such form that either of the chevrons could have been considered chevrons. And it is rather late in the day to degrade the lions of England into unblooded whelps. To my mind the ordinaries and subordinaries are no more than first charges, and though the bend, the fess, the pale, the pile, the chevron, the cross, and the salter will always be found described as honorable ordinaries. Whilst the chief seems also to be pretty universally considered as one of the honorable ordinaries, such hopeless confusion remains as to the others, scarcely any 2 writers giving similar classifications. That the utter absurdity of the necessity for any classification at all is amply demonstrated. Classification is only necessary or desirable when a certain set of rules can be applied identically to all the set of figures in that particular class. Even this will not hold with the ordinaries which have been quoted. A pale embattled is embattled upon both its edges, a fess embattled is embattled only upon the upper edge, a chief is embattled necessarily only upon the lower. And the grave difficulty of distinguishing per pale enrailed from per pale invected shows that no rigid rules can be laid down. When we come to subordinaries, the confusion is still more apparent, for as far as I can see the only reason for the classification is the tabulating of rules concerning the lines of partition. The bowyer and the orle can be, and often are, enrailed or embattled, the fret, the lozenge, the fusel, the massel, the ruster, the flanchet, the roundel, the billet, the label, the peril, it would be practically impossible to meddle with. And all these figures have at some time or another, and by some writer or other, been included amongst either the ordinaries or the subordinaries. In fact, there is no one quality which these charges possess in common which is not equally possessed by scores of other well-known charges. And there is no particular reason why a certain set should be selected and dignified by the name of ordinaries. Nor are there any rules relating to ordinaries which require the selection of a certain number of figures, or of any figures to be controlled by those rules, with one exception. The exception is to be found not in the rules governing the ordinaries, but in the rules of blazon. After the field has been specified, the principal charge must be mentioned first, and no charge can take precedence of a bend, fess, pale, pile, chevron, cross, or salter, except one of themselves. If there be any reason for a subdivision, those charges must stand by themselves, and might be termed the honorable ordinaries, but I can see no reason for treating the chief, the quarter, the canton, gyron, flanche, label, oral, trachure, fret, inescutcheon, chaplet, bowyer, lozenge, fusel, massel, ruster, roundel, billet, label, shake fork, and peril, as other than ordinary charges. They certainly are purely heraldic, and each has its own special rules, but so in heraldry have the lion, griffin, and deer. Here is the complete list of the so-called ordinaries and subordinaries: the bend, fess, bar, chief, pale, chevron, cross, salter, pile, peril, shake fork or pall, quarter, canton, gyron, bowyer, oral, trachure, flanche, label, fret, inescutcheon, chaplet, lozenge, fusel, massel, ruster, roundel, billet, together with the diminutives of such of these as are in use. With reference to the origin of these ordinaries, by the use of which term is meant for the moment the rectilinear figures peculiar to armory, it may be worth the passing mention that the said origin is a matter of some mystery. Gilham and the old writers almost universally take them to be derived from the actual military scarf or a representation of it placed across the shield in various forms. Other writers, taking the surcoat and its decoration as the real origin of coats of arms, derive the ordinaries from the belt, scarf and other articles of raiment. Planche, on the other hand, scouted such a derivation, putting forward upon very good and plausible grounds the simple argument that the origin of the ordinaries is to be found in the crosspieces of wood placed across a shield for strengthening purposes. He instances cases in which shields, apparently charged with ordinaries but really strengthened with crosspieces, can be taken back to a period long anterior to the existence of regularized armory. But then, on the other hand, shields can be found decorated with animals at an equally early or even an earlier period, and I am inclined myself to push Planche's own argument even farther than he himself took it, and assert unequivocally that the ordinaries had in themselves no particular symbolism and no definable origin whatever beyond that easy method of making some pattern upon a shield which was to be gained by using straight lines. That they ever had any military meaning, I cannot see the slightest foundation to believe. Their suggested and asserted symbolism I totally deny. But when we can find, as Planche did, that shields were strengthened with crosspieces in various directions, it is quite natural to suppose that these crosspieces afforded a ready means of decoration in color. And this would lead a good deal of other decoration to follow similar forms, even in the absence of crosspieces upon the definite shield itself. The one curious point which rather seems to tell against Planche's theory is that in the earliest rolls of arms but a comparatively small proportion of the arms are found to consist of these rectilinear figures. And if the ordinaries really originated in strengthening crosspieces, one would have expected a larger number of such coats of arms to be found. But at the same time such arms would, in many cases, in themselves be so palpably mere meaningless decoration of crosspieces upon plain shields, that the resulting design would not carry with it such a compulsory remembrance as would a design, for example, derived from lines which had plainly had no connection with the construction of the shield. Nor could it have any such basis of continuity. Whilst a son would naturally paint a lion upon his shield if his father had done the same, there certainly would not be a similar inducement for a son to follow his father's example where the design upon a shield were no more than different colored strengthening pieces, because if these were gilt, for example, The son would naturally be no more inclined to perpetuate a particular form of strengthening for his shield, which might not need it, than any particular artistic division with which it was involved. So that the absence of arms composed of ordinaries from the early rolls of arms may not amount to so very much. Still further, it may well be concluded that the compilers of early rolls of arms, or the collectors of the details from which early rolls were made at a later date, may have been tempted to ignore, and may have been justified in discarding from their lists of arms, those patterns and designs which palpably were then no more than a meaningless coloring of the strengthening pieces, but which patterns and designs by subsequent continuous usage and perpetuation became accepted later by certain families as the arms their ancestors had worn. It is easy to see that such meaningless patterns would have less chance of survival by continuity of usage, and at the same time would require a longer continuity of usage, before attaining to fixity as a definite design. The undoubted symbolism of the cross in so many early coats of arms has been urged strongly by those who argue either for a symbolism for all these rectilinear figures or for an origin in articles of dress. But the figure of the cross preceded Christianity and organized armory, and it had an obvious decorative value which existed before, and which exists now outside any attribute it may have of a symbolical nature. That it is an utterly fallacious argument must be admitted when it is remembered that two lines at right angles make a cross, probably the earliest of all forms of decoration, and that the cross existed before its symbolism. Herein it differs from other forms of decoration, e.g. the Masonic emblems, which cannot be traced beyond their symbolical existence. The cross, like the other heraldic rectilinear figures, came into existence, meaningless as a decoration for a shield, before armory as such existed, and probably before Christianity began. Then being in existence, the crusading instinct doubtless caused its frequent selection with an added symbolical meaning. But the argument can truthfully be pushed no farther. The bend. The bend is a broad band going from the dexter chief corner to the sinister base, figure 65. According to the old theorists, this should contain the third part of the field. As a matter of fact, it hardly ever does, and seldom did even in the oldest examples. Great latitude is allowed to the artist on this point, in accordance with whether the bend be plain or charged, and more particularly according to the charges which accompany it in the shield and their disposition thereupon. Azure, a bend or, is the well-known coat concerning which the historic controversy was waged between Scrope and Grosvenor. As every one knows, it was finally adjudged to belong to the former, and a right to it has also been proved by the Cornish family of Carmino. A bend is, of course, subject to the usual variations of the lines of partition, figures 66, 75. A bend compony, figure 76, will be found in the arms of Beaumont, and the difference between this, in which the panes run with the bend, and a bend berry, in which the panes are horizontal, figure 77, as in the arms of King, should be noticed. Fig. 65. Bend. Figure 66. Bend enrailed. Figure 67. Bend invect. Figure 68. Bend embattled. Figure 69. Bend embattled counter-embattled. Figure 70. Bend reguli. Figure 71. Bend dovetailed. Figure 72. Bend indented. Figure 73. Bend dancet. A bend wavy is not very usual, but will be found in the arms of Wallop, de Burton, and Conder. A bend reguli appears in the arms of Strangman. When a bend and a bowyer appear upon the same arms, the bend is not continued over the bowyer, and similarly it does not surmount a trachure, figure 78, but stops within it. A bend upon a bend is by no means unusual. An example of this will be found in a coat of Waller. Cases where this happens need to be carefully scrutinized to avoid error in blazoning. Figure 74. Bend wavy. Figure 75. Bend nebulae. Figure 76. Bend compony. Figure 77. Bend berry. Figure 78. Bend within trachure. Figure 79. Bend lozenge. A bend lozenge, or of lozenges, figure 79, will be found in the arms of bolding. A bend florine counterflory will be found in the arms of fellows, a quartering of tweedy. A bend checky will be found in the arms of mentithe, and it should be noticed that the checks run the way of the bend. Ermine spots upon a bend are represented the way of the bend. Occasionally two bends will be found, as in the arms of lever, argent, two bend sable, the upper one railed, VIII lion register, escutcheon of pretence on the arms of Goldie Scott of Craigmore, 1868. Or as in the arms of James Ford, of Montrose, 1804, gules, two bends ver argent and sable, on a chief or, a greyhound courant sable between two towers gules. A different form appears in the arms of Zork or York, see Papworth, which are blazoned, azure, a bend argent, impaling argent, a bend azure. A solitary instance of three bends, which, however, effectually proves that a bend cannot occupy the third part of the field, occurs in the arms of Penrose, matriculated in Lion Register in 1795 as a quartering of Cumming-Gordon of Altyre. These arms of Penrose are, argent, three bend sable, each charged with as many roses of the field. A charge half the width of a bend is a bendlet, figure 80, and one half the width of a bendlet is a cotties, fig. 81, but a cotties cannot exist alone, inasmuch as it has of itself neither direction nor position, but is only found accompanying one of the ordinaries. The arms of Harley are an example of a bend cottiest. Bendlets will very seldom be found either in addition to a bend, or charged, but the arms of Vale show both these peculiarities. Figure 80. Bendlets. A bend will usually be found between two charges. Occasionally it will be found between 4, but more frequently between 6. In none of these cases is it necessary to specify the position of the subsidiary charges. It is presumed that the bend separates them into even numbers, but their exact position, beyond this, upon the shield is left to the judgment of the artist, and their disposition is governed by the space left available by the shape of the shield. A further presumption is permitted in the case of a bend between three objects, which are presumed to be two in chief and one in base. But even in the case of three the position will be usually found to be specifically stated, as would be the case with any other uneven number. Figure 81. Bend cottiest. Charges on a bend are placed in the direction of the bend. In such cases it is not necessary to specify that the charges are bendwise. When a charge or charges occupy the position which a bend would, they are said to be placed in bend. This is not the same thing as a charge placed bendwise or bendways. In this case the charge itself is slanted into the angle at which the bend crosses the shield, but the position of the charge upon the shield is not governed thereby. When a bend and chief occur together in the same arms, the chief will usually surmount the bend, the latter issuing from the angle between the base of the chief and the side of the shield. An instance to the contrary, however, will be found in the arms of Fitzherbert of Swinnerton, in which the bend is continued over the chief. This instance, however, as doubtless all others of the kind, is due to the use of the bend in early times as a mark of difference. The coat of arms, therefore, had an earlier and separate existence without the bend, which has been superimposed as a difference upon a previously existing coat. The use of the bend as a difference will be again referred to when considering more fully the marks and methods of indicating cadency. Figure 82. Bend sinister. A curious instance of the use of the sun's rays in bend will be found in the arms of Ward Oldham. The bend sinister, figure 82, is very frequently stated to be the mark of illegitimacy. It certainly has been so used upon some occasions, but these occasions are very few and far between, the charge more frequently made use of being the bendlet or its derivative the baton, figure 83. These will be treated more fully in the chapter on the marks of illegitimacy. The bend sinister, which is a band running from the sinister chief corner through the center of the escutcheon to the dexter base, need not necessarily indicate bastardy. Naturally the popular idea which has originated and become stereotyped concerning it renders its appearance extremely rare, but in at least 2 cases it occurs without, as far as I am aware, carrying any such meaning. At any rate, in neither case are the coats bastardist versions of older arms. These cases are the arms of Schiffner, azure, a bend sinister, in chief 2 as stoils, in like bend or in base the end and stock of an anchor gold, issuing from waves of the sea proper, and Burne-Jones, azure, on a bend sinister argent, between 7 mullets, for in chief and 3 in base or 3 pairs of wings adderst purpur. Figure 83. Batten sinister. No coat with the chief charge a single bendlet occurs in Papworth. A single case, however, is to be found in the Lion Register in the duly matriculated arms of Porterfield of that ilk, or, a bendlet between a stag's head erased in chief and a hunting horn in base sable, garnished gules. Single bendlets, however, both dexter and sinister, occur as ancient difference marks, and are then sometimes known as ribbons. So described, it occurs in blazon of the arms of Abernethy, or, a lion rampant gules, debruised of a ribbon sable, quartered by Lindsay, Earl of Crawford and Bulcaris, but here again the bendlet is a mark of cadency. In the Gelra armorial, in this particular coat the ribbon is made enrailed, which is most unusual, and which does not appear to be the accepted form. In many of the Scottish matriculations of this Abernethy coat in which this riband occurs it is termed a cost, doubtless another form of the word coddies. When a bend or bendlets, or, in fact, any other charge, are raised above their natural position in the shield they are termed enhanced, figure 84. An instance of this occurs in the well-known coat of Byron, viz. Argent, 3 bendlets enhanced gules, and in the arms of Manchester, which were based upon this coat. Figure 84. Bendlets enhanced. Figure 85. Pale. Figure 86. Pale enrailed. When the field is composed of an even number of equal pieces divided by lines following the angle of a bend the field is blazoned, bendy, of so many, figure 58. In most cases it will be composed of 6 or 8 pieces, but as there is no diminutive of bendy, the number must always be stated. The pale. The pale is a broad perpendicular band passing from the top of the escutcheon to the bottom, figure 85. Like all the other ordinaries, it is stated to contain the third part of the area of the field, and it is the only one which is at all frequently drawn in that proportion. But even with the pale, the most frequent occasion upon which this proportion is definitely given, this exaggerated width will be presently explained. The artistic latitude, however, permits the pale to be drawn of this proportion if this be convenient to the charges upon it. Like the other ordinaries, the pale will be found varied by the different lines of partition, figures 86, 94. The single circumstance in which the pale is regularly drawn to contain a full third of the field by measurement is when the coat is, per fess and a pale counterchanged. This, it will be noticed, divides the shield into 6 equal portions, fig. 95. The ease with which, by the employment of these conditions, a new coat can be based upon an old one which shall leave 3 original charges in the same position, and upon a field of the original tincture, and yet shall produce an entirely different and distinct coat of arms, has led to this particular form being constantly repeated in modern grants. Figure 87. Pale invect. Figure 88. Pale embattled. Figure 89. Pale reguli. Figure 90. Pale dovetailed. Figure 91. Pale indented. Figure 92. Pale wavy. Figure 93. Pale nebulae. Figure 94. Pale rayon. Figure 95. Pale per fess counterchanged. The diminutive of the pale is the palette, figure 96, and the pale codiced is sometimes termed endorsed. Except when it is used as a mark of difference or distinction, then usually wavy, the palette is not found singly, but 2 palettes, or 3, are not exceptional. Charged upon other ordinaries, particularly on the chief and the chevron, palettes are of constant occurrence. When the field is striped vertically it is said to be poly of so many, figure 57. Figure 96. Palettes. Figure 97. The arms of Amaury de Montfort, Earl of Gloucester, died before 1214. From his seal. Figure 98. Arms of Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester, died 1265. From M.S. Cott, Nero, D. 1. Figure 99. Fess. Figure 100. Fess enrailed. Figure 101. Fess invect. The arms shown in Fig. 97 are interesting inasmuch as they are doubtless an early form of the coat per pale indented argent and gules, which is generally described as a banner borne for the honour of Hinckley, by the Simons de Montfort, Earls of Leicester, father and son. In a roll temp. Henry III, to Simon the Younger is ascribed, lo banner party endenti d'argent and de gules, although the arms of both father and son are known to have been as figure 98, gules, a lion rampant Q4 argent. More probably the indented coat gives the original Montfort arms. The fess. The fess is a broad horizontal band crossing the escutcheon in the center, figure 99. It is seldom drawn to contain a full third of the area of the shield. It is subject to the lines of partition, figures 100, 109. A curious variety of the fess dancet is borne by the Shropshire family Plowden of Plowden. They bear, azure, a fess dancet, the upper points terminating in fleurs de lis, figure 110. A fess couped, figure 111, is found in the arms of Lee. Figure 102. Fess embattled. Figure 103. Fess embattled counter-embattled. Figure 104. Fess reguli. Figure 105. Fess dovetailed. Figure 106. Fess indented. Figure 107. Fess dancet. Figure 108. Fess wavy. Figure 109. Fess nebulae. Figure 110. The arms of Plowden. The fess embattled is only crenellated upon the upper edge, but when both edges are embattled it is a fess embattled and counter-embattled. The term bretesse, which is said to indicate that the battlements on the upper edge are opposite the battlements on the lower edge, and the indentations likewise corresponding, is a term and a distinction neither of which are regarded in British armoury. A fess wreathed, figure 112, is a bearing which seems to be almost peculiar to the Carmichael family, but the arms of Way of Devon are an additional example, being, sable, 2 bars wreathed argent and gules. I know of no other ordinary born in a wreathed form, but there seems no reason why this peculiarity should be confined to the fess. Figure 111. Fess couped. Figure 112. Fess wreathed. Figure 113. 2 bars. Figure 114. Bars embattled. Figure 115. Bars enrailed. Figure 116. Bars invect. It is a fixed rule of British armoury that there can be only one fess upon a shield. If 2 figures of this character are found they are termed bars, figure 113. But it is hardly correct to speak of the bar as a diminutive of the fess, because if 2 bars only appear on the shield there would be little, if any, diminution made from the width of the fess when depicting the bars. As is the case with other ordinaries, there is much latitude allowed to the artist in deciding the dimensions, it being usually permitted for these to be governed by the charges upon the fess or bars, and the charges between which these are placed. Bars, like the fess, are of course equally subject to all the varying lines of partition, figures 114, 118. The diminutive of the bar is the barolet, which is half its width and double the width of the coddies. But the barolet will almost invariably be found borne in pairs, when such a pair is usually known as a bar gemel and not as 2 barolets. Thus a coat with 4 barolets would have these placed at equal distances from each other. But a coat with 2 bars gemel would be depicted with 2 of its barolets placed closely together in chief and 2 placed closely together in base. The disposition being governed by the fact that the 2 barolets comprising the bar gemel are only 1 charge. Figure 119 shows 3 bars gemel. There is theoretically no limit to the number of bars or bars gemel which can be placed upon the shield. In practical use, however, 4 will be found the maximum. Figure 117. Bars reguli. Figure 118. Bars dovetailed. Figure 119. Bars gemel. A field composed of 4, 6, 8, or 10 horizontal pieces of equal width is, bury of such and such a number of pieces, the number being always specified, figures 55 and 56. A field composed of an equal number of horizontally shaped pieces, when these exceed 10 in number, is termed barely of such and such a number. The term barely is also sometimes used for 10 pieces. If the number is omitted, bury will usually be of 6 pieces, though sometimes of 8. On the other hand, a field composed of 5, 7, or 9 pieces is not bury, but, e.g., 2 bars, 3 bars, and 4 bars respectively. This distinction in modern coats needs to be carefully noted, but in ancient coats it is not of equal importance. Anciently also a shield, bury, was drawn of a greater number of pieces, see figures 120, 121 and 122, than would nowadays be employed. In modern armory a field so depicted would more correctly be termed barely. Whilst a field can be and often is bury of 2 colors or 2 metals, an uneven number of pieces must of necessity be of metal and color or fur. Consequently in a shield, e.g., divided into 7 equal horizontal divisions, alternately gules and sable, there must be a mistake somewhere. Although these distinctions require to be carefully noted as regards modern arms, it should be remembered that they are distinctions evolved by the intricacies and requirements of modern armory, and ancient arms were not so trammeled. A field divided horizontally into 3 equal divisions of e.g. gules, sable, and argent is theoretically blazoned by British rules, party per fess gules and argent, a fess sable. This, however, gives an exaggerated width to the fess which it does not really possess with us, and the German rules, which would blazon it, tierst per fess gules, sable, and argent, would seem preferable. Figure 120. Arms of William de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, died in 1296, barely azure and argent, a label of 5 points gules, the files depending from the chief line of the shield, and each file charged with 3 lions passant gardant or. From MS Reg 14, c. 7. Figure 121. Arms of Lawrence de Hastings, Earl of Pembroke, died in 1348, quarterly, 1 and 4, or, a manche gules, for Hastings, 2 and 3, barely argent and azure, an orle of martlets, for Valence. From his seal. Figure 122. Arms of Edmund Grey, Earl of Kent, died in 1489, quarterly, 1 and 4, bury of 6, argent and azure, in chief 3 tordos, for Grey, 2 and 3, Hastings and Valence subquarterly. From his seal, 1442. Figure 123. Bury, per chevron counterchanged. Figure 124. Bury bendy. Figure 125. Polybendy. A field which is bury may also be counterchanged, as in the arms of Bolingbroke, where it is counterchanged per pale. But it can also be counterchanged per chevron, figure 123, or per bend dexter or sinister. Such counterchanging should be carefully distinguished from fields which are bury bendy, figure 124, or polybendy, figure 125. In these latter cases the field is divided first by lines horizontal, for bury, or perpendicular, for poly, and subsequently by lines bendy, dexter or sinister. The result produced is very similar to lozenge, fig. 126, and care should be taken to distinguish the two. Bury bendy is sometimes blazoned, fusily in bend, whilst polybendy is sometimes blazoned, fusily in bend sinister, but the other terms are the more accurate and acceptable. Figure 126. Lozenge. Figure 127. Chevron. Figure 128. Chevron enrailed. Figure 129. Chevron invect. Figure 130. Chevron embattled. Figure 131. Chevron embattled and counter-embattled. Lozenge is made by use of lines in bend crossed by lines in bend sinister, figure 126, and fusily the same, only drawn at a more acute angle. The chevron. Probably the ordinary of most frequent occurrence in British, as also in French armory, is the chevron, figure 127. It is comparatively rare in German heraldry. The term is derived from the French word chevron, meaning a rafter, and the heraldic chevron is the same shape as a gable rafter. In early examples of heraldic art the chevron will be found depicted reaching very nearly to the top of the shield, the angle contained within the chevron being necessarily more acute. The chevron then attained very much more nearly to its full area of 1/3 of the field than is now given to it. As the chevron became accompanied by charges, it was naturally drawn so that it would allow of these charges being more easily represented, and its height became less whilst the angle it enclosed was increased. But now, as then, it is perfectly at the pleasure of the artist to design his chevron at the height and angle which will best allow the proper representation of the charges which accompany it. Figure 132. Chevron indented. Figure 133. Chevron wavy. Figure 134. Chevron nebulae. Figure 135. Chevron reguli. Figure 136. Chevron dovetailed. Figure 137. Chevron doubly cottized. The chevron, of course, is subject to the usual lines of partition, figs. 128 to 136, and can be cottized and doubly cottized, figure 137. It is usually found between 3 charges, but the necessity of modern differentiation has recently introduced the disposition of 4 charges, 3 in chief and 1 in base, which is by no means a happy invention. An even worse disposition occurs in the arms of a certain family of Mitchell, where the 4 escallops which are the principal charges are arranged 2 in chief and 2 in base. Figure 138. Chevron quarterly. Ermine spots upon a chevron do not follow the direction of it, but in the cases of chevrons vert and chevrons checky, authoritative examples can be found in which the checkers and rows of vert both do, and do not conform to the direction of the chevron. My own preference is to make the rows horizontal. A chevron quarterly is divided by a line chevronwise, apparently dividing the chevron into 2 chevron L's, and then by a vertical line in the center, figure 138. A chevron in point embowed will be found in the arms of tripod quartered by adlercron, figure 139. A field per chevron, fig. 52, is often met with, and the division line in this case, like the enclosing lines of a real chevron, is subject to the usual partition lines. But how one is to determine the differentiation between per chevron enrailed and per chevron invect I am uncertain, but think the points should be upwards for enrailed. The field when entirely composed of an even number of chevrons is termed chevrony, figure 59. The diminutive of the chevron is the chevronelle, figure 140. Chevronelles, interlaced, or braced, figure 141, will be found in the arms of Sir. The chevronelle is very seldom met with singly, but a case of this will be found in the arms of Spry. A chevron, rompu, or broken is depicted as in figure 142. Figure 139. Armorial bearings of Rodolphe Ladavies Adlercron, ESQ. Quarterly, 1 and 4, argent, an eagle displayed, wings inverted sable, longed gules, membered and ducally crowned or, for Adlercron 2 and 3, argent. A chevron in point embowed between in chief 2 mullets and in base a lion rampant all gules, for tripod. Mantling sable and argent. Crest, on a wreath of the colors, a demi-eagle displayed sable, longed gules, ducally crowned or, the dexter wing per fess argent and azure, the sinister per fess of the last and or. Motto, quo fata vocant. The pile. The pile, figure 143, is a triangular wedge usually, and unless otherwise specified, issuing from the chief. The pile is subject to the usual lines of partition, figures 144, 151. The early representation of the pile, when coats of arms had no secondary charges and were nice and simple, made the point nearly reach to the base of the escutcheon, and as a consequence it naturally was not so wide. It is now usually drawn so that its upper edge occupies very nearly the whole of the top line of the escutcheon. But the angles and proportions of the pile are very much at the discretion of the artist, and governed by the charges which need to be introduced in the field of the escutcheon or upon the pile. Figure 140. Chevron Ls. Figure 141. Chevron Ls braced. Figure 142. Chevron rompu. Figure 143. Pile. Figure 144. Pile enrailed. Figure 145. Pile invect. Figure 146. Pile embattled. Figure 147. Pile indented. Figure 148. Pile wavy. A single pile may issue from any point of the escutcheon except the base, the arms of Derbyshire showing a pile issuing from the dexter chief point. A single pile cannot issue in base if it be unaccompanied by other piles, as the field would then be blazoned per chevron. 2 piles issuing in chief will be found in the arms of Hollis, Earl of Clare. When 3 piles, instead of pointing directly at right angles to the line of the chief, all point to the same point, touching or nearly touching at the tips, as in the arms of the Earl of Huntingdon and Chester or in the arms of Evesham. They are described as 3 piles in point. This term and its differentiation probably are modern refinements, as with the early long-pointed shield any other position was impossible. The arms of Henderson show 3 piles issuing from the sinister side of the escutcheon. A disposition of 3 piles which will very frequently be found in modern British heraldry is 2 issuing in chief and 1 in base, figure 152. Piles terminating in fleurs-de-lis or crosses petit are to be met with, and reference may be made to the arms of Pointer and Dixon Pointer. Each of these coats has the field pili counterpili, the points ending in crosses for me. Figure 149. Pile nebulae. Figure 150. Pile reguli. Figure 151. Pile dovetailed. An unusual instance of a pile in which it issues from a chevron will be found in the arms of right, which are, sable, on a chevron argent, 3 spearheads gules, in chief 2 unicorns' heads erased argent, armed and mained or. In base on a pile of the last, issuant from the chevron, a unicorn's head erased of the field. The shakefork. The pawl, peril, or shakefork, figure 153, is almost unknown in English heraldry, but in Scotland its constant occurrence in the arms of the Cunningham and allied families has given it a recognized position among the ordinaries. As usually borne by the Cunningham family, the ends are cooped and pointed, but in some cases it is borne throughout. The pawl in its proper ecclesiastical form appears in the arms of the archiepiscopal sees of Canterbury, Armagh, and Dublin. Though in these cases the pawl or pallium, fig. 154, is now considered to have no other heraldic status than that of an appropriately ecclesiastical charge upon an official coat of arms. There can be very little doubt that originally the pawl of itself was the heraldic symbol in this country of an archbishop, and borne for that reason by all archbishops, including the Archbishop of York. Although his official archiepiscopal coat is now changed to gules, 2 keys in salter argent, in chief a royal crown or. Figure 152. 3 piles, 2 in chief and 1 in base. Figure 153. Shakefork. Figure 154. Ecclesiastical pallium. Figure 155. Cross. Figure 156. Cross enrailed. Figure 157. Cross invect. The necessity of displaying this device of rank, the pallium, upon a field of some tincture has led to its corruption into a usual and stereotyped charge. The cross. The heraldic cross, fig. 155, the huge preponderance of which in armory we of course owe to the Crusades, like all other armorial charges, has strangely developed. There are nearly 400 varieties known to armory, or rather to heraldic textbooks, and doubtless authenticated examples could be found of most if not of them all. But some dozen or 20 forms are about as many as will be found regularly or constantly occurring. Some but not all of the varieties of the cross are subject to the lines of partition, figures 156, 161. When the heraldic cross was first assumed with any reason beyond geometrical convenience, there can be no doubt that it was intended to represent the sacred cross itself. The symbolism of the cross is older than our present system of armory, but the cross itself is more ancient than its symbolism. A cross depicted upon the long, pointed shields of those who fought for the cross would be of that shape, with the elongated arm and base. Figure 158. Cross embattled. Figure 159. Cross indented. Figure 160. Cross reguli. Figure 161. Cross dovetailed. Figure 162. Passion cross. Figure 163. Cross Calvary. But the contemporary shortening of the shield, together with the introduction of charges in its angles, led naturally to the arms of the cross being so disposed that the parts of the field left visible were as nearly as possible equal. The sacred cross, therefore, in heraldry is now known as a Passion cross, figure 162, or sometimes as a long cross, or, if upon steps or greases, the number of which needs to be specified, as a cross Calvary, figure 163. The crucifix, fig. 164, under that description is sometimes met with as a charge. The ordinary heraldic cross, figure 155, is always continued throughout the shield unless stated to be couped, figure 165. Of the crosses more regularly in use may be mentioned the cross bottoni, figure 166, the cross flori, figure 167, which must be distinguished from the cross fleuret, figure 168, the cross moline, figure 169, the cross potent, fig. 170, the cross petit or formi, figure 171, the cross patouance, figure 172, and the cross crosslet, figure 173. Plate 3. Figure 164. Crucifix. Figure 165. Cross couped. Figure 166. Cross bottoni. Figure 167. Cross flori. Figure 168. Cross fleuret. Figure 169. Cross moline. Figure 170. Cross potent. Figure 171. Cross petit, or formi. Figure 172. Cross patouance. Of other but much more uncommon varieties examples will be found of the cross parted and fretty, fig. 174, of the cross petit quadrate, figure 175, of a cross pointed and voided in the arms of Dukenfield, quartered by Derbyshire, and of a cross cleche voided and pommet as in the arms of Coston. A cross quarter pierced, fig. 176, has the field visible at the center. A cross tau or St. Anthony's cross is shown in figure 177, the real Maltese cross in fig. 178, and the patriarchal cross in figure 179. Whenever a cross or cross-crosslet has the bottom arm elongated and pointed it is said to be fitched, figures 180 and 181, but when a point is added at the foot e.g. of a cross petit, it is then termed fitchy at the foot, figure 182. Fig. 173. Cross-crosslet. Figure 174. Cross-parted and fretty. Figure 175. Cross petit quadrate. Figure 176. Cross quarter pierced. Figure 177. Cross tau. Figure 178. Maltese cross. Figure 179. Patriarchal cross. Figure 180. Cross crosslet fitched. Figure 181. Cross petit fitched. Of the hundreds of other varieties it may confidently be said that a large proportion originated in misunderstandings of the crude drawings of early armorists. Added to the varying and alternating descriptions applied at a more pliable and fluent period of heraldic blazon. A striking illustration of this will be found in the cross bottoni, which is now, and has been for a long time past, regularized with us as a distinct variety of constant occurrence. From early illustrations there is now no doubt that this was the original form, or one of the earliest forms, of the cross-crosslet. It is foolish to ignore these varieties, reducing all crosses to a few original forms, for they are now mostly stereotyped and accepted. But at the same time it is useless to attempt to learn them, for in a lifetime they will mostly be met with but once each or thereabouts. A field semé of cross-crosslets, figure 183, is termed crucilli. Figure 182. cross petit fitched at foot. Figure 183. Crucilli. Figure 184. Salter. Figure 185. Salter enrailed. Figure 186. Salter invect. Figure 187. Salter embattled. The Salter. The Salter or Salter, Fig. 184, is more frequently to be met with in Scottish than in English heraldry. This is not surprising, inasmuch as the Salter is known as the Cross of St. Andrew, the patron saint of Scotland. Its form is too well known to need description. It is of course subject to the usual partition lines, figures 185, 192. When a Salter is charged, the charges are usually placed conformably therewith. The field of a coat of arms is often per Salter. When one Salter couped is the principal charge, it will usually be found that it is couped conformably to the outline of the shield. But if the couped Salter be one of a number or a subsidiary charge, it will be found couped by horizontal lines, or by lines at right angles. The Salter has not developed into so many varieties of form as the cross, and, e.g. a Salter bottoni is assumed to be a cross bottoni placed salterways, but a Salter parted and fretty is to be met with, figure 193. The Chief. The Chief, Fig. 194, which is a broad band across the top of the shield containing, theoretically, but not in fact, the uppermost third of the area of the field, is a very favourite ordinary. It is of course subject to the variations of the usual partition lines, figures 195, 203. It is usually drawn to contain about 1/5 of the area of the field, though in cases where it is used for a landscape augmentation it will usually be found of a rather greater area. Figure 188. Salter indented. Figure 189. Salter wavy. Figure 190. Salter nebulae. Figure 191. Salter reguli. Figure 192. Salter dovetailed. Figure 193. Salter parted and fretty. The Chief especially lent itself to the purposes of honorable augmentation, and is constantly found so employed. As such it will be referred to in the chapter upon augmentations, but a chief of this character may perhaps be here referred to with advantage, as this will indicate the greater area often given to it under these conditions. As in the arms of Ross of Bladensburg, Plate 2. Knights of the Old Order of St. John of Jerusalem and also of the modern Order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem in England display above their personal arms a chief of the order, but this will be dealt with more fully in the chapter relating to the insignia of knighthood. Figure 194. Chief. Figure 195. Chief enrailed. Figure 196. Chief invect. Figure 197. Chief embattled. Figure 198. Chief indented. Figure 199. Chief denset. Figure 200. Chief wavy. Figure 201. Chief nebulae. Figure 202. Chief reguli. Save in exceptional circumstances, the chief is never debruised or surmounted by any ordinary. The chief is ordinarily superimposed over the trachure and over the bowyer, partly defacing them by the elimination of the upper part thereof. This happens with the bowyer when it is a part of the original coat of arms. If, however, the chief were in existence at an earlier period and the bowyer is added later as a mark of difference, the bowyer surrounds the chief. On the other hand, if a bowyer exists, even as a mark of difference, and a chief of augmentation is subsequently added, or a canton for distinction, the chief or the canton in these cases would surmount the bowyer. Similarly, a bend when added later as a mark of difference surmounts the chief. Such a case is very unusual, as the use of the bend for differencing has long been obsolete. Figure 203. Chief dovetailed. Figure 204. Arms of Peter de Dreux, Earl of Richmond, circa 1230, Chequy or an azure, a quarter ermine. From his seal. Figure 205. Arms of De Vere, Earls of Oxford, quarterly gules and or, in the first quarter a mullet argent. A chief is never couped or codiced, and it has no diminutive in British armoury. The quarter. The quarter is not often met with in English armoury, the best-known instance being the well-known coat of Shirley, Earl Ferrers, viz., poly of 6 or and azure, a quarter ermine. The arms of the Earls of Richmond, Fig. 204, supply another instance. Of course, as a division of the field under the blazon of quarterly, e.g. or and azure, it is constantly to be met with, but a single quarter is rare. Originally a single quarter was drawn to contain the full fourth part of the shield, but with the more modern tendency to reduce the size of all charges, its area has been somewhat diminished. Whilst a quarter will only be found within a plain partition line, a field divided quarterly, occasionally, but I think hardly so correctly, termed per cross, is not so limited. Examples of quarterly fields will be found in the historic shield of De Vere, figure 205, and de Mandeville. An irregular partition line is often introduced in a new grant to conjoin quarterings born without authority into one single coat. The diminutive of the quarter is the canton, figure 206, and the diminutive of that the checker of a checky field, figure 207. The canton. Figure 206. Canton. The canton is supposed to occupy 1/3 of the chief, and that being supposed to occupy 1/3 of the field, a simple arithmetical sum gives us 1/9 of the field as the theoretical area of the canton. Curiously enough, the canton to a certain extent gives us a confirmation of these ancient proportions, inasmuch as all ancient drawings containing both a fess and a canton depict these conjoined. This will be seen in the garter plate of Earl Rivers. In modern days, however, it is very seldom that the canton will be depicted of such a size, though in cases where, as in the arms of Boothby, it forms the only charge. It is even nowadays drawn to closely approximate to its theoretical area of 1/9 of the field. It may be remarked here perhaps that, owing to the fact that there are but few instances in which the quarter or the canton have been used as the sole or principal charge, a coat of arms in which these are employed would be granted with fewer of the modern bedevilments than would a coat with a chevron, for example. I know of no instance in modern times in which a quarter, when figuring as a charge, or a canton have been subject to the usual lines of partition. The canton, with the single exception of the bowyer, when used as a mark of cadency or distinction, is superimposed over every other charge or ordinary, no matter what this may be. Theoretically the canton is supposed to be always a later addition to the coat, and even though a charge may be altogether hidden or absconded by the canton, the charge is always presumed to be there, and is mentioned in the blazon. Figure 207. Checky. Both a cross and a salter are sometimes described as cantoned by such and such charges, when they are placed in the blank spaces left by these ordinaries. In addition, the spaces left by a cross, but not by a salter, are frequently spoken of e.g. as the dexter chief canton or the sinister base canton. The canton is frequently used to carry an augmentation, and these cantons of augmentation will be referred to under that heading, though it may be here stated that a canton of England is a canton gules, charged with 3 lions passant gardant or, as in the arms of Lane, plate 2. The canton, unless it is an original charge, need not conform to the rule forbidding colour on colour, or metal on metal, otherwise the canton of Ulster would often be an impossibility. The canton, with rare exceptions, is always placed in the dexter chief corner. The canton of augmentation in the arms of clerk, Bart. Argent, on a bend gules, between 3 pellets as many swans of the field. On a sinister canton azure, a demiram salient of the first, and in chief 2 fleurs de lis or, debruised by a baton, is, however, a sinister one, as is the canton upon the arms of Charlton. In this latter case the sinister canton is used to signify illegitimacy. This will be more fully dealt with in the chapter upon marks of illegitimacy. A curious use of the canton for the purposes of marshalling occurs in the case of a woman who, being an heiress herself, has a daughter or daughters only, whilst her husband has sons and heirs by another marriage. In such an event, the daughter being heir, or in the case of daughters these being co-heirs, of the mother, but not heir of the father, cannot transmit as quarterings the arms of the father whom she does not represent. whilst she ought to transmit the arms of the mother whom she does represent. The husband of the daughter, therefore, places upon an escutcheon of pretence the arms of her mother, with those of her father on a canton thereupon. The children of the marriage quarter this combined coat, the arms of the father always remaining upon a canton. This will be more fully dealt with under the subject of marshalling. The canton has yet another use as a mark of distinction. When, under a royal license, the name and arms of a family are assumed where there is no blood descent from the family, the arms have some mark of distinction added. This is usually a plain canton. This point will be treated more fully under marks of cadency. Woodward mentions 3 instances in which the lower edge of the canton is indented, one taken from the Calais roll, viz. The arms of Sir William de la Zouche, Gules, Bezanty, a canton indented at the bottom, and adds that the canton has been sometimes thought to indicate the square banner of a knight baronet. And he suggests that the lower edge being indented may give some weight to the idea. As the canton does not appear to have either previously or subsequently formed any part of the arms of Zouche, it is possible that in this instance some such meaning may have been intended, but it can have no such application generally. The canton of Ulster, i.e., argent, a sinister hand couped at the wrist gules, is the badge of a baronet of England, Ireland, Great Britain, or the United Kingdom. This badge may be borne upon a canton, dexter or sinister, or upon an inescutcheon, at the pleasure of the wearer. There is some little authority and more precedent for similarly treating the badge of a Nova Scotian baronet, but as such baronets wear their badges it is more usually depicted below the shield, depending by the orange tawny ribbon of their order. The gyron. Figure 208. Gyrony. As a charge, the gyron, sometimes termed an esquire, is very seldom found, but as a subdivision of the field, a coat, gyrony, figure 208, is constantly met with, all arms for the name of Campbell being gyrony. Save in rare cases, a field gyrony is divided quarterly and then per salter, making 8 divisions, but it may be gyrony of 6, 10, 12, or more pieces, though such cases are seldom met with and always need to be specified. The arms of Campbell of Succus are gyrony of 8 enrailed, a most unusual circumstance. I know of no other instance of the use of lines of partition in a gyrony field. The arms of Lanyon afford an example of the gyron as a charge, as does also the well-known shield of Mortimer, figure 209. Figure 209. The arms of Roger Mortimer, Earl of March and Ulster, d. 1398 quarterly, 1 and 4, azure, 3 bars or, sometimes but not so correctly quoted Barry of 6, on a chief of the first 2 pallets between 2 base esquires of the second, over all an inescutcheon argent, for Mortimer. 2 and 3, or, a cross gules, for Ulster. From his seal. The inescutcheon. The inescutcheon is a shield appearing as a charge upon the coat of arms. Certain writers state that it is termed an inescutcheon if only one appears as the charge, but that when more than one is present they are merely termed escutcheons. This is an unnecessary refinement not officially recognized or adhered to, though unconsciously one often is led to make this distinction, which seems to spring naturally to one's mind. When one inescutcheon appears, it is sometimes difficult to tell whether to blazon the arms as charged with a bowyer or an inescutcheon. Some coats of arms, for example the arms of Molesworth, will always remain more or less a matter of uncertainty. But as a matter of fact a bowyer should not be wide enough to fill up the field left by an inescutcheon, nor an inescutcheon large enough to occupy the field left by a bowyer. The inescutcheon in German armory, or, as they term it, the heart escutcheon, when superimposed upon other quarterings, is usually the paternal or most important coat of arms. The same method of marshalling has sometimes been adopted in Scotland, and the arms of Hay are an instance. It usually in British heraldry is used to carry the arms of an heiress wife, but both these points will be dealt with later under the subject of marshalling. The inescutcheon, no matter what its position, should never be termed an escutcheon of pretence if it forms a charge upon the original arms. A curious instance of the use of an inescutcheon will be found in the arms of Gordon Cumming, Plate 3. When an inescutcheon appears on a shield it should conform in its outline to the shape of the shield upon which it is placed. The bowyer. The bowyer, figure 210, occurs both as a charge and as a mark of difference. As may be presumed from its likeness to our word border, the bowyer is simply a border round the shield. Except in modern grants in which the bowyer forms a part of the original design of the arms, there can be very little doubt that the bowyer has always been a mark of difference to indicate either cadency or bastardy. But its stereotyped continuance without further alteration in so many coats of arms in which it originally was introduced as a difference, and also its appearance in new grants, leave one no alternative but to treat of it in the ordinary way as a charge, leaving the consideration of it as a mark of difference to a future chapter. There is no stereotyped or official size for the bowyer, the width of which has at all times varied, though it will almost invariably be found that a Scottish bowyer is depicted rather wider than is an English one. And naturally a bowyer which is charged is a little wider than an entirely plain one. The bowyer of course is subject to all the lines of partition, figures 211, 218. Bowgers may also be per fess, per pale, figure 219, quarterly, fig. 220, gyrony, figure 221, or tierced in peril, figure 222, and figure 210. Bowyer. Figure 211. Bowyer enrailed. Figure 212. Bowyer invect. Figure 213. Bowyer embattled. Figure 214. Bowyer indented. Figure 215. Bowyer wavy. Figure 216. Bowyer nebulae. Figure 217. Bowyer dovetailed. Figure 218. Bowyer patenti. Figure 219. Bowyer per pale. The bowyer has long since ceased to be a mark of cadency in England, but as a mark of distinction the bowyer wavy, figure 215, is still used to indicate bastardy. A bowyer of England was granted by royal warrant as an augmentation to H.M. Queen Victoria Eugenie of Spain, on the occasion of her marriage. The use of the bowyer is, however, the recognized method of differencing in Scotland, but it is curious that with the Scots the bowyer wavy is in no way a mark of illegitimacy. The Scottish bowyer for indicating this fact is the bowyer componi, fig. 223, which has been used occasionally for the same purpose in England, but the bowgers added to indicate cadency and the various marks to indicate illegitimacy will be discussed in later chapters. The difference should here be observed between the bowyer componi, figure 223, which means illegitimacy, the bowyer counter componi, figure 224, which may or may not have that meaning, and the bowyer cecchi, fig. 225, which certainly has no relation to bastardy. In the two former the panes run with the shield, in the latter the checkers do not. Whilst the bowyer as a mark of cadency or illegitimacy surrounds the whole shield, being superimposed upon even the chief and canton, a bowyer when merely a charge gives way to both. Figure 220. Bowyer quarterly. Figure 221. Bowyer gyrony. Figure 222. Bowyer tierced in peril. Figure 223. Bowyer componi. Figure 224. Bowyer counter componi. Figure 225. Bowyer cecchi. A certain rule regarding the bowyer is the sole remaining instance in modern heraldry of the formerly recognized practice of conjoining two coats of arms, which it might be necessary to marshal together, by dimidiation, instead of using our present-day method of impalement. To dimidiate two coats of arms, the dexter half of one shield was conjoined to the sinister half of the other. The objections to such a practice, however, soon made themselves apparent, e.g. a dimidiated chevron was scarcely distinguishable from a bend, and the dimidiation of arms was quickly abandoned in favor of impalement, in which the entire designs of both coats of arms are depicted. But in impaling a coat of arms which is surrounded by a bowyer, the bowyer is not continued down the center between the two coats, but stops short top and bottom at the paler line. The same rule, by the way, applies to the tracé, but not to the oral. The curious fact, however, remains that this rule as to the dimidiation of the bowyer in cases of impalement is often found to have been ignored in ancient seals and other examples. The charges upon the bowyer are often 3, but more usually 8 in number, in the latter case being arranged 3 along the top of the shield, 1 at the base point, and 2 on either side. The number should, however, always be specified, unless, as in a Boyer Byzantine, and it is immaterial, in which case the number 8 must be exceeded in emblazoning the shield. The rule as to color upon color does not hold and seems often to be ignored in the cases of Borgers, noticeably when these occur as marks of Scottish cadency. The oral. The oral, Fig. 226, or, as it was originally termed in ancient British rolls of arms, un faux écusson, is a narrow bowyer following the exact outline of the shield, but within it. Showing the field, for at least the width usually occupied by a bowyer, between the outer edge of the oral and the edge of the escutcheon. An oral is about half the width of a bowyer, rather less than more, but the proportion is never very exactly maintained. The difference may be noted between this figure and the next, figure 227, which shows an inescutcheon within a bowyer. Fig. 226. Oral. Figure 227. An inescutcheon within a bowyer. Though both forms are very seldom so met with, an oral may be subject to the usual lines of partition, and may also be charged. Examples of both these variations are met with in the arms of Yeatman Biggs, and the arms of Gladstone afford an instance of an oral flory. The arms of Knox, Earl of Ranfilly, are gules, a falcon volant or, within an oral wavy on the outer and enrailed on the inner edge argent. When a series of charges are placed round the edges of the escutcheon, theoretically in the position occupied by the oral, but as a matter of actual fact usually more in the position occupied by the bowyer, they are said to be in oral. Which is the correct term, but they will often be found blazoned, an oral of e.g., martlets or mounds. The tressure. The tressure is really an oral gemel, i.e. an oral divided into two narrow ones set closely together, the one inside the other. It is, however, usually depicted a trifle nearer the edge of the escutcheon than the oral is generally placed. The tressure cannot be borne singly, as it would then be an oral, but plain tressures under the name of concentric orals will be found mentioned in Papworth. In that ordinary 8 instances are given of arms containing more than a single oral, though the 8 instances are plainly varieties of only 4 coats. 2 concentric orals would certainly be a tressure, save that perhaps they would be drawn of rather too great a width for the term tressure to be properly applied to them. Figure 228. Tressure flory and counterflory. If these instances be disregarded, and I am inclined to doubt them as genuine coats, there certainly is no example of a plain tressure in British heraldry, and one's attention must be directed to the tressure flory and counterflory, Fig. 228, so general in Scottish heraldry. Originating entirely in the royal escutcheon. One cannot do better than reproduce the remarks of Lion King of Arms upon the subject from his work, Heraldry in Relation to Scottish History and Art. William the Lion has popularly got the credit of being the first to introduce heraldic bearings into Scotland, and to have assumed the lion as his personal cognizance. The latter statement may or may not be true, but we have no trace of hereditary arms in Scotland so early as his reign, 1165 to 1214. Certainly the lion does not appear on his seal, but it does on that of his son and successor Alexander II. With apparent remains of the double tressure flory counterflory, a device which is clearly seen on the seals of Alexander III. 1249 to 1285, we are unable to say what the reason was for the adoption of such a distinctive coat. Of course, if you turn to the older writers you will find all sorts of fables on the subject. Even the sober and sensible Nisbet states that, the lion has been carried on the armorial ensign of Scotland since the first founding of the monarchy by King Fergus I, a very mythical personage, who is said to have flourished about 300 BC. Though he is careful to say that he does not believe arms are as old as that period. He says, however, that it is, without doubt, that Charlemagne entered into an alliance with Achaeus, king of Scotland. And for the services of the Scots the French king added to the Scottish lion the double tressure fleur-de-lis to show that the former had defended the French lilies, and that therefore the latter would surround the lion and be a defence to him. All this is very pretty, but it is not history. Chalmers remarks in his Caledonia that the lion may possibly have been derived from the arms of the old Earls of Northumberland and Huntingdon, from whom some of the Scottish kings were descended. And he mentions an old roll of arms preserved by Leland, which is certainly not later than 1272, in which the arms of Scotland are blazoned as, or, a lion gules within a bowyer or fleuret gules, which we may reasonably interpret as an early indication of what may be considered as a foreign rendering of the double trachure. Sylvanus Morgan, one of the very maddest of the 17th-century heraldic writers, says that the trachure was added to the shield of Scotland, in testimony of a league between Scotland and France, by Charles V. But that king did not ascend the throne of France till 1364, at which time we have clear proof that the trachure was a firmly established part of the Scottish arms. One of the earliest instances of anything approaching the trachure in the Scottish arms which I have met with is in an armorial of Matthew Paris, which is now in the Cottonian Mizas in the British Museum, and at one time belonged to St. Albans Monastery. Here the arms of the King of Scotland are given as, or, a lion rampant flory gules in a bowyer of the same. The drawing represents a lion within a bowyer, the latter being pierced by 10 fleurs de lis, their heads all looking inwards, the other end not being free, but attached to the inner margin of the shield. This, you will observe, is very like the arms I mentioned as described by Chalmers, and it may possibly be the same volume which may have been acquired by Sir Robert Cotton. In 1471 there was a curious attempt of the Scottish Parliament to displace the trachure. An act was passed in that year, for some hitherto unexplained reason, by which it was ordained, that in time to come there sould be na double tresser about his, the king's, armies, but that he sould be our hale armies of the lion without ony mare. Seeing that at the time of this enactment the Scottish kings had borne the trachure for upwards of 220 years, it is difficult to understand the cause of this procedure. Like many other acts, however, it never seems to have been carried into effect. At least I am not aware of even a solitary instance of the Scottish arms without the trachure either at or after this period. There are other two representations of the Scottish arms in foreign armorials, to which I may briefly allude. One is in the Armorial de Gelre, a beautiful MS in the Royal Library at Brussels, the Scottish shields in which have been figured by Mr. Stoddart in his book on Scottish arms, and, more accurately, by Sir Archibald Dunbar in a paper read to the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland in 1890. The armorial is believed to be the work of Claes Haynen, Gelre Herald to the Duke of Gueldres between 1334 and 1372, with later additions by another hand. The coat assigned in it to the King of Scotland is the lion and double trachure. The lion is uncrowned, and is armed and longed azure. Above the shield is a helmet argent adorned behind with a short capelin or plain mantling, on which is emblazoned the Psalter and chief of the Bruces, from which we may gather that the arms of David too are here represented. The lining is blue, which is unusual, as mantlings are usually lined or doubled with a metal, if not with ermine. The helmet is surmounted by an imperial crown, with a dark green bonnet spotted with red. On the crown there is the crest of a lion Segent Gardant Gules, imperially crowned or, holding in his paw a sword upright. The tail is or placed between the hind legs of the lion, but it then rises up and flourishes high above his back in a sufficiently defiant fashion. This shows that the Scottish arms were well known on the continent of Europe nearly 100 years before the date of the Grunenberg MS, while Virgil de Solis, c. 1555, gives a sufficiently accurate representation of the royal shield, though the fleur-de-lis all project outwards as in the case of Grunenberg. He gives the crest as a lion rampant holding a sword in bend over his shoulder. Another ancient representation of the Scottish arms occurs in a MS. Treatise on Heraldry of the 16th century, containing the coats of some foreign sovereigns and other personages, bound up with a Scottish armorial, probably by David Lindsay, lion in 1568. The trachure, like the bowyer, in the case of an impalement stops at the line of impalement, as will be seen by a reference to the arms of Queen and after the union of the crowns of England and Scotland. It is now held, both in England and Scotland, that the trachure flory and counterflory is, as a part of the royal arms, protected, and cannot be granted to any person without the express license of the sovereign. This, however, does not interfere with the matriculation or exemplification of it in the case of existing arms in which it occurs. Many Scottish families bear or claim to bear the royal trace by reason of female descent from the royal house. But it would seem much more probable that in most if not in all cases where it is so borne by right its origin is due rather to a gift by way of augmentation than to any supposed right of inheritance. The apparently conflicting statements of origin are not really antagonistic, inasmuch as it will be seen from many analogous English instances, e.g. Mowbray, Manners, and Seymour, that near relationship is often the only reason to account for the grant of a royal augmentation. As an ordinary augmentation of honour it has been frequently granted. The towns of Aberdeen and Perth obtained early the right of honouring their arms with the addition of the royal trace. It appears on the still existing matrix of the Burgh seal of Aberdeen, which was engraved in 1430. James V. In 1542 granted a warrant to Lyon to surround the arms of John Scott, of Thirlestane, with the royal trace, in respect of his ready services at Sotra Edge with 70 lances on horseback. When other nobles refused to follow their sovereign. The grant was put on record by the grantee's descendant, Patrick, Lord Napier, and is the treasured coat borne in the second and third quarters of the Napier arms. When the royal trace is granted to the bearer of a quartered coat it is usually placed upon a bowyer surrounding the quartered shield, as in the case of the arms of the Marquess of Queensberry, to whom, in 1682, the royal trace was granted upon a bowyer or. A like arrangement is borne by the Earls of Eglinton, occurring as far back as a seal of Earl Hugh, appended to a charter of 1598. The royal trace had at least twice been granted as an augmentation to the arms of foreigners. James V. granted it to Nicholas Canavet of Dieppe, secretary to John, Duke of Albany, Reg Mag, Sig. 24. 263, October 24, 1529. James VI. gave it to Sir Jacob van Eyden, a Dutchman on whom he conferred the honour of knighthood. On March 12, 1762, a royal warrant was granted directing Lyon to add a double trace counterflowered as in the royal arms of Scotland to the arms of Archibald, Viscount Primrose. Here the trace was gules, as in the royal arms, although the field on which it was placed was vert. In a later record of the arms of Archibald, Earl of Rosebery, in 1823, this heraldic anomaly was brought to an end, and the blazon of the arms of Primrose is now, vert, 3 primroses within a double trace flory counterflory or. See Stoddart, Scottish Arms, Volume 1, pages 262, 263, where mention is also made of an older use of the royal trace or, by Archibald Primrose of Dalmeny, Knight and Baronet, be His Majesty Charles II. Create, vert, 3 primroses within a double trace flowered counterflowered or. Another well-known Scottish instance in which the trace occurs will be found in the arms of the Marquess of Ailsa, figure 229. 2 instances are known in which the decoration of the trace has differed from the usual conventional fleurs de lis. The trace granted to Charles, Earl of Aboyne, has crescents without and demi-fleurs de lis within, and the trace round the Gordon arms in the case of the Earls of Aberdeen is of thistles, roses, and fleurs de lis alternately. The trace gives way to the chief and canton, but all other ordinaries are enclosed by the trace as will be seen from the arms of Lord Ailsa. Figure 229. Armorial bearings of Sir Archibald Kennedy, Marquess of Ailsa, argent, a chevron gules between 3 crosslets fichy sable, all within a double trace flory in counterflory of the second. Mantling gules, doubled ermine. Crest, upon a wreath of his liveries, a dolphin naiant proper. Supporters, 2 swans proper, beaked and membered gules. Motto, Avis la fin. From the painting by Mr. Graham Johnston in the Lion Register. The lozenge, the fusel, the massel, and the ruster. Why these, which are simply varying forms of one charge, should ever have been included amongst the list of ordinaries is difficult to understand. as they do not seem to be ordinaries any more than say the mullet or the crescent. My own opinion is that they are no more than distinctively heraldic charges. The lozenge, figure 230, which is the original form, is the same shape as the diamond in a pack of cards, and will constantly be found as a charge. In addition to this, the arms of a lady as maid, or as widow, are always displayed upon a lozenge. Upon this point reference should be made to the chapters upon marshalling. The arms of Kirk show a single lozenge as the charge, but a single lozenge is very rarely met with. The arms of Guise show 7 lozenges conjoined. The arms of Barnes show 4 lozenges conjoined in cross, and the arms of Bartlett show 5 lozenges conjoined in fess. Although the lozenge is very seldom found in English armory as a single charge, nevertheless as a lozenge throughout, that is, with its 4 points touching the borders of the escutcheon, it will be found in some number of instances in continental heraldry, for instance in the family of Übing of Bavaria. An indefinite number of lozenges conjoined as a bend or a pale are known as a bend lozenge, or a pale lozenge, but care should be taken in using this term, as it is possible for these ordinaries to be plain ordinaries tinctured lozenge of 2 colors. The arms of Bolding are an example of a bend lozenge. The fusel is supposed to be, and is generally depicted, of a greater height and less width than a lozenge, being an altogether narrower figure, figure 231. Though this distinction is generally observed, it is not always easy to decide which figure any emblazonment is intended to represent, unless the blazon of the arms in question is known. In many cases the variations of different coats of arms, to suit or to fit the varying shapes of shields, have resulted in the use of lozenges and fusels indifferently. Fusels occur in the historic arms of Daubeny, from which family Daubeny of Cote, near Bristol, is descended, being one of the few families who have an undoubted male descent from a companion of William the Conqueror. In the ordinary way 5 or more lozenges in fess would be fusels, as in the arms of Percy, Duke of Northumberland, who bears in the first quarter, azure, 5 fusels conjoined in fess or. The charges in the arms of Montague, though only 3 in number, are always termed fusels. But obviously in early times there could have been no distinction between the lozenge and the fusel. Figure 230. Lozenge. Figure 231. Fusel. Figure 232. Massel. Figure 233. Ruster. The massel is a lozenge voided, i.e. only the outer framework is left, the inner portion being removed, figure 232. Massels have no particular or special meaning, but are frequently to be met with. The blazon of the arms of de Quincey in Charles's roll is, de Gaules poudre à faux lozenges d'or, and in another roll, MS Brit. Muse 29796, the arms are described, de Gules à sept faux lozenges d'or, figure 234. The great Sieur de Quincey, Earl of Winchester, father of Roger, bore quite different arms, figure 235. In 1472 Louis de Bruges, Lord of Gruthwise, was created Earl of Winchester, having no relation to the de Quincey line. The arms of de Bruges, or rather of Gruthwise, were very different, yet nevertheless, we find upon the patent roll, 12 Edward IV. pt 1, m. 11, a grant of the following arms, azure, dix massels d'or, enorme d'un canton de nostre propre armes de Angleterre, c'est à savoir de gules à un lippard passant d'or, armée d'azur, to Louis, Earl of Winchester, figure 236. The recurrence of the massels in the arms of the successive Earls of Winchester, whilst each had other family arms, and in the arms of Ferrers, whilst not being the original Ferrers coat, suggests the thought that there may be hidden some reference to a common saintly patronage which all enjoyed, or some territorial honor common to the 3 of which the knowledge no longer remains with us. There are some number of coats which are said to have had a field mascule. Of course this is quite possible, and the difference between a field mascule and a field fretty is that in the latter the separate pieces of which it is composed interlace each other. But when the field is mascule it is all one fretwork surface, the field being visible through the voided apertures. Nevertheless, it seems by no means certain that in every case in which the field masculi occurs it may not be found in other, and possibly earlier, examples as Freddy. At any rate, very few such coats of arms are even supposed to exist. The arms of de Burgh, figure 237, are blazoned in the Grimaldi roll, Massily de Vierne de Gaules, but whether the inference is that this blazon is wrong or that lozenge and massel were identical terms I am not aware. Figure 234. Arms of Roger de Quincey, Earl of Winchester, died in 1264, gules, 7 massels conjoined, 3 and 1 or. From his seal. Figure 235. Arms of Sire de Quincey, Earl of Winchester, died in 1219, or, a fess gules, a label of 7 points azure. From his seal. Figure 236. Arms of Louis de Bruges, Earl of Winchester, died in 1492. The ruster is comparatively rare, figure 233. It is a lozenge pierced in the center with a circular hole. It occurs in the arms of J. D. G. Dalrymple, Esq. Fs. A. Some few coats of arms are mentioned in Papworth in which the ruster appears, for example the arms of Purry, which are, or, 3 rustres sable, and Good Chief, which are, per fess or en sable, 3 rustres counterchanged. But so seldom is the figure met with that it may be almost dropped out of consideration. How it ever reached the position of being considered one of the ordinaries has always been to me a profound mystery. The fret. The fret, fig. 238, which is very frequently found occurring in British armoury, is no doubt derived from earlier coats of arms, the whole field of which was covered by an interlacing of alternate bendlets and bendlets sinister. Because many of the families who now bear a simple fret are found in earlier representations and in the early rolls of arms bearing coats which were fretty, fig. 239, instances of this kind will be found in the arms of Maltravers, Verdun, Talmash, and other families. Figure 237. Arms of Hubert de Burgh, Earl of Kent, died in 1243. From his seal. Figure 238. The fret. Figure 239. Freddy. Figure 240. Arms of John Fitz-Alan, Earl of Arundel, died in 1435, quarterly, 1 and 4, gules, a lion rampant or, for Fitz-Alan, 2 and 3, sable, Freddy or, for Maltravers. From his seal, c. 1432. Sable Freddy or, was the original form of the arms of the ancient and historic family of Maltravers. At a later date the arms of Maltravers are found simply, sable, a fret or, but, like the arms of so many other families which we now find blazoned simply as charged with a fret, their original form was undoubtedly, Freddy. They appear Freddy as late as in the year 1421, which is the date at which the garter plate of Sir William Arundel, K.G., 1395–1400, was set up in St. George's Chapel at Windsor. His arms as there displayed are in the first and fourth quarters, gules, a lion rampant or, and in the second and third, purper Freddy or, for Maltravers. Probably the seal of John Fitz-Alan, Earl of Arundel, d. 1435, roughly marks the period, and shows the source of the confusion, figure 240. But it should be noted that Sir Richard Arundel, Lord Maltravers, bore at the siege of Rouen, in the year 1418, gules a lion rampant or, quarterly with, sable a fret or, for Maltravers. This would seem to indicate that those who treat the fret and Freddy as interchangeable have good grounds for so doing. A Sir John Maltravers bore, sable Freddy or, at the siege of Calais, and another Sir John Maltravers, a knight banneret, bore at the first Dunstable tournament, sable Freddy or, a label of 3 points argent. As he is there described as Le Fitz, the label was probably a purely temporary mark of difference. In a roll of arms which is believed to belong to the latter part of the reign of Henry III. A Sir William Maltravers is credited with, sable Freddy or, on a quarter argent, 3 lions passant in pale gules. The palpable origin of the fret or Freddy in the case of the arms of Maltravers is simply the canting similarity between a traverse and the name Maltravers. Another case, which starting Freddy has ended in a fret, occurs in the arms of the family of Harrington. Sir John de Haverington, or Sir John de Harrington, is found at the first Dunstable tournament in 1308 bearing, sable fretty argent, and this coat of arms variously different appears in some number of the other early rolls of arms. The Harrington family, as may be seen from the current baronetages, now bear sable of fret argent, but there can be little doubt that in this case the origin of the fretty is to be found in a representation of a herring net. The fret is usually depicted throughout when borne singly, and is then composed of a bendlet dexter and a bendlet sinister, interlaced in the center by a massel. Occasionally it will be found couped, but it is then, as a rule, only occupying the position of a subsidiary charge. A coat which is fretty is entirely covered by the interlacing bendlets and bendlet sinister, no massels being introduced. The flaunch. Figure 241. Flaunches. The flaunch, which is never borne singly, and for which the additional names of flasks and voiders are sometimes found, is the segment of a circle of large diameter projecting into the field from either side of the escutcheon. Of a different color from the field. It is by no means an unusual charge to be met with, and, like the majority of other ordinaries, is subject to the usual lines of partition, but so subject is, however, of rather rare occurrence. Planche, in his Pursuivant of Arms, mentions the old idea, which is repeated by Woodward, that the base son of a noble woman, if he do gev arms, must give upon the same a surcoat. But unless you do well mark such coat you may take it for a coat flanchette. The surcoat is much the same figure that would remain after flaunches had been taken from the field of a shield, with this exception, that the flaunches would be wider and the intervening space necessarily much narrower. In spite of the fact that this is supposed to be one of the recognized rules of armory, one instance only appears to be known of its employment, which, however, considering the circumstances, is not very much to be wondered at. One exceptional case surely cannot make a rule. I know of no modern case of a mother's coat bastardized, but I assume it would fall under the ordinary practice of the boyer wavy. The roundel. The roundel is a generic name which comprises all charges which are plain circular figures of color or metal. Foreign heraldry merely terms them roundless of such and such a color, but in England we have special terms for each tincture. Figure 242. Fountain. Figure 243. The arms of Stourton. When the roundel is gold it is termed a bezant, when silver a plate, when gules a torteau, when azure a hurt, when sable an ogress, pellet, or gunstone, when vert a pomeus, when purpur a gulp, when tenny an orange. When sanguine a gueuse. The gulps, oranges, and gueuses are seldom, if ever, met with, but the others are of constant occurrence, and roundless of fur are by no means unknown. A roundel of more than one color is described as a roundel per pale, for example of gules and azure, or whatever it may be. The plates and bezants are naturally flat, and must be so represented. They should never be shaded up into a globular form. The torteau is sometimes found shaded, but is more correctly flat, but probably the pellet or ogress and the pomeus are intended to be globular. Roundless of fur are always flat. One curious roundel is a very common charge in British armory, that is, the fountain, which is a roundel berry wavy argent and azure, figure 242. This is the conventional heraldic representation of water, of course. A fountain will be found termed a cyc when occurring in the arms of any family of the name of Sykes. It typifies naturally anything in the nature of a well, in which meaning it occurs on the arms of Stourton, figure 243. The arms of Stourton are one of the few really ancient coats concerning which a genuine explanation exists. The blazon of them is, sable a bend or, between 6 fountains proper. Concerning this coat of arms Aubrey says, I believe anciently 'twas only sable a bend Oregon. With all deference to Aubrey, I personally neither think he was right, nor do I pay much attention to his opinions, particularly in this case, inasmuch as every known record of the Stourton arms introduces the 6 fountains. The name Stourton, originally de Stourton, is emphatically a territorial name, and there is little opportunity for this being gainsaid, inasmuch as the lordship and manor of Stourton, in the counties of Wilts and Somerset. remained in the possession of the Lord Stourton until the year 1714. The present Lord Mowbray and Stourton still owns land within the parish. Consequently there is no doubt whatever that the Lord Stourton derived their surname from this manor of Stourton. Equally is it certain that the manor of Stourton obtained its name from the river Stour, which rises within the manor. The sources of the river Stour are 6 wells, which exist in a tiny valley in Stourton Park, which to this day is known by the name of the 6 Wells Bottom. In the present year of grace only one of the 6 wells remains visible. When Sir Richard Coltor wrote, there were 4 visible. Of these 4, 3 were outside and 1 inside the park wall. The other 2 within the park had been then closed up. When Leland wrote in 1540 to 1542, the 6 wells were in existence and visible. For he wrote, "The river of Stour riseth there of 6 fountains or springes, whereof 3 be on the north side of the park, hard within the pale, the other 3 be north also, but without the park. The Lord Stourton giveth these 6 fountains yn his arms." Gillam says the same thing. These 6 fountains are born in signification of 6 springs, whereof the river of Stour in Wiltshire hath his beginning, and passeth along to Stettin, the seat of that barony. Here, then, is the origin of the 6 fountains upon the coat of arms, but Aubrey remarks that 3 of the 6 springs in the park are in the county of Wilts, whereas Mr. Camden has put them all in Somersetshire. However, the fact is that 3 of the springs were inside the park and 3 outside, and that 3 were in Wiltshire and 3 in Somersetshire. Here, then, is to be found the division upon the coat of arms of the 6 fountains in the 2 sets of 3 each, and it is by no means an improbable suggestion that the bend which separates the 3 from the 3 is typical of, or was suggested by, either the park wall or pale, or by the line of division between the 2 counties, and the more probable of the 2 seems to be the park wall. The coat of arms is just a map of the property. Now, with regard to the arms, as far as is known there has not been at any time the slightest deviation by the family of the Lord Stourton from the coat quoted and illustrated. But before leaving the subject it may be well to point out that in the few cases in which an ancient coat of arms carries with it an explanation, such explanation is usually to be found either in some such manner as that in which these arms of Stourton have been explained, or else in some palpable pun, and not in the mythical accounts and legends of supernatural occurrences which have been handed down, and seldom indeed in any explanation of personal nobility which the tinctures or charges are sometimes said to represent. What is now considered quite a different charge from the fountain is the whirlpool or gurges, which is likewise intended to represent water, and is borne by a family of the name of gorges, the design occupying the whole of the field. This is represented by a spiral line of azure commencing in the center of an argent field, continuing round and round until the edges of the shield are reached. But there can be very little doubt that this was an early form of representing the watery roundel which happens to have been perpetuated in the instance of that one coat. The fountains upon the seal of the first Lord Stourton are represented in this manner. Examples of a field semé of roundless are very usual, these being termed bezanti or plate if semé of bezants or plates. But in the cases of roundless of other colors the words semé of need to be used. The annulet. Figure 244. Annulet. Closely akin to the roundel is the annulet, Fig. 244, and though, as far as I am aware, no textbook has as yet included this in its list of ordinaries and subordinaries, one can see no reason, as the annulet is a regularly used heraldic figure, why the lozenge should have been included and the annulet excluded, when the annulet is of quite as frequent occurrence. It is, as its name implies, simply a plain ring of metal or color, as will be found in the arms of Lothair, Hutton, and many other families. Annulets appear anciently to have been termed false roundlass. Annulets will frequently be found interlaced. Care should be taken to distinguish them from gem rings, which are always drawn in a very natural manner with stones, which, however, in real life would approach an impossible size. The label. Figure 245. The label. The label, Fig. 245, as a charge must be distinguished from the label as a mark of difference for the eldest son, though there is no doubt that in those cases in which it now exists as a charge, the origin must be traced to its earlier use as a difference. Concerning its use as a mark of difference it will be treated of further in the chapter upon marks of difference and cadency, but as a charge it will seldom be found in any position except in chief, and not often of other than 3 points. And it will always be found drawn throughout, that is, with the upper line extended to the size of the field. It consists of a narrow band straight across the shield, from which depend at right angles 3 short bands. These shorter arms have each of late years been drawn more in the shape of a dovetail, but this was not the case until a comparatively recent period. And nowadays we are quite as inclined to revert to the old forms as to perpetuate this modern variety. Other names for the label are the lambel and the file. The label is the only mark of difference now borne by the royal family. Every member of the royal family has the royal arms assigned to him for use presumably during life, and in these warrants, which are separate and personal for each individual. Both the coronet and the difference marks which are to be borne upon the label are quoted and assigned. This use of the label, however, will be subsequently fully dealt with. As a charge, the label occurs in the arms of Barrington, argent, 3 chevronnels gules, a label azure. And Babington, argent, 10 tordos, 4, 3, 2, and 1, in chief a label of 3 points azure, also in the earlier form of the arms of De Quincey, figure 235, and Courtenay, figure 246. Various curious coats of arms in which the label appears are given in Papworth as follows. A label of 4 points in bend sinister. William de Curley, 20th Hen. 3, Cotton, Julius F. 7. 175. Argent, a label of 5 points azure. Henlington, Company Gloucester. Harl. MS 1404, FO. 109. Or, a file gules, with 3 bells pendant azure, clapper's sable. Bell file. Sable, 3 crescents, in chief a label of 2 drops and in fess another of 1 drop argent. Fitzsimons. Harl. MS 1441 and 5866. Or, 3 files borne barways gules, the first having 5 points, the second 4, and the last 3. Liskirk, Holland. Gwilym. A curious label will have been noticed in the arms of de Valence, figure 120. The billet. The billet, figure 247, though not often met with as a charge, does sometimes occur, as for example, in the arms of Ellington. Figure 246. Arms of Hugh Courtenay, Earl of Devon, died in 1422, or, 3 tordos, a label azure. From his seal. Figure 247. The billet. Figure 248. Billet. Its more frequent appearance is as an object with which a field or superior charge is semé, in which case these are termed billet, figure 248. The best known instance of this is probably the coat borne on an inescutcheon over the arms of England during the joint reign of William and Mary. The arms of Gas-Celine afford another example of a field billet. These are, or, billet azure, and a label gules. Though not many instances are given under each subdivision, Papworth affords examples of coats with every number of billets from 1 to 20, but many of them, particularly some of those from 10 to 20 in number, are merely mistaken renderings of fields which should have been termed billet. The billet, slightly widened, is sometimes known as a block, and as such will be found in the arms of Painter. Other instances are to be found where the billets are termed delves or gads. The billet will sometimes be found pointed at the bottom, in which case it is termed gourdie at the foot. But neither as a form of semé, nor as a charge, is the billet of sufficiently frequent use to warrant its inclusion as one of the ordinaries or subordinaries. Figure 249. Armorial bearings of R. E. Yerburg, Esq. Per pale argent and azure, on a chevron between 3 chaplets all counterchanged, an annulet for difference. Mantling azure and argent. Crest, on a wreath of the colours, a falcon close or, belled of the last, preying upon a mallard proper. Figure 250. armorial bearings of Robert Barry, Esq., quarterly, 1 and 4, vert, a crosslet argent, 4 Barry. 2 and 3, parted per pale argent and sable, on a chaplet 4 mullets counterchanged, 4 nairn, in the centre of the quarters a crescent or, for difference. Mantling vert, doubled argent. Crest, upon a wreath of his liveries, a demi-lion rampant gules, armed and longed, holding in his dexter paw a crosslet fichy azure. And in an scroll over the same this motto, in hoc signo vinces, and in another under the shield, Lesperance me comforte. The chaplet. Why the chaplet was ever included amongst the ordinaries and subordinaries passes my comprehension. It is not of frequent occurrence, and I have yet to ascertain in which form it has acquired this status. The chaplet which is usually meant when the term is employed is the garland of oak, laurel, or other leaves or flowers, Fig. 249, which is found more frequently as part of a crest. There is also the chaplet, which it is difficult to describe, save as a large broad annulet such as the one which figures in the arms of Nairn, Fig. 250, and which is charged at 4 regular intervals with roses, mullets, or some other objects. The chaplet of oak and acorns is sometimes known as a civic crown, but the term chaplet will more frequently be found giving place to the use of the word wreath, and a chaplet of laurel or roses. Unless completely conjoined and figuring as a charge upon the shield, will be far more likely to be termed a wreath or garland of laurel or roses than a chaplet. There are many other charges which have no great distinction from some of these which have been enumerated, but as nobody hitherto has classed them as ordinaries, I suppose there could be no excuse for so introducing them. But the division of any heraldic charges into ordinaries and subordinaries, and their separation from other figures, seems to a certain extent incomprehensible and very unnecessary. Chapter 10. The Human Figure in Heraldry. If we include the many instances of the human head and the human figure which exist as crests, and also the human figure as a supporter, probably it or its parts will be nearly as frequently met with in armory as the lion. But if crests and supporters be disregarded, and the human figure be simply considered as a charge upon the shield, it is by no means often to be met with. English, but not Scottish, official heraldry now and for a long time past has set its face against the representation of any specific saint or other person in armorial bearings. In many cases, however, particularly in the arms of ecclesiastical sees and towns, the armorial bearings registered are simply the conventionalized heraldic representation of seal designs dating from a very much earlier period. Seal engravers labored under no such limitations, and their representations were usually of some specific saint or person readily recognizable from accompanying objects. Consequently, if it be desirable, the identity of a figure in a coat of arms can often be traced in such cases by reference to a seal of early date. Whilst all the time the official coat of arms goes no further than to term the figure that of a saint. The only representation which will be found in British heraldry of the deity is in the arms of the See of Chichester, which certainly originally represented our Lord seated in glory. Whether by intention or carelessness, this, however, is now represented emblazoned as azure, a presbyter, John sitting on a tombstone, in his left hand a mound, his right hand extended all o'er, with a linen mitre on his head. And in his mouth a sword proper. Possibly it is a corruption, but I am rather inclined to think it is an intentional alteration to avoid the necessity of any attempt to pictorially represent the deity. Christ upon the cross, however, will be found represented in the arms of Inverness, figure 251. The shield used by the town of Halifax has the canting, holy face upon a chequy field. This coat, however, is without authority, though it is sufficiently remarkable to quote the blazon in full, chequy or an azure, a man's face with long hair and bearded and dropping blood, and surmounted by a halo, all proper. In chief the letters Hales, and in base the letters Fax. Figure 251. Armorial bearings of the Royal Burgh of Inverness, gules, our Lord upon the cross proper. Mantling gules, double door. Crest, upon a wreath of the proper liveries a cornucopia proper. Supporters, dexter, a dromedary, sinister, an elephant, both proper. From a painting by Mr. Graham Johnston in Lion Register. No other instance is known, but, on the other hand, representations of the Virgin Mary with her babe are not uncommon. She will be found so described in the arms of the Royal Burgh of Banff. The Virgin Mary and Child appear also in the arms of the town of Leith, viz. Argent, in a sea proper, an ancient galley with 2 masts, sails furled sable, flagged gules, seated therein the Virgin Mary with the infant Saviour in her arms, and a cloud resting over their heads, all also proper. The Virgin and Child appear in the crest of Marylebone, figure 252, but in this case, in accordance with the modern English practice, the identity is not alluded to. The true derivation of the name from Christi, Mary Loborn, and not Lobon, is perpetuated in the design of the arms. A demi-figure of the Virgin is the crest of Rutherglen. And the Virgin and Child figure, amongst other ecclesiastical arms, on the shields of the sees of Lincoln, gules, 2 lions passant guardant or. On a chief azure, the Holy Virgin and Child, sitting crowned, and bearing a sceptre of the 2nd, Salisbury, azure, the Holy Virgin and Child, with sceptre in her left hand all or, sodier and man, argent. Upon 3 ascents the Holy Virgin standing with her arms extended between 2 pillars, on the dexter whereof is a church. In base the ancient arms of man upon an inescutcheon, Southwell, sable, 3 fountains proper, a chief poly of 3, on the first or, a stag couchant proper, on the 2nd gules, the Virgin holding in her arms the infant Jesus. On the 3rd also or, 2 staves reguli couped in cross vert, and tuum, azure, 3 figures erect under as many canopies or stalls of Gothic work or, their faces, hands, and legs proper. The first representing an archbishop in his pontificals, the 2nd the Holy Virgin Mary, a circle of glory over her head, holding in her left arm the infant Jesus. And the 3rd an angel having his dexter arm elevated, and under the sinister arm a lamb, all of the 2nd. Figure 252. Arms of Marylebone, per chevron sable and berry wavy of 6, argent and azure in chief, in the dexter a fleur-de-lis, and in the sinister a rose, both or. Crest, on a wreath of the colours, upon 2 bars wavy argent and azure, between as many lilies of the 1st, stalked and leaved vert, a female figure of front proper, vested of the 1st, mantled of the 2nd, on the left arm a child also proper. Vested or, around the head of each a halo of the last. Motto, Fiat secundum verbum tuum. Various saints figure in different Scottish coats of arms, and amongst them will be found the following. Saint Andrew, in the arms of the National Bank of Scotland, granted in 1826, or, the image of St. Andrew with vesture vert and surcoat purple bearing before him the cross of his martyrdom argent, all resting on a base of the 2nd, in the dexter flank a garb gules, in the sinister a ship in full sail sable. The shield surrounded with 2 thistles proper, disposed in orle. Saint Bricius, in the arms of the Royal Burgh of Kirkcaldy, as a, in abbey of 3 pyramids argent, each ensigned with a cross petit or. And on the reverse of the seal is insculped in a field azure the figure of St. Brice with long garments, on his head a mitre, in the dexter a fleur-de-lis, the sinister laid upon his breast all proper. Standing in ye porch of the church or abbey. Ensigned on the top as before all betwixt a decrescent and a star in fess or. The motto is, Vigilando Munio. And round the escutcheon of both sides these words, Sigillum Civitatis Kirkcaldy, Street Columba, in the arms of the College of the Holy Spirit at Cumbry, quarterly, 1 and 4 grand quarters, azure, St. Columba in a boat at sea, in his sinister hand a dove, and in the dexter chief a blazing star all proper, 2 and 3 grand quarters, quarterly, I, and 4, argent, an eagle displayed with 2 heads gules, 2 and 3. Parted per bend embattled gules and argent, over the 2nd and 3rd grand quarters an escutcheon of the arms of Boyle of Kelbun, viz. Or, 3 stags' horns gules, Saint Duthicus, in the arms of the Royal Burgh of Tain, gules, St. Duthicus in long garments argent, holding in his dexter hand a staff garnished with ivy, in the sinister laid on his breast a book expanded proper, Saint Egidius, St. Giles, in the arms of the royal burg of Elgin, argent, Sanctus Egidius habited in his robes and mitred, holding in his dexter hand a pastoral staff, and in his left hand a clasped book, all proper. Supporters. 2 angels proper, winged or volant upwards. Motto, Sic iter ad astra, upon ein compartment suitable to a burg royal, and for their colours red and white, street Ninian, in the arms of the Episcopal See of Galloway, argent, St. Ninian standing and full-faced proper, clothed with a pontifical robe purple, on his head a mitre, and in his dexter hand a crosier or, an St. Adrian, in the arms of the town of Pittenweem, Azza, in the sea a galley with her oars in action argent, and therein standing the figure of St. Adrian, with long garments close girt, and a mitre on his head proper, holding in his sinister hand a crosier or. On the stern a flag developed argent, charged with the royal arms of Scotland, with this word, Deo Duce. Biblical characters of the Old Testament have found favour upon the continent, and the instances quoted by Woodward are too amusing to omit. The families who bear the names of saints, such as Saint Andrew, Saint George, St. Michael, have, perhaps not unnaturally, included in their arms representation of their family patrons. The Bavarian family of Rieder include in their shield the mounted effigy of the good knight St. Martin dividing his cloak with a beggar, date of diploma 1760. The figure of the great apostle of the Gentiles appears in the arms of von Pauli Jurg, and Horher, of Austria, similarly make use of St. George. Continental heraldry affords not a few examples of the use of the personages of Holy Writ. The Adamoli of Lombardy bear, azure, the tree of life entwined with the serpent, and accosted with our first parents, all proper, i.e. in a state of nature. The addition of a chief of the empire to this coat makes it somewhat incongruous. The family of Adam in Bavaria improve on sacred history by eliminating Eve, and by representing Adam as holding the apple in one hand, and the serpent wriggling in the other. On the other hand, the Spanish family of Eva apparently consider there is a sufficiently transparent allusion to their own name, and to the mother of mankind, in the simple bearings, or, on a mountain base an apple tree vert, fructed of the field, and encircled by a serpent of the second. The family of Abel in Bavaria make the patriarch in the attitude of prayer to serve as their crest, while the coat itself is, sable, on a square altar argent, a lamb lying surrounded by fire and smoke proper. Samson slaying the lion is the subject of the arms of the Vesantina family of Verona. The field is gules, and on a terrace in base vert the strong man naked bestrides a golden lion and forces its jaws apart. The Polish family of Samson naturally used the same device, but the field is azure and the patriarch is decently habited. The Starkins of the island of Ezel also use the like as arms parlantes, the field in this case is or. After these we are hardly surprised to find that Daniel in the lion's den is the subject of the arms of the Rhenish family of Daniels, granted late in the 18th century, the field is azure. The Bolognese Daniels are content to make a less evident allusion to the prophet, their arms are, per fess azure and vert, in chief, the lion of the tribe of Judah, nascent or, holding an open book with the words, Libri Aperti sunt, Daniel 7:10. The archangel Saint Michael in full armor, as conventionally represented, treading beneath his feet the great adversary, sable, is the charge on an azure field of the Van Scorel of Antwerp. Other instances will be found, as St. Kentigern, who is sometimes said to be the same as Street Mungo, and who occurs as the crest of Glasgow, the half-length figure of St. Kentigern affront, vested and mitred, his right hand raised in the act of benediction, and having in his left hand a crosier, all proper, St. Michael, in the arms of Linlithgow, azure, the figure of the archangel Michael, with wings expanded, treading on the belly of a serpent lying with its tail nowed fesswise in base, all argent. The head of which he is piercing through with a spear in his dexter hand, and grasping with his sinister an escutcheon charged with the royal arms of Scotland. The same saint also figures in the arms of the city of Brussels, while the family of Mitchell Carruthers bears as a crest, St. Michael in armor, holding a spear in his dexter hand, the face, neck, arms and legs bear, all proper, the the wings argent, and hair auburn. St. Martin occurs in the arms of Dover, and he also figures, as has been already stated, on the shield of the Bavarian family of Rieder, whilst St. Paul occurs as a charge in the arms of the Dutch family of von Pauli. The arms of the See of Clogher are, a bishop in pontifical robes seated on his chair of state, and leaning towards the sinister, his left hand supporting a crosier, his right pointing to the dexter chief, all or, the feet upon a cushion gules. Tasselled or. A curious crest will be found belonging to the arms of a family of Stuart, which is, a king in his robes, crowned. The arms of the episcopal see of Ross afford another instance of a bishop, together with Street Boniface. The arms of the town of Queensferry, in Scotland, show an instance of a queen. A king in his robes, and crowned, will be found in the arms of Dartmouth, gules, the base berry wavy, argent and azure, thereon the hulk of a ship, in the centre of which is a king robed and crowned, and holding in his sinister hand a sceptre. At each end of the ship a lion siegent guardant all o'er. Allegorical figures, though numerous as supporters, are comparatively rare as charges upon a shield. But the arms of the University of Melbourne show a representation of the figure of victory, azure, a figure intended to represent victory, robed and attired proper, the dexter hand extended holding a wreath of laurel or. Between 4 stars of 8 points, 2 in pale and 2 in fess argent, which also appears in other coats of arms. The figure of truth will be found in the coats of arms for various members of the family of Sandman. The bust of Queen Elizabeth was granted by that queen, as a special mark of her royal favour, to Sir Anthony Weldon, her clerk of the spicery. Apollo is represented in the arms of the Apothecaries' Company, azure, Apollo, the inventor of physic, proper, with his head radiant, holding in his left hand a bow and in his right hand an arrow or, supplanting a serpent argent. The figure of justice appears in the arms of Weirgman, or Wergman. Neptune appears in the arms granted to Sir Isaac Hurd, Lancaster Herald, afterwards Garter King of Arms, and is again to be found in the crest of the arms of Moneypenny, on a dolphin embowed, a bridled Neptune astride, holding with his sinister hand a trident over his shoulder. The figure of Temperance occurs in the crest of Goodfellow. The head of St. John the Baptist in a charger figures in the crest of the Tallow Chandlers' Livery Company and in the arms of Ayr, whilst the head of St. Denis is the charge upon the arms of a family of that name. Angels, though very frequently met with as supporters, are far from being usual either as a charge upon a shield or as a crest. The crest of Leslie, however, is an angel. The crest of Lord Kintore is an angel in a praying posture or, within an orle of laurel proper. Cherubs are far more frequently to be met with. They are represented in various forms, and will be found in the arms of Challoner, Thackeray, Maddox, and in the crest of Carruthers. The nude figure is perhaps the most usual form in which the human being is made use of as a charge, and examples will be found in the arms of Wood, Lord Halifax, and in the arms of Oswald. The arms of Dalziel show an example, practically unique in British heraldry, of a naked man, the earliest entry, 1685, of the arms of Dalziel of Binns, a cadet of the family, in the Lion Register, having them then blazoned, sable. A naked man with his arms extended au naturel, on a canton argent, a sword and pistol disposed in salter proper. This curious coat of arms has been the subject of much speculation. The fact that in some early examples the body is swinging from a gibbet has led some to suppose the arms to be an allusion to the fact, or legend, that one of the family recovered the body of Kenneth III, who had suffered death by hanging at the hands of the Picts. But it seems more likely that if the gibbet is found in any authoritative versions of the arms, possibly the coat may owe its origin to a similar reason to that which is said, and probably correctly. To account for the curious crest of the Davenport family, viz. a man's head in profile cooped at the shoulders proper, about the neck a rope or as it is sometimes termed, a felon's head proper, about the neck a halter or. There is now in the possession of the Capesthorne branch of the Davenport family a long and very ancient roll, containing the names of the master robbers captured and beheaded in the times of Coran, Roger, and Thomas de Davenport. And probably the Davenport family held some office or royal commission which empowered them to deal in a summary way with the outlaws which infested the Peak Country. It is more than probable that the crest of Davenport should be traced to some such source as this, and I suggest the possibility of a similar origin for the arms of Dalziel. As a crest, the savage and demi-savage are constantly occurring. They are in heraldry distinguished by the garlands of leaves about either or both loins and temples. Men in armor are sometimes met with. The arms of Oleglin are an instance in point, as are the crests of Marshall, Morse, Bannerman, and Seaton of Mountie. Figures of all nationalities and in all costumes will be found in the form of supporters, and occasionally as crests, but it is difficult to classify them, and it must suffice to mention a few curious examples. The human figure as a supporter is fully dealt with in the chapter devoted to that subject. The arms of Jedburgh have a mounted warrior, and the same device occurs in the crest of the Duke of Fife, and in the arms of Lanigan O'Keefe. The arms of Londonderry afford an instance of a skeleton. The emblematical figure of Fortune is a very favourite charge in foreign heraldry. A family of the name of Rod used the Colossus of Rhodes as a crest, and the arms of Sir William Dunn, Bart. Are worth the passing mention. Azure, on a mountain base a bale of wool proper, thereon seated a female figure representing commerce, vested argent, resting the dexter hand on a stalk of an anchor, and in the sinister a caduceus, both or. On the chief of the last a tree eradicated, thereon hanging a hunting horn between a thistle slipped proper on the dexter and a fleur-de-lis azure on the sinister. Crest, a cornucopia fesswise, surmounted by a dexter hand couped proper, holding a key in bend sinister or. Motto, Vigilans et Audax. The crests of Vivian, a demi-hussar of the 18th Regiment, holding in his right hand a sabre, and in his left a pennon flying to the sinister gules, and inscribed in gold letters, Croix d'Orade, issuant from a bridge of one arch, embattled. And at each end a tower, and MacGregor, 2 brass guns in salter in front of a demi-Highlander armed with his broadsword, pistols, and with a target, thereon the family arms of MacGregor, viz. Argent, a sword in bend dexter azure, and an oak tree eradicated in bend sinister proper, in the dexter chief an antique crown gules, and upon an escroll surmounting the crest the motto. E'en do and spare not, are typical of many crests of augmentation and quasi-augmentation granted in the early part of the 19th century. The crest of the Devonshire family of Arscott, a demi-man affront in a Turkish habit, brandishing in his dexter hand a scimitar, and his sinister hand resting on a tiger's head issuing from the wreath, is curious. As is the crest granted by Sir William Leneve in 1642 to Sir Robert Minchell, viz. A Turk kneeling on one knee, habited gules, legs and arms in mail proper, at the side a scimitar sable, hilted or, on the head a turban with a crescent and feather argent, holding in the dexter hand a crescent of the last. The crest of Pilkington, a mower with his scythe in front habited as follows, a high-crowned hat with flap, the crown party per pale, flap the same, counterchanged. Coat button to the middle, with his scythe in bend proper, habited through quarterly in counterchanged argent and gules, and the very similar crest of de Trafford, in which the man holds a flail, are curious. And are the subjects of appropriate legends. The crest of Clerk of Penicuik, a demi-man winding a horn, refers to the curious tenure by which the Penicuik estate is supposed to be held, namely, that whenever the sovereign sets foot thereupon, the proprietor must blow a horn from a certain rocky point. The motto, Free for a blast, has reference to the same. The arms of the College of Surgeons in Edinburgh, I fancy, afford the only instance of what is presumably a corpse, the blazon being, azure. A man, human body, fesswise between a dexter hand having an eye on the palm issuing out of a cloud downward in a castle situate on a rock proper, within a boyer or charged with several instruments peculiar to the art, sick. On a canton of the first a salter argent surmounted of a thistle vert, crowned of the third. When we come to parts of the human body instances of heads, arms, and legs are legion. There are certain well-known heraldic heads, and though many instances occur where the blazon is simply a man's head, it will be most frequently found that it is more specifically described. Sloane Evans in his Grammar of Heraldry specifies 8 different varieties, namely, 1. The wild man's, 2. The Moors, 3. The Saracens, 4. The Saxons, 5. The Englishman's, 6. The old man's, 7. The woman's, 8. The child's. The wild man's or savage's head is usually represented with a wreath of leaves about the temples, but not necessarily so, figure 253. The head of the Moor, or blackamoor, as it is more usually described, is almost always in profile, and very frequently adorned with a twisted wreath, torse, about the temples, figure 254. The head of the Saracen is also usually found with wreaths about the temples, figure 255. The head of the Saxon is borne by several Welsh families, and is supposed to be known by the absence of a beard. The Englishman's head, which is borne by the Welsh family of Lloyd of Plymouth, has no very distinctive features, except that whilst the hair and beard of the savage are generally represented brown, they are black in the case of the Moor and Saracen, and fair for the Saxon and Englishman. The old man's head, which, like that of the Saxon and Englishman, is seldom met with, is bald and grey-haired and bearded. But for all practical purposes these varieties may be all disregarded except the savages, figure 253, the blackamoors, fig. 254, and the Saracens, figure 255. Examples of the savage's head will be found in the arms of Eddington of Belbarton, azure, 3 savages' heads couped argent, in the arms of Gladstone, and in the canting coat of Rockhead of Witsenhill, argent, a savage's head erased. Distilling drops of blood proper, between 3 combs azure. Moyer of Audubon bears the Moors' heads, argent, 3 negroes' heads couped proper within a Bowyer counterindented sable and or, and Moyer of Stonywood matriculated a somewhat similar coat in which the heads are termed Mauritanian, argent. 3 Mauritanian negroes' heads couped and distilling guts de sang. Alderson of Homerton, Middlesex, bears Saracens' heads, argent, 3 Saracens' heads affront, couped at the shoulders proper, wreathed about the temples of the first and sable. Figure 253. A savage's head. Figure 254. A blackamoor's head. Figure 255. A Saracen's head. The woman's head, figure 256, in heraldry is always represented young and beautiful, that is, if the artist is capable of so drawing it, and it is almost invariably found with golden hair. The color, however, should be blazoned, the term crined being used. 5 maidens' heads appear upon the arms of the town of Reading, and the crest of Thornhill shows the same figure. The arms of the Mercer's Livery Company, gules, a demi-virgin couped below the shoulders, issuing from clouds all proper, vested or, crowned with an eastern crown of the last, her hair dishevelled. And wreathed round the temples with roses of the second, all within an orle of clouds proper, and of the master of the revels in Scotland, argent, a lady rising out of a cloud in the nombril point, richly apparelled, on her head a garland of ivy. Holding in her right hand a poinseard crown, in her left a vizard all proper, standing under a veil or canopy azure, garnished or, in base a thistle vert, are worthy of quotation. The boy's head will seldom be found except in Welsh coats, of which the arms of Vaughan and Price are examples. Another case in which the heads of children appear are the arms of Fauntleroy, gules, 3 infants' heads couped at the shoulders proper, crined or, which are a very telling instance of a canting device upon the original form of the name, which was Fauntleroy. Children, it may be here noted, are seldom met with in armoury, but instances will be found in the arms of Davies, of Marsh, Co. Salop, sable, a goat argent, attired or, standing on a child proper swaddled gules, and feeding on a tree vert, of the Foundling Hospital, per fess azure and vert, in chief a crescent argent, between 2 mullets of 6 points or. In base an infant exposed, stretching out its arms for help proper, and in the familiar, bird and bantling, crest of Stanley, Earls of Derby. Arms and hands are constantly met with, and have certain terms of their own. A hand should be stated to be either dexter, figure 257, or sinister, figure 258, and is usually blazoned and always understood to be couped at the wrist. If the hand is open and the palm visible it is a palm, figs. 257 and 258, but this being by far the most usual position in which the hand is met with, unless represented to be holding anything, the term a palm is not often used in blazon, that position being presumed unless anything contrary is stated. Figure 256. A woman's head and bust. Figure 257. A dexter hand. Figure 258. A sinister hand. The hand is occasionally represented, clenched, as in the arms and crest of Fraser McIntosh. When the thumb and first two fingers are raised, they are said to be raised in benediction, figure 259. The cubit arm, figure 260, should be carefully distinguished from the arm cooped at the elbow, figure 261. The former includes only about 2/3 of the entire arm from the elbow. The form, cooped at the elbow, is not frequently met with. When the whole arm from the shoulder is used, it is always bent at the elbow, and this is signified by the term embowed, and an arm embowed necessarily includes the whole arm. Fig. 262 shows the usual position of an arm embowed, but it is sometimes placed embowed to the dexter, figure 263, upon the point of the elbow, that is, embowed fessways, figure 264, and also, but still more infrequently, resting on the upper arm, fig. 265, either of the latter positions must be specified in the blazon. Two arms, counter-embowed, occur in many crests, figures 266 and 267. Figure 259. A hand, in benediction. Figure 260. A cubit arm. Figure 261. An arm cooped at the elbow. Figure 262. An arm embowed. Figure 263. An arm embowed to the dexter. Figure 264. An arm embowed fessways. Figure 265. An arm embowed the upper part in fess. Figure 266. Two arms counter-embowed. Figure 267. Two arms counter-embowed and interlaced. When the arm is bare it is termed proper. When clothed it is termed either vested or habited, figure 268. The cuff is very frequently of a different color, and the crest is then also termed cuffed. The hand is nearly always bare, but if not represented of flesh color it will be presumed and termed to be gloved of such and such a tincture. When it is represented in armor it is termed in armor, or vambraced, figure 269. Even when in armor the hand is usually bare, but if in a gauntlet this must be specifically so stated, figure 270. The armor is always represented as riveted plate armor unless it is specifically stated to be chain armor, as in the crest of Bathurst, or scale armor. Armor is sometimes decorated with gold, when the usual term employed will be garnished or, though occasionally the word purfled is used. Gloves are occasionally met with as charges, e.g. in the arms of Bartolot. Gauntlets will be found in the arms of Vane. Figure 268. A cubit arm habited. Figure 269. An arm embowed in armor. Figure 270. A cubit arm in armor, the hand in a gauntlet. Legs are not so frequently met with as arms. They will be found, however, in the arms of the Isle of Man and the families Gilman, Bower, Leg, and as the crest of Ayr. Boots will be found in the crests of various families of the name of Hussey. Bones occur in the arms of Scott Gatty and Baines. A skull occurs in the crest of Graham, two arms issuing from a cloud erected and lighting up a man's skull encircled with two branches of palm, over the head a marquis's coronet, all proper. A woman's breast occurs in the canting arms of Dodge, plate 6. Berry of 6 or and sable, on a pale gules, a woman's breast distilling drops of milk proper. Crest, upon a wreath of the colors, a demi-sea-dog azure, collared, maned, and finned or. An eye occurs in the crest of Blunt of Maple Durham, on a wreath of the colors, the sun in splendor charged in the center with an eye all proper. The man-lion, the merman, mermaid, Melusine, satyr, satyrol, harpy, sphinx, centaur, Sagittarius, and werewolf are included in the chapter upon mythical animals. Chapter 11. The Heraldic Lion. Heraldic art without the lion would not amount to very much, for no figure plays such an important or such an extensive part in armory as the lion, in one or other of its various positions. These present-day positions are the results of modern differentiation, arising from the necessity of a larger number of varying coats of arms. But there can be little doubt that in early times the majority of these positions did not exist, having been gradually evolved, and that originally the heraldic animal was just a lion. The shape of the shield was largely a governing factor in the manner in which we find it depicted. The old artists, with a keener artistic sense than is evidenced in so many later examples of heraldic design, endeavored to fill up as large a proportion of the space available as was possible. And consequently when only one lion was to be depicted upon the shield they very naturally drew the animal in an upright position, this being the one most convenient and adaptable for their purpose. Probably their knowledge of natural history was very limited, and this upright position would seem to them the most natural, and probably was the only one they knew. At any rate, at first it is almost the only position to be found. A curious commentary upon this may be deduced from the head covering of Geoffrey of Anjou, figure 28, which shows a lion. This lion is identically of the form and shape of the lion's rampant upon the shield, but from the nature of the space it occupies, is what would now be termed statant. But there is at the same time no such alteration in the relative position of the limbs as would now be required. This would seem to indicate very clearly that there was but the one stereotyped pattern of a lion, which answered all their purposes, and that our forerunners applied that one pattern to the spaces they desired to decorate. Early heraldry, however, when the various positions came into recognized use, soon sought to impose this definite distinction, that the lion could only be depicted erect in the rampant position. And that an animal represented to be walking must therefore be a leopard from the very position which it occupied. This, however, was a distinction known only to the more pedantic heralds, and found greatest favor amongst the French. But we find in Glover's roll, which is a copy of a roll originally drawn up about the year 1250, that whilst he gives lions to 6 of the English earls, he commences with Le Roi d'Angleterre Port, Gules, 3 Leopards d'Or. On the other hand, the monkish chronicler John of Harmestier in Touraine, a contemporary writer, relates that when Henry I chose Geoffrey, son of Folk, Earl of Anjou, Touraine, and Maine, to be his son-in-law, by marrying him to his only daughter and heir, Maud the Empress, and made him knight. After the bathing and other solemnities, pedes aegis salutaribus in superficie leonculos aureos habentibus muniunter, boots embroidered with golden lions were drawn on his legs. And also that, clipius leonculos aureos imaginarios habens collo aegis suspenditor, a shield with lions of gold therein was hung about his neck. It is, therefore, evident that the refinement of distinction between a lion and a leopard was not of the beginning, it is a later addition to the earlier simple term of lion. This distinction having been invented by French heralds, and we taking so much of our heraldry, our language, and our customs from France, adopted, and to a certain extent used, this description of lions passant as leopards. There can be no doubt, however, that the lions passant gardant upon the English shield have always been represented as lions, no matter what they may have been called. And the use of the term leopard in heraldry to signify a certain position for the lion never received any extensive sanction, and has long since become obsolete in British armory. In French blazon, however, the old distinction is still observed, and it is curious to observe that on the coins of the Channel Islands the shield of arms distinctly shows 3 leopards. The French lion is our lion rampant, the French leopard is our lion passant gardant, whilst they term our lion passant a leopard lion, and our lion rampant gardant is their lion leopard. A lion rampant and any other beast of prey is usually represented in heraldry with the tongue and claws of a different color from the animal. If it is not itself gules, its tongue and claws are usually represented as of that color, unless the lion be on a field of gules. They are then represented azure, the term being armed and longed of such and such a color. It is not necessary to mention that a lion is armed and longed in the blazon when tongue and claws are emblazoned in gules, but whenever any other color is introduced for the purpose it is better that it should be specified. Outside British heraldry, a lion is always supposed to be rampant unless otherwise specifically described. The earliest appearance of the lions in the arms of any member of the royal family in England would appear to be the seal of King John when he was prince and before he ascended the throne. This seal shows his arms to be two lions passant. The English royal crest, which originated with Richard I, is now always depicted as a lion statant guardant. There can be no doubt, however, that this guardant attitude is a subsequent derivation from the position of the lions on the shield, when heraldry was ceasing to be actual and becoming solely pictorial. We find in the case of the crest of Edward the Black Prince, now suspended over his tomb in Canterbury Cathedral, that the lion upon the chapeau looks straight forward over the front of the helm, see Figure 271. Figure 272. Another ancient rule belonging to the same period as the controversy between leopards and lions was that there cannot be more than one lion upon a shield. And this was one of the great arguments used to determine that the charges on the royal arms of England must be leopards and not lions. It was admitted as a rule of British armoury to a limited extent, viz., that when two or more lions rampant appeared upon the same shield, unless combatant, they were always formally described as lioncels. Thus the arms of Bohun are, azure, a bend argent, caudiced between 6 lioncels rampant or. British heraldry has, however, long since disregarded any such rule, if any definite rule ever really existed upon the point. Though curiously enough in the recent grant of arms to the town of Warrington the animals are their blazoned 6 lioncels. The artistic evolution of the lion rampant can be readily traced in the examples and explanations which follow, but, as will be understood, the employment in the case of some of these models cannot strictly be said to be confined within a certain number of years, though the details and periods given are roughly accurate, and sufficiently so to typify the changes which have occurred. Until perhaps the second half of the 13th century the body of the lion appears straight upright, so that the head, the trunk, and the left hind paw fall into the angle of the shield. The left forepaw is horizontal, the right fore and the right hind paw are placed diagonally, or obliquely, upwards, Figure 272. The paws each end in 3 knobs, similar to a clover leaf, out of which the claws come forth. The fourth or inferior toes appeared in heraldry somewhat later. The jaws are closed or only very slightly opened, without the tongue being visible. The tail is thickened in the middle with a bunch of longer hair and is turned down towards the body. Figure 271. Shield, helmet, and crest of Edward the Black Prince, suspended over his tomb in Canterbury Cathedral. Figure 273. In the course of the period lasting from the second half of the 13th to the second half of the 14th centuries, the right hind paw sinks lower until it forms a right angle with the left. The mouth grows pointed, and in the second half of the period the tongue becomes visible. The tail also shows a knot near its root, Figure 273. Figure 274. In examples taken from the second half of the 14th century and the 15th century the lion's body is no longer placed like a pillar, but lays its head back to the left so that the right forepaw falls into an oblique upward line with the trunk. The toes are lengthened, appearing almost as fingers, and spread out from one another. The tail, adorned with flame-like bunches of hair, strikes outwards and loses the before-mentioned knot, which only remains visible in a forked tail, Q fourche. The jaws grow deep and are widely opened, and the breast rises and expands under the lower jaw, Figure 274. Lions of peculiar virility and beauty appear upon a 14th-century banner which shows the arms of the family of Talbot, Earls of Shrewsbury, gules, a lion rampant within a bowering railed or quartered with the arms of Strange, argent. 2 lions passant in pale gules, armed and long azure. Figure 275 gives the lower half of the banner which was published in colours in the catalogue of the Heraldic Exhibition in London, 1894. Figure 275. Arms of Strange and Talbot. From a design for a banner. Figure 276. Fig. 276 is an Italian coat of arms of the 14th century, and shows a lion of almost exactly the same design, except the paws are here rendered somewhat more heraldically. The painting, azure, a lion rampant argent, served as an ex libris, and bears the inscription Lib Accusationum Me P. He. The remainder has been cut away. It is reproduced from Warneke's German bookplates, 1890. When we come to modern examples of lions, it is evident that the artists of the present day very largely copy lions which are really the creations of, or adaptations from, the work of their predecessors. The lions of the late Mr. Forbes Nixon, as shown in Figure 277, which were specially drawn by him at my request as typical of his style, are respectively as follows. A winged lion passant coward. A lion rampant regardant. A lion rampant Q-forche. A lion passant crowned. A lion passant. A lion rampant. A lion rampant to the sinister. A lion passant gardant, ducally gorged. A lion statant gardant, ducally crowned. A lion rampant. A lion statant gardant. A lion siegent gardant erect. Lions drawn by Mr. Scrubby will be found in figures 278 and 279, which are respectively, argent, a lion rampant sable, sable, a lion passant gardant argent, and sable, a lion rampant argent. These again were specially drawn by Mr. Scrubby as typical of his style. The lions of Mr. Eve would seem to be entirely original. Their singularly graceful form and proportions are perhaps best shown by figures 280 and 281, which are taken from his book, Decorative Heraldry. The lions of Mr. Graham Johnston can be appreciated from the examples in figures 284-9. Examples of lions drawn by Miss Hellard will be found in figures 282 and 283. The various positions which modern heraldry has evolved for the lions, together with the terms of blazon used to describe these positions, are as follows, and the differences can best be appreciated from a series drawn by the same artist. In this case Mr. Graham Johnston. Lion rampant. The animal is here depicted in profile, and erect, resting upon its sinister hindpaw, see figure 284. Lion rampant gardant. In this case the head of the lion is turned to face the spectator, figure 285. Figure 277. Lions. Drawn by Mr. J. Forbes Nixon. Lion rampant regardant. In this case the head is turned completely round, looking backwards, figure 286. Lion rampant, double Q. In this case the lion is represented as having two tails, figure 287. These must both be apparent from the base of the tail, otherwise confusion will arise with the next example. Lion rampant Q-forche. In this case one tail springs from the base, which is divided or forked in the center, figure 288. There is no doubt that whilst in modern times and with regard to modern arms this distinction must be adhered to, anciently Q-forche and double Q'd were interchangeable terms. Figure 278. Lion passant gardant. By Mr. G. Scrubby. Fig. 279. Lion rampant. By Mr. G. Scrubby. Figure 280. Lion rampant and lion statant gardant, by Mr. G. W. Eve. From Decorative Heraldry. Figure 281. Lion statant, lion passant gardant, and lion passant regardant, by Mr. G. W. Eve. From Decorative Heraldry. Lion rampant tail now. The tail is here tied in a knot, figure 289. It is not a term very frequently met with. Lion rampant tail elevated and turned over its head. The only instances of the existence of this curious variation, fig. 290, which have come under my own notice occur in the coats of two families of the name of Buxton, the one being obviously a modern grant founded upon the other. Figure 282. A lion rampant. By Miss Hellard. Figure 283. A lion rampant. By Miss Hellard. Figure 284. Lion rampant. Figure 285. Lion rampant gardant. Figure 286. Lion rampant regardant. Figure 287. Lion rampant double Q'd. Figure 288. Lion rampant Q-forche. Figure 289. Lion rampant, tail nowed. Lion rampant with two heads. This occurs, Fig. 291, in the coat of arms, probably founded on an earlier instance, granted in 1739 to Mason of Greenwich, the arms being, per fess ermine and azure, a lion rampant with two heads counterchanged. This curious charge had been adopted by Mason's College in Birmingham, and on the foundation of Birmingham University it was incorporated in its arms. Lion rampant gardant bicorporated. In this case the lion has one head and two bodies. An instance of this curious creature occurs in the arms of Atwater, but I am not aware of any modern instance of its use. Figure 290. Lion rampant, tail elevated and turned over its head. Figure 291. Lion rampant, with two heads. Figure 292. Tricorporate lion. Figure 293. Lion coward. Lion rampant tricorporate. In this case three bodies are united in one head, figure 292. Both this and the preceding variety are most unusual, but the tricorporate lion occurs in a coat of arms, temp. Car. 2, registered in Ulster's office, or, a tricorporate lion rampant, the bodies disposed in the dexter and sinister chief points and in base, all meeting in one head gardant in the fess point sable. Lion coward. In this case the tail of the lion is depressed, passing between its hind legs, figure 293. The exactitude of this term is to some extent modern. Though a lion coward was known in ancient days, there can be no doubt that formerly an artist felt himself quite at liberty to put the tail between the legs if this seemed artistically desirable, without necessarily having interfered with the arms by so doing. Figure 294. Armorial bearings of Alexander Charles Richards Maitland, Esq., or, a lion rampant gules, cooped in all his joints of the field, within a double trace sure flory in counterflory azure, a boyer engrailed ermine. Mantling gules and nor. Crest, upon a wreath of his liveries, a lion siegent erect in a front gules, holding in his dexter paw a sword proper, hilted and pommelled gold, and in his sinister a fleur-de-lis argent. Motto, Concilio et animis. Lion cooped in all its joints is a charge which seems peculiar to the family of Maitland, and it would be interesting to learn to what source its origin can be traced. It is represented with each of its four paws, its head and its tail severed from the body, and removed slightly away therefrom. A Maitland coat of arms exhibiting this peculiarity will be found in figure 294. Lions rampant combatant are so termed when two are depicted in one shield facing each other in the attitude of fighting, figure 295. A very curious and unique instance of a lion rampant occurs in the arms of Williams, matriculated in Lion Register in 1862, as the second and third quarterings of the arms of Sir James Williams Drummond of Hawthornden, B.T. The coat in question being, argent, a lion rampant, the body sable, the head, paws, and tuft of the tail of the field. Lion passant. A lion in this position, Fig. 296, is represented in the act of walking, the dexter forepaw being raised, but all three others being upon the ground. Lion passant gardant. This, Fig. 297, is the same as the previous position, except that the head is turned to face the spectator. The lions in the quartering for England in the royal coat of arms are 3 lions passant gardant in pale. Lion of England. This is, a lion passant gardantor, and the term is only employed for a lion of this description when it occurs as or in an honourable augmentation, then being usually represented on a field of gules. A lion passant gardant or, is now never granted to any applicant except under a specific royal warrant to that effect. It occurs in many augmentations, e.g. wolf, camperdown, and many others. And when 3 lions passant gardant in pale or upon a canton gules are granted, as in the arms of Lane, Plate 2, the augmentation is termed a canton of England. Lion passant regardant is as the lion passant, but with the head turned right round looking behind, figure 298. A lion is not often met with in this position. Lions passant demediated. A curious survival of the ancient but now obsolete practice of dimidiation is found in the arms of several English seaport towns. Doubtless all can be traced to the so-called arms of the Cinque Ports, which show 3 lions passant guardant dimidiated with the hulks of 3 ships. There can be no doubt whatever that this originally came from the dimidiation of 2 separate coats, viz. the Royal Arms of England, the 3 lions passant guardant, and the other, azure, 3 ships argent, typical of the Cinque Ports, referring perhaps to the protection of the coasts for which they were liable. Or possibly merely to their seaboard position. Whilst Sandwich uses the 2 separate coats simply dimidiated upon 1 shield, the arms of Hastings vary slightly, being, party per pale gules and azure, a lion passant guardant or between in chief and in base a lion passant guardant of the last dimidiated with the hulk of a ship argent. From long usage we have grown accustomed to consider these 2 conjoined and dimidiated figures as one figure, figure 299, and in the recent grant of arms to Ramsgate a figure of this kind was granted as a simple charge. Figure 295. 2 lions rampant combatant. Figure 296. Lion passant. Figure 297. Lion passant guardant. The arms of Yarmouth afford another instance of a resulting figure of this class, the 3 lions passant guardant of England being here dimidiated with as many herrings nant. Lion stathant. The distinction between a lion passant and a lion stathant is that the lion stathant has all 4 paws resting upon the ground. The 2 forepaws are usually placed together, figure 300. Whilst but seldom met with as a charge upon a shield, the lion stathant is by no means rare as a crest. Lion stathant tail extended. This term is a curious and, seemingly, a purposeless refinement, resulting from the perpetuation in certain cases of one particular method of depicting the crest, originally when a crest a lion was always so drawn, but it cannot be overlooked. Because in the crests of both Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, and Percy, Duke of Northumberland, the crest is now stereotyped as a lion in this form, Fig. 301, upon a chapeau. Figure 298. Lion passant regardant. Figure 299. Lion passant guard. Dimidiated with the hulk of a ship. Figure 300. Lion stathant. Figure 301. Lion stathant tail extended. Figure 302. Lion stathant guardant. Figure 303. Lion salient. Lion stathant guardant, figure 302. This, crowned, is of course the royal crest of England, and examples of it will be found in the arms of the sovereign and other descendants, legitimate and illegitimate, of sovereigns of this country. An exceptionally fine rendering of it occurs in the Windsor Castle bookplates executed by Mr. G. W. Eve. Lion salient. This, which is a very rare position for a lion, represents it in the act of springing, the 2 hind legs being on the ground, the others in the air, figure 303. Lion salient guardant. There is no reason why the lion salient may not be guardant or regardant, though an instance of the use of either does not come readily to mind. Lion siegent. Very great laxity is found in the terms applied to lion siegent, consequently care is necessary to distinguish the various forms. The true lion siegent is represented in profile, seated on its haunches, with the forepaws resting on the ground, Fig. 304. Figure 304. Lion siegent. Figure 305. Lion siegent guardant. Figure 306. Lion siegent regardant. Figure 307. Lion siegent erect. Figure 308. Lion siegent guardant erect. Figure 309. Lion siegent regardant erect. Lion siegent guardant. This is as the foregoing, but with the face, only, turned to the spectator, figure 305. Lion siegent regardant. In this the head is turned right back to gaze behind, figure 306. Lion siegent erect, or, as it is sometimes not very happily termed, siegent rampant. In this position the lion is sitting upon its haunches, but the body is erect, and it has its forepaws raised in the air, figure 307. Lion siegent gardant erect is as the last figure, but the head faces the spectator, figure 308. Lion siegent regardant erect is as the foregoing, but with the head turned right round to look backwards, figure 309. Lion siegent affront. In this case the lion is seated on its haunches, but the whole body is turned to face the spectator, the forepaws resting upon the ground in front of its body. Ugly as this position is, and impossible as it might seem, it certainly is to be found in some of the early rolls. Lion siegent erect affront, figure 294. This position is by no means unusual in Scotland. A lion siegent erect and affront, is the royal crest of Scotland, and it will also be found in the arms of lion office. A good representation of the lion siegent affront and erect is shown in figure 310, which is taken from Joost de Man's Wapen und Stambuch, 1589. It represents the arms of the celebrated lansquenet Captain Sebastian Chartlin, Schurztel, von Bertenbach, gules, a lion siegent affront erect, double-queued, holding in its dexter paw a key argent and in its sinister a fleur-de-lis. His victorious assault on Rome in 1527, and his striking successes against France in 1532, are strikingly typified in these arms, which were granted in 1534. Figure 310. Arms of Sebastian Chartlin von Bertenbach. Figure 311. Lion couchant. Figure 312. Lion dormant. Lion couchant. In this position the lion is represented lying down, but the head is erect and alert, figure 311. Lion dormant. A lion dormant is in much the same position as a lion couchant, except that the eyes are closed, and the head rests upon the extended forepaws, figure 312. Lions dormant are seldom met with, but they occur in the arms of Lloyd, of Stockton Hall, near York. Lion mourn. This is a lion without teeth and claws, but no instance of the use of the term would appear to exist in British armoury. Woodward mentions amongst other continental examples the arms of the old French family of de Mornay, face d'argent et de gules au lion morne de sable, couronne d'or brochant sur le tout. Lions as supporters. Refer to the chapter on supporters. Winged lion. The winged lion, usually known as the Lion of St. Mark, is not infrequently met with. It will be found both passant and siegent, but more frequently the latter, figure 313. The true lion of St. Mark, that is, when used as a badge for sacred purposes to typify St. Mark, has a halo. Winged lions are the supporters of Lord Bray. Sea lion, or, to use another name for it, a morse, is the head, forepaws, and upper part of a lion conjoined to the tail of a fish. The most frequent form in which sea lions appear are as supporters, but they are also met with as crests and charges. When placed horizontally they are termed naiant. Sea lions, however, will also be found siegent and siegent erect, figure 314. When issuing from waves of the sea they are termed assurgent. Lion dragon. One hesitates to believe that this creature has any existence outside heraldry books, where it is stated to be of similar form and construction to the sea lion, the difference being that the lower half is the body and tail of a wyvern. I know of no actual arms or crest in which it figures. Figure 313. Winged lion. Figure 314. Sea lion. Figure 315. Man lion. Man lion or man tiger. This is as a lion but with a human face. Two of these are the supporters of Lord Huntingdon, and one was granted to the late Lord Dunnington as a supporter, whilst as charges they also occur in the arms of Radford. This semi-human animal is sometimes termed a limpigo, figure 315. Other terms relating to lions occur in many heraldic works, both old and new, but their use is very limited, if indeed of some, any example at all could be found in British armoury. In addition to this, whilst the fact may sometimes exist, the term has never been adopted or officially recognised. Personally I believe most of the terms which follow may for all practical purposes be entirely disregarded. Amongst such terms are contorn, applied to a lion passant or rampant to the sinister. It would, however, be found blazoned in these words and not as contorn. Dismembered, demember, dechaussee, and tronani are all heraldry book terms specified to mean the same as couped in all its joints. But the uselessness and uncertainty concerning these terms is exemplified by the fact that the same books state dismembered or demember to mean, when applied to a lion, that the animal is shown without legs or tail. The term embrued is sometimes applied to a lion to signify that its mouth is bloody and dropping blood, and wond signifies wounded, heraldically represented by a blotch of gules, from which drops of blood are falling. A lion, disarmed, is without teeth, tongue, or claws. A term often found in relation to lions rampant, but by no means peculiar thereto, is debruised. This is used when it is partly defaced by another charge, usually an ordinary, being placed over it. Another of these guidebook terms is decollated, which is said to be employed in the case of a lion which has its head cut off. A lion defamed or defamed is supposed to be rampant to the sinister but looking backwards, the supposition being that the animal is being, against his will, chased off the field with infamy. A lion evire is supposed to be emasculated and without signs of sex. In this respect it is interesting to note that in earlier days, before mock modesty and prudery had become such prominent features of our national life, the genital organ was always represented of a pronounced size in a prominent position. And it was as much a matter of course to paint it gules as it now is to depict the tongue of that color. To prevent error I had better add that this is not now the usual practice. Lions placed back to back are termed endorsed or adderst, but when two lions passant in pale are represented, one passing to the dexter and one to the sinister, they are termed counterpassant. This term is, however, also used sometimes when they are merely passant towards each other. A more correct description in such cases would be passant respecting or regarding each other. The term lion is one stated to be used with animals other than lions when placed in a rampant position. Whilst doubtless of regular acceptation in French heraldry as applied to a leopard, it is unknown in English, and the term rampant is indifferently applied, e.g. in the case of a leopard, wolf, or tiger when in the rampant position. Lion said is a term seldom met with, but it is said to be applied, for example to a cross, when the arms end in lions' heads. I have yet to find an authentic example of the use of such a cross. When a bend or other ordinary issues from the mouths of lions, or other animals, the heads issuing from the edges or angles of the escutcheon, the ordinary is said to be in gold. A curious term, of the use of which I know only one example, is fleshed or flayed. This, as doubtless will be readily surmised, means that the skin is removed, leaving the flesh gules. This was the method by which the supporters of Wittenberg were differenced for the Duke of Teck, the forepaws being fleshed. Woodward gives the following very curious instances of the lion in heraldry. Only a single example of the use of the lioness as a heraldic charge is known to me. The family of Caen, in Lorraine, bears, d'azur, un lion héritier d'or. The following 14th-century examples of the use of the lion as a heraldic charge are taken from the oft-quoted Wapenroll von Zurich, and should be of interest to the student of early armory. 51, and, azure. A lion rampant guardant argent, its feet or. 305, Wildenvels, per pale argent and sable, in the first a demi-lion statent guardant issuant from the dividing line. 408, Tannenvels, azure, a lion rampant or, hue argent. 489, Rinac, or, a lion rampant gules, headed azure. A curious use of the lion as a charge occurs in several ancient coats of the Low Countries, e.g. in that of Tresegnes, whose arms are, Ban d'or et d'azur, a l'ombre du lion brochant sur le tout, à la boyer and grélie d'or. Here the ombre du lion is properly represented by a darker shade of the tincture either of or of azure, but often the artist contents himself with simply drawing the outline of the animal in a neutral tint. Among other curiosities of the use of the lion are the following foreign coats. Boichot, in France, bears, de Gaulle's, Semet a lions d'argent. Minutoli, of Naples, gules, a lion rampant ver, the head and feet or. Loan, of Holland, azure, a decapitated lion rampant argent, 3 jets of blood spurting from the neck proper. Papacoda, of Naples, sable, a lion rampant or, its tail turned over its head and held by its teeth. The Counts Renac, of Franconia, or, a lion rampant gules, hooded and masked azure, see above. To these instances the arms of Westbury may well be added, these being, quarterly, or an azure, a cross pat once, on a bowyer 20 lions rampant all counterchanged. No doubt the origin of such a curious bowyer is to be found in the bowyer of England, which either as a mark of cadency or as an indication of affinity or augmentation, can be found in some number of instances. Probably one will suffice as an example. This is forthcoming in figure 61, which shows the arms of John de Bretagne, Earl of Richmond. Of a similar nature is the bowyer of Spain, indicative of his maternal descent, borne by Richard of Conisburg, Earl of Cambridge, who bore, quarterly France and England, a label of 3 points argent, each charged with as many tordos. On a bowyer of the same 12 lions rampant purpur, Fig. 316. Figure 317. Arms of Bohemia, from the pulver term at Prague. Latter half of the 15th century. Figure 316. Arms of Richard of Conisburg, Earl of Cambridge. From M.S. Cott, Julius C. 7. Before leaving the lion, the hint may perhaps be usefully conveyed that the temptation to over-elaborate the lion when depicting it heraldically should be carefully avoided. The only result is confusion, the very contrary of the essence of heraldic emblazonment, which was, is, and should be, the method of clear advertisement of identity. Examples of over-elaboration can, however, be found in the past, as will be seen from figure 317. This example belongs to the latter half of the 15th century, and represents the arms of Bohemia. It is taken from a shield on the pulver term at Prague. Parts of lions are very frequently to be met with, particularly as crests. In fact, the most common crest in existence is the demi-lion rampant, figure 318. This is the upper half of a lion rampant. It is comparatively seldom found other than rampant and cooped, so that the term a demi-lion, unless otherwise qualified, may always be assumed to be a demi-lion rampant cooped. As charges upon the shield 3 will be found in the arms of Bennet, Earl of Tankerville, gules, a bezant between 3 demi-lions rampant argent. The demi-lion may be both gardant and regardant. Demi-lions rampant and erased are more common as charges than as crests. They are to be found in several Harrison coats of arms. Figure 318. A demi-lion rampant. Figure 319. A demi-lion passant. Figure 320. A lion's head cooped. Demi-lions passant, figure 319, are rather unusual, but in addition to the seeming cases in which they occur by dimidiation they are sometimes found, as in the case of the arms of Newman. Demi-lion affront. The only case which has come under notice would appear to be the crest of Campbell of Aberchill. Demi-lion issuant. This term is applied to a demi-lion when it issues from an ordinary, e.g. from the base line of the chief, as in the arms of Dormer, Markham, and Abney, or from behind a fess, as in the arms of Chalmers. Demi-lion nascent issues from the center of an ordinary, and not from behind it. Lions' heads, both cooped, Fig. 320, and erased, are very frequently met with both as charges on the shield and as crests. Figure 321. A lion's face. Lion's gam. Many writers make a distinction between the gam, which is stated to be the lower part only, cooped or erased halfway up the leg, and the paw, but this distinction cannot be said to be always rigidly observed. In fact, some authorities quote the exact reverse as the definition of the terms. As charges the gam or paw will be found to occur in the arms of Lord Lilford, or, a lion's gam erased in Ben Dexter between 2 crosslets Fichy in Ben Sinister gules, and in the arms of Newdigate. This last is a curious example, inasmuch as, without being so specified in the blazon, the gams are represented in the position occupied by the sinister foreleg of a lion passant. The crest upon the garter plate of Edward Churleton, Lord Churleton of Powys, must surely be unique. It consists of 2 lions' paws embowed, the outer edge of each being adorned with fleurs de lis issuant therefrom. A lion's tail will sometimes be found as a crest, and it also occurs as a charge in the arms of Cork, viz., sable, 3 lions' tails erect in erased argent. A lion's face, figure 321, should be carefully distinguished from a lion's head. In the latter case the neck, either couped or erased, must be shown, but a lion's face is a front and cut off closely behind the ears. The distinction between the head and the face can be more appropriately considered in the case of the leopard. Chapter 12. Beasts. Next after the lion should be considered the tiger, but it must be distinctly borne in mind that heraldry knows 2 kinds of tigers, the heraldic tiger, figures 322 and 323, and the Bengal tiger, figures 324 and 325. Doubtless the heraldic tiger, which was the only one found in British armoury until a comparatively recent date, is the attempt of artists to depict their idea of a tiger. The animal was unknown to them, except by repute, and consequently the creature they depicted bears little relation to the animal of real life, but there can be no doubt that their intention was to depict an animal which they knew to exist. The heraldic tiger had a body much like the natural tiger, it had a lion's tufted tail and mane, and the curious head which it is so difficult to describe, but which appears to be more like the wolf than any other animal we know. This, however, will be again dealt with in the chapter on fictitious animals, and is here only introduced to demonstrate the difference which heraldry makes between the heraldic tiger and the real animal. A curious conceit is that the heraldic tiger will anciently be often found spelt tiger, but this peculiar spelling does not seem ever to have been applied to the tiger of nature. Figure 322. Heraldic tiger rampant. Figure 323. Heraldic tiger passant. Figure 324. Bengal tiger passant. Figure 325. Bengal tiger rampant. When it became desirable to introduce the Real tiger into British armoury as typical of India and our Eastern Empire, something of course was necessary to distinguish it from the tiger which had previously usurped the name in armoury. And for this reason the natural tiger is always heraldically known as the Bengal tiger. This armorial variety appears towards the end of the 18th century in this country, though in foreign heraldry it appears to have been recognized somewhat earlier. There are, however, but few cases in which the Bengal tiger has appeared in armoury, and in the majority of these cases as a supporter, as in the supporters of Outram, which are 2 tigers rampant guardant gorged with wreaths of laurel and crowned with eastern crowns all proper. Another instance of the tiger as a supporter will be found in the arms of Bombay. An instance in which it appears as a charge upon a shield will be found in the arms granted to the University of Madras. Figure 326. Leopard passant. Figure 327. Leopard passant guardant. Figure 328. Leopard rampant. Another coat is that granted in 1874 to Augustus Beatty Bradbury of Edinburgh, which was, argent, on a mount in base vert, a Bengal tiger passant proper, on a chief of the second 2 other tigers dormant also proper. A tigress is said to be occasionally met with, and when so, is sometimes represented with a mirror. In relation to the legend that ascribes to her such personal vanity that her young ones might be taken from under her charge if she had the counter-attraction of a hand-glass. At least so say the heraldry books, but I have not yet come across such a case. The leopard, figures 326 and 327 and 328, has to a certain extent been referred to already. Doubtless it is the peculiar cat-like and stealthy walk which is so characteristic of the leopard which led to any animal in that position being considered a leopard. But the leopard in its natural state was of course known to Europeans in the early days of heraldry, and appears amongst the lists of heraldic animals apart from its existence as a lion passant. The animal, however, except as a supporter or crest, is by no means common in English heraldry. It will be found, however, in the crests of some number of families, for example, Taylor and Potts. Figure 329. Leopard's head erased. Figure 330. Leopard's head erased and a front. Figure 331. Leopard's face. Figure 332. Leopard's face Jessentalese. A very similar animal is the ounce, which for heraldic purposes is in no way altered from the leopard. Parts of the latter will be found in use as in the case of the lion. As a crest the demi-leopard, the leopard's head, figure 329, and the leopard's head affront, figure 330, are often to be met with. In both cases it should be noticed that the neck is visible, and this should be borne in mind, because this constitutes the difference between the leopard's head and the leopard's face, figure 331. The leopard's face is by far the most usual form in which the leopard will be found in armory, and can be traced back to quite an early period in heraldry. The leopard's face shows no neck at all, the head being removed close behind the ears. It is then represented affront. For some unfathomable reason these charges when they occur in the arms of Shrewsbury are usually referred to locally as loggerheads. They were perpetuated in the arms of the county in its recent grant. A curious development or use of the leopard's face occurs when it is Jessentalese, figure 332. This will be found referred to at greater length under the heading of the fleur-de-lis. Figure 333. Arms of Styria. Drawn by Hans Bergmair, 1523. The panther is an animal which in its relation to heraldry it is difficult to know whether to place amongst the mythical or actual animals. No instance occurs to me in which the panther figures as a charge in British heraldry, and the panther as a supporter, in the few cases in which it is met with, is certainly not the actual animal, inasmuch as it is invariably found flammant, i.e., with flames issuing from the mouth and ears. In this character it will be found as a supporter of the Duke of Beaufort, and derived therefrom as a supporter of Lord Raglan. Foreign heraldry carries the panther to a most curious result. It is frequently represented with the tail of a lion, horns, and for its forelegs the claws of an eagle. Even in England it is usually represented vomiting flames, but the usual method of depicting it on the continent is greatly at variance with our own. Fig. 333 represents the same arms of Styria, vert, a panther argent, armed close, vomiting flames of fire, from the title page of the Land Bond of Styria in the year 1523, drawn by Hans Bergmair. In Physiologus, a Greek writing of early Christian times of about the date 140, which in the course of time has been translated into every tongue, mention is made of the panther, to which is there ascribed the gaily spotted coat and the pleasant, sweet-smelling breath which induces all other animals to approach it. The dragon alone retreats into its hole from the smell, and consequently the panther appears to have sometimes been used as a symbol of Christ. The earliest armorial representations of this animal show the form not greatly dissimilar to nature. But very soon the similarity disappears in continental representations, and the fancy of the artist transferred the animal into the fabulous creature which is now represented. The sweet-smelling breath, Schwarzenstanch as it is called in the early German translation of the Physiologus, was expressed by the flames issuing from the mouth, but later in the 16th century flames issued from every opening in the head. The head was in old times similar to that of a horse, occasionally horned, as in the seal of Count Heinrich von Lechsmund, 1197, the 4 feet were well developed. In the second half of the 14th century the 4 feet assumed the character of eagle's claws, and the horns of the animal were a settled matter. In the neighborhood of Lake Constance we find the panther with divided hoofs on his hind feet. Perhaps with a reference to the panther's cleanness. According to the Mosaic law, of course, a 4-footed animal, to be considered clean, must not have paws, and a ruminant must not have an undivided hoof. Italian heraldry is likewise acquainted with the panther, but under another name, La Dolce, the sweet one, and another form. The Dolce has a head like a hare, and is unhorned. C.A. Anthony v. Siegenfeld, The Territorial Arms of Styria, Graz, 1898. The panther is given by Seeger, Garter King of Arms 1603–1663, as one of the badges of King Henry VI. Where it is silver, spotted of various colors, and with flames issuing from its mouth and ears. No doubt this royal badge is the origin of the supporter of the Duke of Beaufort. English armoury knows an animal which it terms the male griffin, which has no wings, but which has gold rays issuing from its body in all directions. Stroll terms the badge of the Earls of Ormond, which from his description are plainly male griffins, keithongs, which he classes with the panther. And probably he is correct in looking upon our male griffin as merely one form of the heraldic panther. The cat, under the name of the cat, the wild cat, the catamountain, or the catamount, figs. 334, 335, and 336, is by no means infrequent in British armoury, though it will usually be found in Scottish or Irish examples. The arms of Keats and Scott Gatty in which it figures are English examples, however. The wolf, figs. 337 to 341, is a very frequent charge in English armoury. Apart from its use as a supporter, in which position it is found in conjunction with the shields of Lord Welby, Lord Rendell, and Viscount Wolseley. It will be found in the arms of Lovat and in by far the larger proportion of the coats for the name of Wilson and in the arms of Lowe. Figure 334. Catamountain Segent Guard Ant. Figure 335. Catamountain Segent Guard Ant Erect. Figure 336. Catamountain Passant Guard Ant. Figure 337. Wolf Rampant. Figure 338. Wolf Salient. Figure 339. Wolf Courant. The wolf, however, in earlier representations has a less distinctly wolf-like character, it being sometimes difficult to distinguish the wolf from some other heraldic animals. This is one of these cases in which, owing to insufficient knowledge and crude draftsmanship, ancient heraldry is not to be preferred to more realistic treatment. The demi-wolf is a very frequent crest, occurring not only in the arms and crests of members of the Wilson and many other families, but also as the crest of wolf. The latter crest is worthy of remark, inasmuch as the royal crown which is held within its paws typifies the assistance given to King Charles II, after the Battle of Worcester, by Mr. Francis Wolfe of Madeley, to whom the crest was granted. King Charles, it may be noted, also gave to Mr. Wolfe a silver tankard, upon the lid of which was a representation of this crest. Wolves' heads are particularly common, especially in Scottish heraldry. An example of them will be found in the arms of Struan, Robertson, and in the coats used by all other members of the Robertson clan having or claiming descent from, or relationship with, the House of Struan. The wolf's head also appears in the arms of Skene. Woodward states that the wolf is the most common of all heraldic animals in Spanish heraldry, where it is frequently represented as ravissant, i.e., carrying the body of a lamb in its mouth or across its back. Figure 340. Wolf Passant. Figure 341. Wolf Stathant. Figure 342. A Lynx Coward. Figure 343. Fox Passant. Figure 344. Fox Segent. Figure 345. A Fox's Mask. Much akin to the wolf is the lynx, in fact the heraldic representation of the two animals is not greatly different. The lynx does not often occur in heraldry except as a supporter, but it will be found as the crest of the family of Lynch. The lynx is nearly always depicted and blazoned, coward, i.e. with its tail between its legs, figure 342. Another instance of this particular animal is found in the crest of Comer. A fox, figs. 343 and 344, which from the similarity of its representation is often confused with a wolf, is said by Woodward to be very seldom met with in British heraldry. This is hardly a correct statement, inasmuch as countless instances can be produced in which a fox figures as a charge, a crest, or a supporter. The fox is found on the arms and as the crest, and two are the supporters of Lord Ilchester, and instances of its appearance will be found amongst others in the arms or crests, for example, of Fox, Colfox, and Ashworth. Probably the most curious example of the heraldic fox will be found in the arms of Sir Watkin Williams Wynne, who for the arms of William's quarters, argent, two foxes countersalient gules, the dexter surmounted of the sinister. The face of a fox is termed its mask, figure 345. The bear, figs. 346 to 349, is frequently found figuring largely in coats of arms for the names of Barnard, Baring, Barnes, and Bearsley, and for other names which can be considered to bear canting relation to the charge. In fact, the arms, crest, and motto of Barnard together form such an excellent example of the little jokes which characterize heraldry that I quote the blazon in full. The coat is, argent, a bare rampant sable, the crest is, a demi-bare sable, and the motto, bear and forbear. Figure 346. Bear rampant. Figure 347. Bear passant. Figure 348. Bear stathant. The bear is generally muzzled, but this must not be presumed unless mentioned in the blazon. Bears' paws are often found both in crests and as charges upon shields, but as they differ little if anything in appearance from the lion's gam, they need not be further particularized. To the bear's head, however, considerable attention should be paid, inasmuch as the manner of depicting it in England and Scotland differs. The bear's head, according to English ideas of heraldry, would be depicted down to the shoulders, and would show the neck couped or erased, figure 350. In Scottish heraldry, bears' heads are almost invariably found couped or erased close behind the ears without any of the neck being visible, figures 351 and 352, they are not, however, represented as cabochon or affront. Figure 349. Bear segent erect. Figure 350. Bear's head couped, English. Figure 351. Bear's head couped, Scottish. Figure 352. Bear's head erased and muzzled, Scottish. Figure 353. Boar rampant. Figure 354. Boar passant. Figure 355. Boar stathant. Figure 356. Boar's head erased, English. Figure 357. Boar's head couped, Scottish. Figure 358. Boar's head erased, Scottish. The boar is an animal which, with its parts, will constantly be met with in British armoury, figures 353, 355. Theoretically there is a difference between the boar, which is the male of the domestic animal, and the wild boar, which is the untamed creature of the woods. Whilst the latter is usually blazoned as a wild boar or sanglier, the latter is just a boar. But for all practical purposes no difference whatever is made in heraldic representations of these varieties, though it may be noted that the crest of Swinton is often described as a sanglier, as invariably is also the crest of Douglas. Earl of Morton, a sanglier sticking between the cleft of an oak tree fructed, with a lock holding the clefts together all proper. The boar, like the lion, is usually described as armed and longed, but this is not necessary when the tusks are represented in their own color and when the tongue is gules. It will, however, be very frequently found that the tusks are or. The armed, however, does not include the hoofs, and if these are to be of any color different from that of the animal, it must be blazoned ungueled, of such and such a tincture. Precisely the same distinction occurs in the heads of boars, figs. 356 to 358, that was referred to in bears. The real difference is this, that whilst the English boar's head has the neck attached to the head and is couped or erased at the shoulders, the Scottish boar's head is separated close behind the ears. No one ever troubled to draw any distinction between the two for the purposes of blazon, because the English boar's heads were more usually drawn with the neck, and the boar's heads in Scotland were drawn couped or erased close. But the boar's head in Welsh heraldry followed the Scottish and not the English type. Matters armorial, however, are now cosmopolitan, and one can no longer ascertain that the crest of Campbell must be Scottish, or that the crest of any other family must be English. And consequently, though the terms will not be found employed officially, it is just as well to distinguish them. Because armoury can provide means of such distinction, the true description of an English boar's head being couped or erased, at the neck, the Scottish term being a boar's head couped or erased, close. Occasionally a boar's head will be stated to be born erect, this is then shown with the mouth pointing upwards. A curious example of this is found in the crest of Tyrrell, a boar's head erect argent, in the mouth a peacock's tail proper. Woodward mentions 3 very strange coats of arms in which the charge, whilst not being a boar, bears very close connection with it. He states that among the curiosities of heraldry we may place the canting arms of Ham, of Holland, gules, 5 hams proper, 2, 1, 2 the verhams also bear, or 3 hams sable. These commonplace charges assume almost a poetical savour when placed beside the matter-of-fact coat of the family of Baccaire, d'Azur, à un écusson d'or enabime, accompagné de 3 groins de porc d'argent. And that of the Worcesters of Switzerland, or 2 sausages gules on a gridiron sable, the handle in chief. Horses. It is not a matter of surprise that the horse is frequently met with in armory. It will be found, as in the arms of Jedburgh, carrying a mounted warrior, figure 359, and the same combination appears as the crest of the Duke of Fife. The horse will be found rampant, or foreseen, or salient, figure 360, and will be found courant, figure 361, passant, figure 362, and trotting. Figure 359 a chevalier on horseback. Figure 360. Horse rampant. Figure 361. Horse courant. Fig. 362. Horse passant. When it is caparisoned or furnished, it is shown with saddle and bridle and all appurtenances, but if the saddle is not present it would only be blazoned, bridled. Gules, a horse argent, really the arms of Westphalia, is popularly known in this country as the coat of Hanover, inasmuch as it was the most prominent charge upon the inescutcheon or quartering of Hanover formerly borne with the royal arms. Every one in this country is familiar with the expression, the white horse of Hanover. Horses will also be found in many cases as supporters, and these will be referred to in the chapter upon that subject, but reference should be particularly made here to the crest of the family of Lane, of King's Bromley, which is a strawberry roan horse, cooped at the flanks, bridled, saddled, and holding in its feet the imperial crown proper. This commemorates the heroic action of Mistress Jane Lane, afterwards Lady Fisher, and the sister of Sir Thomas Lane, of King's Bromley, who, after the Battle of Worcester and when King Charles was in hiding, rode from Staffordshire to the south coast upon a strawberry roan horse, with King Charles as her serving man. For this the Lane family were first of all granted the canton of England as an augmentation to their arms, and shortly afterwards this crest of the demi-horse, Plate 2. The arms of Trevelyan afford an interesting example of a horse, being, gules, issuant out of water in base proper, a demi-horse argent, hoofed and maned or. The heads of horses are either so described or, and more usually, termed nags' heads, though what the difference may be is beyond the comprehension of most people, at any rate heraldry knows of none. The crest of the family of Duncombe is curious, and is as follows, out of a ducal coronet or, a horse's hind leg sable, the shoe argent. Though they can hardly be termed animate charges, perhaps one may be justified in here mentioning the horseshoe, figure 363, which is far from being an uncommon charge. It will be found in various arms for the name of Farrer, Farrers, Farrer, and Marshall, and, in the arms of one Scottish family of Smith, 3 horseshoes interlaced together form an unusual and rather a curious charge. Other instances in which it occurs will be found in the arms of Bolton, and in the arms used by the town of Oakham. In the latter case it doubtless has reference to the toll of a horseshoe, which the town collects from every peer or member of the royal family who passes through its limits. The collection of these, which are usually of silver, and are carefully preserved, is one of the features of the town. Figure 363. Horseshoe. Figure 364. Seahorse. Figure 365. Pegasus rampant. The seahorse, the unicorn, and the Pegasus may perhaps be more properly considered as mythical animals, and the unicorn will, of course, be treated under that heading. But the seahorse and the Pegasus are so closely allied in form to the natural animal that perhaps it will be simpler to treat of them in this chapter. The seahorse, Fig. 364, is composed of the head and neck of a horse and the tail of a fish, but in place of the 4 feet, webbed paws are usually substituted. 2 seahorses respecting each other will be found in the coat of arms of Peary, and seahorses neighant will be found in the arms of Cammond. It is a matter largely left to the discretion of the artist, but the seahorse will be found as often as not depicted with a fin at the back of its neck in place of a mane. A seahorse as a crest will be found in the case of Belfast and in the crests of Clippingdale and Jenkinson. The seahorse is sometimes represented winged, but I know of no officially sanctioned example. When represented rising from the sea, the animal is said to be the sergeant. The Pegasus, figures 365 and 366, though often met with as a crest or found in use as a supporter, is very unusual as a charge upon an escutcheon. It will be found, however, in the arms of the Society of the Inner Temple and in the arms of Richardson, which afford an example of a Pegasus rampant and also an example in the crest of a Pegasus sergeant, which at present is the only one which exists in British heraldry. Figure 367 gives a solitary instance of a mare. The arms, which are from Grunenberg's Wappenbuch, 1483, are attributed to Herr von Frauberg from the forest in Bavaria, and are, gules, a mare rampant argent, bridled sable. Figure 366. Pegasus passant. Figure 367. Arms of Herr von Frauberg. Figure 368. Talbot passant. Figure 369. Talbot stathant. Figure 370. Talbot rampant. Figure 371. Talbot sergeant. The ass is not a popular charge, but the family of Mainwaring have an ass's head for a crest. Dogs. Dogs will be found of various kinds in many English and Scottish coats of arms, though more frequently in the former than in the latter. The original English dog, the hound of early days, is, of course, the Talbot, figures 368 and 369 and 370 and 371. Under the heading of supporters, certain instances will be quoted in which dogs of various kinds and breeds figure in heraldry, but the Talbot as a charge will be found in the arms of the old Staffordshire family, Wolseley of Wolseley, a cadet of which house is the present Field Marshal Viscount Wolseley. The Wolseley arms are, argent, a Talbot passant gules. Other instances of the Talbot will be found in the arms or crests of the families of Grosvenor, Talbot, and Gooch. The arms, azure, 3 Talbot stathant were granted by Cook to Edward Peake of Hell Churchgate, Kent. A sleuth-hound treading gingerly upon the points of a coronet, on a ducal coronet, a sleuth-hound proper, collared and leashed gules, was the crest of the Earl of Perth and Melford, and one wonders whether the motto, gang warily, may not really have as much relation to the perambulations of the crest as to the dangerous foothold amongst the gal traps which is provided for the supporters. Figure 372. Greyhound passant. Figure 373. Greyhound courant. Greyhounds, figs. 372 and 373, are, of course, very frequently met with, and amongst the instances which can be mentioned are the arms of Clayhills, Hughes Hunter of Plascock, and Hunter of Hunterston. A curious coat of arms will be found under the name of Udney of that ilk, registered in the Lion Office, namely, gules, 2 greyhounds countersalient argent, collared of the field. In the inner point a stag's head cooped and attired with 10 tines, all between the 3 fleurs de lis, 2 in chief and 1 in base, or. Another very curious coat of arms is registered as the design of the reverse of the seal of the Royal Burgh of Linlithgow, and is, or, a greyhound bitch sable, chained to an oak tree within a lock proper. This curious coat of arms, however, being the reverse of the seal, is seldom if ever made use of. 2 bloodhounds are the supporters to the arms of Campbell of Aberchill. The dog may be salient, that is, springing, its hind feet on the ground. Passant, when it is sometimes known as trip pant, otherwise walking, and courant when it is at full speed. It will be found occasionally couchant or lying down, but if depicted chasing another animal, as in the arms of Eklund, it is described as, in full chase, or, in full course. A mastiff will be found in the crest of Crochet, and there is a well-known crest of a family named Phillips which is, a dog sergeant regardant surmounted by a bezant charged with a representation of a dog saving a man from drowning. Whether this crest has any official authority or not I do not know, but I should imagine it is highly doubtful. Foxhounds appear as the supporters of Lord Hindlip, and when depicted with its nose to the ground a dog is termed a hound on scent. A winged greyhound is stated to be the crest of a family of Benwell. A greyhound, courant, will be found in the crests of Daly and Watney, and a curious crest is that of Biscoe, which is a greyhound seizing a hare. The crest of Anderson, until recently borne by the Earl of Yarborough, is a water spaniel. Figure 374. A sea dog. Figure 375. Bull rampant. Figure 376. Bull passant. The sea dog, figure 374, is a most curious animal. It is represented much as the Talbot, but with scales, webbed feet, and a broad scaly tail like a beaver. In my mind there is very little doubt that the sea dog is really the early heraldic attempt to represent a beaver, and I am confirmed in that opinion by the arms of the city of Oxford. There has been considerable uncertainty as to what the sinister supporter was intended to represent. A reference to the original record shows that a beaver is the real supporter, but the representation of the animal, which in form has varied little, is very similar to that of a sea dog. The only instances I am aware of in British heraldry in which it occurs under the name of a sea dog are the supporters of the barony of Storton and the crest of Dodge, Plate 6. Bulls. The bull, figs. 375 and 376, and also the calf, and very occasionally the cow and the buffalo, have their allotted place in heraldry. They are amongst the few animals which can never be represented proper, inasmuch as in its natural state the bull is of very various colors. And yet there is an exception to even this apparently obvious fact, for the bulls connected with or used either as crests, badges, or supporters by the various branches of the Neville family are all pied bulls, arms of the Marquis of Abergavenny, gules, on a salter argent, a rose of the field, barbed and seated proper. Crest, a bull statant argent, pied sable, collared and chain reflexed over the back or. Supporters, 2 bulls argent, pied sable, armed, unguelled, collared and chained, and at the end of the chain 2 staples or. Badges, on the dexter a rose gules, seated or, barbed vert, on the sinister a portcullis or. Motto, Navile Velis. The bull in the arms of the town of Abergavenny, which are obviously based upon the arms and crest of the Marquis of Abergavenny, is the same. Examples of the bull will be found in the arms of Verhulst, Blyth, and Findon. A bull salient occurs in the arms of de Hasting, per pale vert and or, a bull salient counterchanged. The arms of the Earl of Shaftesbury show 3 bulls, which happen to be the quartering for Ashley. This coat of arms affords an instance, and a striking one, of the manner in which arms have been improperly assumed in England. The surname of the Earl of Shaftesbury is Ashley Cooper. It may be mentioned here in passing, though the subject is properly dealt with elsewhere in the volume, that in an English subquarterly coat for a double name the arms for the last and most important name are the first and fourth quarterings. But Lord Shaftesbury himself is the only person who bears the name of Cooper, all other members of the family except his lordship being known by the name of Ashley only. Possibly this may be the reason which accounts for the fact that by a rare exception Lord Shaftesbury bears the arms of Ashley in the first and fourth quarters, and Cooper in the second and third. But by a very general mistake these arms of Ashley, argent, 3 bulls passant sable, armed and unguelled or, were until recently almost invariably described as the arms of Cooper. The result has been that during the last century they were jumped right and left by people of the name of Cooper, entirely in ignorance of the fact that the arms of Cooper, if it were, as one can only presume, the popular desire to indicate a false relationship to his lordship, are, gules, a bending railed between 6 lions rampant or. The ludicrous result has been that to those who know, the arms have stood self-condemned, and in the course of time, as it has become necessary for these Messrs. Cooper to legalize these usurped insignia, the new grants, differentiated versions of arms previously in use, have nearly all been founded upon this Ashley coat. At any rate there must be a score or more Cooper grants with bulls as the principal charges, and innumerable people of the name of Cooper are still using without authority the old Ashley coat pure and simple. The bull as a crest is not uncommon, belonging amongst other families to Ridley, Sykes, and the Houghton, and the demi-bull, and more frequently the bull's head, are often met with. A bull's leg is the crest of de la vache, and as such appears upon two of the early garter plates. Winged bulls are the supporters of the butcher's livery company. A bull's scalp occurs upon a canton over the arms of Cheney, a coat quartered by Johnston and Cure. Figure 377. Bull's head cabochon. Figure 378. Armorial bearings of John Henry Metcalfe, Esq., argent, 3 calves passant sable, a canton gules. The ox seldom occurs, except that, in order sometimes to preserve a pun, a bovine animal is sometimes so blazoned, as in the case of the arms of the city of Oxford. Cows also are equally rare, but occur in the arms of Cowell, ermine, a cow staphant gules, within a Bowyer sable, bezantee, and in the modern grants to the towns of Rawtenstall and Cowbridge. Cows' heads appear on the arms of Veitch, argent, 3 cows' heads erased sable, and these were transferred to the cadency Bowyer of the Hague arms when these were rematriculated for Mr. H. Veitch Hague. Calves are of much more frequent occurrence than cows, appearing in many coats of arms in which they are a pun upon the name. They will be found in the arms of Vale and Metcalfe, figure 378. Special attention may well be drawn to the last mentioned illustration, inasmuch as it is by Mr. J. H. Metcalfe, whose heraldic work has obtained a well-deserved reputation. A bull or cow is termed armed if the horns are of a different tincture from the head. The term ungueled applies to the hoofs, and ringed is used when, as is sometimes the case, a ring passes through the nostrils. A bull's head is sometimes found cabochon, figure 377, as in the crest of MacLeod, or as in the arms of Walrond. The position of the tail is one of those matters which are left to the artist, and unless the blazon contains any statement to the contrary, it may be placed in any convenient position. Stags. The stag, using the term in its generic sense, under the various names of stag, deer, buck, roebuck, hart, doe, hind, reindeer, springbok and other varieties, is constantly met with in British armoury, as well as in that of other countries. Figure 379. Stag lodged. Figure 380. Stag trip pant. Figure 381. Stag courant. Figure 382. Stag springing. Figure 383. Stag at gaze. Figure 384. Stag stathant. In the specialized varieties, such as the springbok and the reindeer, naturally an attempt is made to follow the natural animal in its salient peculiarities, but as to the remainder, heraldry knows little if any distinction after the following has been properly observed. The stag, which is really the male red deer, has horns which are branched with pointed branches from the bottom to the top, but a buck, which is the fallow deer, has broad and flat palmate horns. Anything in the nature of a stag must be subject to the following terms. If lying down it is termed lodged, figure 379, if walking it is termed trip pant, figure 380, if running it is termed courant, figure 381, or at speed, or in full chase. It is termed salient when springing, figure 382, though the term springing is sometimes employed, and it is said to be at gaze when stathant with the head turned to face the spectator, figure 383. But it should be noted that a stag may also be stathant, figure 384, and it is not at gaze unless the head is turned round. When it is necessary owing to a difference of tincture or for other reasons to refer to the horns, a stag or buck is described as attired of such and such a color, whereas bulls, rams, and goats are said to be armed. When the stag is said to be attired of 10 or any other number of tines, it means that there are so many points to its horns. Like other cloven-footed animals, the stag can be ungueled of a different color. The stag's head is very frequently met with, but it will be almost more frequently found as a stag's head cabochon, figure 385. In these cases the head is represented afront and removed close behind the ears, so that no part of the neck is visible. The stag's head cabochon occurs in the arms of Cavendish and Stanley, and also in the arms of Legge, Earl of Dartmouth. Figures 386 and 387 are examples of other heads. Figure 385. Stag's head cabochon. Figure 386. Stag's head erased. Figure 387. Buck's head couped. Figure 388. Hind. Figure 389. Reindeer. Figure 390. Winged stag rampant. The attires of a stag are to be found either singly, as in the arms of Boyle, or in the form of a pair attached to the scalp. The crest of Jeune affords an instance of a scalp. The hind or doe, figure 388, is sometimes met with, as in the crest of Hatton, whilst a hind's head is the crest of Conran. The reindeer, fig. 389, is less usual, but reindeer heads will be found in the arms of fellows. It, however, appears as a supporter for several English peers. Winged stags, fig. 390, were the supporters of de Carteret, Earls of Granville, and a demi-winged stag gules, collared argent, is the crest of Fox of Colebrookdale, Company Salop. Much akin to the stag is the antelope, which, unless specified to be an heraldic antelope, or found in a very old coat, is usually represented in the natural form of the animal, and subject to the foregoing rules. Heraldic antelope. This animal, figures 391 and 392, and 393, is found in English heraldry more frequently as a supporter than as a charge. As an instance, however, of the latter form may be mentioned the family of Dighton, Lincolnshire, per pale argent and gules, an heraldic antelope passant counterchanged. It bears little if any relation to the real animal, though there can be but small doubt that the earliest forms originated in an attempt to represent an antelope or an ibex. Since, however, heraldry has found a use for the real antelope, it has been necessary to distinguish it from the creations of the early armorists, which are now known as heraldic antelopes. Examples will be found in the supporters of Lord Carew, in the crest of Moresby, and of Bagnall. Figure 391. Heraldic antelope stadhant. Figure 392. The heraldic antelope rampant. Figure 393. Heraldic antelope passant. The difference chiefly consists in the curious head and horns and in the tail, the heraldic antelope being an heraldic tiger, with the feet and legs similar to those of a deer, and with two straight serrated horns. Ibex. This is another form of the natural antelope, but with two saw-edged horns projecting from the forehead. A curious animal, namely, the sea stag, is often met with in German heraldry. This is the head, antlers, forelegs, and the upper part of the body of a stag conjoined to the fish-tail end of a mermaid. The only instance I am aware of in which it occurs in British armoury is the case of the arms of Marandin, which were recently matriculated in Lion Register, figure 394. This coat, however, it should be observed, is really of German or perhaps of Swiss origin. Figure 394. Armorial bearings of Marandin. The ram and goat. The ram, figures 395 and 396, the consideration of which must of necessity include the sheep, fig. 397, the paschal lamb, figure 398, and the fleece, figure 399, plays no unimportant part in armory. The chief heraldic difference between the ram and the sheep, to some extent, in opposition to the agricultural distinctions, lies in the fact that the ram is always represented with horns and the sheep without. The lamb and the ram are always represented with the natural tail, but the sheep is deprived of it. A ram can of course be armed, i.e. with the horns of a different color, and ungueled, but the latter will seldom be found to be the case. The ram, the sheep, and the lamb will nearly always be found either passant or stadhant, but a demi-ram is naturally represented in a rampant posture, though in such a case the word rampant is not necessary in the blazon. Occasionally, as in the crest of Marwood, the ram will be found couchant. As a charge upon a shield the ram will be found in the arms of Sydenham, argent, 3 rams passant sable, and a ram couchant occurs in the arms of Pujolas, granted 1762, per fess wavy azure and argent, in base on a mount vert. A ram couchant sable, armed and ungueled or, in chief 3 doves proper. The arms of Ramsey, azure, a chevron between 3 rams passant or, and the arms of Harman, sable, a chevron between 6 rams counterpassant 2 and 2 argent, armed and unguiled or, are other instances in which rams occur. A sheep occurs in the arms of sheepshanks, azure, a chevron erminois between in chief 3 roses and in base a sheep passant argent. Crest, on a mount vert, a sheep passant argent. Figure 395. Ram stathant. Figure 396. Ram rampant. Fig. 397. Sheep passant. Figure 398. Paschal lamb. Figure 399. Fleece. Figure 400. Ram's head cabochon. Figure 401. Goat passant. Figure 402. Goat rampant. Figure 403. Goat salient. The lamb, which is by no means an unusual charge in Welsh coats of arms, is most usually found in the form of a paschal lamb, figure 398, or some variation evidently founded thereupon. The fleece, of course originally of great repute as the badge of the Order of the Golden Fleece, has in recent years been frequently employed in the grants of arms to towns or individuals connected with the woolen industry. The demi-ram and the demi-lamb are to be found as crests, but far more usual are rams' heads, which figure, for example, in the arms of Ramsden, and in the arms of the towns of Huddersfield, and Barrow-in-Furness. The ram's head will sometimes be found cabochoned, as in the arms of Ritchie and Roberts. Perhaps here reference may fittingly be made to the arms granted by Lion Office in 1812 to Thomas Bonner, Co. Kent, argent, a saltire and chief azure, the last charged with a dexter hand proper, vested with a shirt-sleeve argent, issuing from the dexter chief point, holding a shoulder of mutton proper to a lion passant or, all within a bowyer gules. The goat, figures 401, 403, is very frequently met with in armory. Its positions are passant, stathant, rampant, and salient. When the horns are of a different color it is said to be armed. Other animals. The elephant is by no means unusual in heraldry, appearing as a crest, as a charge, and also as a supporter. Nor, strange to say, is its appearance exclusively modern. The elephant's head, however, is much more frequently met with than the entire animal. Heraldry generally finds some way of stereotyping one of its creations as peculiarly its own, and in regard to the elephant, the curious elephant and castle, Fig. 404, is an example, this latter object being, of course, simply a derivative of the howdah of Indian life. Few early examples of the elephant omit the castle. The elephant and castle is seen in the arms of Dumbarton and in the crest of Corbett. A curious practice, the result of pure ignorance, has manifested itself in British armory. As will be explained in the chapter upon crests, a large proportion of German crests are derivatives of the stock basis of 2 bulls' horns, which formed a recognized ornament for a helmet in Viking and other pre-heraldic days. As heraldry found its footing it did not in Germany displace those horns, which in many cases continued alone as the crest or remained as a part of it in the form of additions to other objects. The craze for decoration at an early period seized upon the horns, which carried repetitions of the arms or their tinctures. As time went on the decoration was carried further, and the horns were made with bell-shaped open ends to receive other objects, usually bunches of feathers or flowers. So universal did this custom become that even when nothing was inserted the horns came to be always depicted with these open mouths at their points. But German heraldry now, as has always been the case, simply terms the figures horns. In course of time German immigrants made application for grants of arms in this country, which, doubtless, were based upon other German arms previously in use, but which, evidence of right not being forthcoming, could not be recorded as born of right, and needed to be granted with alteration as a new coat. The curious result has been that these horns have been incorporated in some number of English grants, but they have universally been described as elephants proboscides, and are now always so represented in this country. A case in point is the crest of Verhulst, and another is the crest of Alhusen. Figure 404. Elephant and castle. Figure 405. Hair salient. Figure 406. Coney. Figure 407. Squirrel. Elephant's tusks have also been introduced into grants, as in the arms of Leebrake, borne in pretense by Cock, and Randall's, or, a chevron wavy azure between three pairs of elephant's tusks in Psalter proper. The hare, Fig. 405, is but rarely met with in British armoury. It appears in the arms of Cleland, and also in the crest of Shakerley, Bart. A hare proper resting her 4 feet on a grab oar. A very curious coat, argent, 3 hares playing bagpipes gules, belongs to an ancient Derbyshire family Fitzer called, now represented, through the Sacheverell family, by Coke of Trusley, who quarter the Fitzer called Shield. The rabbit, Fig. 406, or, as it is more frequently termed heraldically, the coney, appears more frequently in heraldry than the hare, being the canting charge on the arms of Coningsby, Cunliffe, Sable, 3 conies courant argent. And figuring also as the supporters of Montgomery Cunningham, 2 conies proper. The squirrel, figure 407, occurs in many English coats of arms. It is always segent, and very frequently cracking a nut. The ape is not often met with, except in the cases of the different families of the great Fitzgerald clan. It is usually the crest, though the Duke of Leinster also has apes as supporters. One family of Fitzgerald, however, bear it as a charge upon the shield, gules, a Psalter invected per pale argent and or, between 4 monkeys statant of the second, environed with a plain collar and chained of the second. Mantling gules and argent. Crest, on a wreath of the colours, a monkey as in the arms, charged on the body with 2 roses, and resting the dexter foreleg on a Psalter gules. Motto, Cramabu, and the family of York bear an ape's head for a crest. The ape is usually met with, collared and chained, figure 408, though, unlike any other animal, the collar of an ape environs its loins and not its neck. A winged ape is included in Elvin's Dictionary of Heraldry, as a heraldic animal, but I am not aware to whom it is assigned. Figure 408. Ape collared and chained. Figure 409. Brock. Figure 410. Otter. The brock or badger, Fig. 409, figures in some number of English arms. It is most frequently met with as the crest of Brooke, but will be also found in the arms or crests of Brocklebank and Motion. The otter, Fig. 410, is not often met with except in Scottish coats, but an English example is that of Sir George Newnes, and a demi-otter issuant from a fess wavy will be found quartered by Seaton of Mowney. An otter's head, sometimes called a seal's head, for it is impossible to distinguish the heraldic representations of the one or the other, appears in many coats of arms of different families of the name of Balfour. And 2 otters are the supporters belonging to the head of the Scottish house of Balfour. The ermine, the stoat, and the weasel, and are not very often met with, but the ermine appears as the crest of Crawford and the marten as the crest of a family of that name. Figure 411. Urchin. The hedgehog, or, as it is usually heraldically termed, the urchin, figure 411, occurs in some number of coats. For example, in the arms of Maxwell, argent, an eagle with 2 heads displayed sable, beaked and membered gules, on the breast an escutcheon of the first, charged with a Psalter of the second, surcharged in the centre with a herchin, hedgehog, or. All within a boyar gules, Harris, and as the crest of Moneycurl. The beaver has been introduced into many coats of late years for those connected in any way with Canada. It figures in the arms of Lord Strathcona and Mount Royal, and in the arms of Christopher. The beaver is one of the supporters of the city of Oxford, and is the sole charge in the arms of the town of Biberach, figure 412. Originally the arms were, argent, a beaver azure, crowned and armed gules, but the arms authorized by the Emperor Frederick IV, July 18, 1848, were, azure, a beaver Oregon. Figure 412. Arms of the town of Biberach. From Ulrich Reichenthal's Concilium von Constans, Augsburg, 1483. It is quite impossible, or at any rate very unnecessary, to turn a work on armory into an illustrated guide to natural history. Which would be the result if under the description of heraldic charges the attempt were made to deal with all the various animals which have by now been brought to the armorial fold. Owing to the inclusion of each for special and sufficient reasons in one or two isolated grants. Far be it from me, however, to make any remark which should seem to indicate the raising of any objection to such use. In my opinion it is highly admirable, providing there is some definite reason in each case for the introduction of these strange animals other than mere caprice. They add to the interest of heraldry, and they give to modern arms and armory a definite status and meaning, which is a relief from the endless monotony of meaningless lions, bends, chevrons, mullets, and martlets. But at the same time the isolated use in a modern grant of such an animal as the kangaroo does not make it one of the peculiarly heraldic menagerie, and consequently such instances must be dismissed herein with brief mention. Particularly as many of these creatures heraldically exist only as supporters, in which chapter some are more fully discussed. Save as a supporter, the only instances I know of the kangaroo are in the coat of More and in the arms of Arthur, Bart. The zebra will be found as the crest of Kemsley. The camel, which will be dealt with later as a supporter, in which form it appears in the arms of Viscount Kitchener, the town of Inverness, Fig. 251, and some of the livery companies, also figures in the reputed but unrecorded arms of Camelford, and in the arms of Camel of Sheffield and various other families of a similar name. The fretful porcupine was born, gules, a porcupine erect argent, tusked, collared, and chained by Simon Eyre, Lord Mayor of London in 1445, and the creature also figures as one of the supporters and the crest of Sidney. Lord Delisle and Dudley. Figure 413. Bat. The bat, figure 413, will be found in the arms of Haworth and as the crest of a Dublin family named Wakefield. The tortoise occurs in the arms of a Norfolk family named Gandy, and is also stated by Papworth to occur in the arms of a Scottish family named Goldie. This coat, however, is not matriculated. It also occurs in the crests of Dean and Hayne. The springbok, which is one of the supporters of Cape Colony, and two of which are the supporters of Viscount Milner, is also the crest of Randalls, on a wreath of the colours. A springbok or South African antelope stadhand in front of an assegai erect all proper. The rhinoceros occurs as one of the supporters of Viscount Colville of Culross, and also of the crest of Wade, and the hippopotamus is one of the supporters of Speke. The crocodile, which is the crest and one of the supporters of Speke, is also the crest of West Car, a crocodile proper, collared and chained The alpaca, and also two Angora goats' heads figure in the arms of Ben. The rat occurs in the arms of Ratton, which is a peculiarly good example of a canting coat. The mole, sometimes termed a moldewarp, occurs in the arms of Mitford, Argent, a fess sable between three moles displayed sable. Chapter 13. Monsters. The heraldic catalogue of beasts runs riot when we reach those mythical or legendary creatures which can only be summarized under the generic term of monsters. Most mythical animals, however, can be traced back to some comparable counterpart in natural history. The fauna of the New World was of course unknown to those early heraldic artists in whose knowledge and imagination, no less than in their skill, or lack of it, in draftsmanship, lay the nativity of so much of our heraldry. They certainly thought they were representing animals in existence in most if not in all cases, though one gathers that they considered many of the animals they used to be misbegotten hybrids. Doubtless, working on the assumption of the mule as the hybrid of the horse and the ass, they jumped to the conclusion that animals which contained salient characteristics of two other animals which they knew were likewise hybrids. A striking example of their theories is to be found in the heraldic camelopard, which was anciently devoutly believed to be begotten by the leopard upon the camel. A leopard they would be familiar with, also the camel, for both belonged to that corner of the world where the northeast of the African continent, the southeast of Europe, and the west of Asia join, where were fought out the wars of the cross. And where heraldry took on itself a definite being. There the known civilizations of the world met, taking one from the other knowledge, more or less distorted, ideas and wild imaginings. A stray giraffe was probably seen by some journeyer up the Nile, who, unable to otherwise account for it, considered and stated the animal to be the hybrid offspring of the leopard and camel. Another point needs to be borne in mind. Earlier artists were in no way fettered by any supposed necessity for making their pictures realistic representations. Realism is a modernity. Their pictures were decoration, and they thought far more of making their subject fit the space to be decorated than of making it a speaking likeness. Nevertheless, their work was not all imagination. In the crocodile we get the basis of the dragon, if indeed the heraldic dragon be not a perpetuation of ancient legends, or even perhaps of then existing representations of those winged antediluvian animals, the fossilized remains of which are now available. Wings, however, need never be considered a difficulty. It has ever been the custom, from the angels of Christianity to the personalities of Mercury and Pegasus, to add wings to any figure held in veneration. Why, it would be difficult to say, but nevertheless the fact remains. The unicorn, however, it is not easy to resolve into an original basis, because until the 17th century everyone fondly believed in the existence of the animal. Mr. Beckles-Wilson appears to have paid considerable attention to the subject, and was responsible for the article, The Rise of the Unicorn, which recently appeared in Cassell's magazine. That writer traces the matter to a certain extent from non-heraldic sources, and the following remarks, which are taken from the above article, are of considerable interest. The real genesis of the unicorn was probably this, at a time when armorial bearings were becoming an indispensable part of a noble's equipment. The attention of those knights who were fighting under the banner of the cross was attracted to the wild antelopes of Syria and Palestine. These animals are armed with long, straight, spiral horns set close together, so that at a side view they appear to be but a single horn. To confirm this, there are some old illuminations and drawings extant which endow the early unicorn with many of the attributes of the deer and goat kind. The sort of horns supposed to be carried by these eastern antelopes had long been a curiosity, and was occasionally brought back as a trophy by travelers from the remote parts of the earth. There is a fine one to be seen today at the Abbey of St. Denis, and others in various collections in Europe. We now know these so-called unicorns' horns, usually carved, to belong to that marine monster the narwhal, or sea unicorn. But the fable of a breed of horned horses is at least as old as Pliny. Had the canoe anything to do with this, and centuries later the Crusaders, or the monkish artists who accompanied them, attempted to delineate the marvel. From their first rude sketches other artists copied, and so each presentment was passed along, until at length the present form of the unicorn was attained. There was a time, not so long ago, when the existence of the unicorn was as implicitly believed in as the camel or any other animal not seen in these latitudes. And the translators of the Bible set their seal upon the legend by translating the Hebrew word reem, which probably meant a rhinoceros, as unicorn. Thus the worthy Thomas Fuller came to consider the existence of the unicorn clearly proved by the mention of it in Scripture. Describing the horn of the animal, he writes, "Some are plain, as that of St. Mark's in Venice. Others wreathed about it, which probably is the effect of age, those wreaths being but the wrinkles of most vivacious unicorns. The same may be said of the color, white when newly taken from the head. Yellow, like that lately in the Tower, of some 100 years' seniority, but whether or no it will soon turn black, as that of Pliny's description, let others decide." All the books on natural history so late as the 17th century describe at length the unicorn, several of them carefully depict him as though the artist had drawn straight from the life. If art had stopped here, the wonder of the unicorn would have remained but a paltry thing after all. His finer qualities would have been unrecorded, and all his virtues hidden. But, happily, instead of this, about the animal first conceived in the brain of a Greek, as Pegasus also was, and embodied through the fertile fancy of the Crusader, the monks and heraldists of the Middle Ages devised a host of spiritual legends. They told of his pride, his purity, his endurance, his matchless spirit. The greatness of his mind is such that he chooseth rather to die than be taken alive. Indeed, he was only conquerable by a beautiful maiden. One 15th-century writer gives a recipe for catching a unicorn. A maid is set where he hunteth and she openeth her lap, to whom the unicorn, as seeking rescue from the force of the hunter, yieldeth his head and leaveth all his fierceness, and resteth himself under her protection. Sleepeth until he is taken and slain. But although many were reported to be thus enticed to their destruction, only their horns, strange to say, ever reached Europe. There is one in King Edward's collection at Buckingham Palace. Naturally, the horn of such an animal was held a sovereign specific against poison, and ground unicorn's horn often figures in medieval books of medicine. There was in Shakespeare's time at Windsor Castle the horn of a unicorn of above 8 spans and a half in length, valued at above £10,000. This may have been the one now at Buckingham Palace. One writer, describing it, says, I do also know that horn the King of England possesseth to be wreathed in spires, even as that is accounted in the church of St. Denis, than which they suppose none greater in the world, and I never saw anything in any creature more worthy praise than this horn. It is of so great a length that the tallest man can scarcely touch the top thereof, for it doth fully equal 7 great feet. It weigheth 13 pounds, with their assize, being only weighed by the gess of the hands it seemeth much heavier. Spenser, in the Faerie Queene, thus describes a contest between the unicorn and the lion. Like as the lion, whose imperial power a proud rebellious unicorn defies, to void the rash assault and wrathful store of his fierce foe, him to a tree applies, and when him running in full course he spies, he slips aside, the whiles that furious beast his precious horn, sought of his enemies, strikes in the stroke, any thence can be released, but to the victor yields a bounteous feast. It hath, remarked Gillam, in 1600, been much questioned among naturalists which it is that is properly called the unicorn, and some have made doubt whether there be such a beast or no. But the great esteem of his horn in many places to be seen may take away that needless scruple. Figure 4:14. Unicorn rampant. Figure 4:15. Unicorn passant. Figure 4:16. Unicorn statant. Another old writer, Topsell, says. Figure 4:17. Unicorn rampant. These beasts are very swift, and their legs have not articles. They keep for the most part in the deserts, and live solitary in the tops of the mountains. There was nothing more horrible than the voice or braying of it, for the voice is strained above measure. It fighteth both with the mouth and with the heels, with the mouth biting like a lion, and with the heels kicking like a horse. Nor is belief in the unicorn confined to Europe. By Chinese writers it is characterized as a spiritual beast. The existence of the unicorn is firmly credited by the most intelligent natives and by not a few Europeans. A very trustworthy observer, the Abbé Huck, speaks very positively on the subject. The unicorn really exists in Tibet. We had for a long time a small Mongol treatise on natural history, for the use of children, in which a unicorn formed one of the pictorial illustrations. The unicorn, however, as it has heraldically developed, is drawn with the body of a horse, the tail of the heraldic lion, the legs and feet of the deer, the head and mane of a horse, to which is added the long twisted horn from which the animal is named, and a beard, figs. 414, 415, and 416. A good representation of the unicorn will be found in the figure of the royal arms herein, and in figure 417, which is as fine a piece of heraldic design as could be wished. The crest of Young of Colebrook, Devonshire, is a demi-sea unicorn argent, armed gules, fin d'or, and the crest of Tint, Chemies Tint of Sefton Mabley in Housewell, is, on a Mountvert, a unicorn seigent argent, armed in crine d'or. The unicorn will be found in the arms of Styleman, quartered by Lestrange, and Swansea. Figure 418. Griffin Segrient. Figure 419. Griffin Passant. Figure 420. Griffin Statant. The griffin or griffin. Though in the popular mind any heraldic monster is generically termed a griffin, the griffin has, nevertheless, very marked and distinct peculiarities. It is one of the hybrid monstrosities which heraldry is so fond of, and is formed by the body, hind legs, and tail of a lion conjoined to the head and claws of an eagle, the latter acting as its forepaws, figures 418, 420. It has the wings of the eagle, which are never represented close, but it also has ears, and this, by the way, should be noted. Because herein is the only distinction between a griffin's head and an eagle's head when the rest of the body is not represented, fig. 421, though but very seldom so met with, it is occasionally found proper, by which description is meant that the plumage is of the brown color of the eagle, the rest of the body being the natural color of the lion. The griffin is frequently found with its beak and forelegs of a different color from its body, and is then termed armed, though another term, beaked and four-legged, is almost as frequently used. A very popular idea is that the origin of the griffin was the dimidiation of two coats of arms, one having an eagle and the other a lion as charges, but taking the origin of armory to belong to about the end of the 11th century, or thereabouts. The griffin can be found as a distinct creation, not necessarily heraldic, at a very much earlier date. An exceedingly good and an early representation of the griffin will be found in figure 422. It is a representation of the Great Seal of the town of Schweidnitz in the jurisdiction of Breslau, and belongs to the year 1315. The inscription is, Plus S Universitatis Civium de Schweidnitz. In the grant of arms to the town in the year 1452, the griffin is gules on a field of argent. Figure 422. Seal of the town of Schweidnitz. The griffin will be found in all sorts of positions, and the terms applied to it are the same as would be applied to a lion, except in the single instance of the rampant position. A griffin is then termed segrient, figure 418. The wings are usually represented as endorsed and erect, but this is not compulsory, as will be noticed by reference to the supporters of the Earl of Mar and Kelly, in which the wings are inverted. Figure 421. Griffin's head erased. Figure 423. Male griffin. There is a certain curiosity in English heraldry, wholly peculiar to it, which may be here referred to. A griffin in the ordinary way is merely so termed, but a male griffin by some curious reasoning has no wings, but is adorned with spikes showing at some number of points on its body, figure 423. I have, under my remarks upon the panther, hazarded the supposition that the male griffin of English heraldry is nothing more than a British development and form of the continental heraldic panther which is unknown to us. The origin of the clusters and spikes, unless they are to be found in the flames of fire associated with the panther, must remain a mystery. The male griffin is very seldom met with, but two of these creatures are the supporters of Sir George John Egerton Dashwood, Bart. Whilst we consider the griffin a purely mythical animal, there is no doubt whatever that earlier writers devoutly believed that such animals existed. Sir John Maundeville tells us in his Travels that they abound in Boccaria. Some men saying that they haun the body upward as an eagle, and beneath as a lion, and truly they saying sooth that they ben of that shop. But a griffin hath the body more gret and more strong than 8 lions of such lions as ben this half of the world, and more gret and stronger than in 100 eagles such as we haun amongst us. And other writers, whilst not considering them an original type of animal, undoubtedly believed in their existence as hybrid of the eagle and the lion. It is of course a well-known fact that the mule, the most popular hybrid, does not breed. This fact would be accepted as accounting for the rarity of animals which were considered to be hybrids. Though there are examples of griffins in some of the earliest rolls of arms, the animal cannot be said to have come into general use until a somewhat later period. Nowadays, however, it is probably next in popularity to the lion. The demi-griffin is very frequently found as a crest. A griffin's head, figure 421, is still yet more frequently met with, and as a charge upon the shields it will be found in the arms of rakes, and many other families. A variety of the griffin is found in the griffin marine, or sea griffin. In it the forepart of the creature is that of the eagle, but the wings are sometimes omitted, and the lower half of the animal is that of a fish, or rather of a mermaid.
Such a creature is the charge in the arms of the Silesian family of Mestic, Argent, a sea griffin proper, Siebmacher, Wapenbuch, I, 69. Azure, A, winged, sea griffin per fess gules and argent crowned or, is the coat of the Barons von Puttkamer. One or two other Pomeranian families have the like charge without wings. The dragon. Much akin to the griffin is the dragon, but the similarity of appearance is more superficial than real, inasmuch as in all details it differs, except in the broad similarity that it has 4 legs, a pair of wings, and is a terrible creature. The much referred to griffin opposite the law courts in the Strand is really a dragon. The head of a dragon is like nothing else in heraldry, and from what source it originated or what basis existed for ancient heraldic artists to imagine it from must remain a mystery. Unless it has developed from the crocodile or some antediluvian animal much akin. It is like nothing else in heaven or on earth. Its neck is covered with scales not unlike those of a fish. All 4 legs are scaled and have claws, the back is scaled, the tongue is barbed, and the under part of the body is likewise scaled, but here, in rolls of a much larger size. Great differences will be found in the shape of the ears, but the wings of the dragon are always represented as the wings of a bat, with the long ribs or bones carried to the base, figures 424, 426. The dragon is one of the most artistic of heraldic creations, and lends itself very readily to the genius of any artist. In nearly all modern representations the tail, like the tongue, will be found ending in a barb, but it should be observed that this is a comparatively recent addition. All dragons of the Tudor period were invariably represented without any such additions to their tails. The tail was long and smooth, ending in a blunt point. Whilst we have separate and distinct names for many varieties of dragon-like creatures, other countries in their use of the word dragon include the wyvern, basilisk, cockatrice, and other similar creatures. But the distinct name in German heraldry for our 4-footed dragon is the lindworm, and fig. For 27 is a representation of the dragon according to German ideas, which nevertheless might form an example for English artists to copy, except that we very seldom represent ours as coward. Figure 424. Dragon rampant. Figure 425. Dragon passant. Figure 426. Dragon stathant. Figure 427. A German dragon. The red dragon upon a Mount Vert, which forms a part of the royal achievement as the badge of Wales, is known as the Red Dragon of Cadwallader, and in deference to a loudly expressed sentiment on the subject. His Majesty the King has recently added the Welsh dragon differenced by a label of 3 points argent as an additional badge to the achievement of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales. The Red Dragon was one of the supporters of the Tudor kings, being used by Henry VII, Henry VIII, and Edward VI. Queen Elizabeth, however, whose liking for gold is evidenced by her changing the royal mantle from gules and ermine to gold and ermine, also changed the color of the dragon as her supporter to gold. And many Welsh scholars hold that the ruddy dragon of Wales was and should be of ruddy gold and not of gules. There is some room for doubt whether the dragon in the royal arms was really of Welsh origin. The point was discussed at some length by the present writer in the Genealogical Magazine, October 1902. It was certainly in use by King Henry III. A dragon may be stathant, figure 426, rampant, figure 424, or passant, figure 425, and the crests of Bicknell and of the late Sir Charles Young, Garter King of Arms, are examples of dragons couchant. A sea dragon, whatever that creature may be, occurs in one of the crests of Mr. Mannering Ellerker Onslow. Variations such as that attributed to the family of Rayner, Argent, a dragon volant in Ben's Sable, the dragon overthrown on the arms of Langridge as quartered by Lodell, and the sinister supporter of the arms of Viscount Gough, the dragon of China or gorged with a mural crown and chained sable, may be noted. The Chinese dragon, which is also the dexter supporter of Sir Robert Hart, Bart, follows closely the Chinese model, and is without wings. Figure 428. Wyvern. Figure 429. Wyvern with wings displayed. Figure 430. Wyvern erect. The wyvern.
There is no difference whatever between a wyvern's head and a dragon's, but there is considerable difference between a wyvern and a dragon, at any rate in English heraldry. Though the wyvern appears to be the form more frequently met with under the name of a dragon in other countries. The wyvern has only 2 legs, the body curling away into the tail, and it is usually represented as resting upon its legs and tail, figures 428 and 429. On the other hand, it will occasionally be found sitting erect upon its tail with its claws in the air, figure 430, and the supporters of the Duke of Marlborough are generally so represented. As a charge or crest, however, probably the only instance of a wyvern siegent erect is the crest of Mansurg. A curious crest also is that of Langton, namely, on a wreath of the colours, an eagle or a wyvern vert, interwoven and erect on their tails, and an equally curious one is the crest of Mall, i.e. a wyvern vert, with 2 heads vomiting fire at both ends proper, charged with a crescent argent. Occasionally the wyvern is represented without wings and with the tail nowed. Both these peculiarities occur in the case of the crest of a Lancashire family named Farrington. The cockatrice. The next variety is the cockatrice, figure 431, which is, however, comparatively rare. 2 cockatrices are the supporters to the arms of the Earl of Westmeath, and also to the arms of Sir Edmund Charles Nugent, Bart. But the animal is not common as a charge. The difference between a wyvern and a cockatrice is that the latter has the head of a cock substituted for the dragon's head with which the wyvern is decorated. Like the cock, the beak, comb, and wattles are often of another tincture, and the animal is then termed armed, combed, and wattled. Figure 431. Cockatrice. The cockatrice is sometimes termed a basilisk, and according to ancient writers the basilisk is produced from an egg laid by a 9-year-old cock and hatched by a toad on a dunghill. Probably this is merely the expression of the intensified loathing which it was desired to typify. But the heraldic basilisk is stated to have its tail terminating in a dragon's head. In English heraldry, at any rate, I know of no such example. The hydra, or 7-headed dragon, as the crest, is ascribed to the families of Barrett, Crespine, and Loans. Figure 432. Camelopard. The camelopard, Fig. 432, which is nothing more or less than an ordinary giraffe, must be properly included amongst mythical animals. Because the form and semblance of the giraffe was used to represent a mythical hybrid creation which the ancients believed to be begotten between a leopard and a camel. Possibly they represented the real giraffe, which they may have known, taking that to be a hybrid between the 2 animals stated. It occurs as the crest of several coats of arms for the name of Crisp. The camelopardal, which is another mythical animal fathered upon armory, is stated to be the same as the camelopard, but with the addition of 2 long horns curved backwards. I know of no instance in which it occurs. The human face or figure conjoined to some other animal's body gives us a number of heraldic creatures, some of which play no inconsiderable part in armory. The human figure, male, conjoined to the tail of a fish is known as the triton or merman, figure 433. Though there are some number of instances in which it occurs as a supporter, it is seldom met with as a charge upon a shield. It is, however, to be found in the arms of Otway, and is assigned as a crest to the family of Tregent, and a family of Robertson, of London. The mermaid, figure 434, is much more frequently met with. It is generally represented with the traditional mirror and comb in the hands. It will be found appearing, for example, in the arms of Ellis, of Glasfryn, Company Monmouth. The crest of Mason, used without authority by the founder of Mason's College, led to its inclusion in the arms of the University of Birmingham. It will also be found as the crest of Rutherford and many other families. The Melusine, i.e. a mermaid with 2 tails disposed on either side, though not unknown in British heraldry, is more frequent in German. Figure 433. Merman. Figure 434. Mermaid. Figure 435. Sphinx. Figure 436. Centaur. The Sphinx, of course originally derived from the Egyptian figure, has the body, legs, and tail of a lion conjoined to the breasts, head, and face of a woman, figure 435. As a charge it occurs in the arms of Cochrane and Cameron of Fassifern. This last-mentioned coat affords a striking example of the over-elaboration to be found in so many of the grants which owe their origin to the Peninsular War and the other fightings in which England was engaged at the period. A winged sphinx is the crest of a family of the name of Asgill. 2 sphinxes were granted as supporters to the late Sir Edward Mallet, GCB. The centaur, Fig. 436, the familiar fabulous animal, half man, half horse, is sometimes represented carrying a bow and arrow, when it is called a Sagittarius. It is not infrequently met with in heraldry, though it is to be found more often in continental than in English blazonry. In its Sagittarius form it is sculptured on a column in the Romanesque cloister of St. Auban at Angers. It will be found as the crest of most families named Lambert, and it was one of the supporters of Lord Hood of Avalon. It is also the crest of a family of Fletcher. A very curious crest was borne by a family of Lambert, and is to be seen on their monuments. They could establish no official authority for their arms as used, and consequently obtained official authorization in the early part of the 18th century, when the crest then granted was a regulation Sagittarius, but up to that time, however, they had always used a female centaur holding a rose in its dexter hand. Chimera. This legendary animal happily does not figure in English heraldry, and but rarely abroad. It is described as having the head and breast of a woman, the forepaws of a lion, the body of a goat, the hind legs of a griffin, and the tail of a dragon, and would be about as ugly and misbegotten a creature as can readily be imagined. The man-lion will be found referred to under the heading of lions, and Elvin mentions in addition the werewolf, i.e. the wolf with a human face and horns. Probably this creature has strayed into heraldic company by mistake. I know of no armorial use of it. The satyr, which has a well-established existence in other than heraldic sources of imagination, is composed of a demi-savage united to the hind legs of a goat. The satyral is a hybrid animal having the body of a lion and the face of an old man, with the horns of an antelope. I know of no instance of its use. The harpy, which is a curious creature consisting of the head, neck, and breasts of a woman conjoined to the wings and body of a vulture, is peculiarly German, though it does exist in the heraldry of this country. The German name for it is the Jungfraunadler. The shield of the Rietbergs, princes of Ostfriesland, is, sable, a harpy crowned, and with wings displayed all proper, between 4 stars, 2 in chief and as many in base or. The harpy will be found as a crest in this country. The devil is not, as may be imagined, a favorite heraldic charge. The arms of Sisinks of Groningen, however, are, or, a horned devil having 6 paws, the body terminating in the tail of a fish all gules. The family of Baud have for a crest, a satyr's head in profile sable, with wings to the side of the head or, the tongue hanging out of his mouth gules. Though so blazoned, I feel sure it is really intended to represent a fiend. On the garter hall plate of John de Grailly, Captal de Buck, the crest is a man's head with ass's ears. This is, however, usually termed a Midas head. A certain coat of arms which is given in the General Armory under the name of Danicourt, and also under the name of Morfin or Murfin, has for a crest, a blackamoor's head cooped at the shoulders, habited poly of 6 ermine and ermines. Pendants in his ears or, wreathed about the forehead, with bat's wings to the head sable, expanded on each side. Many mythical animals can be more conveniently considered under their natural counterparts. Of these the notes upon the heraldic antelope and the heraldic ibex accompany those upon the natural antelope, and the heraldic panther is included with the real animal. The heraldic tiger, likewise, is referred to concurrently with the Bengal or natural tiger. The Pegasus, the seahorse, and the winged seahorse are mentioned with other examples of the horse, and the sea dog is included with other breeds and varieties of that useful animal. The winged bull, of which only one instance is known to me, occurs as the supporters of the Butcher's Livery Company, and has been already alluded to, as also the winged stag. The sea stag is referred to under the subheading of stags. The 2-headed lion, the double-queued lion, the lion queue-fourche, the sea lion, which is sometimes found winged, are all included in the chapter upon lions, as are also the winged lion and the lion dragon. The winged ape was mentioned when considering the natural animal, and perhaps it may be as well to allude to the asserted heraldic existence of the sea monkey, though I am not aware of any instance in which it is born. Figure 437. Salamander. The arms of Chaloner afford an instance of the sea wolf, the crest of that family being, a demi-sea wolf rampant or. Gillam, however, page 271, in quoting the arms of Fenner, would seem to assert the sea wolf and sea dog to be one and the same. They certainly look rather like each other. The phoenix and the double-headed eagle will naturally be more conveniently dealt with in the chapter upon the eagle. The salamander has been represented in various ways, and is usually described as a dragon in flames of fire. It is sometimes so represented but without wings, though it more usually follows the shape of a lizard. The salamander is, however, best known as the personal device of Francis I, King of France. It is to this origin that the arms of the city of Paris can be traced. The remainder of the list of heraldic monsters can be very briefly dismissed. In many cases a good deal of research has failed to discover an instance of their use, and one is almost inclined to believe that they were invented by those medieval writers of prolific imagination for their treatises, without ever having been born or emblazoned upon helmet or shield. The Alicamelus is supposed to have the head of an ass conjoined to the body of a camel. I cannot call to mind any British instance of its use. The Amphiptera is the term applied to a winged serpent, a charge of but rare occurrence in either English or foreign heraldry. It is found in the arms of the French family of Potier, viz. Azure, a bendlet purpur between two amphipteries or, while they figure as supporters also in that family, and in those of the ducks de Trezums and de Gevres. The upray is an animal with the body similar to that of a bull, but with a bear's tail. It is seldom met with outside heraldic textbooks. Figure 438. Enfield. The amphisbaena is usually described as a winged serpent, with two legs, having a head at each end of its body, but in the crest of Gwilt, on a saltire or, interlaced by two amphisbaeni azure, longed gules, or rows of the last. Barbed and seated proper, the creatures certainly do not answer to the foregoing description. They must be seen to be duly appreciated. The cockfish is a very unusual charge, but it is to be met with in the arms of the family of Geiss, in Bavaria, i.e. Or, a cock sable, beaked of the first, crested and armed gules, its body ending in that of a fish curved upwards, proper. Figure 439. Ophinicus. The Enfield, fig. 438, is a purely fanciful animal, having the head of a fox, chest of a greyhound, talons of an eagle, body of a lion, and hind legs and tail of a wolf. It occurs as the crest of most Irish families of the name of Kelly. The bagwin is an imaginary animal with the head of and much like the heraldic antelope, but with the body and tail of a horse, and the horns long and curved backwards. It is difficult to say what it is intended to represent, and I can give no instance in which it occurs. The musaman is a fabulous animal with the body and feet of a goat and the head of a ram, with 4 horns. It is supposed to be the hybrid between the ram and the goat, the 4 horns being the 2 straight ones of the goat and the 2 curled ones of the ram. Though no heraldic instance is known to me, one cannot definitely say such an animal never existed. Another name for it is the titeron. The Ophinicus, figure 439, is another monster seldom met with in armory. When it does occur it is represented as a winged griffin, with a lion's legs and short tail. Another description of it gives it the body and forelegs of a lion, the head, neck, and wings of an eagle, and the tail of a camel. It is the crest of the Livery Company of Barbers in London, which doubtless gives us the origin of it in the recent grant of arms to Sir Frederick Treves, Bart. Sometimes the wings are omitted. The manticora, mantiger, or man-tiger is the same as the man-lion, but has horns attached to its forehead. The hippogriff has the head, wings and foreclaws of the griffin united to the hinder part of the body of a horse. The calopus or chatlup is a curious horned animal difficult to describe, but which appears to have been at one time the badge of the Falgem family. No doubt, as the name would seem to indicate, it is a variant of the wolf. Many of the foregoing animals, particularly those which are or are supposed to be hybrids, are, however well they may be depicted, ugly, inartistic, and unnecessary. Their representation leaves one with a disappointed feeling of crudity of draughtsmanship. No such objection applies to the Pegasus, the griffin, the seahorse, the dragon, or the unicorn, and in these modern days, when the differentiation of well-worn animals is producing singularly inept results, one would urge that the sea griffin, the sea stag, the winged bull, the winged stag, the winged lion, and winged heraldic antelope might produce, if the necessity of differentiation continue, very much happier results. Chapter 14. Birds. Birds of course play a large and prominent part in heraldry. Those which have been impressed into the service of heraldic emblazonment comprise almost every species known to the zoological world. Though the earliest rolls of arms give us instances of various other birds, the bird which makes the most prominent appearance is the eagle, and in all early representations this will invariably be found displayed. A double-headed eagle displayed, from a Byzantine silk of the 10th century, is illustrated by Mr. Eve in his Decorative Heraldry, so that it is evident that neither the eagle displayed nor the double-headed eagle originated with the science of armory, which appropriated them ready-made, together with their symbolism. An eagle displayed as a symbolical device was certainly in use by Charlemagne. It may perhaps here be advantageous to treat of the artistic development of the eagle displayed. Of this, of course, the earliest prototype is the Roman eagle of the Caesars, and it will be to English eyes, accustomed to our conventional spread eagle, doubtless rather startling to observe that the German type of the eagle, which follows the Roman disposition of the wings, which so many of our heraldic artists at the present day appear inclined to adopt either in the accepted German or in a slightly modified form as an eagle displayed, is certainly not a true displayed eagle according to our English ideas and requirements, inasmuch as the wings are inverted. It should be observed that in German heraldry it is simply termed an eagle, and not an eagle displayed. Considering, however, its very close resemblance to our eagle displayed, and also its very artistic appearance, there is every excuse for its employment in this country. And I for one should be sorry to observe its slowly increasing favor checked in this country. It is quite possible, however, to transfer the salient and striking points of beauty to the more orthodox position of the wings. The eagle, compared with the lion and the ordinaries, had no such predominance in early British heraldry that it enjoyed in continental armory, and therefore it may be better to trace the artistic development of the German eagle. In the 12th and 13th centuries the eagle appears with the head raised and the beak closed. The Saxon, bones of the wings, are rolled up at the ends like a snail, and the pinions, like the talons, take a vertical downward direction. The tail, composed of a number of stiff feathers, frequently issues from a knob or ball. Compare figure 440 herewith. With the end of the 14th century the head straightens itself, the beak opens and the tongue becomes visible. The rolling up of the wing bones gradually disappears, and the claws form an acute angle with the direction of the body, and at this period the claws occasionally receive the hose covering the upper part of the leg. The feathers of the tail spread out sickle-wise, figure 441. Figure 442. Figure 441. Figure 440. The 15th century shows the eagle with Saxon forming a half circle, the pinions spread out and radiating therefrom, and the claws more at a right angle, figure 442. The 16th century draws the eagle in a more ferocious aspect, and depicts it in as ornamental and ornate a manner as possible. From Conrad Grunenberg's Wappenbuch, Constance, 1483, is reproduced the shield, fig. 443, with the boldly sketched Adlerflügel mit Schwerthand, eagle's wing with the sword hand, the supposed arms of the Duke of Calabria. Quite in the same style is the eagle of Tyrol on a corporate flag of the Society of the Schweizer Bergbüte, fig. 444, which belongs to the last quarter of the 15th century. This is reproduced from the impression in the Bavarian National Museum given in Hefner-Alteneck's Book of Costumes. A modern German eagle drawn by H. G. Stroll is shown in figure 445. The illustration is of the arms of the Prussian province of Brandenburg. The double eagle has, of course, undergone a somewhat similar development. The double eagle occurs in the East as well as in the West in very early times. Since about 1335 the double eagle has appeared sporadically as a symbol of the Roman-German Empire, and under the Emperor Sigismund, died in 1447, became the settled armorial device of the Roman Empire. King Sigismund, before his coronation as emperor, bore the single-headed eagle. Figure 443. Arms of Duke of Calabria. Figure 444. Eagle of Tyrol. It may perhaps be as well to point out, with the exception of the two positions displayed, Fig. 451, and close, Figure 446, very little if any agreement at all exists amongst authorities either as to the terms to be employed or as to the position intended for the wings when a given term is used in a blazon. Practically every other single position is simply blazoned rising, this term being employed without any additional distinctive terms of variation in official blazons and emblazonments. Nor can one obtain any certain information from a reference to the real eagle, for the result of careful observation would seem to show that in the first stroke of the wings, when rising from the ground, the wings pass through every position from the wide outstretched form, which I term rising with wings elevated and displayed, Fig. 450, to a position practically close. As a consequence, therefore, no one form can be said to be more correct than any other, either from the point of view of nature or from the point of view of ancient precedent. This state of affairs is eminently unsatisfactory. Because in these days of necessary differentiation no heraldic artist of any appreciable knowledge or ability has claimed the liberty, which certainly has not been officially conceded, to depict an eagle rising with wings elevated and displayed, when it has been granted with the wings in the position adduced and inverted. Such a liberty when the wings happen to be charged, as they so frequently are in modern English crests, must clearly be an impossibility. Figure 445. Arms of the Prussian province of Brandenburg. From Stroll's Deutsche Wapenroll. Until some agreement has been arrived at, I can only recommend my readers to follow the same plan which I have long adopted in blazoning arms of which the official blazon has not been available to me. That is, to use the term rising, followed by the necessary description of the position of the wings, figures 447, 450. This obviates both mistake and uncertainty. Originally with us, as still in Germany, an eagle was always displayed, and in the days when coats of arms were few in number and simple in character the artist may well have been permitted to draw an eagle as he chose, providing it was an eagle. But arms and their elaboration in the last 400 years have made this impossible. It is foolish to overlook this, and idle in the face of existing facts to attempt to revert to former ways. Although now the English eagle displayed has the tip of its wings pointed upwards, figure 451, and the contrary needs now to be mentioned in the blazon, figure 452, this even with us was not so in the beginning. A reference to figs 453 and 454 will show how the eagle was formerly depicted. Figure 446. Eagle close. Figure 447. Eagle rising, wings elevated and adduced. Figure 448. Eagle rising, wings adduced and inverted. Figure 449. Eagle rising, wings displayed and inverted. Figure 450. Eagle rising, wings elevated and displayed. Figure 451. Eagle displayed. Figure 452. Eagle displayed with wings inverted. Figure 453. Arms of Ralph de Monthermer, Earl of Gloucester and Hereford, or, an eagle vert. From his seal, 1301. Figure 454. Arms of Piers de Gaveston, Earl of Cornwall, died in 1312, vert, 6 eagles or. Figure 455. Double-headed eagle displayed. The earliest instance of the eagle as a definitely heraldic charge upon a shield would appear to be its appearance upon the Great Seal of the Markgrave Leopold of Austria in 1136. where the equestrian figure of the Markgrave carries a shield so charged. More or less regularly, subsequently to the reign of Frederick Barbarossa, elected king of the Romans in 1152, and crowned as emperor in 1155. The eagle with one or two heads, there seems originally to have been little unanimity upon the point, seems to have become the recognized heraldic symbol of the Holy Roman Empire. And the seal of Richard, Earl of Cornwall, elected king of the Romans in 1257, shows his arms, argent, a lion rampant gules, within a borear sable, Byzanti, displayed upon the breast of an eagle. But no properly authenticated contemporary instance of the use of this eagle by the Earl of Cornwall is found in this country. The origin of the double-headed eagle, Fig. 455, has been the subject of endless controversy. The tale one is usually taught to believe being that it originated in the dimidiation upon one shield of two separate coats of arms. Nisbet states that the imperial eagle was not one eagle with two heads, but two eagles, the one laid upon the other, and their heads separate, looking different ways, which represent the two heads of the empire after it was divided into east and west. The whole discussion is an apt example of the habit of earlier writers to find or provide hidden meanings and symbolisms when no such meanings existed. The real truth undoubtedly is that the double-headed eagle was an accepted figure long before heraldry came into existence, and that when the displayed eagle was usurped by armory as one of its peculiarly heraldic figures. The single-headed and double-headed varieties were used indifferently, until the double-headed eagle became stereotyped as the imperial emblem. Napoleon, however, reverted to the single-headed eagle, and the present German imperial eagle has likewise only one head. Figure 456. Napoleonic eagle. The imperial eagle of Napoleon had little in keeping with then existing armorial types of the bird. There can be little doubt that the model upon which it was based was the Roman eagle of the Caesars as it figured upon the head of the Roman standards. In English terms of blazon, the Napoleonic eagle would be an eagle displayed with wings inverted, the head to the sinister, standing upon a thunderbolt, or figure 456. The then existing double-headed eagles of Austria and Russia probably supply the reason why, when the German Empire was created, the Prussian eagle in a modified form was preferred to the resuscitation of the older double-headed eagle, which had theretofore been more usually accepted as the symbol of empire. By the same curious idea which was noticed in the earlier chapter upon lions, and which ruled that the mere fact of the appearance of two or more lions rampant in the same coat of arms made them into lioncels, so more than one eagle upon a shield resulted sometimes in the birds becoming eaglets. Such a rule has never had official recognition, and no artistic difference is made between the eagle and the eaglet. The charges on the arms of Piers Gaveston, Earl of Cornwall, are blazoned as eagles, figure 454. In the blazon of a few coats of arms, the term eaglet, however, still survives, e.g. in the arms of Child, gules a chevron ermine, between three eaglets close argent, and in the arms of Smithman, vert, three eaglets stathant with wings displayed argent, collar d'or. When an eagle has its beak of another color, it is termed armed of that color, and when the legs differ it is termed membered. An eagle volant occurs in the crest of Jessel, on a wreath of the colors, a torch fesswise, fired proper, surmounted by an eagle volant argent, holding in the beak a pearl also argent. Motto, persevere. Parts of an eagle are almost as frequently met with as the entire bird. Eagles' heads, figure 457, abound as crests. They can be distinguished from the head of a griffin by the fact that the latter has always upstanding ears. Figure 457. Eagle's head couped. Unless otherwise specified, e.g. the crest of the late Sir Noel Paton was between the two wings of a dove. Wings occurring in armory are always presumed to be the wings of an eagle. This, however, in English heraldry has little effect upon their design, for probably any well-conducted eagle, as any other bird, would disown the English heraldic wing, as it certainly would never recognize the German heraldic variety. A pair of wings when displayed and conjoined at the base is termed conjoined in lure, figure 458, from the palpable similarity of the figure in its appearance to the lure with which, thrown into the air, the falconer brought back his hawk to hand. The best known, and most frequently quoted instance, is the well-known coat of Seymour or St. Maur, gules, two wings conjoined in lure the tips downwards or. It should always be stated if the wings, as in the arms of Seymour, are inverted. Otherwise the tips are naturally presumed to be in chief. Figure 458. A pair of wings conjoined in lure. Pairs of wings not conjoined can be met with in the arms and crest of Burne-Jones, azure, on a bend sinister argent between 7 mullets, for in chief and 3 in base or, 3 pairs of wings adderst purper, charged with a mullet or crest, in front of fire proper 2 wings elevated and adderst purper, charged with a mullet or, but 2 wings, unless conjoined or adderst, will not usually be described as a pair. Occasionally, however, a pair of wings will be found in saltire, but such a disposition is most unusual. Single wings, unless specified to be the contrary, are presumed to be dexter wings. Care needs to be exercised in some crests to observe the difference between a bird's head between 2 wings, b. a bird's head winged, a form not often met with, but in which rather more of the neck is shown. And the wings are conjoined thereto, and c. a bird's head between 2 wings adderst. The latter form, which of course is really no more than a representation of a crest between 2 wings turned to be represented upon a profile helmet, is one of the painful results of our absurd position rules for the helmet. A pair of wings conjoined is sometimes termed a vol, and one wing a demi-vol. Though doubtless it is desirable to know these terms, they are but seldom found in use, and are really entirely French. Figure 459. An eagle's leg erased à la cuisse. Eagles' legs are by no means an infrequent charge. They will usually be found erased at the thigh, for which there is a recognized term, erased à la cuisse, figure 459, which, however, is by no means a compulsory one. An eagle's leg so erased was a badge of the House of Stanley. The eagle's leg will sometimes be met with cooped below the feathers, but would then be more properly described as a claw. Figure 460. Phoenix. A curious form of the eagle is found in the Illyrian, which is represented without beak or legs. It is difficult to conjecture what may have been the origin of the bird in this debased form, unless its first beginnings may be taken as a result of the unthinking perpetuation of some crudely drawn example. Its best known appearance is, of course, in the arms of Lorraine, and as Planche has pointed out, this is as perfect an example of a canting anagram as can be met with in armory. The phoenix, Fig. 460, one of the few mythical birds which heraldry has familiarized us with, is another, and perhaps the most patent example of all, of the appropriation by heraldic art of an ancient symbol, with its symbolism ready-made. It belongs to the period of Grecian mythology. As a charge upon a shield it is comparatively rare, though it so occurs in the arms of Samuelson. On the other hand, it is frequently to be found as a crest. It is always represented as a demi-eagle issuing from flames of fire, and though the flames of fire will generally be found mentioned in the verbal blazon, this is not essential. Without its fiery surroundings it would cease to be a phoenix. On the other hand, though it is always depicted as a demi-bird, no instance to the contrary exists, it is never considered necessary to so specify it. It occurs as the crest of the Seymour family, out of a ducal coronet, a phoenix issuant from flames of fire. Plate 4. The osprey may perhaps be here mentioned, because its heraldic representation always shows it as a white eagle. It is however seldom met with, though it figures in the crests of Roche, Lord Fermoy, and Trist. The osprey is sometimes known as the sea-eagle, and heraldically so termed. The vulture, probably from its repulsive appearance in nature and its equally repulsive habits, is not a heraldic favorite. 2 of these birds occur, however, as the supporters of Lord Graves. Figure 461. Falcon. The falcon, Fig. 461, naturally falls next to the eagle for consideration. Considering the very important part this bird played in the social life of earlier centuries, this cannot be a matter of any surprise. Heraldry, in its emblazonment, makes no distinction between the appearance of the hawk and the falcon, but for canting and other reasons the bird will be found described by all its different names, e.g. In the arms of Hobson, to preserve the obvious pun, the two birds are blazoned as hobbies. The falcon is frequently, more often than not, found belled. With the slovenliness, or some may exalt it into the virtue of freedom from irritating restriction, characteristic of many matters in heraldic blazon. The simple term belled is found used indiscriminately to signify that the falcon is belled on one leg or belled on both, and if it is belled the bell must of necessity be on a jess. Others state that every falcon must of necessity, whether so blazoned or not, be belled upon at least one leg, and that when the term belled is used it signifies that it is belled upon both legs. There is still yet another alternative, viz. that when belled it has the bell on only one leg, but that when jessied and belled, it is belled on both legs. The jess is the leather thong with which the bells are attached to the leg, and it is generally considered, and this may be accepted, that when the term jessied is included in the wording of the blazon the jesses are represented with the ends flying loose, unless the use of the term is necessitated by the jesses being of a different color. When the term vervold is also employed it signifies that the jesses have small rings attached to the floating ends. In actual practice, however, it should be remembered that if the bells and jesses are of a different color, the use of the terms jessied and belled is essential. A falcon is seldom drawn without at least one bell, and when it is found described as belled, in most cases it will be found that the intention is that it shall have two bells. Like all other birds of prey the falcon may be armed, a technical term which theoretically should include the beak and legs. But in actual practice a falcon will be far more usually found described as beaked and legged, when these differ in tincture from its plumage. When a falcon is blindfolded it is termed hooded. It was always so carried on the wrist until it was flown. The position of the wings and the confusion in the terms applied thereto is even more marked in the case of the falcon than the eagle. Demi-falcons are not very frequently met with, but an example occurs in the crest of Jerningham. A falcon's head is constantly met with as a crest. When a falcon is represented preying upon anything it is termed trussing its prey, though sometimes the description preying upon is, perhaps less accurately, employed. Examples of this will be found in the arms of Madden, sable, a hawk or, trussing a mallard proper, on a chief of the second across Botoni gules, and in the crests of Graham, Coston, and Yerburg. A falcon's leg appears in the crest of Jocelyn. Figure 462. Pelican in her piety. The pelican, with its curious heraldic representation and its strange terms, may almost be considered an instance of the application of the existing name of a bird to an entirely fanciful creation. Mr. G. W. Eve, in his Decorative Heraldry, states that in early representations of the bird it was depicted in a more naturalistic form, but I confess I have not myself met with such an ancient representation. Heraldically, it has been practically always depicted with the head and body of an eagle, with wings elevated and with the neck embowed, pecking with its beak at its breast. The term for this is volning itself, and although it appears to be necessary always to describe it in the blazon as volning itself, it will never be met with save in this position. A pelican's head even, when erased at the neck, being always so represented. It is supposed to be pecking at its breast to provide drops of blood as nourishment for its young, and it is termed, in its piety, when depicted standing in its nest and with its brood of young, figure 462. It is difficult to imagine how the pelican came to be considered as always existing in this position, because there is nothing in the nature of a natural habit from which this could be derived. There are, however, other birds which, during the brooding season, lose their feathers upon the breast, and some which grow red feathers there, and it is doubtless from this that the idea originated. In heraldic and ecclesiastical symbolism the pelican has acquired a somewhat sacred character as typical of maternal solicitude. It will never be found close, or in any other positions than with the wings endorsed and either elevated or inverted. When blazoned proper, it is always given the color and plumage of the eagle, and not its natural color of white. In recent years, however, a tendency has rather made itself manifest to give the pelican its natural and more ungainly appearance, and its curious pouched beak. The ostrich, Fig. For 63, is doubtless the bird which is most frequently met with as a crest after the falcon, unless it be the dove or martlet. The ostrich is heraldically emblazoned in a very natural manner, and it is difficult to understand why in the case of such a bird heraldic artists of earlier days should have remained so true to the natural form of the bird, whilst in other cases, in which they could have had no less intimate acquaintance with the bird, greater variation is to be found. As a charge upon a shield it is not very common, although instances are to be found in the arms of MacMahon, argent, an ostrich sable, in its beak a horseshoe or, and in the arms of Mahone, per fess sable and argent, an ostrich counterchanged, holding in its beak a horseshoe or. Figure 463. Ostrich. It is curious that, until quite recent times, the ostrich is never met with heraldically, unless holding a horseshoe, a key, or some other piece of old iron in its beak. The digestive capacity of the ostrich, though somewhat exaggerated, is by no means fabulous, and in the earliest forms of its representation in all the old natural history books it is depicted feeding upon this unnatural food. If this were the popular idea of the bird, small wonder is it that heraldic artists perpetuated the idea, and even now the heraldic ostrich is seldom seen without a key or a horseshoe in its beak. The ostrich's head alone is sometimes met with, as in the crest of the Earl of Carysfort. The wing of an ostrich charged with a bend sable is the crest of a family of Gulston, but an ostrich wing is by no means a usual heraldic charge. Ostrich feathers, of course, play a large part in armory, but the consideration of these may be postponed for the moment until the feathers of cocks and peacocks can be added thereto. The dove, at least the heraldic bird, has one curious peculiarity. It is always represented with a slight tuft on its head. Mr. Eve considers this to be merely the perpetuation of some case in which the crude draftsman has added a tuft to its head. Possibly he is correct, but I think it may be an attempt to distinguish between the domestic dove and the wood pigeon, both of which varieties would be known to the early heraldic artists. The dove with an olive branch in its beak is constantly and continually met with. When blazoned proper, it is quite correct to make the legs and feet of the natural pinky color, but it will be more usually found that a dove is specifically described as legged gules. The ordinary heraldic dove will be found most frequently represented with its wings close and holding a branch of laurel in its beak, but it also occurs volant and with outstretched wings. It is then frequently termed a dove rising. Figure 464. Dove. The doves in the arms of the College of Arms are always represented with the sinister wing close, and the dexter wing extended and inverted. This has given rise to much curious speculation. But whatever may be the reason of the curious position of the wings, there can be very little doubt that the coat of arms itself is based upon the coat of Saint Edward the Confessor. The so-called coat of St. Edward the Confessor is a cross pattwance between 5 martlets, but it is pretty generally agreed that these martlets are a corruption of the doves which figure upon his coins, and one of which surmounts the scepter which is known as St. Edward's staff, or the scepter with the dove. The wood pigeon is not often met with, but it does occur, as in the crest of the arms of Bradbury, on a wreath of the colours, in front of a demi-wood pigeon, wings displayed in elevated argent. Each wing charged with a round buckle-tongue pendant sable, and holding in the beak a sprig of barberry, the trunk of a tree fesswise eradicated, and sprouting to the dexter, both proper. Figure 465. Martlet. The martlet is another example of the curious perpetuation in heraldry of the popular errors of natural history. Even at the present day, in many parts of the country, it is popularly believed that a swallow has no feet, or, at any rate, cannot perch upon the ground, or raise itself therefrom. The fact that one never does see a swallow upon the ground supports the foundation of the idea. At any rate the heraldic swallow, which is known as the martlet, is never represented with feet, the legs terminating in the feathers which cover the upper parts of the leg, figure 465. It is curious that the same idea is perpetuated in the little legend of the explanation, which may or may not be wholly untrue. That the reason the martlet has been adopted as the mark of cadency for the fourth son is to typify the fact that whilst the eldest son succeeds to his father's lands, and whilst the second son may succeed, perhaps, to the mother's. There can be very little doubt that by the time the fourth son is reached, there is no land remaining upon which he can settle, and that he must, perforce, fly away from the homestead to gather him means elsewhere. At any rate, whether this be true or false, the martlet certainly is never represented in heraldry with feet. If the feet are shown, the bird becomes a swallow. Most heraldry books state also that the martlet has no beak. How such an idea originated I am at a loss to understand, because I have never yet come across an official instance in which the martlet is so depicted. Figure 466. Martlet volant. Perhaps the confusion between the foreign merlet, which is drawn like a duck without wings, feet, or forked tail, and the martlet may account for the idea that the martlet should be depicted without a beak. It is very seldom that the martlet occurs except close, and consequently it is never so specified in blazon. An instance, however, in which it occurs, rising, will be found in the crest of a family of Smith, and there are a number of instances in which it is volant, figure 466. The swallow, as distinct from the martlet, is sometimes met with. A swallow volant appears upon the arms usually ascribed to the town of Arundel. These, however, are not recorded as arms in the visitation books, the design being merely noted as a seal device, and one hesitates to assert definitely what the status of the design in question may be. The pun upon l'hirondelle was too good for ancient heralds to pass by. Figure 467. Swan. The swan, figure 467, is a very favorite charge, and will be found both as a crest and as a charge upon a shield, and in all varieties of position. It is usually, however, when appearing as a charge, to be found close. A swan couchant appears as the crest of Barttelot, a swan regardant as the crest of Swaby, and a swan, rising, will be found as a crest of Guise and as a charge upon the arms of Muntz. Swimming in water it occurs in the crest of Stillwell, and a swan to which the unusual term of rousant is sometimes applied figures as the crest of Stafford, out of a ducal coronet per pale gules and sable, a demi-swan rousant. Wings elevated and displayed argent, beaked gules. It is, however, more usually blazoned as, a demi-swan issuant, from the coronet, per pale gules and sable. Swans' heads and necks are not often met with as a charge, though they occur in the arms of Baker. As a crest they are very common, and will be found in the cases of Lindsay and Bates. The duck, with its varieties of the moorhen and eiderduck, is sometimes met with, and appears in the arms of Duckworth and Billiot. Few better canting examples can be found than the latter coat, in which the duck is holding the billet in its bill. Figure 468. Cock. The other domestic bird, the cock, is often met with, though it more often figures as a crest than upon a shield. A cock proper is generally represented of the kind which in farmyard phraseology is known as a gamecock, figure 468. Nevertheless the gamecock, as such, does occur. Though in these cases, when so blazoned, it is usually depicted in the artificial form, deprived of its comb and wattles, as was the case when it was prepared for cockfighting. Birds of this class are usually met with a comb and wattles, and of a different color, and are then termed, combed, or crested, wattled, and jelloped, if it is desired to be strictly accurate, though it will be generally found that the term is dropped to, combed and jelloped. If the bird is termed, armed, the beak and spurs are thereby referred to. It occurs in the arms of Handcock, Lord Castlemaine, ermine, on a chief sable, a dexter hand between two cocks argent, and in the arms of Cockayne, argent, 3 cocks gules, armed, crested, and jelloped sable, and also in that of Law. It likewise occurs in the arms of Aitken. The sheldrake appears occasionally under another name, i.e. that of the cheveller, and as such will be found in the arms of Jackson, of Doncaster. Figure 469. Peacock in his pride. The gorgeous plumage of the peacock has of course resulted in its frequent employment. It has a special term of its own, being stated to be, in his pride, when shown afront, and with the tail displayed, figure 469. It is seldom met with except in this position, though the well-known crest of Harcourt is an example to the contrary, as is the crest of Sir Jamset G. Jejeeboy, Bart, viz. A mount vert, thereon a peacock amidst wheat, and in the beak an ear of wheat all proper. With the tail closed it also figures as one of the supporters of Sir Robert Hart, Bart. Sinister, a peacock close proper, its only appearance in such a position that I am aware of. A peacock's tail is not a familiar figure in British armoury, though the exact contrary is the case in German practices. Issuant from the mouth of a boar's head erect, it occurs as the crest of Tyrrell, and a plume of peacock's feathers, which perhaps is the same thing, issuant from the side of a chapeau, is the crest of Lord Sefton. Figure 470. Crane in its vigilance. Another bird for which heraldry has created a term of its own is the crane. It is seldom met with except holding a stone in its claw, the term for which stone is its vigilance, a curious old fable, which explains the whole matter, being that the crane held the stone in its foot so that if by any chance it fell asleep, the stone, by dropping, would awaken it, and thus act as its vigilance, fig. 470. It is a pity that the truth of such a charming example of the old world should be dissipated by the fact that the crest of Cranstoun is the crane asleep, or rather dormant, with its head under its wing, and nevertheless holding its vigilance in its foot. The crane is not often met with, but it occurs in the arms of Cranstoun, with the curious and rather perplexing motto, "Thou shalt want ere I want." Before leaving the crane, it may be of interest to observe that the derivation of the word pedigree is from pied de grue, the appearance of a crane's foot and the branching lines indicative of issue being similar in shape. Figure 471. Stork holding in its beak a snake. Heraldic representation makes little if any difference when depicting a crane, a stork, or a heron, except that the tuft on the head of the latter is never omitted when a heron is intended. Instances of the stork are of fairly frequent occurrence, the usual heraldic method of depicting the bird being with the wings closed. More often than not the stork is met with a snake in its beak, figure 471. And the fact that a heron is also generally provided with an eel to play with adds to the confusion. The heron, or, as it was anciently more frequently termed heraldically, the hern, fig. 472, will naturally be found in the arms of hern and some number of other coats and crests. The raven, figure 473, occurs almost as early as any other heraldic bird. It is said to have been a Danish device. The powerful Norman family of Corbett, one of the few remaining families which can show an unbroken male descent from the time of the conquest to the present day, have always remained faithful to the raven, though they have added to it sometimes a boyer or additional numbers of its kind. Or, a raven sable, the well-known Corbett coat, is, of course, a canting allusion to their Norman name, or nickname, Le Corbeau. Their name, like their pedigree, is unique, inasmuch as it is one of the few names of undoubted Norman origin which are not territorial, and possibly the fact that their lands of Moreton Corbett, one of their chief seats, were known by their name has assisted in the perpetuation of what was, originally, undoubtedly a personal nickname. Figure 472. Heron. Figure 473. Raven. Figure 474 is a striking example of the virility which can be imparted to the raven. It is reproduced from Grunenberg's Book of Arms, 1483. Stroll suggests it may be of Corby, in Picardy, but the identity of the arms leads one to fancy the name attached may be a misdescription of the English family of Corbett. Figure 474. Heraldically, no difference is made in depicting the raven, the rook, and the crow, and examples of the crow will be found in the arms of Crawhall, and of the rook in the crest of Abraham. The arms of the Yorkshire family of Crake are always blazoned as rooks, but I am inclined to think they may possibly have been originally crakes, or corn crakes. The Cornish chough is very much more frequently met with than either the crow, rook, or raven, and it occurs in the arms of Beaulieu, the town of Canterbury, and, as a crest, of Cornwall. It can only be distinguished from the raven in heraldic representations by the fact that the Cornish chough is always depicted and frequently blazoned as beaked and legged gules, as it is found in its natural state. The owl, Fig. 475, too, is a very favorite bird. It is always depicted with the face affront, though the body is not usually so placed. It occurs in the arms of Leeds, which, by the way, are an example of colour upon colour, Oldham, and Dewsbury. In the crest of Brimacum the wings are open, a most unusual position. The lark will be found in many cases of arms or crests for families of the name of Clark. The parrot, or, as it is more frequently termed heraldically, the popinjay, Fig. 476, will be found in the arms of Lumley in other families. It also occurs in the arms of Curzon, Argent, on a bend-sabled 3 popinjays or collared gules. Figure 475. Owl. Figure 476. Popinjay. Figure 477. Moorcock. There is nothing about the bird, or its representations, which need special remark, and its usual heraldic form follows nature pretty closely. The moorcock or heathcock is curious, inasmuch as there are 2 distinct forms in which it is depicted. Neither of them are correct from the natural point of view, and they seem to be pretty well interchangeable from the heraldic point of view. The bird is always represented with the head and body of an ordinary cock, but sometimes it is given the wide flat tail of black game, and sometimes a curious tail of 2 or more erect feathers at right angles to its body, figure 477. Though usually represented close, it occurs sometimes with open wings, as in the crest of a certain family of Moor. Many other birds are to be met with in heraldry, but they have nothing at all especial in their bearing, and no special rules govern them. The lapwing, under its alternative names of peewit, plover, and tyrwit, will be found in the arms of Downs, Tyrwhitt, and Tweedy. The pheasant will be found in the crest of Scott Gatty, and the kingfisher in many cases of arms of the name of Fisher. The magpie occurs in the arms of Dusgate, and in those of Finch. Woodward mentions an instance in which the bird of paradise occurs, page 267, Argent, on a terrace vert, a cannon-mounted oar, supporting a bird of paradise proper, Rejewski in Europkin. And the arms of Thornton show upon a canton the Swedish bird Jader, ermine, a chevron sable between 3 hawthorn trees eradicated proper, a canton or, thereon the Swedish bird Jader, or cock of the wood, also proper. 2 similar birds were granted to the first Sir Edward Thornton, G.C.B., as supporters, he being a Knight Grand Cross. Figure 478. The Shield for Peace, of Edward the Black Prince, died in 1376, sable, 3 ostrich feathers with scrolls argent. From his tomb in Canterbury Cathedral. Single feathers as charges upon a shield are sometimes met with, as in the Shield for Peace of Edward the Black Prince, figure 478, and in the arms of Clarendon. These 2 examples are, however, derivatives from the historic ostrich feather badges of the English royal family, and will be more conveniently dealt with later when considering the subject of badges. The single feather enfilled by the circlet of crosses petit and fleurs de lis, which is borne upon a canton of augmentation upon the arms of Gull, Bart. Is likewise a derivative, but feathers as a charge occur in the arms of Jervis, Argent, 6 ostrich feathers, 3, 2, and 1 sable. A modern coat founded upon this, in which the ostrich feathers are placed upon a pile, between 2 bombshells fract in base, belongs to a family of a very similar name. And the crest granted therewith is a single ostrich feather between 2 bombs fired. Cock's feathers occur as charges in the arms of Galpin. In relation to the crest, feathers are constantly to be found, which is not to be wondered at, inasmuch as fighting in tournament helmets, when actually in use, frequently did not carry the actual crests of the owners, but were simply adorned with the plume of ostrich feathers. A curious instance of this will be found in the case of the family of de Moke of Scrivelsby, the Honourable the King's Champions. The crest is really, upon a wreath of the colours, the 2 ears of an ass sable, though other crests, 1. A sword erect proper, 2. A lion as in the arms, are sometimes made use of. When the champion performs his service at a coronation, the shield which is carried by his esquire is not that of his sovereign, but is emblazoned with his personal arms of demoque, sable, 2 lions passant in pale argent, ducally crowned or. The helmet of the champion is decorated with a triple plume of ostrich feathers and not with the demoque crest. In old representations of tournaments and warfare, the helmet will far oftener be found simply adorned with a plume of ostrich feathers than with a heritable crest. And consequently such a plume has remained in use as the crest of a very large number of families. This point is, however, more fully dealt with in the chapter upon crests. The plume of ostrich feathers is, moreover, attributed as a crest to a far greater number of families than it really belongs to, because if a family possessed no crest, the helmet was generally ornamented with a plume of ostrich feathers, which later generations have accepted and adopted as their heritable crest, when it never possessed such a character. A notable instance of this will be found in the crest of Astley, as given in the peerage books. The number of feathers in a plume requires to be stated. It will usually be found to be 3, 5, or 7, though sometimes a larger number are met with. When it is termed a double plume, they are arranged in 2 rows, the one issuing above the other, and a triple plume is arranged in 3 rows. And though it is correct to speak of any number of feathers as a plume, it will usually be found that the word is reserved for 5 or more, whilst a plume of 3 feathers would more frequently be termed 3 ostrich feathers. Whilst they are usually white, they are also found of varied colors, and there is even an instance to be met with of ostrich feathers of ermine. When the feathers are of different colors, they need to be carefully blazoned. If alternately, it is enough to use the word alternately, the feather at the extreme dexter side being depicted of the color first mentioned. In a plume which is of 3 colors, care must be used in noting the arrangement of the colors first mentioned being that of the dexter feather. The others then follow from dexter to sinister, the 4th feather commencing the series of colors again. If any other arrangement of the colors occurs, it must be specifically detailed. The rainbow-hued plume from which the crest of Sir Reginald Barnwall issues is the most variegated instance I have met with. 2 peacock's feathers in saltire will be found in the crest of a family of Gatehouse, and also occur in the crest of Crisp-Molyn of Montgomery. The pen in heraldry is always of course of the quill variety, and consequently should not be mistaken for a single feather. The term penned is used when the quill of a feather is of a different color from the remainder of it. Ostrich and other feathers are very frequently found on either side of a crest, both in British and continental armory, but though often met with in this position, there is nothing peculiar about this use in such character. German heraldry has evolved one use of the peacock's feather, or rather for the eye from the peacock's feather, which happily has not yet reached this country. It will be found adorning the outer edges of every kind of object, and it even occurs on occasion as a kind of dorsal fin down the back of animals. Bunches of cock's feathers are also frequently made use of for the same purpose. There has been considerable diversity in the method of depicting the ostrich feather. In its earliest form it was stiff and erect as if cut from a piece of board, Fig. 478, but gradually, as the realistic type of heraldic art came into vogue, it was represented more naturally and with flowing and drooping curves. Of later years, however, we have followed the example of His Majesty when Prince of Wales and reverted to the earlier form. And it is now very general to give to the ostrich feather the stiff and straight appearance which it originally possessed when heraldically depicted. Occasionally a plume of ostrich feathers is found enclosed in a case, that is, wrapped about the lower part as if it were a bouquet, and this form is the more usual in Germany. In German heraldry these plumes are constantly met with in the colors of the arms, or charged with the whole or a part of the device upon the shield. It is not a common practice in this country, but an instance of it will be found in the arms of Lord Waldegrave, per pale argent and gules. Crest, out of a ducal coronet or a plume of 5 ostrich feathers, the first 2 argent, the third per pale argent and gules, and the last 2 gules. Chapter 15. Fish. Heraldry has a system of natural history all its very own, and included in the comprehensive heraldic term of fish are dolphins, whales, and other creatures. There are certain terms which apply to heraldic fish which should be noted. A fish in a horizontal position is termed naiant, whether it is in or upon water or merely depicted as a charge upon a shield. A fish is termed horient if it is in a perpendicular position, but though it will usually be represented with the head upwards in default of any specific direction to the contrary, it by no means follows that this is always the case. And it is more correct to state whether the head is upwards or downwards, a practice which it is usually found will be conformed to. When the charges upon a shield are simply blazoned as fish, no particular care need be taken to represent any particular variety. But on the other hand, it is not in such cases usual to add any distinctive signs by which a charge which is merely a fish might become identified as any particular kind of fish. The heraldic representations of the dolphin are strangely dissimilar from the real creature, and also show amongst themselves a wide variety and latitude. It is early found in heraldry, and no doubt its great importance in that science is derived from its usage by the dauphins of France. Concerning its use by these princes there are all sorts of curious legends told, the most usual being that recited by Barry. Woodward refers to this legend, but states that, in 1343 King Philip of France purchased the domains of Humbert III. Dauphin de Villenois, and further remarks that the legend in question seems to be without solid foundation. But neither Woodward or any other writer seems to have previously suggested what is doubtless the true explanation, that the title of Dauphin and the province of Villenois were a separate dignity of a sovereign character, to which were attached certain territorial and sovereign arms, or, a dolphin embowed azure, finned and longed gules. The assumption of these sovereign arms with the sovereignty and territory to which they belonged, was as much a matter of course as the use of separate arms for the Duchy of Lancaster by His present Majesty King Edward VII. Or the use of separate arms for his Duchy of Cornwall by HRH the Prince of Wales. Barry is wrong in asserting that no other family were permitted to display the dolphin in France, because a very similar coat, but with the dolphin lifeless, to that of the dauphin was quartered by the family of La Tour du Pin, who claimed descent from the Dauphins d'Auvergne, another ancient house which originally bore the sovereign title of dauphin. A dolphin was the charge upon the arms of the Graaf van Dauphin, figure 481. Figure 479. Dolphin naiant. Figure 480. Dolphin horient. The dolphin upon this shield, as also that in the coat of the Dauphin of France, is neither naiant nor horient, but is embowed, that is, with the tail curved towards the head. But the term embowed really signifies nothing further than bent in some way, and as a dolphin is never heraldically depicted straight, it is always understood to be and usually is termed embowed, though it will generally be naiant embowed, fig. 479, or horient embowed, figure 480. The dolphin occurs in the arms of many British families, e.g. in the arms of Ellis, Montepenny, Loder Simons, Simons Taylor, Fletcher, and Stuart French. Woodward states that the dolphin is used as a supporter by the Trevelyans, Burnabys, and in this statement he is clearly incorrect, for neither of those families are entitled to or use supporters. But his statement probably originates in the practice which in accordance with the debased ideas of artistic decoration at one period added all sorts of fantastic objects to the edges of a shield for purely decorative purposes. The only instance within my knowledge in which a dolphin figures as a heraldic supporter will be found in the case of the arms of Waterford. Figure 481. Arms of the Graaf van Dauphin let ook in Dauphinat, Count van Dauphin, which also lies in Dauphiné, from Grunenberg's Book of Arms, Argent, a dolphin azure within a Boyer component of the first and second. The whale is seldom met with in British armoury, one of its few appearances being in the arms of Whalley, viz., Argent, 3 whales' heads erased sable. The crest of an Irish family named Yates is said to be a shark issuant regardant swallowing a man all proper, and the same device is also attributed to some number of other families. Another curious Piscine coat of arms is that borne, but still unmatriculated, by the Burgh of Inverary, namely, the field is the sea proper, a net argent suspended to the base from the dexter chief and the sinister fess points. And in chief 2 and in base 3 herrings entangled in the net. Salmon are not infrequently met with, but they need no specific description. They occur in the arms of Peebles, a coat of arms which in an alternative blazon introduces to one's notice the term contraneant. The explanation of the quaint and happy conceit of these arms and motto is that for every fish which goes up the river to spawn two return to the sea. A salmon on its back figures in the arms of the city of Glasgow, and also in the arms of Lumsden and Finlay, whilst other instances of salmon occur in the arms of Blackhead Ord, Sprott, and Winlaw. The herring occurs in the arms of Maconochie, the roach in the arms of Roche, gules, three roaches naiant within a boyering railed argent. Crest, a rock, thereon a stork close, charged on the breast with a torteau, and holding in his dexter claw a roach proper, and trout in the arms of Troutbeck, azure, three trout fretted tete à la queue argent. The same arrangement of three fish occurs upon the seal of Anstruther Wester, but this design unfortunately has never been matriculated as a coat of arms. The arms of Iceland present a curious charge, which is included upon the royal shield of Denmark. The coat in question is, gules, a stockfish argent, crowned with an open crown or. The stockfish is a dried and cured cod, split open and with the head removed. A pike or jack is more often termed a Lucy in English heraldry and a ged in Scottish. Under its various names it occurs in the arms of Lucy, Lucas, Geddes, and pike. The eel is sometimes met with, as in the arms of Ellis, and though, as Woodward states, it is always given a wavy form, the term ondoyant, which he uses to express this, has, I believe, no place in an English armourist's dictionary. The lobster and crab are not unknown to English armoury, being respectively the crests of the families of Dykes and Bridger. The arms of Bridger are, argent, a chevron enrailed sable, between three crab's gules. Lobster claws are a charge upon the arms of Platt Higgins. Figure 482. Whelk shell. The arms of Burt are given in Papworth as, azure, a berthfish proper, and of Bursich as, argent, a perch azure. The arms of Cobby, Bart. Extinct, are, per chevron gules and sable, in chief two swans respecting and in base a herring cob naiant proper. The arms of Bishop Robinson of Carlisle were, azure, a flying fish in bend argent, on a chief of the second, a rose gules between two torteaus, and the crest of Sir Philip Oakley Fysh is, on a wreath of the colours. Issuant from a wreath of red coral, a cubit arm vested azure, cuffed argent, holding in the hand a flying fish proper. The coat of arms of Colston of Essex is, azure, two barbels horient respecting each other argent, and a barbel occurs in the crest of Binney. Vert, three sea breams or hakes horient argent, is the coat of arms attributed to a family of docks or doxy, and, or, three Chabots gules, is that of a French family of the name of Chabot. Berry wavy of six argent and gules, three crevices, crayfish, 2 and 1 or, is the coat of Atwater. Codfish occur in the arms of Beck, dogfish in the arms of Dodds, which may, however, be merely the sea dog of the Dodge achievement, flounders or flukes in the arms of Arbit, Garvin fishes in the arms of Garvey, and gudgeon in the arms of Gobian. Papworth also includes instances of mackerel, prawns, shrimps, soles, sparlings, sturgeon, sea urchins, turbots, whales, and whelks. The whelk shell, figure 482, appears in the arms of Story and Wilkinson. Chapter 16. Reptiles. If armorial zoology is shaky in its classification of and dealings with fish, it is most wonderful when its laws and selections are considered under the heading of reptiles. But with the exception of serpents, of various kinds, the remainder must have no more than a passing mention. Figure 483. Serpent naud. The usual heraldic serpent is most frequently found, naud, that is, interlaced in a knot, figure 483. There is a certain well-understood form for the interlacing which is always officially adhered to, but of late there has manifested itself amongst heraldic artists a desire to break loose to a certain extent from the stereotyped form. A serpent will sometimes be found, erect, and occasionally gliding or glissant, and sometimes it will be met with in a circle with its tail in its mouth, the ancient symbol of eternity. Its constant appearance in British armory is due to the fact that it is symbolically accepted as the sign of medicine, and many grants of arms made to doctors and physicians introduce in some way either the serpent or the rod of Aesculapius, or a serpent entwined round a staff. A serpent embowed biting its tail occurs in the arms of falconer, and a serpent on its back in the crest of backhouse. Save for the matter of position, the serpent of British armory is always drawn in a very naturalistic manner. It is otherwise, however, in continental armory, where the serpent takes up a position closely allied to that of our dragon. It is even sometimes found winged, and the arms of the family of Visconti, which subsequently came into use as the arms of the Duchy of Milan, Fig. 484, have familiarized us as far as continental armory is concerned with a form of serpent which is very different from the real animal or from our own heraldic variety. Another instance of a serpent will be found in the arms of the Irish family of Cotter, which are, argent, a chevron gules between 3 serpents proper, and the family of Lanigan O'Keefe bear in 1/4 of their shield, vert. 3 lizards in pale or. The family of Cole bear, argent, a chevron gules between 3 scorpions reversed sable, a coat of arms which is sometimes quoted with the chevron and the scorpions both gules or both sable. The family of Priet of Shropshire bear, azure, 3 horseleeches, and the family of Whitby bear, gules, 3 snakes coiled or, on a chief of the second, as many fians sable. A family of Sutton bears, or, a newt vert, in chief a lion rampant gules all within a bowyer of the last, and Papworth mentions a coat of arms for the name of Ori, azure, a chameleon on a shady ground proper, in chief a sun or. Another coat mentioned by Papworth is the arms of Bume, gules, a stallion serpent proper, though what the creature may be it is impossible to imagine. Unfortunately, when one comes to examine so many of these curious coats of arms, one finds no evidence that such families existed, or that there is no official authority or record of the arms to which reference can be made. There can be no doubt that they largely consist of misreadings or misinterpretations of both names and charges, and I am sorely afraid this remark is the true explanation of what otherwise would be most strange and interesting curiosities of arms. Sir Walter Scott's little story in Quintin Durward of Toison d'Or, who depicted the cat looking through the dairy window as the arms of Child Ebert, and blazoned it, sable amusion passant or, oppressed with a trellis gules, clow of the second, gives in very truth the real origin of many quaint coats of arms and heraldic terms. Ancient heraldic writers seem to have amused themselves by inventing appropriate arms for mythological or historical personages. And I verily believe that when so doing they never intended these arms to stand for more than examples of their own wit. Their credulous successors incorporated these little witticisms in the rolls of arms they collected, and one can only hope that in the distant future the charming drawings of Mr. E.T. Reed which in recent years have appeared in Punch may not be used in like manner. There are but few instances in English armory in which the toad or frog is met with. In fact, the only instance which one can recollect is the coat of arms attributed to a family of Botros, who are said to have borne, argent, 3 toads erect sable. I am confident, however, that this coat of arms, if it ever existed, and if it could be traced to its earliest sources, would be found to be really 3 buckets of water, a canting allusion to the name. Toads of course are the charges on the mythical arms of Pharamond. Figure 484. Arms of the Visconti, Dukes of Milan, argent, a serpent azure, devouring a child gules. A wood carving from the castle of Passau at the turn of the 15th century. Amongst the few instances I have come across of a snail in British armory are the crest of Slack of Derwent Hill, in front of a crescent or, a snail proper, and the coat attributed by Papworth to the family of Bartan or Bertain, who are mentioned as bearing, gules, 3 snails argent in their shells or. This coat, however, is not matriculated in Scotland, so that one cannot be certain that it was ever born. The snail occurs, however, as the crest of a family named Billers, and is also attributed to several other families as a crest. Lizards appear occasionally in heraldry, though more frequently in Irish than English or Scottish coats of arms. A lizard forms part of the crest of Siliphant, and a hand grasping a lizard is the crest of McCarthy, and, azure, 3 lizards, or the first quarter of the arms of an Irish family of the name of Cotter, who, however, blazon these charges upon their shield as evets. The family of Enis, who bear, argent, 3 wyverns volant in pale vert, probably derive their arms from some such source. Chapter 17. Insects. The insect which is most usually met with in heraldry is undoubtedly the bee. Being considered, as it is, the symbol of industry, small wonder that it has been so frequently adopted. It is usually represented as if displayed upon the shield, and it is then termed volant, though of course the real term which will sometimes be found used is volant en arrière, figure 485. It occurs in the arms of Dore, Beatson, Abercrombie, Samuel, and Sewell either as a charge or as a crest. Its use, however, as a crest is slightly more varied, inasmuch as it is found walking in profile, and with its wings elevated, and also perched upon a thistle as in the arms of Ferguson. A beehive, with bees diversely volant, occurs in the arms of Roe, and the popularity of the bee in British armoury is doubtless due to the frequent desire to perpetuate the fact that the foundation of a house has been laid by business industry. The fact that the bee was adopted as a badge by the Emperor Napoleon gave it considerable importance in French armoury, inasmuch as he assumed it for his own badge. And the mantle and pavilion around the armorial bearings of the empire were semé of these insects. They also appeared upon his own coronation mantle. He adopted them under the impression, which may or may not be correct, that they had at one time been the badge of Childeric, father of Clovis. The whole story connected with their assumption by Napoleon has been a matter of much controversy, and little purpose would be served by going into the matter here. But it may be added that Napoleon changed the fleur-de-lis upon the chief in the arms of Paris to golden bees upon a chief of gules, and a chief azure, semé of bees or was added as indicative of their rank to the arms of princes grand dignitaries of the empire. A beehive occurs as the crest of a family named Guatkin, and also upon the arms of the family of Kettle of Wolverhampton. Figure 485. Bee volant. The grasshopper is most familiar as the crest of the family of Gresham, and this is the origin of the golden grasshoppers which are so constantly met with in the city of London. Argent, a chevron sable between 3 grasshoppers vert, is the coat of arms of Woodward of Kent. 2 of them figure in the arms of Treacher, which arms are now quartered by bulls. Ants are but seldom met with. Argent, 6 ants, 3, 2, and 1 sable, is a coat given by Papworth to a family of the name of Tregent, vert, and ant argent, to Kendiff. And argent, a chevron vert between 3 beetles proper, are the arms attributed by the same authority to a family named Muschamp. There can be little doubt, however, that these beetles should be described as flies. Butterflies figure in the arms of Papillon, azure, a chevron between 3 butterflies volant argent, and in the arms of Penhalic, sable, 3 butterflies volant argent. Gadflies are to be found in a coat of arms for the name of Adams, per pale argent and gules, a chevron between 3 gadflies counterchanged, and also in the arms of Summerscales, quartered by Skeet of Bishop Stortford. Sable, a hornet argent, is one blazon for the arms of Bolord or Baller, but elsewhere the same coat is blazoned, sable, a harvest fly in pale volant and arrière argent. Harvest flies were the charges on the arms of the late Sir Edward Watkin, Bart. Crickets appear in the arms, azure, a fire chest argent, flames proper, between 3 crickets or, recently granted to Sir George Anderson Critchett, Bart. The arms of Bassano, really of foreign origin and not an English coat, are, per chevron vert and argent, in chief 3 silkworm flies palewise en arrière, and in base a mulberry branch all counterchanged. Per pale gules and azure, 3 stag beetles, wings extended or, is assigned by Papworth to the Cornish family of Dore, but elsewhere these charges, under the same family name, are quoted as bees, gadflies, and flies. Or, 3 spiders azure, is quoted as a coat for Chettle. A spider also figures as a charge on the arms of Macara. The crest of Thorndyke of Great Carlton, Lincolnshire, is, on a wreath of the colors a damask rose proper, leaves and thorns vert, at the bottom of the shield a beetle or scarabaeus proper. Woodward, in concluding his chapter upon insects, quotes the arms of the family of Pulicae of Verona, viz., or, Seme of fleas sable, 2 bens gules, surmounted by 2 bens sinister of the same. Chapter 18. Trees, Leaves, Fruits, and Flowers. The vegetable kingdom plays an important part in heraldry. Trees will be found of all varieties and in all numbers, and though little difference is made in the appearance of many varieties when they are heraldically depicted, for canting purposes the various names are carefully preserved. When, however, no name is specified, they are generally drawn after the fashion of oak trees. When a tree issues from the ground it will usually be blazoned issuant from a mount vert, but when the roots are shown it is termed eradicated. Fig. 486. An oak tree eradicated. A hearse of trees figures both on the shield and in the crest of France Hayhurst, and in the arms of Lord Lismore, argent, in base a mount vert, on the dexter side a hearse of oak trees, therefrom issuing a wolf passant towards the sinister. All proper. A hearse of elm trees very properly is the crest of the family of Elmhurst. Under the description of a forest, a number of trees figure in the arms of forest. The arms of Walkinshaw of that ilk are, argent, a grove of fir trees proper, and Walkinshaw of Barrowfield and Walkinshaw of London have matriculated more or less similar arms. The oak tree, Fig. 486, is of course the tree most frequently met with. Perhaps the most famous coat in which it occurs will be found in the arms granted to Colonel Carlos, to commemorate his risky sojourn with King Charles in the oak tree at Boscobel. After the king's flight subsequent to the ill-fated Battle of Worcester. The coat was, or, on a mountain base vert, an oak tree proper, fructed or, surmounted by a fess gules, charged with 3 imperial crowns of the 3rd, Plate 2. Fir trees will be found in the arms of Gregg, Mells, de la Ferte, and Farquharson. A cedar tree occurs in the arms of Montefiore, argent, a cedar tree, between 2 mounts of flowers proper, on a chief azure, a dagger erect proper, pommel and hilt or, between 2 mullets of 6 points gold. And a hawthorn tree in the arms of Macmurrough Murphy, Thornton, and in the crest of Kinnersley. A maple tree figures in the arms of Lord Mount Stephen, or, on a mount vert, a maple tree proper, in chief 2 fleurs de lis azure, and in the crest of Lord Strathcona, on a mount vert, a maple tree. At the base thereof a beaver gnawing the trunk all proper. A coconut tree is the principal charge in the arms of Glasgow, now Robertson Glasgow, of Montgrennan, matriculated in 1807, argent, a coconut tree fructed proper, growing out of a mount in base vert, on a chief azure. A shake fork between a martlet on the dexter and a salmon on the sinister argent, the last holding in the mouth a ring or. The arms of Clifford afford an instance of a coffee tree, and the coat of Chambers has a negro cutting down a sugar cane. A palm tree occurs in the arms of Besant and in the armorials of many other families. The crest of Grimke Drayton affords an instance of the use of palmetto trees. An olive tree is the crest of Tancred, and a laurel tree occurs in the crest of Somers. Cypress trees are quoted by Papworth in the arms of Birkin, probably an error for birch trees, but the cypress does occur in the arms of Tardy, Comte de Montravel, argent, 3 cypress trees eradicated vert, on a chief gules, as many besants. And, or, a willow, salix, proper, is the coat of the Counts de Salis, now Fane de Salis. The arms of Sweetland, granted in 1808, are, argent, on a mount vert, an orange tree fructed proper, on a chief embattled gules, 3 roses of the field, barbed and seeded also proper. A mountain ash figures in the shield and crest of Wigan, and a walnut tree is the crest of Waller, of Groombridge, on a mount vert, a walnut tree proper, on the sinister side an escutcheon pendant, charged with the arms of France. And thereupon a label of 3 points argent. The arms of Arkwright afford an example of a cotton tree. The curious crest of Sir John Lehman, Lord Mayor of London, affords an instance of a lemon tree, in a lemon tree proper, a pelican in her piety proper. The arms of a family whose name appears to have been variously spelled Estwer, Estray,
Astur, Astour, and Esture, have, upon an argent field a tree proper, variously described as an apple tree, an ash tree, and a cherry tree. The probabilities largely point to its being an ash tree. Or, on a mountain base vert, a pear tree fructed proper, is the coat of arms of Perton or Periton, and the arms granted in 1591 to Dr. Lopus, a physician to Queen Elizabeth, were, or, a pomegranate tree eradicated vert, fructed gold, supported by a heart rampant proper, crowned and attired of the first. A poplar tree occurs in the arms of Gondolfi, but probably the prime curiosity must be the coat of a bank, which Papworth gives as, argent, a china coker tree vert. Its botanical identity remains a mystery. Trunks of trees for some curious reason play a prominent part in heraldry. The arms of Borough, of Chetwynd Park, granted in 1702, are, argent, on a mountain base, in base the trunk of an oak tree sprouting out 2 branches proper, with the shield of Pallas hanging thereon or, fastened by a belt gules. And the arms of Hoodsworth, 1868, of Donaldston, Co. Knots, are, ermine, the trunk of a tree in bend regularly eradicated at the base proper, between 3 foxes' heads, 2 in chief and 1 in base erased gules. But it is as a crest that this figure of the withered trunk sprouting again is most often met with, it being assigned to no less than 43 families. In England again, by one of those curious fads by which certain objects were repeated over and over again in the wretched designs granted by the late Sir Albert Wood's Garter, in spite of their unsuitability. Tree trunks fesswise eradicated and sprouting are constantly met with either as the basis of the crest or placed, in front of it, to help in providing the differences and distinctions which he insisted upon in a new grant. An example of such use of it will be found in the arms of the town of Abergavenny. Stalks of trees, cooped and eradicated, are by no means uncommon. They figure in the arms of the borough of Woodstock, gules, the stump of a tree cooped and eradicated argent, and in chief 3 stags' heads cabochette of the same, all within a boyer of the last charged with 8 oak leaves vert. They also occur in the arms of Grove, of Shenstone Park, Company Stafford, and in the arms of Stubbs. The arms matriculated in Lion Register by Captain Peter Winchester, c. 1672-7, are, argent, a vine growing out of the base, leaved and fructed, between 2 papingos endorsed feeding upon the clusters all proper. The vine also appears in the arms of Ruspoli, and the family of Archerhubland bear for the latter name, argent, on a mountain base, 3 hop poles erect with hop vines all proper. The town of St. Ives, Cornwall, has no authorized arms, but those usually attributed to the town are, argent, an ivy branch overspreading the whole field vert. Gules, a flaming bush on the top of a mount proper, between 3 lions rampant argent, in the flanks 2 roses of the last, is the coat of Brander, now Dunbar Brander, of Pitgavany. Holly bushes are also met with, as in the crests of Daubeny and Krakenthorpe, and a rose bush as in the crest of Inverarity. The arms of Owen, Co. Pembroke, are, gules, a boar argent, armed, bristled, collared, and chained or to a holly bush on a mountain base both proper. A fern brake is another stock object used in designing modern crests, and will be found in the cases of Harter, Scott Gatty, and Lloyd. Branches are constantly occurring, but they are usually oak, laurel, palm, or holly. They need to be distinguished from slips, which are much smaller and with fewer leaves. Definite rules of distinction between e.g. an acorn slipped, a slip of oak, and an oak branch have been laid down by purists, but no such minute detail is officially observed, and it seems better to leave the point to general artistic discretion. The colloquial difference between a slip and a branch being quite a sufficient guide upon the point. An example of an oak branch occurs in the arms of Aikman, and another, which is rather curious, is the crest of Accrington. Oak slips, on the other hand, occur in the arms of Baldwin. A palm branch occurs in the crests of Innis, Chaffey, and Corfield. Laurel branches occur in the arms of Cooper, and sprigs of laurel in the arms of Meeking. Holly branches are chiefly found in the arms of families named Irvine or Irwin,
but they are invariably blazoned as sheaves of holly or as holly branches of 3 leaves. To a certain extent this is a misnomer, because the so-called branch is merely 3 holly leaves tied together. Argent, an almond slip proper, is the coat of arms attributed to a family of almond, and Papworth assigns argent, a barberry branch fructed proper, to berry. Argent, 3 sprigs of balm flowered proper, is stated to be the coat of a family named Balm, and argent, 3 teasels slipped proper, the coat of Bowden, whilst Bowden of the Friary bears, argent, a chevron sable between 3 teasels proper. A bowyer of the 2nd. A teasel on a canton figures in the arms of Chichester Constable. The Company of Tobacco Pipe Makers in London, incorporated in the year 1663, bore, argent, on a mount in base vert, 3 plants of tobacco growing and flowering all proper. The crest recently granted to Sir Thomas Lipton, Bart. On a wreath of the colours, 2 arms in saltire, the dexter surmounted by the sinister holding a sprig of the tea plant erect, and the other a like sprig of the coffee plant both slipped and leaved proper, vested above the elbow argent. Affords an example of both the coffee plant and the tea plant, which have both assisted him so materially in piling up his immense fortune. Or, 3 birch twigs sable, is the coat of birches, and, or, a bunch of nettles vert, is the coat of Mallerby of Devonshire. The pun in the last case is apparent. The cotton plant figures in the arms of the towns of Darwin, Rochdale, and Nelson, and 2 culms of the papyrus plant occur in the arms of the town of Bury. The coffee plant also figures in the arms of Yockney, Azure, a chevron or, between a ship under sail in chief proper, and a sprig of the coffee plant slipped in base of the 2nd. A branch, slip, bush, or tree is termed fructed when the fruit is shown, though the term is usually disregarded unless fructed, of a different color. When represented as fructed, the fruit is usually drawn out of all proportion to its relative size. Leaves are not infrequent in their appearance. Holly leaves occur in the various coats for most people of the name of Irwin and Irvine, as already mentioned. Laurel leaves occur in the arms of Levison Gower, Foulis, and Folds. Oak leaves occur in the arms of Trelawney, Argent, a chevron sable, between 3 oak leaves slipped proper, and hazel leaves in the arms of Heselrigge or Haslerig, Argent, a chevron sable, between 3 hazel leaves vert. Argent, 3 edoc, dock or burdock, leaves vert, is the coat of Hepburn. Papworth assigns argent, an aspen leaf proper, to Aspinall, and, or, a betony leaf proper, to Betty. Argent, 3 aspen leaves, is an unauthorized coat used by Espin, and the same coat with varying tinctures is assigned to Cogan. Killick is stated to bear, azure, 3 bay leaves argent, and to Woodward, of Little Walsingham, Norfolk, was granted in 1806, vert, 3 mulberry leaves or. The maple leaf has been generally adopted as a Canadian emblem, and consequently figures upon the arms of that dominion, and in the arms of many families which have or have had Canadian associations. Vert, 3 vine leaves, or, is assigned by Papworth to Wertford, and the same authority mentions coats in which woodbine leaves occur for Brown, Theme, and Gamboa. Rose leaves occur in the arms of Utermark, and walnut leaves figure in the arms of Waller. A curious leaf, usually called the sea leaf, which is properly the tenennifer leaf, is often met with in German heraldry, as are linden leaves. Although theoretically leaves, the trefoil, caterfoil, and cinquefoil are a class by themselves, having a recognized heraldic status as exclusively heraldic charges, and the caterfoil and cinquefoil, in spite of the derivation of their names, are as likely to have been originally flowers as leaves. The heraldic trefoil, figure 487, though frequently specifically described as slipped, is nevertheless always so depicted, and it is not necessary to so describe it. Of late a tendency has been noticeable in paintings from Ulster's office to represent the trefoil in a way more nearly approaching the Irish shamrock, from which it has undoubtedly been derived. Instances of the trefoil occur in the arms of Rod, Dobry, McDermott, and Gilmore. The crown trefoil is one of the national badges of Ireland. Figure 487. Trefoil. Figure 488. Caterfoil. Figure 489. Cinquefoil. A four-leaved, lucky, shamrock has been introduced into the arms of Sir Robert Hart, Bart. The quatrefoil, figure 488, is not often met with, but it occurs in the arms of Eyre, King, and Dryer. The cinquefoil, fig. 489, is of frequent appearance, but, save in exceedingly rare instances, neither the quatrefoil nor the cinquefoil will be met with, slipped. The constant occurrence of the cinquefoil in early rolls of arms is out of all proportion to its distinctiveness or artistic beauty. And the frequency with which it is met with in conjunction with the cross-crosslet points clearly to the fact that there is some allusion behind, if this could only be fathomed. Many a man might adopt a lion through independent choice, but one would not expect independent choice to lead so many to pitch upon a combination of cross-crosslets and cinquefoils. The cross-crosslets, I am confident, are a later addition in many cases, for the original arms of Darcy, for example, were simply, argent, 3 cinquefoils gules. The arms of the town of Leicester are, gules, a cinquefoil ermine, and this is the coat attributed to the family of the de Beaumonts or de Bellomonts, Earls of Leicester. Simon de Montfort, the great Earl of Leicester, was the son or grandson of Amicia, a co-heir of the former earls, and as such entitled to quarter the arms of the de Bellomonts. As stated on page, vide figs. 97 and 98, there are 2 coats attributed to de Montfort. His only status in this country depended solely upon the de Bellomont inheritance, and, conformably with the custom of the period, we are far more likely to find him using arms of de Bellomont or de Beaumont than of Montfort. From the similarity of the charge to the better-known Beaumont arms, I am inclined to think the lion rampant to be the real de Bellomont coat. The origin of the cinquefoil has yet to be accounted for. The earliest de Bellomont for whom I can find proof of user thereof is Robert Fitzpurnell, otherwise de Bellomont, who died in 1206, and whose seal, figure 490, shows it. Be it noted it is not on a shield, and though of course this is not proof in any way, it is in accord with my suggestion that it is nothing more than a pimpernel flower adopted as a device or badge to typify his own name and his mother's name. She being Purnell or Petronilla, the heiress of Grantmesnil. The cinquefoil was not the coat of Grantmesnil but a quaint little conceit, and is not therefore likely to have been used as a coat of arms by the de Bellomonts, though no doubt they used it as a badge and device, as no doubt did Simon de Montfort. Simon de Montfort split England into 2 parties. Men were for Montfort or the king, and those that were for de Montfort very probably took and used his badge of a cinquefoil as a party badge. Figure 490. From the seal of Robert Fitzpurnell, Earl of Leicester, died in 1206. The cinquefoil in its ordinary heraldic form also occurs in the arms of Umfraville, Bardolph, Hamilton, and Darcy, and sprigs of cinquefoil will be found in the arms of Hill, and in the crest of Kersey. The cinquefoil is sometimes found pierced. The 5-foiled flower being the blossom of so many plants, what are to all intents and purposes cinquefoils occur in the arms of Fraser, where they are termed phrases, of Primrose, where they are blazoned primroses, and of Lambert, where they are called narcissus flowers. The double quatrefoil is cited as the English difference mark for the 9th son, but as these difference marks are but seldom used, and as 9th sons are somewhat of a rarity, it is seldom indeed that this particular mark is seen in use. Personally I have never seen it. The turnip makes an early appearance in armory, and occurs in the coat of Dame Ant, Sable, a turnip leaved proper, a chief or guttapoix. The curious crest of Lingen, which is 7 leagues root upwards issuing from a ducal coronet all proper, is worthy of a special mention. In considering flowers as a charge, a start must naturally be made with the rose, which figures so prominently in the heraldry of England. The heraldic rose until a much later date than its first appearance in armory, it occurs, however, at the earliest period, was always represented in what we now term the conventional form, with 5 displayed petals, figure 491. Accustomed as we are to the more ornate form of the cultivated rose of the garden, those who speak of the conventional heraldic rose rather seem to overlook that it is an exact reproduction of the wild rose of the hedgerow, which, moreover, has a tendency to show itself displayed and not in the more profile attitude we are perhaps accustomed to. It should also be observed that the earliest representations of the heraldic rose depict the intervening spaces between the petals which are noticeable in the wild rose. Under the Tudor sovereigns, the heraldic rose often shows a double row of petals, a fact which is doubtless accounted for by the then increasing familiarity with the cultivated variety, and also by the attempt to conjoin the rival emblems of the warring factions of York and Lancaster. Figure 491. Rose. Figure 492. Rose slipped and leaved. Though the heraldic rose is seldom, if ever, otherwise depicted, it should be described as barbed vert and seeded or barbed and seeded proper, when the center seeds and the small intervening green leaves, the calyx, between the petals are represented in their natural colors. In the reign of the later Tudor sovereigns, the conventionality of earlier heraldic art was slowly beginning to give way to the pure naturalism towards which heraldic art thereafter steadily degenerated. And we find that the rose then begins, both as a royal badge and elsewhere, to be met with slipped and leaved, fig. 492, the royal fleurs-de-lis are turned into natural lilies in the grant of arms to Eton College, and in the grant to William Cope, coffer to Henry VII. The roses are slipped, argent, on a chevron azure, between 3 roses gules, slipped and leaved vert, as many fleurs-de-lis or crest, out of a fleur-de-lis or a dragon's head gules. A rose when slipped theoretically has only a stalk added, but in practice it will always have at least one leaf added to the slip, and a rose slipped and leaved would have a leaf on either side. A rose stalked and leaved is not so limited, and will usually be found with a slightly longer stalk and several leaves, but these technical refinements of blazon, which are really unnecessary, are not greatly observed or taken into account. The arms of the Burgh of Montrose afford an example of a single rose as the only charge, although other instances will be met with in the arms of Boscawen, Viscount Falmouth, ermine, or rose gules, barbed and seeded proper, and of Nightingale. Bart. Per pale ermine and gules, a rose counterchanged. Amongst the scores of English arms in which the rose figures, it will be found in the original heraldic form in the case of the arms of Southampton, Plate 7. And either stalked or slipped in the arms of Brodribb and White Thompson. A curious instance of the use of the rose will be found in the crest of Beaulieu, and the cultivated rose was depicted in the emblazonment of the crest of Inverarity, which is a rose bush proper. Figure 493. Thistle. Heraldry, with its roses, has accomplished what horticulture has not. There is an old legend that when Henry VII succeeded to the English throne, some enterprising individual produced a natural parti-colored rose which answered to the conjoined heraldic rose of gules and argent. Our roses, may really find their natural counterpart in the primrose, but the arms of Rochefort, quarterly and azure, for roses counterchanged, give us the blue rose, the arms of Berendon, argent. 3 roses sable, give us the black rose, and the coat of Smallshaw, argent, a rose vert, between 3 shakefork sable, is the long-desired green rose. The thistle, figure 493, ranks next to the rose in British heraldic importance. Like the rose, the reason of its assumption as a national badge remains largely a matter of mystery, though it is of nothing like so ancient an origin. Of course one knows the time-honored and wholly impossible legend that its adoption as a national symbol dates from the Battle of Largs, when one of the Danish invaders gave away an attempted surprise by his cry of agony caused by stepping barefooted upon a thistle. The fact, however, remains that its earliest appearance is on the silver coinage of 1474, in the reign of James III. But during that reign there can be no doubt that it was accepted either as a national badge or else as the personal badge of the sovereign. The period in question was that in which badges were so largely used, and it is not unlikely that, desiring to vie with his brother of England, and fired by the example of the broom badge and the rose badge, the Scottish king, remembering the ancient legend, chose the thistle as his own badge. In 1540, when the thistle had become recognized as one of the national emblems of the kingdom, the foundation of the Order of the Thistle stereotyped the fact for all future time. The conventional heraldic representation of the thistle is as it appears upon the star of that order, that is, the flowered head upon a short stalk with a leaf on either side. Though sometimes represented of gold, it is nearly always proper. It has frequently been granted as an augmentation, though in such a meaning it will usually be found crowned. The coat of augmentation carried in the first quarter of his arms by Lord Torfaen is, argent, a thistle vert, flowered gules, really a thistle proper, on a chief azure an imperial crown or sable, a thistle, possibly really a teasel, or, between 3 fians argent, is the coat of Teasdale, and, gules, 3 thistles, or, is attributed in Papworth to Hawkey. A curious use of the thistle occurs in the arms of the National Bank of Scotland, granted 1826, which are, or, the image of St. Andrew with vesture vert and surcoat purple, bearing before him the cross of his martyrdom argent, all resting on a base of the second, in the dexter flank a garb gules, in the sinister a ship in full sail sable. The shield surrounded with 2 thistles proper disposed in orle. The lily in its natural form sometimes occurs, though of course it generally figures as the fleur-de-lis, which will presently be considered. The natural lily will be found in the arms of Aberdeen University, of Dundee, and in the crests of various families of the name of Chadwick. It also occurs in the arms of the College of St. Mary the Virgin, at Eton, sable, 3 lilies argent, on a chief per pale azure and gules a fleur-de-lis on the dexter side, and a lion passant gardant or on the sinister. Here they doubtless typify the Virgin, to whom they have reference. As also in the case of Marylebone, figure 252. The arms of Lily, of Stoke Prior, are, gules, 3 lilies slipped argent, and the arms of J. E. Lily, Esq. Of Harrow, are, azure, on a pile between 2 fleurs-de-lis argent, a lily of the valley eradicated proper. Crest, on a wreath of the colours, a cubit arm erect proper, charged with a fleur-de-lis argent and holding in the hand 2 lilies of the valley, leaved and slipped in salter, also proper. Columbine flowers occur in the arms of Cadman, and gillyflowers in the arms of Livingstone. Phrases, really the flowers of the strawberry plant, occur, as has been already mentioned, in the arms of Fraser, and narcissus flowers in the arms of Lambeth. Gules, 3 poppy bowls on their stalks in fess or, are the arms of Bowler. The lotus flower, which is now very generally becoming the recognized emblem of India, is constantly met with in the arms granted to those who have won fortune or reputation in that country. Instances in which it occurs are the arms of Sir Roper Lethbridge, KCIE, Sir Thomas Seckham, GCIE, and the University of Madras. The silphium plant occurs in the arms of General Sir Henry Augustus Smith, KCMG. Which are, vert, a chevron erminois, charged with a chevron gules, between 3 Saracens' heads habited in profile couped at the neck proper, and for augmentation a chief argent. Thereon a mount vert inscribed with the Greek letters KYPA gold and issuant therefrom a representation of the plant silphium proper. Crests, 1, of augmentation, on a wreath of the colours, a mount vert inscribed with the aforesaid Greek letters and issuant therefrom the silphium as in the arms, 2. On a wreath of the colours, an anchor fesswise sable, thereon an ostrich erminois holding in the beak a horseshoe or motto, Vincere est vivere. The arms granted to Sir Richard Quain were, argent, a chevron railed azure, in chief 2 furs de Malines gules, and issuant from the base a rock covered with daisies proper. Figure 494. Fleur-de-lis. Primroses occur, as was only to be expected, in the arms of the Earl of Rosebery, vert, 3 primroses within a double trace sur flory counterflory or. The sunflower or marigold occurs in the crest of Buchan, a sunflower in full bloom towards the sun in the dexter chief, and also in the arms granted in 1614 to Florio. Here, however, the flower is termed a heliotrope. The arms in question are, azure, a heliotrope or, issuing from a stalk sprouting from 2 leaves vert, in chief the sun in splendor proper. Tulips occur in the arms of Raphael, and the cornflower or bluebottle in the arms of Chorley, Lanks, argent, a chevron gules between 3 bluebottles slipped proper, and also in the more modern arms of that town. Saffron flowers are a charge upon the arms of Player of Nottingham. The arms granted to Sir Edgar Bohme, Bart, were, azure, in the sinister canton a sun issuant therefrom 11 rays, over all a clover plant eradicated proper. The fleur-de-lis. Few figures have puzzled the antiquary so much as the fleur-de-lis. Countless origins have been suggested for it. We have even lately had the height of absurdity urged in a suggested phallic origin, which only rivals in ridiculousness the long since exploded legend that the fleurs-de-lis in the arms of France were a corrupted form of an earlier coat, azure. 3 toads or, the reputed coat of arms of Pharamond. To France and the arms of France one must turn for the origin of the heraldic use of the fleur-de-lis. To begin with, the form of the fleur-de-lis as a mere presumably meaningless form of decoration is found long before the days of armory, in fact from the earliest period of decoration. It is such an essentially natural development of decoration that it may be accepted as such without any attempt to give it a meaning or any symbolism. Its earliest heraldic appearances as the finial of a scepter or the decoration of a coronet need not have had any symbolical character. We then find the lily accepted as having some symbolical reference to France, and it should be remembered that the iris was known by the name of a lily until comparatively modern times. It is curious, though possibly in this case it may be only a coincidence, that, on a coin of the Emperor Hadrian, Gaul is typified by a female figure holding in the hand a lily, the legend being, Restatori Gallii. The fleur-de-lis as the finial of a scepter and as an ornament of a crown can be taken back to the 5th century. Fleurs-de-lis upon crowns and coronets in France are at least as old as the reign of King Robert, son of Hugh Capet, whose seal represents him crowned in this manner. We have, moreover, the ancient legendary tradition that at the baptism of Clovis, king of the Franks, the Virgin, whose emblem the lily has always been, sent a lily by an angel as a mark of her special favor. It is difficult to determine the exact date at which this tradition was invented. But its accepted character may be judged from the fact that it was solemnly advanced by the French bishops at the Council of Trent in a dispute as to the precedence of their sovereign. The old legend as to Clovis would naturally identify the flower with him, and it should be noted that the names Clovis, Lois, Lois, and Louis are identical. Lois was the signature of the kings of France until the time of Louis XIII. It is worth the passing conjecture that what are sometimes termed Clevis lilies may be a corrupted form of Clovis lilies. There can be little doubt that the term fleur-de-lis is quite as likely to be a corruption of fleur-de-lois as flower of the lily. The chief point is that the desire was to represent a flower in allusion to the old legend, without perhaps any very definite certainty of the flower intended to be represented. Philip I, on his seal, A.D. 1060, holds a short staff terminating in a fleur-de-lis. The same object occurs in the Great Seal of Louis VII. In the seal of his wife, Queen Constance, we find her represented as holding in either hand a similar object, though in these last cases it is by no means certain that the objects are not attempts to represent the natural flower. A signet of Louis VII. Bears a single fleur-de-lis, florency, or flowered, and in his reign the heraldic fleur-de-lis undoubtedly became stereotyped as a symbolical device, for we find that when in the lifetime of Louis VII. His son Philip was crowned, the king prescribed that the prince should wear des choses appelées sandales ou bottines de soie, couleur bleu azur semi and molt endroits de fleurs de lis or pousse aussi sa dalmatique de même couleur et ouvre. On the oval counterseal of Philip II. Died in 1223, appears a heraldic fleur-de-lis. His great seal, as also that of Louis VIII. Shows a seated figure crowned with an open crown of fleurons, and holding in his right hand a flower, and in his left a scepter surmounted by a heraldic fleur-de-lis enclosed within a lozenge-shaped frame. On the seal of Louis VIII. The conjunction of the essentially heraldic fleur-de-lis, within the lozenge-shaped head of the scepter, and the more natural flower held in the hand, should leave little if any doubt of the intention to represent flowers in the French fleurs-de-lis. The figure held in the hand represents a flower of 5 petals. The upper pair turned inwards to touch the center one, and the lower pair curved downwards, leave the figure with a marked resemblance both to the iris and to the conventional fleur-de-lis. The counterseal of Louis VIII shows a Norman-shaped shield semé of fleurs-de-lis of the conventional heraldic pattern. By then, of course, azure, semé-de-lis had become the fixed and determined arms of France. By an edict dated 1376, Charles V reduced the number of fleurs-de-lis in his shield to 3, pour symboliser la Sainte Trinite. The claim of Edward III to the throne of France was made on the death of Charles IV of France in 1328, but the decision being against him, he apparently acquiesced, and did homage to Philip of Valois, Philip VI, for Guyenne. Philip, however, lent assistance to David II of Scotland against King Edward, who immediately renewed his claim to France, assumed the arms and the title of king of that country, and prepared for war. He commenced hostilities in 1339, and upon his new Great Seal, made in the early part of 1340, we find his arms represented upon shield, surcoat and housings as, quarterly, 1 and 4, azure, semé-de-lis for France. 2 and 3, gules, 3 lions passant gardant in pale or, for England. The royal arms thus remained until 1411, when upon the second Great Seal of Henry IV. The fleurs-de-lis in England, as in France, were reduced to 3 in number, and so remained as part of the royal arms of this country until the latter part of the reign of George III. Fleurs-de-lis, probably intended as badges only, had figured upon all the great seals of Edward III. On the first seal, which with slight alterations had also served for both Edward I and II, a small fleur-de-lis appears over each of the castles which had previously figured on either side of the throne. In the second Great Seal, fleurs-de-lis took the places of the castles. The similarity of the Montgomery arms to the royal arms of France has led to all kinds of wild genealogical conjectures, but at a time when the arms of France were hardly determinate, the seal of John de Montgomery is met with, bearing a single fleur-de-lis, the original from which the arms of Montgomery were developed. Letters of nobility and the name of du Lys were granted by Charles VII. In December 1429 to the brothers of Joan of Arc, and the following arms were then assigned to them: azure, a sword in pale proper, hilted and supporting on its point an open crown or, between 2 fleurs-de-lis of the last. The fleur-de-lis florencie, or the fleur-de-lis flowered, as it is termed in England, is officially considered a distinct charge from the simple fleur-de-lis. Eve employs the term seated, and remarks of it, this being one of the numerous instances of pedantic, because unnecessary distinction, which showed marks of decadence. For both forms occur at the same period, and adorn the same object, evidently with the same intention. The difference between these forms really is that the fleur-de-lis is seeded, when a stalk having seeds at the end issues in the upper interstices. In a fleur-de-lis florencie, the natural flower of a lily issues instead of the seeded stalk. This figure formed the arms of the city of Florence. Fleurs-de-lis, like all other royal emblems, are frequently to be met with in the arms of towns, e.g. in the arms of Lancaster, Maryborough, Wakefield, and Great Torrington. The arms of Wareham afford an instance of fleurs-de-lis reversed, and the corporate seals of Liskeard and Tamworth merit reproduction, did space permit, from the designs of the fleurs-de-lis which there appear. One cannot leave the fleur-de-lis without referring to one curious development of it, viz. the leopard's face jesant-de-lis, figure 332, a curious charge which undoubtedly originated in the arms of the family of Cantilupe. This charge is not uncommon, though by no means so usual as the leopard's face. Planche considers that it was originally derived from the fleur-de-lis, the circular boss which in early representations so often figures as the center of the fleur-de-lis, being merely decorated with the leopard's face. One can follow Planche a bit further by imagining that this face need not necessarily be that of a leopard, for at a certain period all decorative art was crowded with grotesque masks whenever opportunity offered. The leopard's face jesant-de-lis is now represented as a leopard's face with the lower part of a fleur-de-lis issuing from the mouth, and the upper part rising from behind the head. Instances of this charge occur as early as the 13th century as the arms of the Cantilupe family, and Thomas de Cantilupe having been Bishop of Hereford 1275 to 1282, the arms of that see have since been 3 leopards' faces Jesentalis. The distinction being that in the arms of the see of Hereford the leopards' faces are reversed. The origin may perhaps make itself apparent when we remember that the earliest form of the name was Cantilo. Is it not probable that lions' faces, i.e. head de Leo, may have been suggested by the name? Possibly, however, wolf heads may have been meant, suggested by lupus, or by the same analogy which gives us wolf heads or wolves upon the arms of Lo and Lo. Figure 495. Pomegranate. Fruit, the remaining division of those charges which can be classed as belonging to the vegetable kingdom, must of necessity be but briefly dealt with. Grapes perhaps cannot be easily distinguished from vines, to which refer, page, but the arms of Bradway of Pottscliff, Co. Gloucester, argent, a chevron gules between 3 bunches of grapes proper, and of Viscountess Beaconsfield, the daughter of Captain John Viney Evans, argent, a bunch of grapes stalked and leaved proper, between 2 flaunches sable. Each charged with a boar's head argent, are instances in point. Apples occur in the arms of Robert Applegarth, Edward III. Roll, argent, 3 apples slipped gules, and, or, a chevron between 3 apples gules, is the coat of a family named South Bay. Pears occur in the arms of Allcroft, of Stokesay Castle, Perrins, Perry, Perryman, and Peary. Oranges are but seldom met with in British heraldry, but an instance occurs in the arms of Lord Polwarth, who bears over the Hepburn quarterings an Iniscutcheon azure, an orange slipped and surmounted by an imperial crown all proper. This was an augmentation conferred by King William III, and a very similar augmentation, in the 1st and 4th quarters, azure, 3 oranges slipped proper within an orle of thistles or, was granted to Livingstone, Viscount Teviot. The pomegranate, figure 495, which dimidiated with a rose was one of the badges of Queen Mary, is not infrequently met with. The pineapple in heraldry is nearly always the fir cone. In the arms of Paring, Bart. Argent, on a chevron enrailed sable between 3 pineapples, fir cones, pendant vert, as many leopards' faces of the first. Crest, on a mount a pineapple, fir cone, vert, and in the crest of Parkins, Bart. Out of a ducal coronet or, a pineapple proper, and also in the arms of pine, gules, a chevron ermine between 3 pineapples or, and Parkinmore, the fruit is the fir or pine cone. Latterly the likelihood of confusion has led to the general use of the term pine cone in such cases, but the ancient description was certainly pineapple. The arms of John Apperley, as given in the Edward III. Roll, are, argent, a chevron gules between 3 pineapples, fir cones, vert, slipped or. The real pineapple of the present day does, however, occur, e.g. in the arms of Benson, of Lutwich, Shropshire, argent, on waves of the sea, an Old English galley all proper, on a chief wavy azure a hand cooped at the wrist, supporting on a dagger the scales of justice between 2 pineapples erect or. Leaved vert. Mantling azure and argent. Crest, upon a wreath of the colours, a horse caparisoned, passant, proper, on the breast a shield argent, charged with a pineapple proper. Motto, Leges Arma Tenent Sanctus. Figure 496. Acorn slipped and leaved. Bean pods occur in the arms of Rise of Trourdriva, Co. Cornwall, argent, a chevron gules between 3 bean pods vert, and Papworth mentions in the arms of Messerny an instance of cherries, or, a chevron per pale gules and vert between 3 cherries of the 2nd slipped of the 3rd. Elsewhere, however, the charges on the shield of this family are termed apples. Strawberries occur in the arms and crest of Hollis, and the arms of Duffield are, sable, a chevron between 3 cloves or. The arms of the Grocers' Livery Company, granted in 1531 to 1532, are, argent, a chevron gules between 9 cloves, 3, 3 and 3. The arms of Garwinton are stated to be, sable, a chevron between 3 heads of garlic pendant argent, but another version gives the charges as pomegranates. Azure, a chevron between three gourds pendant, slipped or, is a coat attributed to Stukely, but here again there is uncertainty, as the charges are sometimes quoted as pairs. The arms of Bonefeld are, azure, a chevron between three quinces or. The arms of Alderbury are naturally, argent, three branches of alderberries proper. The arms of Hazeley of Suffolk are, argent, a fess gules, between three hazelnuts or, stalks and leaves vert. Papworth also mentions the arms of Tarsel, viz. Or, a chevron sable, between three hazelnuts erect, slipped gules. It would, however, seem more probable that these charges are really teasels. The fruit of the oak, the acorn, fig. For 96, has already been incidentally referred to, but other instances occur in the arms of Baldwin, Stable, and Huth. Wheat and other grain is constantly met with in British Armoury. The arms of Bigland, azure, 2 ears of big wheat erect in fess and bladed or, and of Cheape are examples, and others occur in the arms of Leyland Barrett, cross, and rye, gules, on a bend argent, between 2 ears of rye, stalked, leaved. And slipped or, 3 crosses crampon sable. Figure 497. Garb. Garbs, as they are invariably termed heraldically, are sheaves, and are of very frequent occurrence. The earliest appearance of the garb, figure 497, in English heraldry is on the seal of Ranulph, Earl of Chester, who died in 1232. Garbs therefrom became identified with the earldom of Chester, and subsequently, azure, 3 garbs or, became and still remain the territorial or possibly the sovereign coat of that earldom. Garbs naturally figure, therefore, in the arms of many families who originally held land by feudal tenure under the Earls of Chester, e.g. the families of Cholmondeley, gules, in chief 2 helmets in profile argent, and in base a garb vert, in Caviliac, azure, 6 garbs, 3, 2, and 1 or. Grosvenor, azure, a garb or, is usually quoted as another example, and possibly correctly, but a very interesting origin has been suggested by Mr. W. G. Taunton in his work, The Tauntons of Oxford, by one of them. I merely wish to make a few remarks of my own that seem to have escaped other writers on genealogical matters. In the first place, Sir Gilbert le Grosvenor, who is stated to have come over with William of Normandy at the Conquest, is described as nephew to Hugh Lupus, Earl of Chester, but Hugh Lupus was himself nephew to King William. Now, William could not have been very old when he overthrew Harold at Hastings. It seems, therefore, rather improbable that Sir Gilbert le Grosvenor, who was his nephew's nephew, could actually have fought with him at Hastings, especially when William lived to reign for 21 years after, and was not very old when he died. The name Grosvenor does not occur in any of the versions of the roll of Battle Abbey. Not that any of these versions of this celebrated roll are considered authentic by modern critics, who say that many names were subsequently added by the monks to please ambitious parvenus. The name Veneur is on the roll, however, and it is just possible that this Veneur was the Grosvenor of our quest. The addition of Gros would then be subsequent to his fattening on the spoils of the Saxon and cultivating a corporation. Veneur means hunter, and Gros means fat. Gilbert's uncle, Hugh Lupus, was, we know, a fat man. In fact, he was nicknamed Hugh the Fat. The Grosvenors of that period probably inherited obesity from their relative, Hugh Lupus, therefore, and the fable that they were called Grosvenor on account of their office of great huntsman to the Dukes of Normandy is not to be relied on. We are further on told by the old family historians that when Sir Robert Grosvenor lost the day in that ever-memorable controversy with Sir Richard le Scrope, Baron of Bolton, concerning the coat of arms, azure, a bend or, borne by both families. Sir Robert Grosvenor took for his arms one of the garbs of his kinsman, the Earl of Chester. It did not seem to occur to these worthies that the Earl of Chester, who was their ancestor's uncle, never bore the garbs in his arms, but a wolf's head. It is true that 1 or 2 subsequent Earls of Chester bore garbs, but these earls were far too distantly connected with the Grosvenors to render it likely that the latter would borrow their new arms from this source. It is curious that there should have been in this same county of Chester a family of almost identical name also bearing a garb in their arms, though their garb was surrounded by 3 bezants. The name of this family was Grasvenor, or Gravener, and, moreover, the tinctures of their arms were identical with those of Grosvenor. It is far more likely, therefore, that the coat assumed by Sir Robert after the adverse decision of the Court of Chivalry was taken from that of Grasvenor, or Gravener, and that the 2 families were known at that time to be of common origin, although their connection with each other has subsequently been lost. In French both gros and gras mean fat, and we have both forms in Grosvenor and Grasvenor. A chief huntsman to royalty would have been Granvenor, not Grosvenor or Grasvenor. All these criticisms of mine, however, only affect the origin of the arms, and not the ancient and almost royal descent of this illustrious race. Hugh Lupus, Earl of Chester, was a son of the Duke of Brittany, as is plainly stated in his epitaph. This connection of uncle and nephew, then, between Hugh the Fat and Gilbert Grosvenor implies a maternal descent from the Dukes of Brittany for the first ancestor of the Grosvenor family. In virtue of their descent from an heiress of the House of Grosvenor, it is only necessary to add the Tauntons of Oxford are Grosvenors, heraldically speaking. And that quartering so many ancient coats through the Tanners and the Grosvenors with our brand new grant is like putting old wine into new bottles. Hugh Lupus left no son to succeed him, and the subsequent descent of the earldom of Chester was somewhat erratic. So I think there is some point in my arguments regarding the coat assumed by Sir Robert Grosvenor of Hume. Though a garb, unless quoted otherwise, is presumed to be a sheaf of wheat, the term is not so confined. The garbs in the arms of Comyn, which figure as a quartering in so many Scottish coats, are really of Cummin, as presumably are the garbs in the arms of Cummins. When a garb is banded of a different color, this should be stated, and Elvin states that it may be eared of a different color, though I confess I am aware of no such instance. Argent, 2 bundles of reeds in fess vert, is the coat of Jansen of Wimbledon, Surrey, Bart, extinct, and a bundle of rods occurs in the arms of Evans, and the crest of Harris, though in this latter case it is termed a faggot. Reeds also occur in the crest of Reed, and the crest of Middlemore, on a wreath of colours, a moorcock amidst grass and reeds proper, furnishes another example. Bulrushes occur in the crest of Billiot, and in the arms of Scott, argent, on a mount of bulrushes in base proper, a bull passant sable, a chief paean, billet or. Grass is naturally presumed on the mounts vert which are so constantly met with, but more definite instances can be found in the arms of Sykes, Hully, and Hill. Chapter 19. Inanimate Objects.